This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Ruins, Radiation Sickness. This is your medicine for today. This is the firearms and weapons you need to repair this week, and also Ruins, Shelter number 73. The clerk of the management office put a pile of old firearms on the trailer and took out a bottle of reagent tube with amber liquid flowing and handed it to Suyu. Hesitated for a moment, but still reminded him. Due to the recent expansion of the Night Fury team, the number of anti-radiation drugs in the shelter is not enough. This is the third bottle of medicine. And also the last one. Good luck to you. Suyu rubbed his face vigorously, took the medicine from the clerk, and forced a smile. Thank you. I wish you good luck. After that, he took the trailer and the medicine and returned to his repair shop. Compared with other time travelers, my life of time travel is really a bit devastating. After cleaning up the repair room, Suyu looked at the anti-radiation medicine in his hand and smiled bitterly to himself. Strictly speaking, he is not from this world, but a time traveler from Blue Star. What he faced after traveling through time is a doomsday wasteland that is many times more cruel than his hometown Blue Star. Ruined Star. This is a frontier star set up on the edge of the Milky Way when the human empire was annihilating alien races everywhere during the Great Crusade. Its main responsibility is to provide navigation guidance and certain logistical supplies for the human fleet of the Great Crusade in the Starry Sea. But this is the 40,000th year that the Empire has ruled the galaxy. The glory of the Great Crusade has long been obliterated by the dust of history. Civil strife and alien races have completely torn apart the Great Empire. The glory of dominating the galaxy no longer exists. The outpost star that once had a beautiful name Azure has now become a ruined star that can be seen everywhere in space. The people on this ruined planet are all descendants of the survivors at the end of the Great Crusade. Because of the loss of technology and the lack of resources on the ruined planet, they don't even have the hope of leaving this planet. What awaited them was just a short life of struggling to survive in radiation and dust. Fortunately, relying on a little luck and the advantage of traveling through time and space. Although his body age was greatly reduced when he traveled through time and space, returning to the age of 11 or 12. However, his physical fitness, which had not been affected by too much radiation, and his excellent learning ability on this planet, allowed Suyu to successfully become a resident of shelter number 73 and an apprentice repairman. However, just a year ago, the only old man in the shelter who was willing to teach Suyu how to repair machinery died of radiation sickness. Not long after, Suyu was also unlucky enough to be infected with radiation sickness. Suyu looked at his right arm, where a large block of muscle tissue had been eroded by radiation, turning dark purple, and with waves of fatigue. As time passed, this necrosis would spread to the entire right arm, and then he would have to amputate it. However, compared to many radiation sicknesses that can be fatal once infected, Suyu's symptoms are already milder. But the problem is, for an apprentice repairman whose apprenticeship time is barely half a year longer than 2.5 years, Suyu, who lost an arm, is obviously unable to perform the next repair work. And the shelter has never kept idle people. Suyu, who cannot be a repairman and has no other work experience, can do a lot of work. The danger will increase exponentially, considering Suyu's health condition at that time. He may become a pile of bones in the ruins in less than 1 or 2 years. The only hope is the anti-radiation medicine in front of him. This is one of the few benefits for residents of the shelter. When infected with radiation sickness, you can receive 1 dose per week for up to 3 weeks. After using 3 doses, depending on the type of radiation sickness, there is about a 10% chance of recovery. There is also a 20% to 30% chance. Slowed down the speed of radiation sickness. Considering the radiation sickness that Suyu was infected with, the symptoms were relatively mild. The possibility of his recovery may be higher than 10%. Even if it is not good, it can slow down the radiation sickness. Suyu gritted his teeth. Although the expansion of the Night Fury team has led to an increase in the contribution of various materials to the shelter, the anti-radiation agent is also 20% more expensive than before. But as long as he can give himself a little more time, he can repair the guns of the hunting team in the shelter, accumulate contributions, exchange for new anti-radiation drugs. However, after finishing a day's work, Suyu took out the anti-radiation drugs he received, removed the bottle stopper, directly aimed the reagent tube at the necrotic part of his right arm, fall down hard. Shelter number 73 is just a small shelter. The anti-radiation drugs they have are not advanced. They are also very harmful to the human body. Oral administration or soaking the infected part is not suitable. This rough method of use. This is the best way to use it. Sizzle. 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 As if pouring ice water on burning coal, Suyu's necrotic tissues suddenly emitted a lot of watery white smoke, and accompanied by severe pain, Suyu couldn't help but grit his teeth, and veins on his forehead popped out, and he sat down on the ground with a plop. Although this was not the first time he used this medicine, the pain was still unbearable for Suyu. Until half an hour later, the severe pain was slightly relieved. Suyu put on his clothes again, took out a simple nutritious meal from the old cupboard, ate the tasteless plant paste that only provided basic calories, and after finishing dinner, he couldn't wait to turn off the lights, go to bed, and sleep. It takes a night for the anti-radiation agent to take effect. What will be his fate? He will have to wait until tomorrow morning to get the answer. With the expectation of tomorrow, Suyu fell asleep. However, the next morning, when Suyu came to the dressing mirror, which was broken to half, with expectation and rolled up his sleeves, the scene that came into his eyes made Suyu, who was always optimistic, completely speechless. The worst result? On Suyu's right arm, the large piece of necrotic muscle tissue showed no signs of improvement, not even a sign of delay. The necrotic tissue, which originally occupied only 1/5 of the arm, after a night, had moved a little further towards the wrist. According to this trend, in 3 months at most, Suyu's right arm muscles will be completely necrotic. And according to the weakness in his right arm now, it may be 2 months at most before Suyu can no longer do the job of a repairman. Is it because I usually repair guns too much, and my luck in this life has become like a spearman? But these two guns are not the same. Suyu really wanted to cry, but had no tears. But, at this moment, Suyu suddenly noticed that there was something extra on the mirror in front of him. No, that's not right. It's not that there was something extra on the mirror, but in his field of vision. As Suyu focused his attention, gradually, a blue virtual light screen emerged. Chapter 2 Career Panel, Change to Mechanic. This is... Suyu held his breath. In his eyes, there was an expression of astonishment that could not be hidden. Career system has been bound. Career panel has been unlocked. Reading the host's current ability value for judgment, judgment completed. As the last message appeared, the virtual light screen in front of Suyu shook for a moment, as if it was refreshing. Then, 3 new entries appeared. The host currently has the following skills. LV1 Basic Fighting, can be employed as a cornerstone profession fighter. LV3 Basic Gun Mastery, can be employed as a cornerstone profession gunsmith. LV4 Basic Mechanical Repair, can be employed as a cornerstone profession mechanic. Please select the profession you are going to work for. This is my golden finger? Suyu took a deep breath, stared at the career panel in front of him, and his mind moved. What is the main function of the system? What will be the impact after taking office? Ding! This system function is designed to assist the host to improve the skills related to this profession, and ultimately achieve the highest professional achievement. After taking office, the host can obtain the experience points of the corresponding profession from daily work in life, and improve the professional level and skill level. Improve the skill level, the host can achieve higher work efficiency. Improve the occupation level, the host can unlock the core skills corresponding to this occupation and higher advanced occupation transfer permissions. In addition, after the basic occupation reaches the maximum level, if certain conditions are met, you can transfer to the first level occupation. For example, mechanic, main, plus gunsmith plus unknown conditions equals first level occupation battlefield mechanic. Suyu's pupils contracted instantly. On the virtual light screen, a line of small words continue to appear. Every time the occupation level is upgraded, the host's physical fitness will be increased to varying degrees, and the increase effect depends on the type of occupation the host upgrades to. Physical fitness is increased. For this reason, Suyu has no more hesitation. His eyes instantly fell on the 3 occupational goals he can currently choose. As for the fighter, it goes without saying that, once you get a job, each upgrade will have a great impact on your physical fitness, especially the disease resistance improvement is definitely the biggest. And it is also the most able to resist the radiation sickness problem. As for the gunsmith, after taking office, there should be a certain damage bonus in the application of guns. Like the fighter, they are all combat professions. Even if the increase in physical fitness is slightly worse than that of the fighter, it should not be much worse. On the contrary, it is the last mechanic, The corresponding skills are all mechanical repair, which is obviously an auxiliary profession. The increase in physical strength after the occupation upgrade should not be too great. But after a little hesitation, Suyu decisively chose the mechanic. The reason is very simple. As a fighter and a gunsmith, he cannot gain much experience from his daily life. Indeed, he can choose to join an expedition team or a hunting team. But with his current strength and weak physique, he cannot do these extremely dangerous jobs. And every expedition and hunting may result in a 10% or 20% loss of personnel. Suyu felt that, before he could rise in his professional level and rely on his strong physique to cure radiation sickness, he would have died at the hands of radiation beasts or wandering gang members. On the contrary, as a supporting profession, the mechanic, although the physical fitness improvement may not be as good as the first two, is safer and more stable. There are more channels for gaining experience. Moreover, compared with the gunsmith and fighter, Suyu prefers the mechanic as his first cornerstone profession. However, Suyu still kept a note. After taking a job in a cornerstone profession, how can I take a job in another cornerstone profession? After the current cornerstone profession reaches the maximum level, you can switch to the next cornerstone profession. The maximum level of the cornerstone profession is level 10. After confirming this point, Suyu had nothing to hesitate about, and said directly, I choose to work as a mechanic. Ding! Congratulations to the host, successfully employed. The current profession is Mechanic, LV1:0/1000. Congratulations to the host, successfully awakened the core ability, Mechanical Affinity, LV1. You can have a clearer perception of mechanical creations, and have a faster learning efficiency for mechanical knowledge. As the system prompt sounded, Suyu only felt that there seemed to be some kind of shackles in his mind, which quietly opened at this moment. Although he had not undergone any experiments, he felt for no reason that his memory, comprehension and other learning abilities had all quietly improved. And in his body, there was an extra force out of thin air, which made his energy more abundant. However, compared with the improvement in memory and comprehension, the energy was not much. But even so, with the completion of the job, Suyu was still surprised to find that the large piece of necrotic tissue on his right arm, due to radiation sickness, had retreated a lot. Correspondingly, the fatigue that had become more and more serious after waking up was also alleviated a lot. This back and forth. At least, it bought him an extra month. To upgrade to the next level, do you need 1,000 experience points? Suyu looked at the experience bar required for the mechanic profession upgrade, and rubbed his hands, with strong expectations in his eyes. No, get ready to start work. As Suyu shouted, in the corner by the wall, a robot was plugged in and charging. Just like the repair robot named Wally in an animated movie in Suyu's previous life, the display screen representing the eyes suddenly lit up. Received, start working. The electronic sound without ups and downs repeated. The little robot named Nono followed Suyu obediently, helping Suyu pass parts, dismantling weapons, with the same efficiency as before. But Suyu's efficiency has been greatly improved. And every time a firearm is repaired, Suyu can hear the system's prompt sound. You have completed the repair of a homemade firearm. Simple. The difficulty of this repair is evaluated as easy. You gained 5 points of mechanic professional experience, 10 points of basic mechanical repair skill experience. You completed a. Soon, half a day passed. Suyu was surprised to find that the workload that originally took him a day to complete had been completed by himself. Moreover, along with the successful repair of the last gun by Suyu's basic mechanical skills were also successfully upgraded. Suddenly, a lot of mechanical repair common sense emerged in Suyu's mind. Some of them he had learned from his master, and some were knowledge he had never come into contact with. But he quickly memorized them all. And then with the core ability of mechanical affinity, he closed his eyes and carefully recalled the knowledge, and quickly understood it. A moment later, when Suyu opened his eyes again, his eyes were no longer on the assembled or recycled firearms, but at the bottom of the counter in the repair room. There were a lot of parts piled up. There are also many mechanical creations left over from the civilization era that are already in ruins. Some of these parts, creations, are left by the master, and some are the parts that Suyu can keep after completing his daily repair work, except for the parts that he handed over to the management office. He walked forward, rummaged through the counter for a while, and soon stood up, with 2 more weapons in his arms. A chainsaw. The other one is a Lee Gray double-range shotgun. This is one of the collections left by Master Suyu. Of course, Like other collections, this firearm that can switch between long and short ranges, its core device has long been decayed. It has been gathering dust under the table for many years, but now, Suyu thinks he can try to complete the reproduction. Chapter 3 Shadow Type 3 Electric Sniper Rifle. You have completed the overhaul of a primary mechanical weapon. The difficulty of the repair is evaluated as difficult. You have gained 150 points of mechanic professional experience. You have gained 300 points of basic mechanical repair skill experience. You have completed the initial repair of an intermediate mechanical weapon. The difficulty of the repair is evaluated as difficult. You have gained 200 points of mechanic professional experience. You have gained 500 points of basic mechanical repair skill experience. Half a day later. In the repair room, Suyu let out a long breath, looking at the two weapons in front of him. The chainsaw had been almost repaired by him, although there were some additional functions, such as being able to be turned on at critical moments to release the power of the saw and further increase the cutting speed of the saw. There was no way for Suyu to reproduce the device that would damage the motor. The conventional functions of this chainsaw had been fully repaired by Suyu. As for the dual-range shotgun, it was just a little bit off. Although Suyu successfully reproduced this shotgun, the core device for switching the range. But I don't know whether the quality of the replaced parts is not good, or Suyu's craftsmanship is not good enough. The short-range range of the Silver Deer shotgun that was finally reproduced is only 30 meters, and the long-range range is just barely above the passing line of 50 meters. But at the cost of sacrificing the range. The lethality of this shotgun has been greatly improved. Suyu looked at the detailed maintenance score fed back by the system. Repair score summary. Overall repair rating, medium. Overall repair result, barely usable. After repair? At least the repair was successful. Right? Suyu scratched his head and said to himself frankly. Anyway, I repaired these two weapons to gain experience, and now it's enough to get experience. As the two weapons were successfully repaired by Suyu, the familiar feeling of upgrading came again. However, this time, the increase in learning abilities such as memory and comprehension was not too strong. The increase in physical fitness was not as great as when he first took office. But it still allowed Suyu's right arm to have further reduced necrotic tissue caused by radiation sickness. According to this efficiency, at most level 7, I can rely on the physical fitness improvement brought by the upgrade to completely cure this radiation sickness. Suyu clenched his fist slightly, and there was expectation in his eyes. No. Put all the repaired guns on the counter. And send these two over there. I guess someone from the hunting team will come tomorrow to claim the repaired guns. Received. Nono came over obediently after hearing that, dragging the repaired guns and putting them away one by one. Suyu poked his head out and glanced at the leaden sky outside the door, which had completely darkened. It was only 7 o'clock now. In his hometown, even in the village, people would not go to bed so early, but in the shelter, it was already pitch black. Suyu did not act alone. With a light sigh, he returned to the bedroom and prepared to sleep. Before going to sleep, he glanced at the bedside table. There, an electric sniper rifle was lying quietly. This electric sniper rifle looked particularly new. But Suyu knew that it was new only because he and his master had carefully maintained it every once in a while. In fact, several core devices inside the sniper rifle, such as the power core, capacitor magazine, etc., were all badly damaged. However, it is the most precious thing of Suyu's master in this life. That kind-hearted old man never left the shelter in his life. He developed a yearning for space and the stars by relying on a few magazines in the shelter that were about to decay and were about to be published about the glorious years of the human empire during the Great Expedition 10,000 years ago. Even when he was dying, the old man did not forget to tell Suyu to try his best to leave this ruined planet in the future. Go to the space and see for my master whether the universe is as bright as the magazine says. However, although Suyu is very grateful for the old man's teachings and guidance, he is really powerless to achieve this goal. Because of the war that year, the descendants of the survivors on the ruined star have long lost the technology of the glorious years. Moreover, in Suyu's memory, the history of the ruined star is extremely strange. Whenever a ruling power develops to its heyday, will perish in a very short time. Even though Suyu did not know much about the 10,000-year history of the ruins, he knew that the ruins had long forgotten the memory of being a member of the human empire and had long lost the past technology. Wanting to step into space is just a foolish dream. But now, Suyu felt that this was no longer a dream. His eyes looked at the electric sniper rifle left by the old man. As Suyu's eyes became more focused, a line of information appeared. Shadow Type 3 Electric Energy Sniper Rifle. Current status, severely damaged. Repair possibility, yes, current repair possibility is less than 0.1%. Level, excellent. Mechanical creations from low to high are simple, primary, intermediate, advanced, special, excellent. Note, during the repair and recycling process of excellent mechanical creations, there is a chance that a flash of inspiration will be triggered, and random rewards can be obtained, including but not limited to a large amount of professional experience, random skills, random excellent mechanical blueprints. Random excellent mechanical blueprints. Although I don't know whether this excellent mechanical blueprint can randomly produce a mechanical blueprint related to spacecraft. But at least there is this note, which gives Suyu a hope. And not to mention for the Master's last wish. Just for himself. Suyu wants to get out of here. Living on this ruined star buried by radiation and dust, except for those extraordinary people who have awakened extraordinary abilities. Ordinary people who can live past 30 years old are considered to have a long life. Even if they live in a shelter, 50 years old is considered to be a long-lived person. The old man that Suyu mentioned was only 51 or 52 years old when he died, but he was already as old as the old man in his 70s or 80s in Suyu's hometown. He gently stroked the Shadow Sniper rifle in his hand. Suyu took a breath, he wrapped himself in a blanket and fell asleep until the next morning. Suyu woke up again and went to the dressing mirror. As he expected, after 2 upgrades, some of the erosion symptoms had subsided, and they came back again. But the progress this time was much slower than before. At this rate, if you want to completely erode my right arm, even if I don't upgrade the next level, I can last at least 5 months. Finally got rid of the worst fate. Suyu also breathed a sigh of relief, opened the door of the repair room, and then heard a rather rough voice coming over. "Su kid, I heard that you were infected with radiation sickness and rushed over. How do you feel now? Are you feeling better?" The voice said, and then, a burly middle-aged man who was as tall as a violent bear, and nearly 2 meters tall squeezed in through the door of the repair shop, and looked at Suyu with eyes full of concern. Chapter 4 Hunting Team Transaction. Feeling the concerned gaze of the middle-aged man, Suyu felt a little warm in his heart, and quickly stood up to welcome the middle-aged man in, pulled a chair for him, and said with a smile, "Thank you for your concern, Uncle Yang. I just finished the 3rd round of treatment yesterday, and the medicine worked. Although it only delayed the erosion efficiency, it is better than no effect. My own professional panel certainly cannot be announced to the public, and it just so happens that the anti-radiation agent also has the effect of delaying the erosion effect. It is just right to explain the impact of my upgrade." The middle-aged man in front of me is named Yang Lai. He is one of the 13 hunting captains in shelter number 73. He is also a rare senior hunter who has been in the shelter hunting team for 5 years. Although the recent expansion of the Night Fury team has resulted in 2 of the original 13 hunting teams being annexed by the Night Fury team, leaving only 11 now. But Yang Lai is still considered an outstanding hunter in the shelter. It is said that he has awakened the extraordinary power of the physical body, and is a 1-star physical body extraordinary person. However, Suyu is not clear about the specific situation. However, the body of the Uncle Yang in front of him is really huge and powerful, with explosive muscles, which seem to be full of power. Suyu feels that he can smash himself with 1 punch. However, although Yang Lai looks extremely rough, he is actually very heroic and enthusiastic. He was the one who spoke at that time. Only then did the hunting team agree to bring him back from the wilderness, and hand him over to the old man for care and instruction. With this friendship, Suyu has always been extremely grateful to Yang Lai. Before each mission, he would do his utmost to maintain and repair the equipment of the hunting team led by Yang Lai. It's good if the medicine works. You're right. It's better to be useful than not to be useful. We should be so optimistic. Yang Lai was relieved when he heard Suyu say that the medicine was effective. After carefully examining Suyu's complexion, after confirming that Suyu was not lying to him, he nodded and handed a small package in his right hand to Suyu. "Take this, you should be weak now. It's just right for you to use it to replenish your body." Suyu took the package, opened it, and saw a piece of dark red honor scorpion meat. This radioactive beast has extremely strong toxicity all over its body, but under the scales at the root of its scorpion tail, but there is a small piece of muscle, weighing about 1 or 2 kilograms. This muscle not only has no radiation, but is also extremely delicious, can greatly restore energy, and even has the effect of enhancing physical fitness. It is considered a very precious delicacy on the ruins. This small piece of half a kilogram of scorpion meat, if placed at other repair shops in the shelter, can at least be exchanged for several simple homemade guns, and the kind that come with ammunition. This is too precious. Suyu subconsciously wanted to refuse, but Yanlai waved his hand directly. Okay. Don't try to trick me. Take good care of yourself. I'm still waiting for you to master your skills, and I'll customize a mechanical weapon for you. Uncle Yang. Hearing Yanlai say this, Suyu's heart moved, thinking of the two weapons he had repaired yesterday, and a light flashed in his eyes. At this time, Yanlai said casually, the hunting environment in the shelter has become more and more cruel recently. The third-ranked Night Fury team is expanding too fast. If we fail to complete the hunting mission, our 9th team may be found by the Night Fury and forcibly annexed. I don't know why the top 2 teams and the manager have been doing nothing and just watched the Night Fury team expand. So you also knew something about the Night Fury team. Although this team was ranked 3rd, its captain was a very rare spiritual transcendent in the shelter. Its strength is far beyond that of ordinary physical transcendence. And according to rumors, Leahy, the captain of the Night Fury team, has connections with some medium-sized settlements outside the shelter. And shelter number 73 is just a small shelter. The administrator and the top 2 teams dare not stop the expansion of the Night Fury. So you can understand it. After all, Leahy has a background. And speaking of it, the administrator hasn't taken action for many years. He must be quite old. Suyu's tone was somewhat inexplicable. Yes. The manager hasn't taken action for so many years. Is it because he doesn't want to take action, or can't take action? Yanlai suddenly thought of this, and his body trembled slightly. If the 4-star top extraordinary manager, who is the pillar of the shelter, can't take action, then it will have unimaginable consequences for the entire shelter. The affairs of those big shots have nothing to do with us. Yanlai shook his head, extinguished the idea, and waved his hand directly. Okay, I have to lead the team today. The management office asked me to come to your place to collect 15 sets of firearms. Each set also comes with 100 rounds of ammunition. How are your preparations going? Yanlai said with some worry. If you are not ready, Uncle Yang, I will take at least 12 sets. But the ammunition can be less. Yanlai's words were not finished yet. They were stuck in his throat. At the time he was talking, Suyu had already asked Nua to move the trailer loaded with repaired firearms. All the way here, 15 neatly arranged guns and hundreds of bullets of matching calibers were lying on the trailer bed. Each gun looked brand new and shiny, and was said to be a repaired gun. But when Yanlai picked up a gun in his hand, loaded it and fired, he felt it was extremely smooth, and his eyes lit up. You are good. Kid. How did you do it? Yanlai looked at Suyu with surprise in his eyes. He still remembered, just last month, the guns that I received from this guy still had some minor problems. There were no major problems such as bursting and misfiring. But there were quite a few minor problems such as loading jams, short range, and insufficient lethality. However, this is also a common problem in all repair shops in the shelter. Even Suyu's master could not avoid it. And at most, he could only reduce the defective rate. But now, the quality of the guns that Suyu took out is at least 20% higher than before. Don't underestimate this 20% increase. This means that Yanlai's hunting team can at least increase their gains by 20% this time. And the loss of personnel can be reduced. I can't really say. It may be because of my illness this time. I have more time to lie down and rest, which gave me the opportunity to sort out the knowledge that the old man taught me. Suyu scratched his head and smiled to evade the question. Yanlai naturally did not doubt him, and looked at Suyu with admiration. Okay. It seems that you have really turned a disaster into a blessing. Okay. I will take these guns, you just go on with your business. Yanlai said as he was about to say goodbye, but at this moment, Suyu took out 2 more big guns from behind the counter, and in an instant, attracted Yanlai's attention. Uncle Yang, didn't you always want me to help you build mechanical weapons? Take a look at this. Can you use it for a while? Suyu took the repair chainsaw, pushed it to Yanlai, and don't forget to push the shotgun as well. Yanlai's eyes, the moment the chainsaw and shotgun were taken out, were directly tied to these 2 weapons. For the members of the hunting team, a good weapon, at a critical moment, can save lives. Moreover, for Yanlai who has awakened the physical skill, let alone the shotgun, this chainsaw alone can at least make him more efficient in hunting in the wilderness. Add another 30%. Did you repair all of this? Yanlai looked at Suyu in shock. Seeing Suyu smile and nod in acknowledgement, Yanlai couldn't help swallowing his saliva. "Su kid, can I try it first?" "Of course." Suyu took out these two things, preparing to sell them to Uncle Yang in front of him. These two weapons, putting them in the shelter, it's hard for others to buy them. The only ones who could afford the price are these hunting teams, the middle-level staff of the expedition team. Among these people, Yanlai, who was closest to him, was naturally the buyer's first choice. Hearing Suyu's permission, Yanlai couldn't wait to pick up the chainsaw, and waved it for a while, with a smile on his face. This chainsaw was like stepping on his heart. As for the shotgun, Yanlai was also very enthusiastic. Although the range of this shotgun was greatly shortened by Suyu after being repaired, Yanlai didn't care about this. So what if the range is short? He has already imagined that when he faces a radioactive beast, he will charge with a shotgun to within 30 meters of the radioactive beast, shoot it at its face, and then pick up a chainsaw to cut it into pieces. Thinking of that scene, Yanlai's blood is boiling, and he can't wait to pick up his weapon and rush into the wilderness to have a good fight with those radioactive beasts. Chapter 5 Mechanical Parts, Mysterious Disc. There is no currency in shelter number 73, mainly because there is no market for circulation. As for contributions to the shelter, they can only be used by individuals and cannot be transferred. So transactions between residents of the shelter are mostly barter. The two weapons that Suyu traded to Yanlai were a chainsaw and a double-range shotgun that was repaired and placed in the primary firearms, which was already a high-quality product. The final transaction was, it was Yanlai's hunting team, and they would give him 30% of the broken mechanical artifacts and parts they obtained in the next 3 hunts. This price was already a very generous reward for Suyu. In addition, Yanlai generously gave Suyu 10 boxes of nutritious meals as a bonus, and asked Suyu to notify him first when he repaired similar good things in the future. Suyu would naturally not refuse this. In fact, there was a small episode here. That is, Yanlai originally wanted to take care of his nephews. He offered Suyu 5 boxes of canned meat that he had traded from other gathering points in the ruins. But Suyu decisively refused. The raw materials of canned meat that was not produced in the shelter were too complicated. They could be unprocessed radioactive beast meat, aliens, or even dead scavengers. Yanlai could understand Suyu's refusal. He patted Suyu on the shoulder, left 10 boxes of nutritious meals, and left Suyu's repair shop with 2 weapons. Soon, another trailer came over. Mechanical parts, broken objects, things like this. Basically every hunting team member would collect some. They could be used to maintain their own weapons and equipment on a daily basis. Hunting team leaders like Yanlai naturally had more inventory. 3 half-person high boxes were directly brought to Suyu, even if it was to offset the share of the first hunt. Suyu naturally accepted it. He moved the 3 boxes to his repair room, after waving goodbye to Yanlai and closing the door of the repair shop. Suyu looked at the 3 large boxes in front of him. His eyes were shining. When he was trading, he specifically reminded Yanlai, try to exchange broken weapons, so that there can be fewer parts. Anyway, his repair shop has a lot of parts in stock. The reason for doing this is that the source of experience of the mechanic Suyu has explored mainly 3: repair, recycling, and self-assembly. Among them, assembling weapons by yourself can gain the most experience points, followed by repairing, and finally recycling. But unfortunately, Suyu does not have many blueprints now, and they are basically simple mechanical weapons. It takes half a day to assemble one, and the experience points gained are only about 100 points. In the same amount of time, let alone repairing weapons, even the professional experience gained by recycling weapons is more than that of assembling weapons. So, before mastering the high-level blueprint, if you want to upgrade quickly, you still have to focus on repairing weapons. And Yanlai, as expected, was quick to follow the advice. 2 of the 3 large boxes were filled with various broken mechanical creations. Next, let's start sorting. The broken machinery recovered from the ruins can be divided into 5 major categories. Melee weapons such as the chainsaw that Suyu repaired yesterday. Long-range combat weapons such as shotguns. In addition, there are shield-type auxiliary defense weapons, wearable armor-type mechanical protective gear, and finally vehicles. However, mechanical protective gear and damaged vehicles are too rare. Suyu has been in the shelter for 3 years, and has only encountered it once. And only the core repairmen of the shelter are qualified to participate in the repair and recycling work. The damaged machines said by Yang Lai naturally do not have the latter too. But what surprised Suyu was that he actually found 2 mechanical energy shields from the 2 big boxes. However, just when Suyu was surprised, relying on the mechanical affinity ability that had been upgraded to level 2, Suyu keenly realized that the core devices of the 2 mechanical energy shields had been completely blown up. There was no possibility of repair. The shield panel data given by the system also proved this. Looking at the big unrepairable forward prompt, Suyu sighed. Although he knew that if the mechanical energy shield could be repaired, it would not have been left to collect dust at Yang Lai's house until now. But he still felt a little disappointed. Then, Suyu found a small gadget that seemed to be a bargain. It was a metal disc of unknown structure. It looked quite delicate. After being wiped, it showed a dark golden luster. There was also a unique gilded pattern on the disc, as if it contained some kind of magic. When people focus on it, Suyu will be unconsciously obsessed with it and almost fall asleep. However, no matter how Suyu examines it, he can't find the mystery in this disc. If it were in the past, Suyu would probably treat it as a part of a special weapon and throw it away. After all, there are extraordinary people in this world. Physical extraordinary people like Yang Lai are just one of them. There is another type, whose abilities are even more special, strange, and mysterious, and that is the spiritual supernatural beings. Their weapons often have similar confusing effects, so Suyu would not be surprised too much. But this time, under the influence of the mechanic's unique mechanical affinity, Suyu did not throw away the small disc. He always felt that there was something important inside, but his current skills were not enough for him to crack it. But it doesn't matter. Suyu exhaled and looked at the 2 types of weapons that had been arranged in front of him: melee mechanical weapons and long-range combat firearms. His eyes were full of brilliance. When I finish repairing and recycling this batch of weapons, the experience I gain should be enough to further improve my mechanic level and core ability. Mechanical affinity. By then, maybe I can crack the secret of this disc. Suyu did what he said and raised his hand. No. Start working. Chapter 6, the product of the Great Crusade era, Giant God Army. 3 days later, in the evening, you completed the overhaul of a primary mechanical weapon. The difficulty of this work is rated as simple. You gain 30 professional experience points. Mechanic LV4, you gain 50 skill experience points. Basic mechanical repair LV6. You completed the maintenance of an intermediate mechanical weapon. The difficulty of this work is rated as simple. You gain 10 professional experience points. You gain 15 skill experience points. You completed the repair of an intermediate mechanical weapon. The difficulty of this work is rated as medium. You gained 50 professional experience points. You gained 100 skill experience points, as mechanical weapons are repaired and maintained one by one in Suyu's hands. On Suyu's system display, the prompt message of experience gain is constantly refreshing. In the past 3 days, Suyu has put the 3 boxes of weapons he got from Yang Lai: parts, repair those that need repair, maintain those that need maintenance, recycle those that need recycling. The experience gained can also be called rich. However, as Suyu's profession, the skill level improves. His maintenance efficiency is getting higher and higher, but the experience gained from simply maintaining these primary and intermediate mechanical weapons is also getting less and less. The efficiency of upgrading is also inevitably slowed down. Fortunately, just when the last mechanical weapon in Suyu's hand was repaired, he finally heard the long-awaited upgrade ringtone. You have accumulated enough experience. Your professional level has been upgraded. Current professional level, Mechanic LV5. Your professional core ability, Mechanical affinity, has been upgraded synchronously, accompanied by the prompt sound. Suyu had been repairing for a day, and his somewhat tired spirit was suddenly lifted up, and his eyes were much brighter. Shaking his head, letting out a long breath, Suyu looked at the hand that helped him upgrade this time, the old-fashioned rifle that added the finishing touch. All had a satisfied look in their eyes. This old-fashioned rifle, even when it was used in the Great Expedition, may have been an outdated model. But on this ruined planet, the technical content in it is already high enough. It has reached the level of an intermediate mechanical weapon. And the quality, after Suyu's repair, is also a rare system. Reliable quality. Comment. This weapon, Suyu decided to keep. It is the sign of their own repair shop, and they will not sell it easily. There are several mechanics in the shelter, and they basically have their own repair shops. In addition to completing the repair tasks assigned by the shelter, they will also cooperate with various hunting teams, and even the scavengers who gather around the shelter. They can earn extra income by helping them repair and maintain weapons. Sometimes they even buy old firearms and resell them at a high price after repair. That's the real profit. When Master Suyu was here, he had seen Master Su do similar deals, and the income from one deal allowed the master and apprentice to have a nutritious meal with honor scorpion meat every day for half a month. But since Master Suyu passed away, only Suyu was left to support the repair shop, and it was already the limit to complete the orders issued by the shelter. Not to mention that Suyu couldn't spare any effort. Even if he could spare any effort, it would be hard for anyone to come to his door and be willing to cooperate with him. Not to mention that for other residents of the shelter, the repair shop that Teacher Suyu left for Suyu is also a fortune. If they don't find a chance to swallow Suyu, it will be considered that the shelter is safe. But now, the situation is different. He placed this old-fashioned rifle next to the counter at the door of the repair shop with great expectations. Suyu rubbed his hands and looked at the corner of the repair shop, at the strange disc on the top of the box. In his eyes, there was curiosity and expectation. He had a hunch. Now, with the help of the mechanical affinity that has been promoted to LV5, he should be able to find out the mechanism in this disc. Take a deep breath. Suyu walked forward, carefully took out the disc, and after carefully searching for a moment, his eyes lit up. He gently pressed the buckle behind the disc. Click! Accompanied by the sound of a mechanism falling. The disc in front of Suyu trembled suddenly, and the intricate dark golden pattern cracked. The azure light stream leaped out, interweaving into a light curtain, and appeared in front of Suyu. New recruit. Congratulations on passing the final assessment and becoming a member of the glorious Giant God Army Corps. I am your smart navigator. Please follow the instructions and place me on your vehicle system. I will guide you and report to the Corps. As an impassioned electronic sound sounded on the screen, a navigation map came into Suyu's eyes. But Suyu was just confused. Vehicle system? Giant God Army? Where did he get these things? But 30,068? Product of the Great Expedition? Suyu looked at the time marked in the lower right corner of the navigation map. It was a dating method that only existed in the imperial calendar era. His expression was extremely strange. Although the hunting teams and scavengers on the ruined star can dig up the remnants of the old times every now and then. But the so-called ruins were not built in a day. Although the glory of the Great Expedition ended 10,000 years ago, this glory did not fade overnight. But it went through a long period of time. The outpost star, once called Azure, was reduced to the current ruined star, which was naturally not a great feat accomplished overnight. The scraps of the old times that scavengers and hunting teams usually dig up are usually created hundreds of years ago, or 1,000 years ago. Those with a history of 2,000 or 3,000 years are rare. Among the 3 boxes of rewards sent by Uncle Yang Lai, there was actually a real Great Expedition class antique, which really shocked Suyu. If the Azure Star had not become a ruined star, this thing might still be sought after by many collectors on this planet and sold at a sky-high price. Suyu touched his chin and pondered without any emotion. This can't be blamed on him. The shelter where Suyu was. For 10,000 years ago, there are almost no historical records of the Great Crusade. The entire shelter was not built during the Great Crusade, and its construction history is only 1,000 years old. The earlier era, the Empire, and the glorious achievements of mankind have long been lost in the dust. According to the only available information, the prototype of the Empire should have been born 40,000 years ago, when mankind first came into contact with the subspace, learned to use the psychic energy in the subspace, and started the sacred evolution. Based on psychic energy, the superhumans, among humans, are born from this. Those who mainly evolve their spirits, cultivate their spirit power, master spirit control, construct illusions, control animals, and even large mechanical creations, are spiritual superhumans. Those who mainly evolve their bodies, add spiritual energy to their flesh and blood, through physical training, martial arts practice, and even genetic modification, let their physical strength grow to an incredible level, are physical superhumans. In addition to the superhuman system, born from spiritual energy evolution, the glory of the Empire is inseparable from another technology from the subspace. That is subspace teleportation. Through this technology, the Empire's starships can quickly reach the entire universe and billions of light years of space. In the most glorious era, the Imperial military claimed, if a Star Destroyer is built in the morning, its neutron radiation cannon will be able to reach the top of the rebels entrenched on the border in the afternoon. With the help of subspace teleportation technology, The glorious era of the Empire lasted for 30,000 years. The scope of the galaxy is also expanding. In front of the Empire's fleet, one alien race after another was destroyed and died. However, the smooth expansion caused the Empire's top leaders to ignore the study of the subspace. The subspace is like the ocean. In the past 30,000 years, it was calm and peaceful. But 30,000 years later, with the start of the largest and most glorious expedition in the history of the Empire, the subspace finally set off a tsunami. Psychic tide? The history left in the shelter. The description of this disaster is vague, so you can only understand 2 points. First, with the outbreak of this psychic tide, the warp navigation has become a bubble. Any fleet that attempts to teleport in the warp will be sent to an unknown place by the chaotic psychic sea. The lucky ones can still stay in the Empire at the end of the teleportation. The unlucky ones may be sent directly to a wild land where the light of the Empire civilization cannot shine. Of course, they are not the worst. The worst was being transported directly into a black hole. When the Empire's rescue team arrived, they could only receive extremely empty distress signals from the black hole, which became increasingly faint until there was no sound. The cornerstone of the Empire's glorious rule collapsed. The second was that under the influence of the psychic tide, a large number of powerful spiritual transcendents changed their temperaments and began to become tyrannical, cruel, and bloodthirsty. And those few transcendents, although they were able to maintain their own minds, but after realizing that the core of the Empire had lost contact with them, and that the Empire's Star Destroyer can no longer travel through the subspace and suddenly hit their heads, their ambitions inevitably expanded, either actively or passively. One after another small-scale kingdoms that ruled one or several life stars were born. And those alien races that had been suppressed and conquered before also took this opportunity to resist. The entire Empire was in turmoil. Until now, 10,000 years later. Although the historical records of the Empire in the shelter only go up to 30,100. But from the history of Ruined Star, it is not difficult for Suyu to imagine the situation of the Empire. In the past 10,000 years, after losing contact with the Empire, 9 ruling forces appeared on the border star once named Azure. And the technology of these 9 ruling forces has also gradually regressed. At the beginning, the people of Azure's Second Empire could still try to launch exploration starships to other planets. But all the star exploration ships would always fail to launch inexplicably. And later the rulers stopped this exploration. By the time of the 9th ruling power, the Ghost Empire, Suyu thought that the technological level of this planet had been reduced to a level slightly better than that of the Blue Star in his previous life. In Suyu's opinion, this was very strange. The war period should have been a period of technological explosion. But the technology mastered by the former ruling powers of the Ruined Star was constantly declining. It was as if something was controlling all this. But this did not prevent the rulers of the forces from fighting to the death with the Lindemans everywhere, until the entire Blue Star was turned into a Ruined Star. From the small to the big. Whether it is the giant god army or the glorious empire, the civil wars of the past 10,000 years, I am afraid they have all become ruins. Suyu shook his head and was ready to close the disc and ignore it. But just as Suyu reached out his hand, his eyes accidentally glanced at the navigation map on the screen, which had stopped changing. The navigation map finally showed a long road of thousands of kilometers. Above the road, 2 lines of information were displayed. The vehicle system was not detected, and the vehicle speed could not be estimated. Re-evaluation is being carried out, according to the marching speed of the new recruits of the Giant God Corps. Starting from the current position, it is estimated that it will take 13,762 kilometers, which will take about 11 days and 7 hours. Please press the OK button to start navigation. The reporting location of this Giant God Corps. It is on this ruined planet. Chapter 7. Is this a human recruit or a 1,000-mile red rabbit? An hour later, after closing the door of the repair shop, Suyu carefully studied the smart navigation device in his hand and obtained 2 valuable information. First, according to the display of the smart navigation device, the base computer of the Giant God Army Corps on the Azure Star is still well preserved, buried deep underground, and the last time it was activated was 10,000 years ago. This means that, the side of the Giant God Army Corps' base, it is still a relatively complete base. The technology level contained in it is far beyond the entire Ruins planet, and may even be ahead of more than 90% of the civilizations in the current galaxy. The second is, are all the new recruits of the Giant God Army so inhumane? More than 13,700 kilometers. It also passes through many mountains and swamps. Even so, it can still maintain an average daily walking speed of more than 1,000 kilometers. Is this a human recruit or a 1,000-mile red rabbit? Although he knew that the human empire was extremely glorious during the Great Crusade, this glory was too much. A new soldier in the Legion. His body was strengthened to this extent? Shaking his head, suppressing his inner feelings in shock, Suyu carefully closed the giant god navigator and placed it in the corner of the repair shop, seemingly casually stuffing it into a pile of scrap parts, like an inconspicuous weapon component. But in his heart, a seed of hope had already been planted. With the occupation panel, his initial survival dilemma has been solved, and the giant god navigator that appeared now directly helped Suyu and pointed out the way forward. However, Suyu was not so impulsive and arrogant that he thought he could embark on the journey now. It was a long journey of more than 13,700 kilometers. Even in the prosperous era of 10,000 years ago, when this star was still called Azure, it would take a Legion recruit more than 10 days to walk. On the ruined star today, want to complete such a long journey. Not to mention the water and food supplies along the way is a big problem. Just the active radiation beasts, interstellar aliens, and predators in the ruins are a considerable problem. What's more, in addition to the human activity area, there is also a very wide restricted area on this ruined planet. According to Suyu's estimation, even if all the members of the 13 hunting teams in shelter number 73 were gathered together, it would be impossible for them to reach the base of the giant god army. At least, before I unlock a powerful enough combat profession, and have a certain amount of experience and strength, I don't have to think about embarking on this expedition. Take a deep breath, let the excitement in your heart calm down for a while. Suyu's eyes fell back on the calendar. Calculating the time, Yanlai and his friends are out hunting, and it will probably take a few days to come back. But Suyu is not going to relax in the next few days. Wait until tomorrow to go to the management office and apply for a batch of repair orders. Suyu is now willing to accept any repair work that comes his way. The more repairs he makes, the more experience he gets. Although repairing and recycling a mechanical object gives less experience, but a little adds up to a lot, and it can still maintain the efficiency of upgrading. This is not only to treat the radiation sickness in his body, it is also to speed up the improvement of his own strength. It is not only for the base of the giant god army, which is still far away and out of reach. It is for the present, in order to protect yourself in this ruin. You must not be lax at all. Soon, several days passed. In the evening of this day, just after Suyu had repaired the gun in his hand, he heard the heroic voice of Uncle Yanlai, which he had not heard for a long time. "Su kid." "Busy," Yanlai said. His tone was full of excitement. Behind him, the members of the hunting team led by Yanlai also arrived in full, which was rare. In their eyes, they all had excitement that they couldn't hide. Looking at Suyu's eyes, they were extremely grateful. Looking at Suyu, who was still a little confused, Yanlai laughed and didn't keep him in suspense. "We went out hunting this time, thanks to the guns you provided. The harvest is enough to rank in the top 5 of the hunting team this time." As he said, Yanlai turned his head directly, and the team members behind him immediately understood, and immediately carried 2 large boxes and sent them to Suyu. This is much more than what Suyu had expected. Even if Yanlai's team's hunting gains increased dramatically this time, with a 30% profit share, there wouldn't be so many things. Looking at Suyu's surprised look, Yanlai laughed and said seriously, "Su kid, I was a little worried about your ability before, but after this time, I am completely convinced by you. Your skills are better than your master's. These are our team's trip this time. All the scrap machinery and parts we harvested are here, not as a reward, but as a deposit." "Deposit?" Suyu raised his eyebrows slightly. His eyes flashed with light, as if he thought of something. "You want me to be your team's permanent mechanic?" "Yes." Yanlai smiled slightly and nodded heavily. "As long as you agree. Every time our team goes out in the future, all the parts and mechanical creations we harvest will be handed over to you, as a reward for your priority in repairing, recycling, upgrading and maintaining our mechanical weapons. I wonder what you think," Yanlai said. The look he gave Suyu was also extremely hot, and the teammates behind him were the same. The resident mechanic is the absolute sole core of a hunting team. Although they don't go out hunting, their technical level will directly determine how much a hunting team can gain from risking their lives to explore and hunt outside, and the possibility of returning safely under normal circumstances. A hunting team's resident mechanic can harvest 60% to 70% of the mechanical creations obtained by the hunting team in a hunting expedition. But Su Yu's technical level has already impressed all members of Yan Lai's team. Moreover, Su Yu is still young. His skills may be even higher and more sophisticated in the future. Of course, Su Yu is not without troubles. For example, my radiation sickness is not healed yet, Uncle Yang, and Su Yu looked behind Yan Lai, the two assistants closest to him. One was the sniper Zhang Wu, the other was the scout Li Mao. These two big brothers were quite dissatisfied with Yan Lai, who had helped Su Yu many times, and had even helped Su Yu reduce the amount of tasks. That was when Su Yu had just been infected with radiation sickness. There were a few times when Su Yu was unable to complete the task in time. According to the requirements of the management office, he needed to prepare 13 firearms for Yan Lai's team, but Su Yu only prepared 10. And it was only thanks to Yan Lai's help to cover it up that he was not punished by the management. But Zhang Wu and Li Mao had a few quarrels with Yan Lai because of this. And they were in front of Su Yu. Two brothers. Aren't you worried about this? Feeling Su Yu's gaze, Li Mao touched his nose. Feeling a little embarrassed, Zhang Wu was much more open-minded. And he directly pushed his glasses and stretched out his hand first. To be honest, I still think Captain Yang's handling is a bit too radical. But he looked at Su Yu and said seriously, this time, thanks to the shotgun you repaired, the damage was strong enough, otherwise I might have died in the mouth of the radiation beast, so I am willing to follow the captain and trust you once. Huh? Looking at Yan Lai and others with eager eyes. After a short silence, Su Yu grinned, also showing a smile. Since Uncle Yang and the big brothers have said this, what else can I say? I hope we will have a happy cooperation in the future, Su Yu said, and shook Zhang Wu's hand, which he extended to show his friendship. Seeing Su Yu holding his hand, Zhang Wu also showed a smile in his eyes. But this smile was replaced by embarrassment in an instant, because Su Yu asked mischievously, by the way, Brother Zhang, I remember you should be the sniper in Uncle Yang's team. Why do you listen to me and use that shotgun? Zhang Wu. Chapter 8 Resident Mechanic. The words he used to tease Zhang Wu were just a harmless joke. But after the joke, Su Yu also started to do his work seriously. He glanced at the equipment of Yan Lai and the core fighters of the team Zhang Wu, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Now Su Yu's mechanic level has risen to level 5. This technical level is not in the top 3 in shelter number 73, but it is definitely in the top 5. With his relatively professional eyes, he could tell at a glance that although Yan Lai and his team's equipment seemed to be well maintained, they all had quite a few minor problems. 1 or 2 battles might be fine, but if it was delayed for a little longer, the entire set of equipment would probably have to be returned to the factory for overhaul. This was the disadvantage of not having a mechanic. It is undeniable that Yan Lai has a high charisma, but it is precisely because of his kindness and generosity, which was a bit too idealistic in the wasteland. It also made Yan Lai's team rank high. It has been unable to go up. A considerable part of the materials that could have been used to improve the combat effectiveness of Yan Lai's team was used by Yan Lai's team to help those old members who had to leave the team due to injuries. But this is not without benefits, compared to the internal fighting and disputes that often occur in other hunting teams in the shelter. The unity of Yan Lai's team is also famous. But unity alone is obviously not enough for Yan Lai's team to give any mechanic in the shelter except Master Su Yu, pay them for being the team's permanent mechanics. However, Su Yu has grown up now. As a member who also benefited from Yan Lai's character, he was able to come to the shelter and survive successfully. Su Yu admits that he cannot do the same kindness as Yan Lai in this ruin, but it does not prevent him from admiring, and is willing to do his best to help this generous uncle. Uncle Yan Lai, your next hunt should be in 7 days. Can we extend this time by 3 more days? Su Yu rubbed his face, took a deep breath, and said with a smile, extend 3 more days? Su kid, do you have any ideas? Yan Lai was startled when he heard Su Yu's question, and then he seemed to think of something, and a bright light appeared in his eyes. The other core fighters such as Zhang Wu also opened their eyes wide, expectantly, looking at their eager eyes. Su Yu nodded, he smiled and said, I have some ideas. Uncle Yang and Brother Zhang Wu, don't leave in a hurry. I want to measure your height, weight and other data to see if I can help you repair your equipment and improve it as much as possible in the next period of time. Huh? Hearing Su Yu's affirmative answer, Yan Lai and other spirits were visibly lifted. Tailor-made equipment. This is great for the ruins. Hunting team, for explorers, is definitely a luxury, but it can greatly enhance their ability to survive in the wasteland. As for Yanlai team, since Suyu's master passed away, let alone upgrading and improving their own exclusive equipment, even daily maintenance is difficult to do. Okay, then we'll wait for 3 more days. An hour later. Sent off the expected members of Yanlai team, Suyu's eyes, he also fell back to his repair room. He not only measured the data of the team members, but also kept their old equipment. The idea of creating exclusive equipment is not just to repay the trust given to him by Yanlai's team. Suyu also has his own selfish motives. The 2 boxes of scrap machinery sent by Uncle Yanlai, although there are many, the overall level is not high. There are only a few primary mechanical creations. Even if all are repaired, the experience gained may not be enough to raise Suyu's professional level again. However, the exclusive equipment equipped by the core fighters of Yanlai's team is of elementary grade at the lowest. There are even several intermediate equipment, not to mention improving and upgrading them. Even if it is just maintenance, repair, and upkeep. The experience gained from 1 piece is equivalent to Suyu's recovery and repair of 10 pieces of scrap mechanical artifacts. The rewards are great. Next, it's time to start work. No. Come and help. Suyu rubbed his hands, looking at the equipment and weapons lined up in front of him, with anticipation, called Nono to come over. But at this moment, outside the door of the repair room, there came a strange, but not friendly greeting. Brother Su's skills have really improved by leaps and bounds these days. Do you have any experience? Tell me about it. Suyu looked up and saw a bald young man wearing a leather jacket and greasy jeans, looking shabby. But the rosy cheeks and the powerful voice made Suyu not take the visitor lightly. In this world, even the residents of the shelter, less than 70%, are just struggling to make ends meet. For example, if Suyu had not awakened his career panel, if each upgrade can enhance physical fitness, his body should be thin and weak. A healthy body like the bald young man in front of him is a symbol of status. We should not know each other. Is there anything you need repaired? Repairs? Yes, that's right. I do. The bald young man smiled slightly, walked into the repair room, and unceremoniously pushed the equipment on the counter to Suyu. Half of his body pressed forward, looking down at Suyu, who was sitting behind the counter and work desk. My name is Li Yao. You should have heard of this name. I heard my brother mention it, saying that you have taken a lot of orders from the management office these days. And you have done a good job. People in the management office praised you for improving your efficiency despite being sick, and asked me to learn more from you. Li Yao said, raised his chin, looked at Suyu. So, I came here with my brother's invitation. If you nod, starting tonight, you will be the 3rd permanent mechanic in our Night Fury team, in addition to me and old Mo Li Yao. Night Fury team? Hearing these 2 names, Suyu's eyes also had a hint of understanding. Looking at Li Yao in front of him, his eyes also became more solemn. Suyu had already learned about the recent expansion of the Night Fury team from the management office and Yanlai. And with the expansion of the number of hunters, the demand for mechanics in the Night Fury team is naturally increasing. That old Modu is a mechanic who was coerced and lured by the Night Fury to join. Suyu knew that after his skills and fame were promoted in the shelter, he might be targeted by the Night Fury, but Suyu did not expect that this day would come so soon. Joining the Night Fury, this is not a good thing, Suyu thought in his heart. The Night Fury team, this is the 3rd-ranked hunting team in the shelter. There are more than 50 members. The number of permanent combatants is more than 30, half of whom are extraordinary people. In terms of quantity and quality, they crush Yanlai's team. You should know that the entire Yanlai team, including the logistics team, is less than 20 people. Moreover, as the captain of the Night Evil team, Li He himself is a spiritual extraordinary person with a psychic level of 3 stars. The strength of spiritual extraordinary people far exceeds that of physical extraordinary people. Li He, who is a 3-star top, is at least as strong as a 4-star intermediate physical extraordinary person. In Yanlai's team, only Yanlai, Zhang Wu, and Li Yu, the chief and 2 deputy, are extraordinary people, and their psychic level is only 1 star. Chapter 9 Psychic Star Level, the threat of the Night Fury team. Psychic Star Level. This is the system of grading the superhumans that has been handed down since the Empire era. From low to high, there are 9 stars in total. 1 star to 9 stars. However, according to rumors, the highest star level of superhumans set by the Empire is not 9 stars, but in the eyes of the people on the ruined star, let alone the 9-star superhumans, even the 7 and 8-star superhumans can already dominate one side. As for those above 9 stars, to the people of the ruined star, it was just a rumor. At first glance, the gap between 1 star and 3 stars was not that big, as they were both elementary superhumans, and it was just a small difference in level. But it was not the case. A 1-star superhuman, in front of a 3-star superhuman, had basically no power to fight back, especially he, who was a spiritual superhuman. The difference in strength was even greater. If he was willing, under the suppression of the spiritual superhuman ability, the 3 superhumans of Yang Lai's team might not even be able to make a move, not to mention dealing with the entire Night Fury team. Of course, the shelter is maintained by the management office, and this situation will never be allowed to happen. Hunting teams can compete, but they must not kill each other. Although Su Yu is not sure how much this rule can be implemented, but with this rule, at least in the shelter, Su Yu will not be scared by the Night Fury captain brought out by Li Yao. Captain Li He's appreciation makes me panic, but sorry. I have already signed a contract with Uncle Yang Lai. If it is a normal Night Fury order, I can accept it. But joining the Night Fury and becoming a dedicated mechanic is not necessary. Su Yu replied neither servilely nor arrogantly. For Su Yu, even if there was no Yang Lai, he would not have joined the Night Fury. Su Yu knew the style of the Night Fury very well, and it was impossible to give too many resources to an outsider mechanic like him. Moreover, all the people in the Night Fury team, they all have some arrogance and inexplicable irritability. At first, Su Yu thought it was the style of the Night Fury squad. But over the years, as he lived in the shelter, Su Yu discovered an astonishing fact, that is, the members of the Night Fury squad often become more irritable and arrogant after joining the Night Fury squad than before joining. And they will be more loyal to the Night Fury squad, or to the Night Fury captain Li He himself. After thinking of Li He's identity as a spiritual transcendent, Su Yu would never believe that this had nothing to do with Li He. Therefore, Su Yu would never join the Night Fury squad. It's a breach of contract. My brother admires you very much. And I admire you too, Li Yao said with a fake smile. And? You know I rarely help my brother. If you don't agree, it will be difficult for me to do it. At the end, Li Yao's eyes, there was already a chill. Don't test my patience, brother Su. I really don't like to compare myself with others, and I don't like to be compared with others even more. When my brother asked me to learn more from you, I was already very annoyed. I'll give you one last chance. Nod now. Since my brother appreciates you so much, I was originally only going to give you 10% of the share, but now I'll give you a higher share. You are the same as Lao Modu. From now on, every time my brother's team hunts and harvests mechanical creations, you and Lao Modu, each of them will get 20%. You should know that this share is more than the reward you got from Yang Lai. So don't be ungrateful. Li Yao was really confident when he said this. In his opinion, even if Su Yu cooperated with Yang Lai, just for his arm, Yang Lai's team could give Su Yu 60% of the share, which was considered to be Yang Lai's kindness. As the third-ranked hunting team, the Night Evil team could bring back several trailers of scrap machinery every time they hunted. And 20% of them, it's really higher than the 60% share of Yang Lai's team. Don't you know how to appreciate it? Listening to Li Yao's words, Su Yu's mouth also raised a smile, but his eyes became colder. Sorry. He stared at Li Yao, slowly stood up until he was taller than Li Yao, who was lying on the counter, stretched out 2 fingers, and said slowly, First, the cooperation signed by Uncle Yang Lai and me is that every time Yang Lai's team hunts, all mechanical creations are under my control. Second, even if there is no such point, I will not accept the invitation of the Night Fury team. Please, Mr. Li, don't make it difficult for me. Swish. I heard Su Yu fight back with his own words. Li Yao, who was already unruly, suddenly stepped forward and wanted to grab Su Yu's collar, but before he could do anything, beside him, Nono, who had been assigned by Su Yu, had already sounded the electronic voice without ups and downs. Alarm, alarm, inside the shelter, no fighting, inside the shelter, no fighting, alarm, alarm, inside the shelter. Looking at the Nono display screen, it has been switched to monitoring mode. Li Yao's face, all flushed, finally looked at Su Yu deeply. Good. You are very good. Su Yu. Right. I will remember you. I hope that next time we meet, you can still be so confident. After that, Li Yao left without looking back. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. This is really true. watching Li Yao's back go away. Suyu also showed a little headache, which was rare. He waved his hand to turn off Nua's alarm and closed the door of the repair room. However, headaches are headaches. Suyu did not feel frustrated or regretful. After all, whether it was his hometown or the wasteland, when he stood out in an unfamiliar environment, troubles would inevitably follow. It was just that Li Yao's troubles, it was just a little bigger than Suyu expected. But if Suyu really had to choose again, he would not accept Li Yao's invitation. Not only because Yang Lai had done him a favor, he could not abandon Yang Lai's team and go to the Night Fury team. It was also because, if he went to the Night Fury team, he might die faster. The Night Fury team now has two permanent mechanics. One is the younger brother of the captain of the Night Fury team, Li Yao himself. The other, it was Mr. Mo, a well-known person in the shelter, whose skills were among the top 3 in the entire shelter. However, after Mr. Mo joined the Night Fury team, he was treated well in the early stage. But since his apprentice Li Yao became a master, his status in the Night Fury team has plummeted. And even Mr. Mo's mental state is not as good as before. He has a professional panel, and he can survive and develop. But once he joins the Night Fury team, he has no chance to survive. Not to mention, Captain Li He of the Night Fury squad, his weird mental abilities, and the disgusting style of the Night Fury squad. In this ruin, if you want to survive, you must cherish every minute. Suyu clenched his fist slightly. Without delaying any further, he called Nuo directly, and began to study the equipment in his hand that Yang Lai's team had replaced. Until noon the next day, he raised his head from the workbench, and his eyes, there was a bright light. I roughly know the idea of preliminary improvement. A shelter hunting team is roughly composed of 2 parts: combatants and logistics team. Among them, the main concern of the mechanic is the maintenance of the combatants' equipment. Combatants can be divided into 3 categories: long-range attackers who use firearms, medium-range attackers who use long weapons, and melee attackers who use short weapons and heavy armor. Among them, weapons and firearms for long-range and close-range combat are. There is not much room for improvement. Basically, it is what the shelter can do, the best choice. Even if the shelter's top-ranked mechanic came, he would not be able to make better improvements. All Suyu can do is to maintain them more carefully, and try to repair the minor defects that may affect their power. But for long weapons, I have a better plan. Suyu looked at the 3 long swords on his workbench. His eyes were burning. Chapter 10 Skill Specialization, New Skill Basic Mechanical Manufacturing. These 3 long swords are all chainsaws designed by the master in his early years. According to the master's design ideas, these 3 long swords can be turned on the motor to rotate the chainsaws at critical moments, achieving the attack effect of the chainsaw that Suyu repaired earlier, greatly increasing the damage of the knife. But this also has a disadvantage, that is, once you encounter a radiation beast with scales, even if you don't turn on the motor, simply using it as an ordinary cold weapon for slashing and fighting, the blade of the chainsaw will be damaged quickly. In serious cases, the blade may even break directly after a battle. So later, every time they went out to fight, the 3 fighters would first bring spare chainsaw blades, and replace them when they were worn out, and try to avoid fighting against the scale-armored radiation beasts. But this made the 9th team led by Yang Lai. The original hunting range was reduced. After Suyu pondered, he came up with his own solution. The master's idea of designing the chainsaw long knife was not lazy, but was indeed well thought out. The fighters of Yang Lai's team were generally just ordinary people, but they ate more radioactive beast meat, and their bodies were stronger than ordinary people. But compared with the radioactive beasts in the wilderness, even the radioactive beasts without scales, it is not something that they can easily kill with just cold weapons. Installing a motor, and increasing the lethality through the rotation of the blade, in many cases, will improve the hunting efficiency of Yang Lai's team, which is more beneficial than harmful. It's just that the master is limited by his technical level, and can't achieve the best of both worlds. But Suyu is different. He looked at the chainsaw in front of him, raised his hand slightly, and disassembled the blade of the chainsaw. His eyes were bright. His idea of improvement was very simple. Since the blades can be disassembled, why not go a step further, and make the long weapons of Yang Lai's team into equipment that can switch to different countermeasure weapons according to the type of radiation beast they are fighting. When encountering radiation hyenas without scales or radiation giant ants, use chainsaws. When encountering radiation scorpions with scales or radiation cockroaches, modify them into armor-piercing electric drills. Suyu whispered to himself. And Su? He handed over the preliminary design drawings. It was drawn. However, when he really started to modify it, Suyu realized what it meant to have high expectations but low skills. If you want a long weapon to have multiple applications, there are too many factors to consider. The length of the gun barrel, the size of the counterweight, and the spearhead, the weight of the blade itself, the installation position of the motor, etc. It is difficult to find a balance among them with Suyu's current technical level. However, an afternoon of experimentation was not in vain. Suyu, who had reached level 5 mechanical affinity, could intuitively grasp that as long as he continued to study it unremittingly, he would be able to find the balance and make the design blueprint of this weapon in half a month at most. Of course, Yang Lai's team could not really wait for him in the shelter for half a month. Therefore, Suyu had another shortcut. As long as he could upgrade one more level, with the help of a level 6 mechanic, it will be enough to further improve my research efficiency. In 2 or 3 days at most, I will be able to make a blueprint. Suyu exhaled a breath of foul air, and his eyes turned to the 2 large boxes of scrap equipment that Yang Lai had sent earlier. He started repairing them again. You have completed the repair of a simple protective gear. The difficulty of this work is rated as simple. You have gained 5 points of professional experience. You have gained 10 points of skill experience, basic mechanical repair. You have completed the repair of a primary protective gear. The difficulty of this work is evaluated as simple. You have gained 10 points of professional experience. You have gained 15 points of skill experience, basic mechanical repair. You have completed. Time passed by little. Soon, it was the morning of the 3rd day. After staying up all night, Suyu raised his head, wiped the sweat from his forehead, put the rare intermediate sniper rifle in his hand, on the table, and tightened the last screw of its scope. You have completed the overhaul of an intermediate firearm. The difficulty of this job is rated as extremely difficult. You have gained 300 points of professional experience. You have gained 500 points of skill experience. Your skill experience has been met. Your professional skill, basic mechanical repair, level has been upgraded. Current level, LV10. Congratulations, you have upgraded a professional skill to the maximum level. You can awaken a random professional specialization based on the skill ability at the maximum level. Drawing in progress. Drawing completed. Based on your full level professional skill, basic mechanical repair, you have obtained professional expertise, skilled repairman. Professional expertise, skilled repairman. Bonus effect, when repairing, maintaining, and recycling mechanical creations below the excellence level, the efficiency is increased by 20%. And when making and assembling mechanical creations below the excellence level, the efficiency is increased by 10%. Your professional experience has been met, and your professional, mechanic, level has been upgraded. The current level is LV6, core professional ability, mechanical affinity, level has been upgraded synchronously. Congratulations, you have successfully learned a new professional skill. Congratulations, you have learned basic mechanical manufacturing, LV1. Professional skill, basic mechanical manufacturing. Skill effect. You can try to assemble mechanical creations below the excellence level by consuming parts without a blueprint. The success rate is determined by the professional level and professional skill level. The current success rate is primary mechanical creation success rate, 30%, intermediate, 5%, advanced, 0.1%. Note, with the blueprint, the success rate of all creations will be doubled to tripled. The effect of the improvement depends on the quality of the blueprint. As the last prompt sounded, Suyu also came back to his senses from the bombardment of prompt messages. Looking at his brand new career panel, his eyes were full of surprise. Professional specialization? There are also new career skills? Suyu called out the career panel and carefully browsed the introduction of the 2 newly opened abilities. I was getting more and more excited. I won't talk about the newly opened professional specialization. With this, my repair efficiency can be improved. And for Suyu, who has a professional panel, the higher the repair efficiency, the faster the experience gain will be. As for the newly learned professional skill, basic mechanical manufacturing, it came at an extremely timely moment. Chapter 11 Multi-Purpose Battle Spear, Exchange for Potions. The emergence of a new set of equipment, having the equipment design blueprint, is only the first step. Making the blueprint into reality is more difficult than simply making a blueprint. The improved weapon Multi-Purpose Battle Spear. Designed by Suyu, although it greatly increases the hunting range of the combatants of Yang Lai's team, the design difficulty is also very high. Even if the blueprint is made, Suyu is not 100% sure he will definitely be able to finish the product before Yang Li's team sets out next time. He has made preparations. If it doesn't work, he will make a few more sets of chainsaw blades and let Yang Li's team keep them as backup. When they come back next time, he will replace their equipment. But now, Suyu's confidence has soared again. The basic success rate of primary mechanical creation is 30%. And as long as the blueprint can be produced, the manufacturing success rate can be more than doubled. Even if his blueprint is bad, as long as he can make a design blueprint approved by the system, a 60% manufacturing success rate is guaranteed. For the mechanics of the shelter, improving a piece of weapon with a 60% success rate is a pretty high probability. Right? However, although he was excited, Suyu did not rush to start work immediately. Instead, he temporarily closed the door of the repair shop and went to the resident management office of the shelter. After this period of repair work, the contribution points he had accumulated in the management office were enough to get another bottle of anti-radiation medicine. After his professional level was promoted to LV6, Suyu's physical condition had recovered to 70%. Even if he didn't use the anti-radiation medicine, there would be no problem. But Suyu was still going to exchange for another bottle. Not for anything else, but mainly to conceal his tracks. Without more anti-radiation medicine, Suyu couldn't explain to others why his arm recovered so quickly. Putting on a long-sleeve jacket, Suyu came to the shelter management office and handed in his shelter resident ID card at the exchange counter. After waiting for a while, "I'm sorry, Mr. Suyu. All the anti-radiation drugs for this month have been exchanged. Please come back another day." Behind the counter, a middle-aged man with glasses, a big belly, and a typical appearance of those Westerners in Suyu's hometown in Blue Star in his previous life raised his head from behind the counter. The red trough nose twitched, and the small eyes squinted behind the glasses radiated a playful light. He apologized to Suyu with a fake smile. "The exchange is completed? How is it possible?" Suyu frowned instinctively. Anti-radiation drugs are very precious. But shelter number 73 has a complete anti-radiation drug production line. And there is even a surplus of them for sale. It is an important trade category in the shelter. Moreover, the contribution value required to exchange the anti-radiation medicine for the residents of the shelter is extremely high. The shelter gives out a quota of 20 bottles of exchangeable medicine every month. And it is often the norm that not a single bottle has been exchanged by the end of the month. How could it be possible that there is no exchangeable quota when it comes to me? "Can you show me the exchange list?" Suyu said in a deep voice. "I'm sorry. I think this exchange list involves the privacy of other residents of the shelter. Please, Mr. Suyu, please stop making things difficult for Manager Aizen." "Right. Manager Aizen?" Suyu had just finished speaking. Beside him, a voice that was somewhat familiar to Suyu came. Liao had a cold smile on his face and stared at Suyu with a look of extreme sarcasm. Behind the counter, Manager Aizen said righteously, "Mr. Liao is right. Mr. Suyu, please don't make things difficult for me." Looking at the two of them singing the same tune, Suyu's eyes also flashed a hint of coldness. Although he knew that the earlier conflict would inevitably bring new troubles, but Liao's move still made Suyu feel threatened. He certainly didn't need the anti-radiation potion now. Even if he stopped for a month, he was not afraid. It was just that when he exchanged the anti-radiation potion again, he would have to wear thicker clothes. But if he didn't have a professional panel, Liao's operation, that is forcing him to die. Killing with a soft knife, but it must be more vicious and bloodless. The wasteland is really worthy of being a wasteland. They will take people's lives at any time. Suyu murmured softly. But he didn't talk nonsense with Liao and the others, and was ready to turn around and leave. But at this moment, two familiar voices came from behind Suyu. "Brother Su, wait a minute." One of the two core fighters of the 9th team led by Yan Li Mao, who was in charge of the scout position, smiled and called Suyu. Zhang Wu, who was next to him, took a step forward and gently pushed Liao, who was blocking the counter, away with his shoulder. His eyes were as sharp as those of an eagle, and he stared at the fat-bellied Aizen behind the counter. Although Aizen was a supervisor, he was just an ordinary person. He was able to sit in this position purely because of the favor left by his father. At this moment, Zhang Wu, who was the sniper of the 9th team, stared at him with such a compelling gaze. Sweat immediately began to ooze out of his broad forehead. And he just managed to say, "You. What's the matter with you?" "Nothing. But I remember that the management office should have a rule that important shelter residents who have enough contribution points but have to wait until the next exchange due to insufficient material exchange quotas are eligible to apply to the management office to view the exchange list to avoid corruption. Director Eisen didn't remember this. Still, don't you think, Mr. Suyu, the position of shelter mechanic is not up to the standard of important shelter resident? Jong-woo said softly. His free right hand, however, had already been casually placed next to the exchange counter, next to the phone that could directly dial the shelter management committee office. Looking at Jong-woo's free hand, it was tapping the counter rhythmically. The sweat on Eisen's forehead finally couldn't stop and began to slide down. He took a deep breath, looked helplessly at Liao, whose face had turned pale, and then forced out a flattering smile to look at Jong-woo, smiling. Why are you so excited, Mr. Jong-woo? Let me check the exchange list again. Maybe I just read it wrong. As he said, Eisen quickly took out the exchange list and glanced at it, then said in an exaggerated tone, Yes, I really read it wrong. Mr. Suyu, there is actually a quota for a bottle of anti-radiation medicine here. Do you want to exchange now? Hearing Eisen's words, Suyu did not rush to agree, but looked at Jong-woo in front of him. Jong-woo gave him a smile, then looked at Eisen, slowly said, Only one bottle? Okay, there are still 15 bottles, really. There are only 15 bottles left. Eisen said. He took the initiative to put the exchange list on the counter, said anxiously. Okay, Brother Su, Manager Eisen has already said, how many bottles do you plan to exchange? After hearing Jong-woo's call, Suyu couldn't help but smile. After a little hesitation, he spoke decisively. Then I'll exchange 3 bottles first. Mr. Jong. Suyu's words. Before he finished, next to him Li Yao, who had been livid since Jong-woo and Li Mao came, suddenly spoke. He didn't look at Suyu, but stared at Jong-woo in front of him, word by word. You have to know, there are some things you are not qualified to manage, and the stupid bear named Yang Lai behind you is also not qualified. Chapter 12 Captain of the Night Fury Squad. Excuse me, Mr. Li. What are you talking about? I don't quite understand what you are saying. Jong-woo looked calm and fearlessly looked at Li Yao. That day, Li Yao came to trouble Suyu. But Suyu alone resisted the matter. The members of the 9th Squad soon received the news. The members of the 9th Squad were extremely grateful and admired for Suyu, who stood on the side of the 9th Squad and did not hesitate to clash with the Night Fury Squad. Seeing that Li Yao was trying to trip up Suyu again, Jong-woo and Li Mao, how could they just stand by and watch? Huh? Listening to Jong-woo's words, Li Yao couldn't help but grit his teeth, let out a heavy breath, and then showed a bright smile. But those eyes were chilling. Very good, I will have a good talk with my brother about the enthusiasm of the 9th Squad today. After that, Li Yao looked at Suyu, just as he was about to speak again. Suyu spoke first, but he was talking to Eisen behind the counter. In addition, I am also going to apply for the order that the management office has put up to produce at least 90 simple equipment or 30 primary equipment within a month. Manager Eisen, please sort out the materials that come with this order and send them to the repair shop for me, Suyu said slowly. Hearing Suyu's words, Jong-woo and Li Mao beside him were stunned for a moment, and then looked at Suyu with eyes full of admiration. And Li Yao, after a short moment of daze, also understood the deep meaning behind Suyu's order application. The coldness in their eyes became more and more intense, but deep in this coldness, the fear and jealousy could not be concealed. Within a month, make 90 simple equipment or 30 primary equipment. Being able to complete it in such a short time means that Suyu's technical level is already qualified to rank among the top 3 in the shelter. Such technical strength is definitely enough for him to attract the attention of the shelter's top management, even if Suyu fails to complete the task successfully in the end. In this month, the various high-level supervisors will also pay extra attention to Suyu. In this way, Li Yao's method of tripping him up today will no longer be used. And if Suyu, he could take this opportunity to show his technical level in this month of peace. Then in the future, even the Night Fury team might not be able to touch him. How could Li Yao tolerate this? He had been severely punished by his brother for failing to recruit Suyu and falling out with Suyu. Now, Suyu was about to enter the vision of the shelter's top management again? Li Yao was so confused that he didn't even bother to say anything harsh. He turned around and left in a hurry. And Li Yao, the ally, had left. The director Eisen, who was only a nominal director, was actually not qualified to participate in the management meeting of the shelter's top management. and was even more like a deflated ball. He did not dare to disobey Su Yu's request even a word. He prepared all the materials Su Yu needed as quickly as possible, and respectfully sent Su Yu out of the exchange counter. After leaving the exchange counter, Zhang Wu and Li Mao, but they all looked excited. Especially Li Mao, his eyes were full of envy when he looked at Su Yu. "Brother Su, you are really smart. How did you think of using that order to force Li Yao away? You didn't see, when Li Yao finally left, his face? He was almost scared. It was really gratifying. Li Yao's character has always been rebellious, and with the support of the Night Fury team, he was used to being domineering in the shelter. Li Mao and Zhang Wu, they had long been fed up with him, but because Li Yao's backing was indeed strong, they could only turn a blind eye. At this moment, seeing that Li Yao finally suffered a loss, they all applauded, and Zhang Wu was more meticulous. Looking at Su Yu seriously, he said, "Brother Su, can you finish your work in time? If time is tight, you can stop our equipment improvement work for a while. Simple maintenance will be enough." Brother Zhang is right. The order from the management office is the most important. Finish it sooner. Then the Night Evil Squad will not dare to embarrass you. Brother Su. After hearing Zhang Wu's words, Li Mao came back to his senses, and said to Su Yu with a smile. Listening to the two people's serious and caring words, Su Yu felt quite warm in his heart. However, since he accepted the order, he would naturally have the confidence to complete it. "Don't worry, brothers. I know what I am doing." Looking at Su Yu's confident look, Zhang Wu and Li Mao were a little curious about how Su Yu was going to complete it. But this kind of thing involves one's personal skills. They did not ask any more questions, but nodded seriously. "If you need any help, let us know at any time." Su Yu nodded, said goodbye to Zhang Wu and Li Mao, who helped him deliver the parts and supplies to the repair shop, and then closed the door of the repair shop, let out a long breath, looked at the 10 boxes of parts and equipment he had received. His eyes were also extremely eager. "With these 10 boxes of parts, the equipment assembled, it should be enough to upgrade my basic mechanical manufacturing by several levels. There are still 7 days before Yang Lai's team sets out for the next round of hunting." Su Yu pondered for a moment, and made a preliminary allocation. In the next 3 days, assemble a batch of primary equipment first to raise the level of basic mechanical manufacturing. The experience of assembling mechanical equipment is also much more than the general repair, maintenance, recycling and maintenance. After 3 days, maybe my mechanic level can be improved. In this way, the remaining 4 days should be enough to make mechanical blueprints and complete the initial improvement and replacement of the weapons and equipment of the 9th Squadron. No. Come and help us. We are going to start working. Just as Su Yu was engaged in a new round of equipment assembly. At the same time, in the meeting room of the Night Fury Squadron, "Mr. Li, you really gave our team a lot of. I've caused a big trouble." Several fighters of the Night Fury Squad frowned, and felt a little uncomfortable. And Li Yao also had a dark face, and an angry look in his eyes, but he didn't dare to talk back. These fighters are not his friends like Aizen and others outside. They are the core of the Night Fury Squad. Their strength is basically at the 2-star level. They are his brother Li He's important right-hand men. When they complain, even Li He will listen to them, not to mention Li Yao. Seeing Li Yao's gloomy face and silent, a mature Night Fury team member spoke up to smooth things over. "Well, it's already happened. It's no use blaming Li Xiao. Besides, isn't it that kid Su Yu who caused the trouble because he didn't know how to appreciate others?" All the members of the Night Fury team nodded slightly when they heard this. As for the harsh conditions that Li Yao offered to Su Yu, and his extremely strong attitude, they didn't care at all. In their opinion, the fact that the Night Furies were willing to invite Su Yu, a junior mechanic, was a blessing in itself. Even now, they were troubled and annoyed. Not because they were worried that Su Yu's skills would grow too fast and cause them trouble. It was simply because Su Yu's growth would make the Night Furies lose face. "Can't we kill him?" A member of the Night Furies raised his head, with a fierce light in his eyes. "At least not this month, moreover. His skill level, maybe next month, he will really catch the attention of the higher-ups," Li Yao said in a muffled voice. What he did not explain was that, even if the Night Fury team could get the higher-ups to turn a blind eye and let them attack Su Yu, there were more than just one hunting team in shelter number 73. The hunting teams ranked first and second, after knowing Su Yu's skills, would definitely be tempted and compete with the Night Furies for him. It will only allow that Su Yu to take advantage, and let him step on Yi Fu to get to the top. Hearing Li Yao's words, In the narrow room of the shelter, which was already a spacious conference room, the atmosphere became more and more depressing. At this moment, a cold and heavy voice came from outside the door. The top management, as well as Wolfpack and Shanlon. Don't worry. They won't recruit this Suyu. Yanlai's 9th team. When will the next hunt be? Arrange a team of people to find a way to deal with him. Do you understand? Chapter 13 4-Star Spiritual Master? Accompanied by the voice. In the meeting room, the members of the Night Fury team stood up in a hurry. Even Li Yao was no exception, looking at the newcomer with deep awe. Brother! Li Yao hurriedly called out. Captain! The other fighters, including the core fighters, also spoke respectfully, with a very respectful tone. The one who walked in was a strong man in his 30s. He was not tall, but his eyes were surprisingly bright, like a vulture staring at its prey. Anyone who was locked in his gaze would lower their heads unconsciously, and dare not look at him. This was the captain of the Night Fury team. The Night Fury. And also the only spiritual transcendent who had reached the top 3-star level in the entire number 73 shelter. Li He? After hearing Li He's words, Li Yao and others could not help but wonder. He asked. The higher-ups didn't say anything. How did the captain convince the Wolf Pack and Shanlon? Are they going to kill Yanlai's team? Will the higher-ups be dissatisfied with us? Several core fighters asked first, all with a bit of shock. And Li Yao knows a little more. After the shock, he thought of a guess in his mind, and there was ecstasy in his eyes. Li He nodded to Li Yao, which confirmed his guess. His eyes fell on his subordinates, and he took a deep breath. He didn't say anything. He just raised a finger and pointed at a dumbbell placed in the corner of the meeting room. Crack! Accompanied by a crisp breaking sound. In the middle of the dumbbell bar, which was several centimeters thick, was actually broken by an invisible force. It was as if an invisible blade was chopped down, causing the members of the Night Fury team present to. They all held their breath involuntarily. And then, their eyes were filled with boundless surprise. Is this the condensation of telekinesis? The captain's psychic level has broken into the 4-star, and he has become a mid-level spiritualist? The members of the Night Fury team were all extremely surprised. Indeed, there are other 4-star transcendents in the shelter, but those few are all physical transcendents. As for the spiritual transcendents, once they achieve 4 stars, their telekinesis can be condensed into substance. Just like before, Li He broke the dumbbell bar silently. Unless he is also a spiritual transcendent, it is difficult for ordinary physical transcendents to detect the killing intent. The actual combat power of a 4-star spiritual transcendent is enough to suppress several physical transcendents of the same star level. This is also the source of Li Yao's ecstasy. If his brother breaks into the 4-star spiritual power, his brother will be the strongest in the entire number 73 shelter. Under this premise, not to mention the number 1 Wolf Pack squad, the number 2 Shaman squad, even the managers of the shelter, will also give the Night Evil squad a green light. What's the big deal about destroying Yanlai's squad? It's no problem to rush into Yanlai's camp right now, and slaughter them all. Looking at the excited looks of the team members, Li He's face also showed a hint of complacency, but he suppressed it in an instant, and said lightly, this is just the initial concentration of telekinesis. There is still a long way to go before I can achieve true 4-star spiritual power. But, Li He's tone was a little more domineering. In 3 months at most, I will be able to become a true 4-star spiritual master. Before that, our Night Fury team will already be able to get some privileges. Of course, just a few. Li He said. He looked at his most brutal core fighters. You understand what I mean? Don't worry, Captain. We understand. Those core fighters were all at the top level of 2 stars. In the past, they were all very careless and unscrupulous in front of Li He. But now, feeling Li He's gaze on them, they all shuddered involuntarily, nodded hurriedly and said, we will pay attention. We will never go beyond the limit, and we will ensure that there will be no clues left. Very good. Li He nodded. His eyes fell on Li Yao again. Feeling the dissatisfaction and coldness in his brother's eyes, Li Yao couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and hurriedly lowered his head in fear, looking like a good boy who admitted his mistake. Brother, Pa! Before he finished speaking, his cheek was hit by an invisible slap, and his whole body was staggered backwards by this slap of memory, and blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. His appearance was extremely miserable. I'll teach you a lesson, are you convinced? I'm convinced, I'm convinced. Li Yao didn't even dare to touch the wound on his mouth. He lowered his head incoherently, and spoke in panic. Next time I ask you to do something like recruiting, do you know what to do? I know, I won't be arrogant anymore. Pa! Before Li Yao finished speaking, his empty right cheek was slapped hard again. Wrong, why can't you be arrogant anymore? Next time, you are the younger brother of the first person in shelter number 73. You have the right to be arrogant. Am I asking you not to be arrogant? Li He stared at Li Yao, his eyes cold and his words persuading. But, can you be arrogant? Li Yao couldn't help but look up, staring at his brother blankly. And he felt a little stupid. If he could be arrogant, then why did his brother beat him? What did you do after you failed to recruit him the first time? Huh? Li He said coldly. Li Yao was startled. And then? He shuddered, and instantly woke up like a drink of ambrosia. I know. Next time something similar happens, I will tell my brother immediately. I will never be smart and make other arrangements. That's right. Li finally showed a satisfied smile, and his eyes swept over the other subordinates behind him. Remember, as my subordinates, it's okay to be arrogant. But if you are beaten back, just tell me. Can't I help you kill those who dare not respect our night demons? Do you understand? Listening to Li He's persuasive words, in the conference room, Li Yao and others, including the core fighters, who have always been tyrannical and domineering, and who are quite strong in front of Li He, all took a breath involuntarily, and looked at Li He standing in the center of the conference room. All of them felt like they were looking at a god. A god who is willing to protect them, and roam freely in this wasteland. They can't help but bow down to Li He. Their voices are trembling with excitement. Yes. Captain. We understand. Okay. Let's go down. Looking at the loyalty flashing in their eyes, there is a hint of madness. Li He's smile is getting more and more satisfied. He waved his hand slightly, indicating that they can leave, until the last person walked out of the conference room and closed the door. Li He slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, his eyes slightly dimmed. At this moment, with the position where he was standing as the center of the circle, an invisible, strange spiritual energy was quietly released, filling the entire conference room. Under the influence of this spiritual energy, in the conference room, all members of the Night Fury team from Li Yao onwards, where they had been standing before, had more wisps of gray mist-like spiritual energy escaping from the subspace. Then it twisted, shook, and finally, it turned into similar human projections, bowed respectfully, and surrounded Li He. Then, along with the force field formed by the strange spiritual energy in Li Yao's body, it pulled. These gray mist-like spiritual energy condensed human figures, and were swallowed up and merged by Li He as he breathed in and out, until the last human figure was swallowed into Li He's body. When he opened his eyes again, in his eyes, the sharp eyes like a vulture, but became brighter and brighter. It's almost there. It's almost there. The meditation method from the Supreme Being is much better than I thought. Li He recalled that when he had just awakened his spiritual supernatural power, he accidentally entered the subspace, and saw a shadow in the subspace. Just that shadow let Li He get this strange meditation method. Fortunately, it was just a shadow. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to look directly at that existence. A trace of fear flashed through Li He's eyes. Wait until Yang Lai's team is completely wiped out, the other teams in the shelter are shocked, and then Suyu is dealt with. By that time, my spiritual power should be able to grow to 4 stars. By that time, the entire shelter will become the nutrients for my growth and promotion. And maybe I can see that supreme existence again, feeling the spiritual energy that is constantly rotating and condensing in his mind. A trace of intoxication flashed through Li He's eyes, and he whispered softly, and his tone, there was boundless eagerness and expectation. Chapter 14: The Power of Psychic Superhumans. What are the main strengths of psychic superhumans? In the repair room, he came to get the repaired equipment, and let the team members continue to hone their strength. When Yang Lai heard Suyu's question, he raised his eyebrows, and his heart moved, and he had already thought of the reason why Suyu asked this question. Are you worried about the Night Fury team? Suyu did not hide it, and nodded directly. He was very concerned about psychic superhumans. It was indeed quite curious. In the entire number 73 shelter, there were more than 100 extraordinary people, but among them, there were only a few spiritual extraordinary people, including Li He. And they were all concentrated in the Night Fury team. What were their methods? How strong were they? Suyu alone could not give much information, so he could only ask Yang Lai for advice. At present, the conflict between the two sides had a tendency to be irreconcilable. As the biggest backer behind Li Yao, fighting to the end, that rather mysterious 3-star spiritual superhuman, Li He, will definitely take action. Suyu naturally needs to prepare some intelligence in advance. Although Yang Lai understands why Suyu asked this question, he can do nothing to help Suyu with this question. Spiritual superhumans are too mysterious. The cultivation of physical superhumans is much easier to understand. Constantly polishing the physical body. As long as there is talent, when the physical body is refined to a certain level, it will naturally be able to feel the spiritual energy from the subspace, and he absorbed it without any instruction, refined it into his body, and made it a part of his power. But the meditation of the spiritual supernatural is much more obscure and profound. If people with supernatural qualifications are 1 in 100, then people with spiritual supernatural potential should be 1 in 10,000 or even 1 in 100,000. Moreover, it is not enough to just have potential. You also have to find a meditation method that is unique to you. Being able to use meditation to open the subspace channel and receive spiritual energy from the subspace. At this point, one can be considered a qualified spiritual supernatural being, and the entire shelter number 73 is judged by this standard. Except for Li He, the other 2 spiritual supernatural beings are not qualified. They have been supernatural beings for nearly 10 years, but their telekinesis level is not much higher than before, and it can be said that there is no progress at all. So, Li He has his own meditation method? Seeing Yang Lai nod, Suyu frowned slightly, and his headache became worse. He had also seen the name of meditation in the imperial propaganda magazines collected by his master. However, in the magazine introduction, it did not say that meditation methods depended on personal exploration, and that there were different methods for different people. Instead, there was a special system for teaching meditation methods. And basically, as long as one had extraordinary qualifications and could contact spiritual energy, one could become a spiritual extraordinary through the meditation method taught in the imperial school. The level of talent can only affect how far they can go on this road. But it does not prevent them from mastering spiritual energy and tapping into their own extraordinary consciousness. It makes people sigh at the glory of the empire. In addition, Suyu also learned an important piece of information in that article. That is, each set of meditation methods has its own unique spiritual energy secret method. And as its strength grows, its power will increase simultaneously. This volume of spiritual secret methods, this is the foundation of a spiritualist. Just for the captain of the Night Fury, Li he was able to grow from an unknown scavenger to the top master of shelter number 73 within 5 years of becoming a spiritualist. The meditation method in his hand may not be too bad in quality, and the psychic secret method is probably quite difficult. I really encountered a big trouble. Suyu clenched his fist slightly and smiled helplessly. And Yang Lai next to him, seeing his look, he couldn't help but whispered, "How about, Brother Su? Please lower your head. Don't worry about us. Go talk to the Night Evil team first. Maybe they will consider cooperation." Suyu shook his head. His expression was very calm. "Uncle Yang, you are overthinking. You have been in the shelter longer than me. Do you think that Captain Li he would be willing to make peace?" Hearing Suyu's words, Yang Lai was also speechless for a moment. Indeed, Li Yao's arrogance is not just due to his personality. Almost all members of the Night Fury squad have this style. The reason for this lies in Li He, the captain of the Night Fury squad. His personality is even more cold and cruel. Most of the people he targets end up in a miserable state. To put it bluntly, when Suyu showed his skills as a mechanic and threatened Li Yao's position, whether he was willing to join the Night Fury squad or not, his ending is destined to be not very wonderful. Huh? Looking at Suyu's headache, Yang Lai, however, let out a heavy breath, put the teacup in his hand on the table, stared at Suyu and said solemnly, "Brother Su, you don't have to worry too much. Since we have already signed the contract, our 9th team will naturally stand by you. No matter how arrogant the Night Fury team is, they dare not use force in the shelter. In addition, the order you received, your safety for this month can be guaranteed. In 1 month, with your skills, our 9th team will work together, and we may be able to improve our ranking, and let the high-level committee pay more attention to our 9th team. With our combined efforts, we may be able to make the Night Evil team afraid to act rashly." Listening to Yang Lai's generous statement, Suyu was also a little moved. He didn't say much, just a slight nod, and his attitude all made clear. So, time began to move forward again. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, until 7 days later. Night Fury Squad's base. Yan Lai's 9th squad. This time it took a full half-month to set off? What's wrong with them? Did they get so much from hunting last time that they were too lazy to move? A core fighter of the Night Fury Squad said with dissatisfaction. We got the information. It is said that the kid named Suyu upgraded and polished the weapons and equipment for Yan Lai and his men. And he also seemed to have improved new weapons for them. Which is why it took so long. Improved new weapons? And upgraded equipment? After hearing the information brought by the scouts, several core fighters of the Night Fury team were startled. And then, they all had unconcealed sarcasm in their eyes. Did I hear it wrong? He is a kid under 20 years old, still have the guts to talk about upgrading equipment. Improving weapons? Team 9 is really desperate. Aren't you afraid that your weapons will explode when you fight against the radiation beast? Listening to the mocking words of the core fighters, the scout in charge of gathering intelligence also smiled apologetically, but there was still a trace of worry in his eyes. He saw with his own eyes the new equipment that the members of Yan Lai's team brought out from Suyu's repair room. That didn't look like real stuff. Yan, okay, you go down. It's enough to know that the 9th squad is ready to go. Notify the subordinates. Let them cheer up. I'm going to catch up on some sleep. I don't know what happened these days. I'm getting more and more tired. Several core fighters waved their hands, arranged their subordinates to rest, and prepared to follow Yan Lai's team tomorrow and set off to the wilderness. On the other side, in front of the repair room, Yan Lai, who took various new equipment from Suyu, Zhang Wu and other members of the 9th squad, everyone opened their eyes wide, looking at the new equipment that Suyu prepared for them, and was shocked and speechless. Can these things really be prepared in half a month? Listening to Yan Lai's heartfelt sigh, Suyu smiled slightly, but did not stop the action of his hands, and directly put the last 2 secret weapons on the trailer. This is, seeing the 2 boxes of equipment that Suyu took out at the end. Not to mention the fighters of the 9th team. Even the ordinary members in charge of logistics couldn't help but come over curiously, and then one by one, they all showed surprised eyes. Chapter 15 Suyu's Preparations. On the trailer, after opening the first box, there were neatly stacked serrated blades and steel spearheads, each equipped with 9 pieces. In addition, there were replacement saw teeth and spare motors for Yan Lai's chainsaw, spare knives, and shields for melee fighters. A dazzling array of items, basically covering the entire 9th squad, the weapons and equipment parts that might need to be replaced in the wilderness. Let Yan Lai and others, they were all a little dumbfounded. This is too much. Under normal circumstances, even if they were hunting outside for half a month, they would not use so many equipments that needed to be replaced. Just in case, it's better to be careful, Suyu said seriously. Originally, he didn't want to make so many spare parts, but in the past few days of chatting with Yan Lai, Suyu also knew that for a hunting team, hunting outside, when casualties are most likely to occur, it was not when they had just entered the wilderness, but when they had harvested a lot and deliberately chose to return from a safe route. In the wilderness, there is no absolutely safe route. No matter how safe the route is, there may be sudden attacks by radioactive beasts. When each hunting team returns, basically, their equipment is already damaged. Without enough spare parts, their combat power will be reduced to less than 50%. This is the moment when most hunting teams suffer the most casualties. Therefore, Suyu specially prepared this batch of supplies, and Suyu opened the second box with a stern face. The robot Nono lit up the display screen, flashing, lying in the box, and Yan Lai and the robot looked at each other affectionately, making Zhang Wu and others beside them see the feeling of confusion from the robot's face for no reason. What does this mean? It took Yan Lai a while to come back to his senses from Nono's confused expression and look at Suyu. I have made a simple modification to Nono. It can be directly fixed on the trailer, and can record 360 degrees of surveillance at the same time. It also has multiple storage hard disks. Once recording begins, each hard disk will synchronously copy a video file. When hunting outside, if you encounter other hunting teams launching malicious attacks on you, don't hesitate. Don't fight. All members will carry a hard disk and start to break out and evacuate separately. There are 19 members in the 9th team. As long as one of them succeeds in breaking through, the lives of the others who are attacked will not be in danger. This is too exaggerated. Hunting teams attacking each other has never happened before in shelter number 73. Yan Lai couldn't help but speak, thinking that Suyu was too nervous. But Zhang Wu and Li Mao next to him shook their heads and looked at Suyu with a more serious look. Captain, Brother Su is right. It is safer to take Nuonyo with you. Our captain is too righteous and generous. And the negative trait brought by this character is naivety. But Zhang Wu and Li Mao are different. Before entering the shelter, they were actually scavengers in the wilderness for a long time. To some extent, they know more about the cruelty of the fight in the ruins than Yan Lai. Hearing that his two deputies said so, looking at Suyu's serious expression, Yan Lai didn't refuse after all. He took Nuonyo with him and boarded the trailer to the wilderness. What's going on? He watched the 9th squad walk out of the shelter. The core fighters of the Night Fury squad following behind were all dumbfounded. Behind the transport trailer of the 9th squad, Nuonyo's body was tightly protected in a box, leaving only a 360-degree detection eye hanging outside, which made the 5 core fighters of the Night Fury squad following behind, all of them changed color slightly. Damn it, it's that kid named Suyu. He's really so cautious. Although the personalities of several core fighters have become violent and cruel due to Li He's leadership, they are not stupid, especially after Li He's advance warning, they learned to act cautiously. With their strength, 3 2-star physical transcendence, 2 1-star spiritual transcendence, 5 people join forces, it is not difficult to capture Yan Lai, Zhang Wu and other core members of the team. But it is difficult to keep all the members of the 9th team. In this way, they dare not gamble whether anyone can escape with the battle video. Once someone escapes back, their crimes will inevitably attract the investigation of the shelter. Again, Li He has shown considerable strength. But this does not mean that the top leaders of the shelter have completely succumbed to him. Quite the opposite. Whether it was the official supervisors of the shelter's high-level committee, the Wolf Pack, or the Shanlan team, they were all waiting for an opportunity, a reason to reasonably strangle Li He and his Night Fury team, a force that might take away their power in the cradle. If they gave the shelter's high-level officials a reason, with their captain's cruel nature, they had no doubt that the captain would execute them first. Used to shut up the upper echelons of the shelter, as well as the Wolf Pack and Shanlan, these two teams. Well, we can't just watch them go away. Can we? A fighter couldn't help but whispered. Idiot, what if you can't do it directly? Don't forget, this is the wilderness. As long as you do it well, you don't need to do it, you can still kill people. A skinny man whispered, his tone, all of them were extremely vicious. Set off Yan Lai's team. Suyu, on his side, entered a new round of repairs. He still had quite a few of the materials he had received from the management office, which had not been assembled yet. Also, when he helped the 9th team update its equipment, he also replaced a lot of obsolete equipment, which was also a new source of experience. You have completed the assembly of a primary firearm. The difficulty of this work is rated as medium. You have gained 100 points of professional experience. You have gained 150 skill experience points, basic mechanical manufacturing. You have completed the recycling of a piece of primary equipment. The difficulty of this work is evaluated as simple. You have gained professional experience, 10 points. You have completed the repair of a piece of primary equipment. Soon, another half a month has passed. During this half a month, Suyu not only completed the order of the management office ahead of schedule, but also truly gained the recognition and attention of the senior management of the shelter. It is considered that in the shelter, with the initial ability to protect himself, he raised his professional level to level 8. And the skill of basic mechanical manufacturing was also successfully upgraded to level 7 by Suyu. Level 7 basic mechanical manufacturing, even without a blueprint, still has a success rate of up to 50% to design primary equipment. The success rate of intermediate equipment has also increased from the original 5% to 20%. Even the success rate of advanced equipment manufacturing, which originally had a success rate of only 1 in 1,000, all of them have been raised to 1%. This made Suyu feel a little excited. After the basic mechanical manufacturing skill is fully upgraded, he will eventually be able to achieve the basic success rate. It doesn't matter if the success rate of advanced equipment is lower, as long as the success rate of intermediate equipment can reach 50%, no, at least 40%. Then it will be much easier for me to gain experience in the future. When the success rate of intermediate equipment reaches 40%, adding the blueprints, minimum doubled success rate, that's an 80% success rate. For 5 intermediate equipment, there will be at most 1 failed product. Such efficiency is enough to give Suyu confidence that he can upgrade his mechanic profession to the maximum level within a month. After all, he is now a mechanic level 9, only 5% of the experience points are missing. 1 month. Even if the equipment to be repaired and maintained is below the intermediate level, a little bit adds up to a lot. And it is enough for Suyu to accumulate the experience bar from level 9 to level 10. After the profession is fully upgraded. According to the introduction of the profession panel, Suyu can start to take up a new cornerstone profession. Suyu looked at the two profession options he had unlocked. Whether it is a fighter or a gunsmith, they are both combat professions. Once employed, my survival rate in the wasteland will be greatly increased. Moreover, after the two cornerstone professions reach the maximum level, you can switch to a first-level profession. Compared with the basic cornerstone profession, the first-level profession should be the real beginning. Chapter 16 The Night Fury Squad. Really? There are so many talented people. Suyu whispered to himself, his eyes, there was a flash of expectation. However, expectation is expectation. In the following week, Suyu inevitably became idle. Firstly, because the management office no longer had many orders. Secondly, because of the grudge between Suyu and the Night Fury Squad, the residents of the shelter, although they all knew that Suyu's skills were no longer what they used to be, but few people dared to come to Suyu's door to do business. But Suyu was not in a hurry. Around next month, the management office would have new orders. And this time, Yan Lai's 9th team had their own replacement equipment, so they would not lose much. He was also happy to be free, rest for a week, and enjoy the long-lost leisure time since he fell ill. But Suyu did not rest for too long. At the beginning of the new month, he received the worst news. Brother Su, I'm so sorry. Yan Lai, Zhang Wu, and Li Mao, along with more than 10 members of the 9th team, appeared in front of Suyu's repair shop with a dusty face. Suyu was trying to conceive some drawings of new weapons. This was the benefit he gained after unlocking basic mechanical manufacturing. Originally, the drawing Suyu drew himself could only serve as a memorandum for him, so that he would not make low-level mistakes when assembling weapons and equipment. But now, even if there are no parts, Suyu can still gain the skill experience of basic mechanical manufacturing by drawing blueprints. Moreover, if the blueprints drawn are lucky enough, they can be recognized by the system and become real design blueprints. They can also provide a minimum of 100% increase in the success rate during actual assembly. If you are lucky, you can get a double or even triple increase in the success rate. Even for intermediate equipment, Suyu can achieve a 100% assembly success rate. Of course, Suyu has not yet produced a single design blueprint of this quality. However, Suyu has accumulated 5 low-quality design blueprints that can double the success rate. One of them is actually a design blueprint for intermediate equipment, which is the design blueprint of the exclusive sniper rifle that Suyu built for Zhongwu. However, the exclusive sniper rifle that Suyu carefully built has now been broken into 2 pieces, and its owner, his dominant right hand, was also bandaged. The young man, who was full of vigor and vitality, now looked extremely depressed. Brother Zhongwu. And Suyu looked at Li Mao next to Zhongwu. Li Mao, one of the 3 core members of the 9th team and a scout, was also leaning on a cane. Seeing Suyu looking at him, Li Mao forced a comforting smile and waved his hand, saying, "Don't worry about me. I'm just slightly injured. I'll rest for 2 or 3 months. You will be able to recover." Hearing Li Mao's words pretending to be relaxed, Suyu's heavy heart, however, did not get much lighter. In this wasteland, rest for 2 or 3 months. Even if Yan Lai, who is qualified to lead a hunting team, rests for a month, his status in the shelter will plummet, let alone a team member like Li Mao. Rest for 2 or 3 months. Even if the shelter does not expel him, he will be starved to death. What happened? Suyu took a deep breath, looked at Yan Lai who looked guilty, tried to slow down his tone, and asked softly, Yan Lai's face was full of shame, and he could only silently hand Nonuo back to Suyu. I don't know whether to say it's lucky or unfortunate. When everyone in the 9th team was injured, Nonuo, the recorder who was responsible for security, did not suffer any damage. After Suyu watched the battle videos recorded by Nonuo, I also understood the cause and effect. The Night Fury Squad. Really? There are so many talented people. Until the end of the video, Suyu looked at the darkened screen and couldn't help but clapping his hands in admiration, but in his eyes, there was not much admiration, only bone-chilling coldness and a sense of relief. Glad I was more careful and let Nuonyo act as a camera to follow the 9th squad. Otherwise, I might not even wait for Yang Lai and the others to return, but only wait for the news that their entire army was annihilated in the wilderness. Although the images recorded by Nua Nua were intermittent, they were enough to help Su Yu recover what the 9th Squad encountered in the wilderness. After the 9th Squad entered the wilderness, the situation was fine at first. Just normal hunting and fighting. But on the night of the 3rd day, the 9th Squad really went deep into the wilderness. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse. First, there was a group of mutant hyenas that had been wandering dozens of kilometers away from the refuge. Even for a 2-star transcendent, if they were alone, they would be at risk of death. Somehow, it suddenly appeared near the camp of the 9th Squad. Thanks to the equipment that Su Yu had improved, Li Mao, who was in charge of the scout position, was the first to notice the approach of the hyena pack. Otherwise, the 9th Squad might have suffered heavy losses on the 3rd night of entering the wilderness, and had to return early. But the journey did not become smoother. In the following days, the 9th Squad encountered unexpected attacks by radioactive beasts many times. Although relying on the weapons and equipment modified by Su Yu, they managed to hold on all the way with difficulty. But in the end, an accident was inevitable. Li Mao and Zhang Wu, the 2 core members, were unfortunately injured in the process of covering the rear. If Yang Lai had not fought desperately, they might have become the afternoon dessert of the queen of the giant ant colony that was supposed to live in the swamp 70 kilometers away. Moreover, although it seems that Yang Lai's condition is better than Li Mao and Zhang Wu, but Su Yu has been promoted to the 8th level of mechanics. With his keen observation, he could tell that Yang Lai was too excited under his seemingly vigorous spirit. This was a sign that the ant poison of the giant radioactive ants had affected his brain nerves. But the problem was that Yang Lai's strength was already very close to the 2-star level. In 2 or 3 months at most, he would probably be able to break free and enter the level of a 2-star transcendent. As a physical transcendent, Yang Lai's top-level 1-star physique was enough to allow him to ignore more than 90% of the ant poison of the giant radioactive ants. In other words, the Night Fury team actually attracted the Queen Ant. Only the ant poison of the 2-star radiation beast, the Queen Ant, can break through the body immune system of Yang Lai, a superhuman, and directly affect Yang Lai's brain nerves. Brother Su, did you see it? Hearing Su Yu's words, Yang Lai smiled bitterly, but then he regained his spirits and waved his hand, saying, "But don't worry about me, didn't I say it? The radiation ant poison is the most common on this planet, the most gentle poison. Radiation ant poison is not fatal. People infected with ant poison will only become more excited and sleep less under the influence of ant poison. In the end, they will be extremely excited, stay awake for several days and nights, and die in the brain." Even though Yang Lai is a top-level physical transcendent, under the influence of the ant poison of the radiation ant queen, at most, he can only survive for 2 or 3 months. 2 or 3 months, it's not long. But it's definitely not short. Yang Lai licked his lips. His eyes no longer had the previous pride, only deep hatred. "I came here this time to ask Brother Su Yu to help us," Yang Lai said, looking behind him. Several fighters from the 9th Squad immediately brought a few boxes over. After opening them, the strong smell of blood filled the entire repair room. These were all the radioactive beast materials that the 9th Squad had harvested during their hunting trip. "This time we went out hunting, with the help of Brother Su, although we suffered heavy losses, but the harvest was several times more than before. After deducting the materials handed over to the management office, we gave all the remaining materials to Brother Su Yu. We only asked Brother Su Yu for 2 things. One thing is that I hope Brother Su Yu can continue to help us prepare equipment in the next 2 months. The other thing is that I hope Brother Su Yu can take care of us more in the future." Lao Zhang and Lao Li. Compared to now, the 9th Squad is already in a precarious situation, and is targeted by the Night Fury Squad. In the past month, Su Yu, who successfully completed the orders of the management office, has a higher status in the shelter than all the people in the 9th Squad combined. But Yang Lai did not hold much hope for these 2 requests. After all, the present is different from the past. With the 9th Squad's example, the Night Fury Squad's deterrent power in the shelter is now. It has soared to a terrifying height. Su Yu, who is already on the shore, rejected their request, which is also human nature. "I don't want to take either of these 2 roads. I want to choose the 3rd road." Looking at the 9th team in front of him, Su Yu took a deep breath and said softly, "Uncle Yang Lai, when will the 9th team go out hunting next time?" "Huh?" Yang Lai was startled, and then he looked up in astonishment, looking at Su Yu's eyes, full of doubt. "Brother Su, What do you mean by this? Su Yu smiled slightly. His eyes fell on Zhang Wu and Li Mao behind Yang Lai. And he said sincerely, Brother Wu, Brother Mao, if you don't mind, can you give me some pointers on the operation of scouts and firearms in the next period of time? Looking at Su Yu with a serious expression, Zhang Wu and Li Mao, as well as the members of the 9th team, who were ready to fight to the death for revenge, took a deep breath after a brief moment of daze, and then bowed heavily to Su Yu. Brother Su, thank you very much. Chapter 17 Mechanic Max Level. The third path chosen by Su Yu is not to simply be a maintenance mechanic for the 9th Squadron, with Li Mao injured and Zhang Wu disabled. In fact, the 9th Squadron, let alone revenge, even collecting the hunting quota that needs to be handed over to the shelter's top leaders next month, is a difficult task. The lack of sniper and scout positions is absolutely devastating to a hunting team. This is also the reason why Yang Lai only asked Su Yu to help them prepare equipment for 2 months. He might be able to hold out for another 3 months. But the contribution points accumulated by the 9th Squad in the past are only enough for them to meet the hunting quota for 1 month at most. The next month, if they fail to meet the quota again, they will be disqualified from hunting by the shelter and become scavengers again. By then, the Night Fury Squad will no longer need to go to great lengths to lure the radioactive beasts to attack them. Li He himself can take action openly and kill them directly in the shelter without any problem. In fact, they only have 2 months. Of course, there are talents in the shelter who can take on these 2 positions. But when the Night Fury Squad has already made it clear that it is targeting the 9th Squad, who dares to go against the Night Fury Squad? Therefore, after hearing Su Yu's statement that he is willing to join the 9th Squad, Yang Lai and others were so surprised. Now, every time the 9th Squad has one more person, even if this person is a pure novice, all of them can greatly enhance the combat power of the 9th Squad. Tomorrow, we will take a day off. Starting from the day after tomorrow, we will start special training at the training ground. The subjects of special training are the basic knowledge of scouts and snipers. Zhang Wu and Li Mao agreed on the training time. After sending Yang Lai and others away and taking their equipment with them, Su Yu looked at the various weapons and equipment in front of him. His eyes were also filled with deep chill, although no one in the 9th Squad blamed him, and some were even grateful for his joining at the critical moment. But Su Yu himself could not let it go. Everything that the 9th Squad encountered, in essence, was actually due to the conflict between him and Li Yao. However, having lived 2 lives, Su Yu would not become mentally exhausted and self-pitying because of this. It seems that the conflict between me and Li Yao caused the trouble. But in fact, it was not my fault. It was Li Yao's fault that he was not a human being. The reason why Li Yao was not a human being was because his brother Li, he was too not a human being. To sum up, as long as these not human beings are killed, the hatred will be relieved, and my thoughts will be fulfilled. Su Yu slowly raised his hand and started a new round of repairs and maintenance. And his professional panel also started to broadcast new messages line by line. Until the next morning, the management office, the exchange counter, Ison, who was taking a nap, was still in a daze when he suddenly smelled a pungent smell of blood. He wanted to curse. Where did you come from? You mud-legged bastard. Don't you know this is the exchange counter? You have to go to the warehouse to hand in your prey. You know what's going on. Stupid. Su Yu? Looking at Su Yu's cold face behind the counter, Ison swallowed the rest of his words and looked at Su Yu's eyes, which showed fear and awe from the bottom of his heart. There was even a hint of disbelief. What's wrong with this kid? Why does he give me a stronger sense of oppression than Yang Lai's stupid bear? That is, Su Yu's professional panel has not yet awakened the ability to read minds. Otherwise, hearing Ison's thoughts at this moment, Su Yu would definitely sneer. He had never taken action in the shelter before. Therefore, in the eyes of many shelter residents, he was a symbolic researcher. But in fact, after a night of repair, improvement, maintenance of the weapons, and equipment of all members of Yang Lai's team, Su Yu, whose experience bar was originally stuck at 95%, has successfully upgraded his mechanic level to level 9. After 9 consecutive upgrades, Su Yu's physique has grown to a very strong level. Not only has his radiation sickness been completely cured. As for his current physical strength, Su Yu thought to himself, even though he is not as good as Yang Lai, who is 1-star top level, he is not inferior to Li Mao, who is 1-star advanced level, elementary, intermediate, advanced, top level. These are the sub-levels of each star level transcendent. A 1-star advanced transcendent, placed in shelter number 73, is already a commendable master. Not to mention, Suyu's strength is far from the physical body. As an auxiliary profession, every level of the mechanic is upgraded, which is comparable to the increase in physical fitness. The development of the brain, thinking speed, memory, observation and calculation and other mental aspects are the greatest. Although I have not undergone professional tests. But Suyu feels, even if I have not undergone systematic training, the extraction of meditation methods, my mental power, cannot reach the top level of 1 star. After 9 career promotions, the mental energy has reached the level of 1 star advanced synchronously. There is no problem. 1 star advanced, and physical training, spiritual superhuman. Such strength. It is enough to be compared with some 2-star superhumans. What Suyu lacks now is just some combat skills and combat experience. And such strength, compared with Aizen, who is physically weak among ordinary people, can be called a little superman. Being stared at by Suyu, Aizen can still speak fluently, which is already worthy of pride. Manager Aizen, I remember that there is a place to submit the hunting spoils at the exchange office, exchange mechanical creations for scrap parts. Please help me. Exchange all these things for scrap weapons. The exchange office should have enough inventory. Right? Listening to Suyu's cold and indifferent words, Aizen swallowed his saliva involuntarily. Although there are rumors that the 9th team, which Suyu cooperated with, had been severely beaten by the Night Fury, and was about to be killed by the Night Fury team. This Suyu, I guess he won't be arrogant for too long. But at this moment, being watched by Suyu, Aizen could not muster up the courage to play any tricks with Suyu. He finished the material inventory at the fastest speed, bearing the bloody smell that made him sick, and then sent out 10 alloy iron boxes, and put them on the trailer brought by Suyu. Mr. Suyu, do you want me to help arrange someone to send these things back to the repair shop for you? Aizen wiped the sweat from his head, and let out a long breath. He tried to put on a flattering smile, and asked Suyu. Thank you very much, but I haven't finished yet, Suyu said, and pointed directly to the management office. Each counter would hang the extra orders issued by the management office to the residents of the shelter every month. This, and this. I'll take all these 3 orders. Is there any problem? No problem. Wait, 3 orders? At this moment, Aizen was eager to coax Suyu, the evil star, away quickly, hearing Suyu speak. He nodded repeatedly subconsciously, but halfway through the words, he couldn't help shivering, and his eyes were full of confusion when he looked at Suyu. Well, Mr. Suyu, these 3 orders together require you to produce at least 90 primary equipment in the next month. Do you think it would be safer to take one first, then another? No need. I am confident that I can complete it. Anyway, if it can't be completed, I will pay the fine. Manager Aizen, you are not the kind of person who would worry about this. Right? Suyu glanced at Aizen coldly. The current situation does not allow him to hide his shortcomings anymore. In this case, what else is there to say? 3 months to prepare for revenge? If there is a choice, Suyu does not want to wait for a month. He wants to raise his level in the shortest time possible, and have the real strength to protect himself. Whether it's the attention of the shelter's top management, or their superb technical attainments, they are all empty. On this planet, only strength is the basis for real self-protection. In Suyu's eyes, there seemed to be a blazing flame, burning silently, forcing Aizen to not dare to say a word, nodding and bowing in panic, and preparing all the equipment for Suyu at the fastest speed, and sending it to Suyu's repair shop. Repair shop, in front of the workbench. Looking neat and tidy, the entire repair room, almost filled with mechanical boxes. Suyu raised his hand to help Noa turn on the machine. Looking at the various worn-out equipment in front of him, there was no fatigue in his eyes, only boundless brightness and expectation. Let's start. You have completed the recycling of a primary firearm. The difficulty of this work is evaluated as simple. You have gained 10 points of professional experience. Mechanic LV9, 110/36,000. You have completed the maintenance of a simple firearm. The difficulty of this work is evaluated as simple. You have gained 10 points of professional experience. You have completed the overhaul of a primary firearm. The difficulty of this work is evaluated as medium. You have gained. One message after another appeared in the professional panel in front of Suyu. Until the morning of the 3rd day, the sun rose, the morning light fell. You have completed the overhaul of an intermediate firearm. The difficulty of this work is evaluated as medium. You have gained 150 points of professional experience. You have accumulated enough professional experience. Your professional level has been improved. Chapter 18 Core Expertise, Hard Work. As the system prompt message appeared, under Su Yu's expectant gaze, his mechanic professional level successfully rose to the highest level of 10. And after that, his core ability mechanical affinity level also rose accordingly. As for the improvement in physical fitness and thinking speed, there is no need to mention it. Su Yu had already gotten used to it. However, just as Su Yu felt his upgrade, when the body is transformed, he was surprised to find that his career panel was still refreshing new prompts. This is, congratulations, you have upgraded a core ability to the maximum level. According to your career core, a core specialization is being extracted. Extraction completed. Core specialization? Su Yu immediately thought of the specialization skilled repairman he obtained when he upgraded his mechanical repair skill to the maximum level. His eyes lit up. It turns out that not only can professional skills be drawn when they reach the maximum level, but also core skills? He was quite surprised. For Su Yu now, any new skill that comes can provide him with more chips to fight against the Night Fury team. Moreover, core specialization. It sounds stronger than professional specialization. With anticipation, Su Yu's eyes were focused on the bottom of the system prompt message interface. After a moment of waiting, under Su Yu's slightly nervous eyes, a new line of information lit up. Ding! According to your max level core ability, mechanical affinity, you have obtained core expertise, hard-blooded manufacturing. Core expertise, hard-blooded manufacturing. Description: a successful mechanic can put his emotions into his work, give it a soul, and even receive blessings from the subspace. When a production is successfully completed, it can be activated. Spend a certain amount of energy, inject your heart and soul into the work. You can add a random entry to the work. Cooling time is 1 month. Add entries to the work, make hard work equipment. And the blessing of the subspace? Could this be the legendary psychic weapon? When it comes to the subspace, Su Yu immediately thought of the magazines he had read in the shelter, which recorded powerful weapons that could mobilize psychic energy to bless and increase power. However, judging from the description of his core expertise, it only adds a random item to the equipment, and may not be comparable to a real psychic weapon. Quasi-psychic weapon? Su Yu thought to himself with some self-entertainment. His eyes became brighter and brighter. Although this hard blood manufacturing is not an active offensive skill. So what? A piece of hard blood equipment, or quasi-psychic weapon, can greatly increase one's combat power if used well. It will definitely give me more advantages in the next battle with the Night Fury team. Just as Su Yu was thinking, his career panel, but a new prompt message was refreshed again. Your current career level has reached the maximum level, and the new career slot has been unlocked. The current available careers are Gunsmith, Fighter. Do you want to start a new career? Looking at the new prompt that appeared in the system, Su Yu thought for a while. I made a choice. I choose to work as a gunsmith. Gunsmiths and fighters can both improve their most scarce practical skills. However, compared to fighters, who need to explore on their own, gunsmiths can find a suitable teacher in the 19 now. Not to mention Zhang Wu, even Li Mao, who is in the scout team. And even Yan Lai can teach me some skills in using guns. I don't have much time to develop now. Everything should naturally be chosen for a profession that can gain experience faster. And Su Yu's eyes fell on his workbench. There, the intermediate sniper rifle he had recovered from Zhang Wu was lying there quietly. After the mechanic profession was upgraded to the maximum level, Su Yu felt that, with his current technical level, he could try to make new improvements and upgrades to this sniper rifle. However, having said that, but Su Yu was not in a hurry to make improvements immediately. Instead, he continued to complete the shelter order he had received from Aizen. It was not until the last piece of equipment was assembled that Su Yu raised his head from the workbench. On his professional panel, the experience bar of the skill Basic Mechanical Manufacturing was successfully pushed to the highest point by Su Yu. Congratulations! You have successfully upgraded a professional skill to the maximum level. You have the opportunity to randomly draw a professional expertise. The drawing is complete. Congratulations on unlocking the professional expertise, primary manufacturing. When making equipment below the excellence level, efficiency increased by 10%, the success rate of making primary equipment increased by 10%, the success rate of intermediate equipment increased by 5%, the success rate of advanced equipment increased by 3%. When upgrading equipment, the effect doubles, i.e., When a simple weapon is upgraded to a primary weapon, the success rate increases by 20%. When a primary weapon is upgraded to an intermediate weapon, the success rate increases by 10%. As the system prompt message fell, looking at the new expertise that he had unlocked again, Suyu's eyes, there was also an indescribable light shining. The effect of this specialization comes just in time. Basic mechanical production. After this skill is upgraded to the maximum level, the success rate of primary equipment and intermediate equipment production is much higher. The former is as high as 80%, and the latter has reached 50%, far exceeding Suyu's expectations. But the success rate of advanced equipment production is still only a pitiful 5%. But with the blessing of this professional specialization, the success rate of advanced equipment production has reached 8%. If the intermediate equipment is used for improvement, the success rate of improving high-level equipment can be further increased to 11%, although it is not too much. But the probability of success once in 10 times of improvement is enough to surprise Suyu. You know, this is high-level equipment. The number of equipment of this quality in the entire number 73 shelter may be less than 2 handfuls. Suyu is already quite satisfied that he has a chance of successfully improving it with just over 10%. Moreover, in addition to the enhancement effect of specialized skills, I also have the amplification effect of blueprints. Suyu put the sniper rifle recovered from Zhang Wu on the workbench, but did not rush to use it, but turned back to the bedside and took out the electric sniper rifle that his master had treasured and left to him. Before Suyu's mechanic level was full, this electric sniper rifle in his hand was just a delicate and beautiful ornament. But now, with Suyu's mechanic level reaching the maximum level, although Suyu still can't see how he can repair it, but through his ability of mechanical affinity, reaching the maximum level, he has been able to try to analyze some good things from this electric sniper rifle that can further improve his existing technical level. Ding! You have gained technical inspiration through research. You can now try to upgrade the accuracy of sniper rifles below the excellence level. Ding! You have gained technical inspiration through research. You can now try to upgrade the accuracy of sniper rifles below the excellence level. Ding! You have gained technical inspiration through research. You can now try to upgrade the accuracy of sniper rifles below the excellence level. You can now try to improve the magazine of sniper rifles below the excellence level. Ding! You have obtained technical inspiration through research. You can now try to improve the magazine of sniper rifles below the excellence level. A line of system prompt messages appeared. Finally, half a day later, Suyu in front of the workbench let out a sigh of relief and put down the pen in his hand. And at the moment he put down the pen, successfully researched the production blueprint, ordinary sniper rifle improvement plan. The quality rating of this blueprint is medium quality. Using this blueprint to improve weapons. Can double the success rate? Medium quality blueprint. Double success rate increase. Looking at the prompt message that appeared in the system, Suyu's eyes are filled with an indescribable light, which suddenly lights up. The possibility of improving the original intermediate sniper rifle has reached 11%. Now, with the increase of this mid-quality blueprint, the success rate is doubled. The success rate of the final improvement is directly 33%. More than 30% improvement. At this point, Suyu, who was fully prepared, did not hesitate and directly started a new round of repair work until the evening. As the last part was assembled, Suyu held his breath and waited quietly for a moment. Ding! Under his slightly nervous gaze, a new system prompt message quietly emerged. Congratulations! You have successfully completed this improvement. The quality of your ordinary sniper rifle has been improved. The current quality is advanced. Ding! It is detected that you have mastered the core expertise heart and blood manufacturing. Do you want to add the heart and blood entry for this work? Chapter 19 Entry Patrolman, named Falcon. Add. Without hesitation, Suyu gave the order directly with his mind. Suddenly, Suyu felt his heart suddenly twitch. Then, an indescribable feeling of fatigue swept over his body. It was not physical fatigue, but mental fatigue. Plus, he had been working almost day and night for the past 2 days. He almost fell asleep. Fortunately, after taking up the post of gunsmith, although the current occupation level is only level 1, compared to the mechanic, as a combat occupation, the physical enhancement brought to Suyu is indeed extraordinary. Suyu barely managed to withstand this wave of fatigue, and resisted the sleepiness that kept sweeping over him, forcing himself to look at the system prompt panel. Congratulations! You have successfully unlocked the ordinary sniper rifle, advanced, and added the entry, Patrolman 1. Patrolman 1, active lock a hostile target within the range. Consume a certain amount of energy. Medium, activate this skill. The next shot will receive the blessing of the subspace. Sniper damage increased by 50%. Cooling time, 1 hour. Note, when the number of targets killed using this skill reaches 100, this skill can be upgraded. Because the current equipment has added a skill, you can rename the equipment. Do you want to rename the equipment? Lines of system prompts appeared. Suyu's fatigue was temporarily suppressed by surprise. Looking at the effect of the entry he had brushed out, Suyu had only 2 words in his mind. That is, surprise. 100% sniper accuracy increase. Such an effect. For a sniper, especially for someone like Suyu, who has just started to try to learn sniping, is definitely a huge gain. Although the consumption of this entry skill is a bit high, and the cooling time is relatively long, but it can't resist the effect of 100% increase in accuracy. Not to mention, as long as the number of targets killed reaches 100, the entry can be upgraded again, and the effect will probably be even stronger by then. So you looked at the brand new sniper rifle in his hand, and the words renameable in the system prompt. After a little hesitation, he got a clue. The entry is patrolman. Patrol hunting. Right? Then this gun, from now on, will be named Hunter Falcon. Okay. A hunter who assists the patrol. A hunter falcon that hunts the enemy. As Suyu finished speaking, in his system panel, in the equipment column, the name of the original ordinary sniper rifle flashed suddenly, and the name change was completed. Suyu felt that he and the hunting falcon sniper rifle in his hand had some kind of mysterious connection. It seemed that this was really as the system said. After adding hard work, this gun had its own soul, and was truly connected with the creator, the hard work. What an interesting change. Suyu exhaled a breath of foul air, soothed down his agitated thoughts a little, put away the hunting falcon, and fell asleep as fast as possible. Tomorrow, we will start the hunting team training. Thinking about it, I'm really looking forward to it. As a sniper in the ruins, if you want to quickly improve your marksmanship, the most important thing is to sharpen your eyesight, to be precise, dynamic vision. In the ruins, whether it is a human or an animal, the opponent you need to attack will never stand there stupidly. They will move, and some will even evade. In this case, without good dynamic vision, no matter how good your gun is, no matter how fast your bullet is, it is impossible to cause any damage. To survive in the wilderness, the most important thing is to learn to distinguish the traces of radioactive beasts. Not only the obvious footprints, but also the key smell. You even have to learn to analyze the radioactive beasts passing by from some tree barks and weeds, and identify their number, race, and other key information. In addition, as a scout, there is another important point, which is to understand the value of the radioactive beasts that appear in front of your team, and what kind of benefits you can get if you hunt them. You must learn to make choices, and not lead the team to blindly charge at a group of radioactive beasts. On the training ground, Li Mao and Zhang Wu, a scout, a sniper. Perhaps not the best, but each of them has rich experience, and can be called a seasoned person. And the experience they shared, for Suyu, is also a considerable reference. In the past few days, under the guidance of Li Mao and Zhang Wu, although he has not really experienced actual combat, but Suyu still gained a lot of professional experience, and his level was steadily improving. Up to now, his gunsmith occupation level has been successfully upgraded to level 5. As the core ability of the gunsmith occupation, the level of killing intent perception has also increased to level 5. Killing intent perception. This ability is mainly used to alert the enemy, like the mechanical affinity of the mechanic. It is a passive ability. The difference is that the effect of killing intent perception is more intuitive. Level 1 killing intent perception, it can only sense hostile targets within 300 meters. But after upgrading to level 3, the sensing range of killing intent has been expanded to within a radius of 1 kilometer. For Suyu, who also serves as a scout, this feature is quite useful in the wilderness. Whether it is used to warn the radiation beasts lurking near the team in advance, or to sense those disguised enemies in the wilderness at night, it is quite practical. In addition to this core ability, under the guidance of Li Mao and Zhang Wu, Suyu also learned a lot of additional skills. For example, basic sniping skills, wild survival, and basic scout skills, which were not officially unlocked until today. Now basic sniping skills and wild survival have been upgraded to level 3 by Suyu. In addition, Suyu himself has also upgraded his gunsmith professional ability to level 5. Suyu thought to himself, his gunsmith skills, maybe he is even better than his teacher Zhang Wu. However, Suyu did not know whether he was really capable or just self-righteous, as he had not yet been verified in actual combat. Just as Suyu was pondering, Zhang Wu called out over there. Suyu, what are you staring at? Come over here for training. Oh, here I come. Suyu responded and walked over, picked up the hunting falcon sniper rifle, and aimed at the distance. Under Zhang Wu's setting, on the shooting target moving at a constant speed. After today's training, my professional level should be able to break through to level 6. Looking at his experience bar that had grown to 90%, Suyu's eyes also showed expectations. Compared to the mechanic, the combat power increase brought by the upgrade of the gunsmith is much greater. However, until the evening, Zhang Wu and Li Mao finished their training. Suyu's experience bar also barely grew to 96%. Sure enough, just pure training, and the experience gained from learning knowledge from brother Zhang Wu and others, is not enough to further improve my professional level. Although he knew that this day would come sooner or later, Suyu was still a little disappointed. However, he quickly adjusted his mentality. Seeing that Zhang Wu and others were about to leave, Suyu hurriedly called them. Brother Zhang Wu, Brother Li Mao, I have something to tell you. Half an hour later, the 9th team's base. What? Brother Suyu said he wants to join the hunting team right now, and prepare for one more day, and then set off to the wilderness to start hunting? After hearing the news brought back by Zhang Wu and Li Mao, Yang Lai stood up suddenly, almost doubting whether he had heard it wrongly. But when he saw Zhang Wu and Li Mao nodding seriously, he finally calmed down. But there was still astonishment in his eyes that he could not hide. Chapter 20 Assessment. You too, agree to his request? After calming down a little, Yang Lai looked at Zhang Wu and Li Mao in front of him, and his tone was still deeply shocked. Zhang Wu and Li Mao nodded. Looking at their serious expressions, Yang Lai couldn't help asking, You too, give me a number, how much of your skills has Brother Su learned? Is it 30%? The 30% standard is considered Yang Lai's passing line. With a maximum of 1 month of preparation time, Yang Lai would be satisfied if Suyu could learn 20% to 30% of the skills from Li Mao and Zhang Wu. As for more, he could only learn it in actual combat. Listening to Yang Lai's words, Zhang Wu and Li Mao looked at each other, but their expressions were a little strange. 30%? I don't know about Brother Zhang, but my scout skills. Su gives me the feeling that he is at least half as capable as me. On my side, it's probably even better. Zhang Wu said with emotion, stretching out his hand, gesturing a number. Suyu, that kid, at least learned more than 70% of my skills. One half, the other 70%. Listening to Zhang Wu and Li Mao's words, Yang Lai just felt unbelievable to the extreme. But looking at their serious expressions, Yang Lai also believed that his 2 old teammates would not joke about this. In that case, then tomorrow, let's go to the training ground and test Brother Su's ability, Yang Lai said, looking forward to it in his heart. 50% of scout ability and 70% of sniper skills are a bit too exaggerated. In Yang Lai's mind, being able to master both skills to 50% is already a big surprise. Yang Lai's arrangement was soon heard by other members of the 9th team. Hearing that Suyu was so fast, it meant that he was ready. You can go hunting in the wilderness. The members of the 9th squad were all deeply shocked. So, in the early morning of the next day, the 9th squad's base, which was not very spacious, but barely enough for the training ground, except for Yang Lai, Li Mao, and Zhang Wu. The other members of the 9th squad, even including several logistics personnel, all rushed over and surrounded the small training ground tightly, so that when Suyu came over, he was shocked by the scene. Okay, Brother Su, don't be too nervous. Yang Lai coughed, signaling the team members to make way for Suyu. Looking at Suyu's serious expression. Although you have expressed your willingness to join our 9th team, hunting in the wilderness is not a joke after all. Today's assessment is not difficult. But if you can't even pass this level, then there is no need to continue training. You can stay in the shelter. Just repair our equipment. Although the 9th squadron is short of manpower now. But Yang Lai, in his heart, actually, still doesn't want Suyu to enter the wilderness. It's not that he looks down on Suyu's ability. To put it bluntly, given the current situation of the 9th squadron, as long as there is a person who can breathe and has healthy limbs, it can bring considerable help. He is just worried that Suyu will be dragged down. Although Suyu has already explained, In Yan Lai's opinion, with Su Yu's ability, as long as he is willing, the higher-ups of the shelter will always give him some care. So he doesn't need to fight to the death with a Night Fury squad like them. Su Yu naturally felt Yan Lai's kindness. However, at this point, Su Yu would not back down. Besides, second gear speed, 5 out of 10? Su Yu raised his eyebrows. When he tried to practice last night, even with a moving target at third gear speed, he could reach the level of 7 out of 10. Sometimes, if you perform beyond your level, you can even hit 8 out of 10 or even 9 out of 10. This is how Su Yu feels. His sniping skills are slightly better than Zhang Wu's. The difficulty of the test given by Yan Lai now, in Su Yu's view, is just a piece of cake. There is no delay. Su Yu directly loaded the bullet, and the moving target started to move. Bang! The bullet shot out from the barrel, with the sound of breaking wind, and hit the first moving target's forehead position quickly and accurately. Good. Seeing Su Yu's good start, the members of the 9th team present were all slightly startled. And then, they all cheered. Even Zhang Wu and Li Mao couldn't help but cheer for Su Yu. Although Yan Lai didn't speak, he looked at Su Yu and nodded secretly. The first shot hit the target, and it was right in the middle of the eyebrows. Even if there was a component of luck, from the details of Su Yu's previous loading, aiming, shooting, etc., Zhang Wu said that Su Yu had mastered 70% of his skills. It may not be an exaggeration. Just these action standards have already proved Su Yu's progress, and it is really amazing. Bang! Yan Lai's thoughts have not yet finished. Another bullet hit the sound, which made Yan Lai couldn't help but look up, and then he looked at the moving target with another bullet hole in the middle of his forehead. His eyes suddenly widened. The first time it hit the middle of the forehead, it could be said to be a coincidence, but the second time? Bang! 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 Yan Lai was shocked. The exclamations of the people around him did not affect Su Yu's mood at all. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Su Yu calmly pulled the bolt of the gun, aiming at the moving target in the distance. Every time he pulled the trigger, a bullet accurately hit the center of the moving target's forehead. Gradually, there were no more cheers and exclamations on the field. Even Yan Lai couldn't help but clench his hands, staring closely at the scene in the shooting range, fearing that he would miss a scene. Until the end, the 10th bullet also hit the forehead. The members of the 9th team present all breathed a sigh of relief. And then, looking at Su Yu who put down his sniper rifle, they couldn't help but cheer. Incredible. It's really incredible. Zhang Wu and Li Mao were both shocked. Especially Zhang Wu. He originally thought that Su Yu only mastered 70% of his skills. But now it seems that Su Yu is on par with him. What is lacking is only practical experience. As long as he has some practical experience, this kid can definitely take my original position in the team. And may even surpass me. Zhang Wu muttered to himself, with no jealousy in his eyes, only boundless relief and surprise. And Yan Lai is even more so. Whether it is a sniper position or a scout position, the impact on a hunting team is extremely important. Therefore, after losing Zhang Wu and Li Mao, although Yan Lai could still stay strong, he had no hope for revenge or for keeping the 9th squad going. But now, looking at Su Yu in front of him, Yan Lai felt that he seemed to have a chance to complete his revenge. Even the 9th squad might be able to continue in the hands of this young man. Huh? He exhaled heavily, feeling his spirit becoming more and more excited under the effect of the ant poison and his heartbeat speeding up every day. Yan Lai suppressed his excitement and spoke in a deep voice. Brother Su, congratulations on passing the test. Next, you need to prepare for 1 or 2 days. We will set out at the latest in the early morning of the day after tomorrow, towards the wilderness, and start hunting. Yes. Feeling the seriousness in Yan Lai's words, Su Yu was no longer frivolous, also nodded solemnly, and responded in a deep voice. However, 2 days later in the evening, just when Su Yu was looking forward to his first wilderness hunt, a piece of news came, but it made Su Yu, and even the members of the entire 9th team, sink to the bottom of their hearts. Wang Shan and Wu Yu, they were taken away by the management office. Chapter 21 Poisonous Scheme. Wang Shan, Wu Yu. These are the other 2 fighters of the 9th squad. Although they are not as strong as Zhang Wu and Li Mao, when these 2 core fighters are injured, Wang Shan and Wu Yu have become the indispensable and important combat forces of the 9th squad. But now, just before the 9th squad is about to go to the wilderness and start hunting, these 2 are detained just like this? What's the reason? Although Suyu has already vaguely guessed the culprit behind the scenes, but he still couldn't help but want to ask for details. Yanlai clenched his teeth and said nothing. Beside him, Li Mao slammed his fist on the table, with unconcealable anger and coldness in his eyes. The management office said it was a fight, but damn, Brother Wang's family only has his wife and children. One is weak and sick, and the other is only 6 or 7 years old this year. Not to mention Brother Wu, his family only has his old mother, who can hardly see. They were bullied, Wu Gu and Wang Gu. How could they sit still? Listening to Li Mao's words, Suyu also understood the reason for the matter. Although the shelter rarely accepts refugees, it is not a closed settlement. Every once in a while, a special trading market will be open for the residents of the shelter to trade materials with the outside world. Wang Shan and Wu Yu, as well as other hunting team members with families. Their families often take advantage of this time to sell the things that the pillars of the family had harvested earlier. They traded the materials that they didn't need but had a certain value to supplement their family income. But this time, at the market, the materials prepared by the families of the 9th Squad were not sought after by the residents of the shelter. Even if there were refugees from outside who wanted to buy without knowing the situation, they would be stopped by others. And just yesterday, a stubborn foreign businessman wanted to take advantage of the situation and buy the materials that the families of the 9th Squad were forced to reduce in price. As a result, he was beaten up by the shelter residents who tried to stop him. Even Wang Shan, who had spoken a few words to the peddler, and Wu Yu's family were affected. How could Wang Shan and Wu Yu bear it? What about those shelter members who attacked? They are the same. Even worse off than Brother Wang and Brother Wu. Brother Wang and his family will be in solitary confinement for 2 months. And they will be in solitary confinement for half a year. However, as soon as they entered the solitary confinement room, right after, Li Yao went to the management office and handed in the contribution points for their bailout. Li Mao said with gritted teeth. Suyu was also silent. The Night Fury squad is really ruthless. There were only a few fighters in the 9th Squad. Now, after all this trouble, there are only 4 fighters left, including Yang Lai. Even if Suyu is added, how many prey can a hunting team of 5 fighters hunt? Forget revenge. Whether we can gather the hunting targets for next month, whether we can gather the contribution points for Wang Shan and Wu Yu's bail, it's hard to say. Brother Su, why don't you go back first? Beside him, Yang Lai, who had been silent all the time, raised his head, looked at Suyu, and said softly. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Suyu. Uncle Yang, the Night Evil Squad, can even use such a method. Do you still think that if I go back, it will be useful? Listening to Suyu's words, Yang Lai also smiled bitterly. His heart was extremely sad. But Suyu remained calm. He looked around at everyone present, and said word by word, I don't know what everyone thinks. But now, we have no way out. There are only 2 ways we can do. One is to kneel down and be tortured to death by the Night Fury squad. I also heard from Uncle Yang that, in the past few years, those who have provoked the Night Fury squad, 10 people, 10 of them will end up like this. The other way is to stand. Even if we die, at least we fought to the end. Listening to Suyu's calm, but firm words. In the originally silent small room, the members of the 9th team, after a short silence, all stood up silently. Even Zhang Wu, Li Mao, gritted their teeth and stood up. And Yang Lai also smiled bitterly, rubbed his cheeks vigorously with both hands. He exhaled heavily. Really? I didn't expect that in the end. I would be taught a lesson by a little guy, Yang Lai said. On his face, a brilliant and resolute smile appeared. He slapped Suyu's shoulder hard and said with a heroic smile, What you said just now is good. You are going to die either way. So before you die, at least you have to stand up straight. Captain. I'm sorry. Management office. Detention center. Wang Shan and Wu Yu both had scars on their faces, and their eyes were filled with deep regret. Yang Lai patted their shoulders. What are you apologizing for? This is not your fault. Be patient in there. If you have nothing to do, please pray for us. Maybe we will be lucky this time with your prayers, and one hunt will help you save enough contribution points for bail. Listening to Yang Lai's pretending to be cheerful and comforting words, Wang Shan and Wu Yu, their eyes were slightly red. But they also knew that now was not the time to act hypocritical. They held back their tears and nodded vigorously, watching Yang Lai and his party walk towards the exit of the shelter. This 9th team is really stubborn. At this time, they are still going to hunt in the wilderness? At the exit of the shelter, There were still many members of the hunting team gathered here. After seeing Yang Lai and others come out, their expressions were quite strange. What the 9th team had experienced during this period, they had heard it all. And while they sympathized with Yang Lai and the others, they were not optimistic about their ending. And the fight yesterday further confirmed their thoughts. But they did not expect that, even with only 4 fighters left, the 9th team would dare to go to the wilderness? Wait. At this moment, a member of the hunting team was startled, looking at the extra boy at the end of Yang Lai's team, with strange colors in their eyes. Is this the 5th fighter? There are new people joining the 9th squad at this time? Looking at the sniper rifle on the boy's back, all the spectators were a little surprised. But at this moment, in the distance, a mocking voice was heard. TSK, TSK, TSK. Yang Lai, you are really not afraid of death. There are only a few of you left. And you still dare to go out? Or, just because there is one more repairman, you are so rampant that you don't know where to go? A fierce and sturdy man, with the Night Fury team's black bat emblem on his chest came over, and his eyes looking at Yang Lai were full of ridicule. Mad Wolf Lei Wu. Seeing the sturdy man, the other members of the hunting team present all showed obvious fear, and Yang Lai's eyes were also slightly cold. This sturdy man, nicknamed Mad Wolf, was quite powerful, and had reached the level of a 2-star physical transcendent. When hunting in the wilderness, there are often rumors that he relied on his own strength and the backing of the Night Evil team to rob other hunting teams of their prey. It is unknown whether the rumors are true or not. After all, no hunting team member dares to stand up and prove this. But this does not mean that Yang Lai has no grudges against him. In fact, just yesterday, it was this crazy wolf Lei Wu who led the team to the management office to pay the bail for those shelter members, who had a fight with Wang Shan and Wu Yu. Chapter 22 Ghost Tribe. TSK, TSK. Lei Wu looked at the 9th team with contempt, and then his eyes swept over Yang Lai and others one by one, and finally landed on Su Yu, shaking his head, with a look of disdain. With just these few people, you dare to go to the wilderness? I'm afraid you can't even satisfy the appetite of a radiation wolf pack. Listening to Lei Wu's undisguised ridicule, the members of the 9th team all changed color slightly, looking at Lei Wu with anger in their eyes. Why? You want to fight me? Seeing the anger on their faces, Lei Wu became more and more arrogant, sneering. Let alone your ability. In my eyes, you are just ants. The rules of the shelter are still here. If you dare to take the initiative, I will kill you, and the shelter will not pursue it, Lei Wu said, and deliberately pointed to the surveillance camera not far away. Sneering. Looking at the surveillance camera facing this place, Yang Lai and the others gritted their teeth. But they didn't dare to take action here. Seeing this, Lei Wu became more and more proud, and was about to mock everyone again. But at this moment, click accompanied by the sound of a bullet being loaded, Lei Wu's expression froze instantly. So you came to him without knowing when. And the hunting falcon sniper rifle was placed in front of him, with the muzzle facing Lei Wu in front of him. Sorry. I'm adjusting the equipment. Could you please let me go first? Otherwise I'm worried that there might be an accidental discharge. So you looked at the muzzle of the gun with a fake smile, and Lei Wu, whose face was already frozen, said in a light tone, but his free hand had already fallen on the trigger, and could pull it at any time. Gudong. Looking at Su Yu's movements, Lei Wu's Adam's apple could not help but roll. Although he was a 2-star extraordinary person, but for sniper weapons, he still had no confidence to take them head-on. The lethality of a sniper rifle is far beyond the reach of ordinary firearms, even for a physical transcendent who focuses on strengthening physical defense. Before reaching 3 stars, being hit by a sniper rifle will cause blood and flesh to fly everywhere and be seriously injured, even after 3 stars, unless a special ability is awakened. Once hit in the vitals, the only fate is to be killed instantly by the sniper. Of course, Lei Wu didn't think Su Yu had the courage to pull the trigger here, but he didn't dare to gamble on the probability after all. The 9th squad was doomed. In a desperate situation, God knows if they would do something crazy like exchanging one life for another. I want to follow the captain to do great things. How can I throw my life away so easily? Thinking of this, Lei Wu said with all his strength, adjust the weapon. Okay. I want to see how you are going to adjust it. As he spoke, the body, but honestly gave way. Seeing Lei Wu's action, the members of the 9th squad present, they all laughed at each other, making Lei Wu's face flushed with anger. But as he said before, he was threatened by Su Yu's gun. Even if he could pay the contribution points for bail, he would not dare to take the initiative to attack the 9th squad in front of the shelter's surveillance. Looking at Lei Wu's pale face, Yan Lai and Su Yu did not waste any more time. They smiled coldly and turned to walk into the wilderness. Life-restricted area. Iron jungle? After leaving the shelter, Yan Lai began to give a popular science lecture to Su Yu, who was entering the wilderness for the first time. According to Yan Lai's introduction, there are 3 life-forbidden areas on this planet. Shelter number 73 is located near one of the 3 forbidden areas, the Iron Jungle. On this ruined planet, there are settlements of different sizes and specifications. Many small settlements are born and die. But like shelter number 73, there are many small settlements near the shelter. The reason they can survive for so long is that they are scattered around this steel jungle. Those large settlements have no interest in us. After all, this place is too remote. There are not many available resources. And even the strength of the radiation beasts is generally not high, Yan Lai said, and also laughed at himself, pointing to the shelter behind him. Within a radius of more than 10 kilometers from our shelter, the radiation beasts that appear will not exceed 3 stars at their strongest. Those with 3 stars, or above, are all farther away. This is also the reason why a 1-star transcendent like me can lead a hunting team. Listening to Yan Lai's introduction, Su Yu nodded slightly, and was more curious about the steel jungle. However, even Yan Lai didn't know much about it. He only knew that it was the product left by the last ruling power that ruled this planet. As for the situation inside, only those who went in knew. However, some brave people in shelter number 73 and members of other small forces around them have tried to explore it. The result was that they never returned. After such people came a few times, no one was curious about the life-forbidden zone anymore. But the good thing is that in recent years, the situation in the steel jungle has been quite stable, and there has been no danger. The scope of influence has not expanded outward. It's a bit of luck for us. Several fighters nearby also came over and introduced Su Yu together. Compared to the Iron Jungle, what we really need to pay attention to when surviving here is the Ghost Tribe. Ghost Tribe? Su Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. Compared to the Iron Jungle, this name is not unfamiliar to him. This settlement is a medium-sized settlement, which is much more prosperous than shelter number 73. Moreover, they also possess the technology left behind by the last ruling power on this planet, the Ghost Dynasty. The members of the tribe are able to use a power called phantom energy, and their strength and means are very strange. However, Yan Lai and his team are not clear about the details. The Ghost Tribe is very powerful, and its leader is also very ambitious. In the early years, it annexed many small settlements nearby. Fortunately, in the past 2 years, I don't know what happened. The expansion momentum of the Ghost Tribe has stabilized a lot, but no one dares to provoke them. Yan Lai's expression was very serious. Although they rarely come to the shelter, there are also cases where members of the shelter encounter Ghost Tribe members in the wilderness. Once you meet them, you must stay away from them, and don't provoke them. It's best not to even contact them. Su Yu nodded, and understood Yan Lai's concerns. For the weak, there are too many crises in the ruins. It could take their lives at any time. Being cautious is always the best way for the weak to survive. Woo! Just as everyone was helping Su Yu learn about the common sense of hunting in the wilderness, while moving forward, behind a series of sand dunes in the distance, suddenly, there was a low wolf howl, quietly sounded, spreading in all directions. Radiation Wolf Pack. Chapter 23 First Hunting. The sound of wolf howling came from afar, which cheered up the members of the 9th team. Radiated wolves, which are the most common radiated beasts encountered near the shelter. Compared to other radiated beasts, this radiated wolf, that does not even meet the star standard, is not only low in intelligence, but also inferior to ordinary wild beasts. Even its strength is not much different from that of ordinary wild wolves. Ordinary residents of the ruined star can easily deal with it. However, radiation wolves are social animals. Once they act in groups, the situation will be different. In addition, when a large number of radiation wolves gather together, they will fight and infight, and a truly star-level radiation wolf king will be born. Near the shelter, there have even been wolf packs led by 2-star, or even 3-star radiation wolf kings. So, when you encounter a radiation wolf pack, you must not be careless. You need to have the scouts explore first. After finding out the size of the radiation wolf pack, decide whether to fight or flee. Yan Lai whispered to Su Yu. Although Su Yu had heard these common sense from Li Mao, He still listened to Yan Lai's introduction patiently. This is because, when Yan Lai was introducing, the experience bar of the scout skills on Su Yu's career panel was also rising synchronously. After Yan Lai finished his introduction, the experience bar stopped growing. Yan Lai was ready to step forward first. He demonstrated scouting to Su Yu. Su Yu actually moved first. He walked forward quickly, closed his eyes, and pretended to listen attentively, but in fact, he quietly activated his core ability as a gunsmith. Killing Intent Sense. With the blessing of Killing Intent Sense that has reached level 5, Su Yu sensed the size of the Radiation Wolf pack after a while. The total number, probably between 23 and 26, as for the Wolf King. Its strength should be around 1 star. And it belongs to a small-scale Radiation Wolf pack. Listening to Su Yu's information, Yan Lai was startled, and couldn't help whispering, "Are you sure?" Su Yu nodded solemnly. "Okay." Yan Lai's eyes were full of surprise. Hearing the sound and determining the position is the most important ability of a scout. Before, Li Mao relied on this ability to help the 9th team avoid the deathly killing traps designed for them by the Night Fury team many times in the last hunt. After Li Mao was injured, the safety factor of the 9th team in the wilderness was greatly reduced. But now, Su Yu actually showed this skill. How could Yan Lai and the others not be surprised? However, this information has not been verified, so they dare not get too excited. Immediately, several fighters, led by Yan Lai, turned around according to the direction analyzed by Su Yu, and avoided the wolves' route from the side. And those wolves, although they had already noticed Su Yu and his party, they only smelled the scent of Su Yu and his party, and had not yet determined the location of Su Yu and his party, which gave Yan Lai and his party the opportunity to get close to the wolf pack. Now, after going around a small sand dune, Yan Lai looked carefully. When he saw that the wolf pack was really as Su Yu said, it was just a small pack of more than 20 wolves, which was generally not bad. The surprise in Yan Lai's eyes was no longer concealed, and he shouted loudly. Bang! He was the first to pick up the shotgun and fired at the wolf pack. Behind him, the fighters of the 9th squad also rushed forward with their weapons. Guns and bullets are relatively precious resources for the adventurers. Only when dealing with larger scale and more precious radiation beasts will these weapons that can easily take the lives of 1-star or even 2-star radiation beasts be used. For these radiation wolves, these hunting team members, including Yan Lai, are more accustomed to close combat. Yan Lai only fired a shot at the beginning to scare the group of radiation wolves, and then wielded the chainsaw and roared to kill. Unlike other members, Yan Lai's goal was much clearer. From the beginning, he locked on the target, which was the Radiation Wolf King hiding in the wolf pack and preparing to evacuate after realizing that the 9th team had successfully ambushed them. This Radiation Wolf King, although only 1 star, is a radiation beast that has entered the supernatural realm and has mastered psychic energy. Its wisdom is far beyond that of its own kind. Moreover, although the Radiation Wolf is stupid, it is extremely vengeful. If this beast is allowed to escape, the next hunt of the 9th Squadron will be in trouble. Yan Lai's mind flashed to his mind, and his eyes were firmly fixed on the Radiation Wolf King. With a roar, the chainsaw cut the Radiation Wolf blocking the way in front of him into 2 pieces. Blood was splattered. The pungent smell of blood aroused the ferocity of the surrounding radiation wolves. But after seeing Yan Lai half covered in blood and half holding a chainsaw, looking like a killing god, they all lowered their heads and whimpered twice, quietly dispersed, and rushed towards the other fighters of the 9th team. They left the passage for Yan Lai. Yan Lai sneered, not surprised by the result, and with a low shout, he dragged the chainsaw backwards and rushed towards the Radiation Wolf King. However, before he could swing his weapon, bang! In the distance, a gunshot sounded, which made Yan Lai's steps slow down subconsciously. Brother Su is still too young. This Wolf King is not something that can be easily hit by a sniper rifle. Yan Lai did not look back, but he had guessed that the shooter, except for the sniper Su Yu who stayed in place, could not be a second person. He could not help but secretly shook his head in his heart, thinking that Su Yu was too arrogant. In his opinion, Su Yu should try to shoot some ordinary radiation wolves first, accumulate some experience and practice, and then think about sniping the Radiation Wolf King. Before Yan Lai finished thinking, he heard a shrill wail in front of him, which interrupted his thoughts instantly. He subconsciously raised his head, and then his eyes suddenly widened. In his field of vision, The head of the Radiation Wolf King was actually the one shot by Suyu. The bullet hit him right between the eyebrows. The whole head was penetrated by the power of the bullet, and blood splattered everywhere. Plop! Accompanied by a dull sound. The Radiation Wolf King, which was nearly 2 meters long, fell to the ground with a heavy body, making the surrounding radiation wolves turn their heads to look. After seeing their Wolf King fall in a pool of blood, the radiation wolves, which were extremely ferocious a second ago, immediately tucked their tails between their legs, whimpered and fled in panic towards the distance. You successfully killed the Radiation Wolf King, 1-star primary. Congratulations on gaining 500 career experience points, Gunsmith LV5. Congratulations on gaining 200 skill experience points, Primary Sniper Skills LV3. Congratulations on gaining 300 skill experience points, Basic Gun Mastery LV6. Congratulations on gaining. Looking at the series of experience value prompts that appeared on the career panel, Suyu's eyes also showed joy. Although he had predicted that as a combat-type gunsmith, as long as he fought and killed, he should be able to accumulate more professional experience. But shooting a Radiation Wolf King brought him, including his profession and skills, more than 1,000 experience points, which still made Suyu feel extremely surprised. However, he quickly calmed down, raised his gun again, aimed at the sniper scope, and locked on the fleeing radiation wolves. After tasting the sweetness once, these radiation wolves that were fleeing in panic, in Suyu's eyes, were no longer just trophies and shelter contribution points. It was the fastest way for him to become stronger. Each one was hundreds or even thousands of experience points. Bang! Bang bang. Chapter 24 Rapid Improvement. In the wilderness, another sniper rifle sound fell. In the distance, a gray-scaled lizard that was waiting for an opportunity to ambush fell to the ground. This lizard, which was deformed by radiation, is more difficult to deal with than ordinary radiation wolves. Although they do not move in groups, they are extremely poisonous. Once hit by their venom, even a 1-star physical transcendent will suffer extremely serious injuries. And because of the gray scales on their bodies, in the barren hills near the shelter, the ambush of the gray-scaled lizards is often more successful than that of the radiation wolf. However, in front of Suyu, who has the sense of killing, these beasts are not difficult to deal with. Their ambush is indeed exquisite. Unfortunately, once they get close to Suyu, within a range of 500 meters, their existence is as obvious to Suyu as fireflies in the dark night. Good shooting. Looking at the head hiding in the yellow sand, the gray-scaled lizard fell to the ground. The combatants of the 9th team couldn't help but cheer. Even Yang Lai couldn't help but praise him, and looked at Suyu with admiration in his eyes. Brother Su, I really admire your ability. With your talent, you should have come to this wilderness to hunt earlier. So to speak, you would have become a transcendent long ago. A combatant couldn't help but sigh. This was the 7th day since they entered the wilderness. In the past 7 days, Suyu has demonstrated amazing marksmanship and scout skills. And with each passing day, his marksmanship and scout skills have improved at an astonishing speed. As of today, Suyu's marksmanship has given the 9th Squadron the feeling that he is much better than Zhang Wu. Hey, what are you talking about? Brother Su's talent, staying in the shelter as a mechanic, is the real way to make the best use of it. For a hunting team like ours, if you have today but not tomorrow, that would be a real waste of Brother Su's talent. Another fighter immediately interrupted him, worried that Suyu might misunderstand something. Just as he said, in the shelter or other settlements. Except for the top hunting teams like Night Fury and Wolf Pack. Many members of other hunting teams want to be ordinary residents of the shelter. But they can't, so they have to take this path. To say that a person is suitable to be a hunting team member, it's not a nice word. The fighter heard his companion's reminder and realized his own misconduct. He nodded and agreed with his companion. Yes. Yes, Brother Su. I just said it casually. Don't take it seriously. Brothers, you are too polite. I am also a member of the 9th team now. We are all family. There is nothing we can't say. Suyu waved his hand and smiled gently, looking at the wilderness farther away. A hint of heat flashed in his eyes. Besides, I also think that this wilderness is really a blessed place for me, Suyu said, looking at the career panel in his field of vision. 7 days of hunting had raised his gunsmith career level directly from LV5 to LV7. And the 2 professional skills of elementary sniping skills and basic gun mastery, one was promoted to LV5, and the other was directly increased to LV7. Even the relatively difficult scout skills, now it has grown to level 5. Not to mention, their harvests in these days are also quite rich. Although they can't collect all the contribution points to the shelter next month in one go, after helping Wang Shan, and we pay the contribution points for Bale, the remaining harvest is enough for the 9th team to rest up and start a new round of hunting. Let's go, we've been out for a week, and we should go back to rest. Let Lao Wang and Lao Wu rescue them at the same time. When the time comes, we will prepare all the food resources together with them, and work for half a month at a time, so that we can save up enough for next month. Yan Lai called out loudly. The rest of the members of the 9th team, including Su Yu, all smiled, and immediately followed Yan Lai, carrying their own hunting trophies, and rushed to the shelter. By the evening of the second day, everyone saw the outline of the shelter appeared on the other side of the horizon. It seems that the Night Fury team really thinks that we are in the wilderness and cannot come back. Seeing the shelter in front of him, Su Yu couldn't help but sneer, and there was a chill in his eyes. This time, the 9th team, fearing that they would repeat the same mistake as last time, deliberately chose to hunt within 10 kilometers near the shelter. This is to prevent the Night Fury team from using the same trick again and attracting 2 strong radioactive beasts. Attack them on their way back, kill with a borrowed knife. Although the distance is short, it still takes more than half a day to travel. Unexpectedly, this return trip can be called smooth sailing. It is obvious that the Night Fury team no longer takes them seriously. Hearing Su Yu's words, Yan Lai and other members of the 9th team, they all smiled knowingly. Looking at the direction of the shelter, there was a hint of excitement in their eyes. If the Night Fury team, knowing our harvest this time, their expressions will be extremely exciting. Thinking of this, they all accelerated their pace and hurried towards the shelter. At the entrance of the shelter, as usual, there were still many members of the hunting team gathered here. Some were preparing to leave the shelter and explore the wilderness, and others had just returned with the team and were chatting about their harvest. Several fighters from the Night Fury team were also among them. They had just finished a short hunt, and the harvest was rich, enough for them not to risk going to the wilderness to collect enough for the shelter for the next month. While they were excited and relaxed, they couldn't help but think of Yan Lai and his group, who had left the shelter a few days ago and provoked their Night Fury team. Guess, how long will Yan Lai and his group be back? A member of the Night Fury team, I couldn't help but laugh. How long can they hold out in the wilderness with just 5 of them? It's been a week now. I guess tomorrow morning at the latest, we'll see them returning in a mess. Another member of the Night Fury team echoed. TSK, you are so confident in Yan Lai and the others? Just as they were discussing and mocking. In the distance, there came a cold voice from Lei Wu. Since being threatened by Su Yu last time, Lei Wu's hatred for the 9th squad, especially Su Yu, was getting stronger and stronger. These days, he calculated that the 9th squad supplies were almost at their limit. So he stayed here, ready to make fun of the Yan Lai squad, who were destined to return in disgrace. It would be best to provoke them and make them attack him. In this way, he could take advantage of the situation and avenge the last grudge. Chapter 25 Extraordinary Level Determination. Just as Lei Wu was thinking and fantasizing in his heart, he heard a commotion suddenly, accompanied by the sound of sucking in cold air and unstoppable exclamations. Lei Wu woke up instantly, frowning and looking up, and then his eyes suddenly froze. Under Lei Wu's stunned gaze, led by Yan Lai and Su Yu, the fighters of the 9th team walked in the front, and the members in charge of logistics also looked up, driving the trailer, slowly driving towards the entrance of the shelter. Everyone's face was full of pride. And on their trailer, there was a mountain of hunting. That was under normal circumstances. Only the shelters that ranked in the top 5 or 6, and could gather a team of at least a dozen fighters, could achieve such a large amount of hunting within 7 days. Hey, isn't this Deputy Captain Lei Wu? How come you have time to come here? Could it be that you came here specially to wait for us? Congratulations to us? Thank you so much. Vice Captain Lei, you are a model of repaying evil with kindness. We admire you, you admire you. Seeing Lei was standing guard at the entrance of the shelter, with a look of as if he had eaten shit, Yan Lai and the others could not guess what he was doing here. It's a pity that the 9th team has Su Yu, a new force. But he gave Lei Wu a hard slap in the face. Listening to Yan Lai and the others, those sarcastic words, Lei Wu couldn't help but clench his fists and stared at Yan Lai and the others. His anger was almost about to burst out. However, click, a light sound. So you didn't follow Yan Lai and the others to mock, but just said lightly, in front of Lei Wu, He put the bullet into the hunter falcon and loaded one more round. Gudong. Watching Suyu's movements, Lei Wu's Adam's apple couldn't help but roll, opened his mouth. He didn't dare to say anything tough, but just glared at the ninth squad with hatred. Then, he led the few members of the Night Fury squad, who were also stunned and shocked, and hurriedly turned around and rushed to the Night Fury squad's base at the fastest speed. The situation of the ninth squad had exceeded their expectations. This was not good news, and they had to tell the captain as soon as possible. Watching Lei Wu and the others leave, the members of the ninth squad, they all burst into cheers. Yang Lai and the others were all smiling, and waved to the logistics team to send the harvest of this hunt back to the base first, to be sorted and stored, and then sent to the management office, to be exchanged for contribution points, to bail out Wang Shan and Wu Yu. After the arrangements were made here, Yang Lai, but waved to Su Yu to stay first, and not to rush to the repair shop. Come to the base with me first, I'm going to give you. Brother Su, let's do a test, Yang Lai said mysteriously. Hearing Yang Lai's words, the other fighters all looked over curiously. Some of them reacted quickly, blinked, and thought of something, and their voices became excited. Captain, could it be that Brother Su's strength has already entered the extraordinary level? Yang Lai nodded gently, and Su Yu's eyes also lit up. He has been in this world for so long, and for the identity of a transcendent, but he was not unfamiliar with it, and he was quite yearning for it. However, he was confused about how the levels of extraordinary people were divided. Moreover, he was not sure whether he, who had a professional panel, was considered an extraordinary person, but at least, when he activated the core ability of killing intent perception, Su Yu could indeed feel that there was some special spiritual existence around him. It was with their help that he was able to sense the ambush radiation beasts. Similarly, there is the core ability brought by Su Yu's mechanic profession, mechanical affinity, which is also blessed by this kind of spiritual existence, allowing him to grasp the key positions of those mechanical creations. But just these? Can he be considered a transcendent? At most, he can only be regarded as an ordinary person who has mastered 2 transcendent skills. Su Yu shook his head, and he was not sure in his heart. However, when he really came to the test site mentioned by Yang Lai and saw the test device mentioned by Yang Lai, Su Yu was a little dumbfounded. Just aim at this punch target. As long as you can hit it, you will be a 1-star physical transcendent. It's that simple? Su Yu was confused. No need to check what spiritual power. Check what talent. Looking at Su Yu's confused look, Yang Lai responded with an even more confused expression. Check spiritual power? Check talent? What is that? Yang Lai answered subconsciously, immediately. I finally understood what Su Yu meant. Brother Su thinks that a superhuman, whether in body or spirit, must have the talent to use psychic energy, and know how to use psychic energy to strengthen himself, to be considered a qualified superhuman. Right? He waved his hand, with a helpless tone. Then I can only say that Brother Su thinks too much, whether in shelter number 73 or other small settlements. The starred level of superhumans is mostly achieved by self-exploration. Spiritual supernatural beings mostly judge their current realm by sensing the strength of the spiritual power in their minds, and the distance between the spiritual power and the condensation of the spiritual power into substance, and the difference between the spiritual power and the release of spiritual energy. For physical supernatural beings, it is even rougher. Simply make a fist target. If you can knock down the first one, you will get a 1-star rating. If you can knock down the first one with 1 punch, you will get a 2-star rating. If you can hit another one, you will get a 3-star rating. As for how to sense spiritual energy, how to use psychic energy to speed up the improvement of one's strength, temper the body, cleanse the spirit, are there any special methods to detect psychic talents, matching extraordinary skills, etc.? None. Everything depends on one's own exploration. However, the good thing is that as long as we are willing to fight hard, us physical extraordinary people, it is still easy to master some basic combat skills, such as me. Yang Lai said, slightly clenched his fist, showing his right arm to Su Yu. As he exerted force suddenly, bang! On his right arm, a spiritual flame with a gray glow suddenly rose, looking particularly intimidating, and after this punch was thrown, it actually directly knocked down 2 alloy fist targets to the ground, and the aftermath even knocked down more than half of the 3rd fist target. This is the fighting skill I have mastered, but it can't last long. I can only punch once at a time, and after a punch, my right arm will lose strength for a while, so I will not use this trick unless it is absolutely necessary. Like your brother Zhang. brotherly. They also have their own fighting skills. But these things cannot be taught. And we don't know how we figured them out ourselves. Listening to Yang Lai's words, Suyu also understood that he was too naive before. On the Ruins planet, after many wars and changes in power, it was not only the once glorious technology that was broken, but also the extraordinary system. It was also shattered. At least in this shelter number 73, I don't have to count on any systematic spiritual training. But for Suyu, this is not bad news. After all, with the professional panel in hand, even if he explores it himself, he can find new skills and practice existing skills more efficiently than other extraordinary people. Shaking his head, he put aside the distracting thoughts in his mind. Suyu came to the boxing target, looked at the 3 boxing targets in a row in front of him, and took a deep breath, and punched it. Bang! Chapter 26 Target. Accompanied by a dull sonic boom. The alloy fist target in front of Suyu was knocked to the ground by his punch. And the fist target behind him was also affected by the force of the punch, which caused it to shake continuously, and make a continuous clicking sound. Yang Lai and others were all stunned. Is this a top-level 1-star? Brother Su's physical strength has reached the standard of a top-level 1-star physical extraordinary person. Several members of the 9th Squadron couldn't believe their eyes. In the past few days of hunting, Suyu had shown amazing strength, but more of it was in sniping skills. Everyone could feel that Suyu's physical fitness was not bad, and it could even be said to be excellent. But they didn't have a rough estimate of how good it was. Even Yang Lai only thought that Suyu's physical fitness was probably at the level of a 1-star intermediate. But now it seems that Suyu was underestimated. Good. Good. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. After all, Suyu is now the core force of the 9th Squad. The stronger he is, the more likely Yang Lai and his revenge will succeed. In addition to Lei Wu, the Night Evil Squad also has 2 2-star physical transcendents. One is Mo Yun, and the other is He Xiang. Among them, He Xiang is the strongest, and has reached the advanced level of 2 stars. Mo Yun and Lei Wu, both are 2-star primary. During this period, Li He, as the team leader, rarely led the hunting team out for some unknown reason. He Xiang usually led the team to complete the hunting goals stipulated by the shelter. And this is Yang Lai and his team's chance for revenge. Without Li He, a 3-star spiritual transcendent, leading the team, with the strength of the 9th team, it is possible that they will cause considerable losses to Yisha. However, Yang Lai was not ready to act immediately. There is still 1 month left. In another month, my strength will reach its peak under the influence of the ant poison. By then, my strength should be at the advanced level of 2 stars. By then, with his strength, plus the assistance of Suyu, the elite sniper, it will be enough to kill the 2-star extraordinary people in the Night Fury team, making Li He feel heartbroken for a long time. Listening to Yang Lai's plan, the eyes of the members of the 9th team all lit up. But at this moment, Suyu couldn't help but speak. Uncle Yang, is there really no way to cure your ant poison? Yang Lai's plan was good. But if he really did it as he said, he would die from the ant poison. But as far as Suyu knew, the medicine produced in the shelter, in addition to the anti-radiation medicine for radiation sickness, also had another antidote. That kind of antidote has a considerable therapeutic effect on the toxins of many 3-star and below radioactive beasts in the wilderness. If we can exchange for that kind of antidote, there should be hope to cure Uncle Yang's ant poison. Right? Suyu asked in confusion. Yang Lai and the other members of the 9th team heard this, but they all laughed bitterly. Brother Su is still thinking too simply. It is true that the shelter produces antidote, but that antidote, strictly speaking, it is not just detoxification. Many diseases and injuries encountered in the ruins, including radiation sickness, can be cured with the medicine that is said to be a product of pre-war technology, or at least delay the disease by half. However, how precious is such a medicine? The materials needed for production alone are an astronomical figure, if calculated with contribution points. Even a hunting team of the level of the Night Fury team needs to go without food or water. You need to save up half a year's contribution points to exchange for one. For a hunting team like the 9th Squad, even if they are really courageous and strong, they have to grit their teeth to collect enough contribution points. The shelter's high-level officials are reluctant to open such precious potions to Yang Lai and others for exchange. Of course, if it is a strong man like Li He, it is another matter. In the final analysis, it is still because the 9th Squad is not strong enough and its status is too low. Is that so? Suyu nodded. His eyes were not disappointed, but full of brilliance. He was not afraid of the harsh conditions for exchange, but was afraid that there was no possibility of exchange for the antidote. Now that he knew that Uncle Yanlai's body was not impossible to recover, that was enough. Is the 9th squad not qualified to exchange for the antidote? It doesn't matter, as long as the Night Fury squad is completely defeated. I think this record will be enough to make the high-level officials of the shelter, nodding generously, agreeing to give the 9th team the right to exchange antidote potions. However, to achieve this goal, Suyu, like Yanlai, also needs time. Hunter Falcon. As an advanced sniper rifle, the damage of its bullets is about 2 stars. If it can hit the vital point, even a 2-star advanced, or even a 2-star top radiation beast may be knocked down by my shot. But this damage is not enough. Considering that Li He is a 3-star extraordinary person, his mental power is probably spread around his body all the time. Even if his Hunter Falcon has 100% shooting accuracy, it can resist the influence of Li He's mental power on the trajectory of the bullet. But the barrier formed by the mental power will greatly weaken the power of the bullet. And a 3-star spiritual transcendent, once he recovers, it may only take a moment to deal with him. So you needs more time. Improve the level of gunsmith. Improve the proficiency of gun mastery and sniper skills. Although these 2 skills cannot increase the lethality of bullets, they can speed up my loading speed, allowing me to complete 2 or even 3 shots in the shortest time. In addition, more time can also allow Suyu to think of ways to design a new improvement blueprint to increase the lethality of Falcon. As long as the killing power of the hunting Falcon can guarantee to hit the vital points, it can instantly kill the 3-star extraordinary person, the radiation beast. And I am enough to deal with the Night Fury team. Li He is only a 3-star spiritual extraordinary person. His physical defense is ultimately not as good as a true 3-star physical extraordinary person, as long as the killing power of the hunting Falcon reaches 3 levels. Even if it is weakened by Li He's mental power, the remaining power is enough to take Li He away with 1 shot. However, these words, Suyu did not say it directly. Saying this now, it would be suspected of bragging. It is better to prepare first, one by one, just as Suyu was doing all the preparations to fight against the Night Demon. At the same time, in shelter number 73, the high-level meeting room, the captains of the Wolf Pack squad and the Shanlan squad stood with their arms folded. Their eyes were cold. Staring at Li He in front of them, their eyes were extremely cold. Captain Li He, we need you to give an explanation. Team 6, Team 7, and Team 10. Why did their members suddenly become members of your Night Fury team? Captain Lang Yuan. Captain Hu Wan. Your questioning makes me very confused. Hearing the questions from the captains of Wolf Pack and Shanlan, Li He's expression remained unchanged, and he spread his hands with an innocent expression and said, everyone has seen the situation of these 3 teams. They were careless. They suffered heavy losses while hunting. The extraordinary people in the team were either dead or injured. Their team members were desperate and were about to be expelled from the shelter. My Night Fury team generously lent them a hand at this time. The injured were treated, and the dead were compensated. All the supplies were provided by my Night Fury team. It would be fine if the manager didn't reward me. But why did the 2 captains come to target me? Or, Li He smiled slightly, after a pause. He said with a playful tone, the 2 captains, in fact, have also set their sights on the remaining members of these 3 teams. But I didn't expect that I would get there first. You? Li He interrupted him. And finally he retorted. Lang Yuan and Hu Wan both changed color slightly, but their expressions were a little more flustered. Obviously, what Li He said really had some signs of revealing their thoughts. But at this moment, in the meeting room, the manager who had been silent all this time spoke up. Okay, the 3 captains. Stop arguing about this now. The purpose of calling you all together today is not to let you argue here. The manager is an old man with white hair, who is over 50 years old. In the ruins, being able to live to such an old age is already rare and precious. Moreover, under normal circumstances, residents of the ruins star after the age of 50, even if they are extraordinary people. In most cases, they would be too old. But the manager of shelter number 73 was still energetic. When he spoke, his eyes seemed to be sharp, which made the 3 captains present, including the arrogant Li He, calmed down and immediately stepped back and nodded slightly. At the moment of lowering his head, the anger in Li He's eyes was well concealed by him. Yes. Listening to the 3 people's answers, the manager nodded. and was too lazy to pay attention to the three people, whether they were just talking or really obeyed his orders. He just looked at Li He and said in a deep voice, "Captain Li, the protagonist of today's meeting is still you. As you said. In fact, it is indeed because of your generosity that the members of the 6th, 7th, and 10th teams can continue to stay in the shelter. But the 13 hunting teams are not a random number. Each of these 13 teams has its own strengths and weaknesses, but they all have their own meaning. The teams led by the 3 captains are to protect our shelter, so that it will not be breached by radioactive beasts and become one of the large and small beast nests on this planet. Those with medium strength can provide us with a considerable amount of supplies and materials for our shelter. Those with poor strength and low rankings can also help the residents of our shelter. When you get sick, injured, or encounter other troubles, there is always a place to go, so you won't be expelled from the shelter and become a refugee," the manager said. His eyes fell on Li He. His tone was calm, but there was a sense of oppression that could not be ignored. "In my opinion, the 9th-ranked team and the 3rd-ranked Night Fury have a different status. But this difference is not so big that I can completely ignore the rules of the shelter. So, I'm going to make it clear here, I don't want to see a hunting team being attacked, suffering heavy losses, and not being able to join other hunting teams again. Captains, can you give me a positive answer?" Feeling the pressure in the old man's eyes, Lang Yun and Hu Wen both nodded immediately, while Li He's eyes flickered for a moment, and then he nodded slowly. "Okay. Very good, then I won't delay the 3 captains' business. You 3 should be very busy. I won't see you off." The manager nodded, and waved his hand to signal everyone to leave. After hearing the manager's words, let alone Li He, even Lang Yun and Hu Wen were stunned, until Li He stood up and said goodbye, leaving the meeting room with a cold face. Lang Yun and Hu Wen came back to their senses, looking at the manager with great confusion in their eyes. "This, manager, this is contrary to what we agreed before. It's different." The strength shown by Li He has made them feel a huge sense of oppression. Add to that Li He's domineering style of doing things. After knowing that Li He was about to break into the 4-star level, Lang Yun and Hu Wen both could not sit still. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Li He suddenly expanded the Night Evil team and swallowed up 3 hunting teams in one go. The 2 contacted the manager at the first time, hoping to use the manager's power to attack Li He. It is true that Li He is a top-level spiritual transcendent of 3 stars, but the 2 of them are also 4-star primary physical transcendents. In addition, with the help of the manager, who is said to have reached the 4-star level many years ago, it is not a difficult task to suppress Li He, who has not yet achieved the 4-star level. But they never expected that the manager just brought Li He over, preached and warned him, and then let him go? This preaching, what's the use? As Li He said, strictly speaking, he did not violate the rules of the shelter, and even helped the shelter solve a big burden. This was also my mistake when I formulated the shelter regulations. The hunting team should not merge with each other, and this must be written clearly. The manager spoke in a deep voice, but the words he said almost made Lang Yun and Hu Wen's brains confused. What the hell, it's already time. Is this the time to get hung up on the rules? Although in the past few years, they have more or less experienced the manager's pedantry in terms of rules. But they never thought that the manager would be so pedantic. Is it true, as the rumors say, that when the manager was young, he mechanized his body to such an extent that his brain became mechanical? Lang Yun and Hu Wen thought to themselves, but they dared not speak out in anger. Looking at the confused looks of the 2 of them, the manager's expression, however, was extremely calm. In short, if the Night Fury squad has not violated the rules, I will not take action. Nor will I allow you to take action against the Night Fury squad. Listening to the manager's second half of the words, Lang Yun and Hu Wen's expressions both became interesting. They took action against the Night Fury squad? Without the help and approval of the manager, Lang Yun and Hu Wen neither had the courage to take action against the Night Fury. Not only because Li He's own strength, more importantly, because of the rumors about the Night Fury squad. Rumor has it that the captain of the Night Fury squad has some connection with the Ghost tribe. If he can be killed with one strike, it's fine. Anyway, as a member of the hunting team, dying in the wilderness is the most normal thing. The Ghost tribe can't really travel thousands of miles to avenge someone far away in another settlement. But no manager came forward, other hunting teams assisted from the side. Lang Yun and Hu Wen could not even think of killing Li He with one strike. If they could avoid being killed by Li He and fight to a draw, they would have reached their limit. How could they even think of attacking the Night Fury team? They left the meeting room in frustration. Lang Yuan and Huan looked at each other, both with rare frustration. What should we do? If this continues, Li He, I'm afraid he can really control the entire shelter. Huan whispered, but in his tone. It was obvious that he had no hope. Lang Yuan, who was beside him, fell into silence. After a moment, a chill appeared in his eyes. What should we do? What else can we do? That old guy. Didn't he ask for evidence? Then we should give him evidence. How should we give it to him? Although we don't know what secret technique he has in his meditation, it is clear that the more people he has under his command, the stronger he will be. Now that he has annexed 3 teams, his strength will only be stronger than before. It will probably not take too long for him to break through to 4 stars. How could he reveal his flaws again? Why not? Lang Yin retorted, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Don't forget. What else has the Night Fury team been doing these days besides annexing the 6 and 7 teams? You mean the 9th team? Huan was startled. Immediately, he reacted, with surprise in his eyes. Yan Lai and his team haven't been swallowed up by Night Demon yet? Be it the 9th team, the 6th and 7th teams. These hunting teams are ranked at the bottom or in the middle. Normally, they would not be taken seriously by strong men of Huan and Lang Yuan. It can't be blamed on their indifference. It's just that the members of these hunting teams change too frequently, including the captain often. If they can live for 2 or 3 years, they are considered lucky. For example, the 9th squad led by Yang Lai, except Zhang Wu and Li Mao, who have been with him for 2 years. The rest of the fighters have basically only been with Yan Lai for a year, and some have only been with him for half a year. For such a hunting team, even if they pay attention to it, the intelligence they get is useless, and it is just a waste of manpower. Therefore, after hearing that the 9th squad was targeted by the Night Demon, in Huan's opinion, at most half a month, the 9th squad should not be able to hold on. At this moment, when Lang Yin said that the 9th squad was still holding on, how could Huan remain calm? This is really incredible. Huan couldn't help but sigh, and there was joy in his eyes. If this is the case, then we may really be able to find Li He's weakness. The Night Evil squad is now in the limelight. But the more they are in the limelight, seeing Yan Lai, Su Yu led the 9th squad, still active in the shelter, their achievements will in turn become the stepping stone for the 9th squad to become famous. Of course, the 9th squad may not want to be famous, but whether they intend to or not, now, they have become the thorn in the eyes of the Night Fury squad, which must be removed, there is no doubt about it. And as long as the Night Fury squad takes action, there will be a chance, find their flaws. So Team 9 must be dealt with. But don't be too rash, you must be cautious, just as I instructed before, don't go too far. It's too obvious, do you understand? The base of the Night Fury team, Lang Yuan and Huan, as bystanders, can see how much influence the 9th team has on the prestige of the Night Fury team. Li He, the captain of the Night Fury team, naturally also knows this. Therefore, after returning to the base, he immediately summoned his assistants, including Lei Wu, Li Yao, and others, to his presence and gave them instructions. After hearing Li He's instructions, Lei Wu and others nodded repeatedly. However, there was a hint of confusion in Li Yao's eyes. Brother, why do we have to hold on to the 9th squad at this moment? Anyway, brother, it should be very soon to break into the 4-star level. Right? Why not wait until brother reaches the 4-star level? Wouldn't it be safer to deal with the 9th squad, and even those who are blocking the way in one fell swoop? Li Yao said. Around them, Lei Wu and others also had doubts on their faces, and they obviously had similar thoughts as Li Yao. Li glanced at them coldly and said lightly, it's very simple. Because even if I step into the 4-star level, I am only the strongest person in the shelter. But I am not invincible in the shelter. The 9th squad is like an ant, and I have to break into the 4-star level before I can kill it. At that time, how will the people in the shelter view our Night Fury team? Do I need to say more? Li Yao and others suddenly realized, although they always felt that it was a bit too much to hold on to the 9th team, since the captain had said so. Under the influence of Li He's past prestige, they did not dare to ask any more questions. They all obeyed the orders, and went down quickly to start preparing. Watching Li Yao and the others leave, Li He's eyes also showed a hint of coldness. The 9th squad. Su Yu? Damn it! He gritted his teeth and whispered. His voice was filled with undisguised murderous intent and anger towards Su Yu. The people in the shelter. Their opinions on the Night Fury squad were not important. That reason was just to fool stupid people like Li Yao. The reason why the 9th squad had to be eradicated was because the existence of the 9th squad affected those who had just been killed by the Night Fury squad. Absorbed hunting team members. This is the most fundamental problem. The meditation method that Li He practices, the fundamental way to increase spiritual energy and improve strength, is to extract spiritual energy from the spiritual world of the subordinates under his control. The more subordinates he controls and influences, the more extreme their emotions will be. The more spiritual energy Li He can harvest, the stronger his strength will naturally be. That's why Li He deliberately let Li Yao and others act domineeringly. That's why he realized that he was close to 4 stars, decisively expand, absorb the 6th, 7th, 13th teams, all. After all, in his expectation, after completing this annexation, he can become a 4-star extraordinary person. At that time, even if the half-mechanical antique in the shelter wants to attack him, it will be impossible. But he never thought that, at this critical moment, the variable of the 9th team, but ruined his great plan. Because of the existence of the 9th team, the members of these 3 teams who joined Yi Sha, their respect for Yi Sha and Li He is not enough, not strong enough, and far from enough to allow Li He to break through the bottleneck. Team 9 must die. And, the more miserable the death, the better. Li He screamed in his heart. There was a chill in his eyes. But he now thought to himself that he had been targeted by the manager, and Lang Yuan and others. If he took the initiative to leave. The manager didn't say anything. Lang Yuan and Huan will never sit still and wait for death. Moreover, when Li He fooled Li Yao and the others before, it was not all lies. At least one sentence was true, that is, even if he entered the 4-star level, his strength was not strong enough to fight against the strong men in the entire shelter alone. He can cross the line, but he can't really turn the table. Otherwise, even if he breaks into the 4-star level, with the joint efforts of the managers, the Wolf Pack, Shanlan and other teams, Li He has no choice but to flee in a panic. And without the Night Fury team that he has worked so hard to build up over the years, the spiritual energy provided by his subordinates, the 4-star extraordinary that Li He has worked so hard to cultivate, will probably be reduced to its original form. And that is what Li He cannot accept even more. So, these things can only be done by Li Yao and others. Fortunately, the 9th team is now, should be the last gasp of its strength. Li He shook his head, put away the distracting thoughts in his mind. He then entered into seclusion. Although now, he could not draw much spiritual energy from those new members of the Night Fury team. But he could already use his identity as the captain to influence their spirits and leave psychological hints. In this way, if some critical moments really came, he could also use the psychological hints he left behind to transform these people into dead soldiers and help him act as human shields for a period of time. Li He, on his side, entered into seclusion. On the other side, Li Yao, Lei Wu and others, after receiving Li He's instructions, also quickly began to act, relying on the residual power brought by the Night Fury squad's annexation of 3 squads in one go. Their actions were much smoother than Li He's. On the other side, in the 9th squad's base, Su Yu and others also received the latest news from the shelter. The 6th, 7th, and 10th squads have all been annexed by the Night Fury squad? Chapter 27 Obstruction. Su Yu frowned. Yan Lai's face was also full of shock. The several logistical personnel who came to report the news smiled bitterly and nodded. The news has been confirmed. We have been hunting outside these days. It has spread all over the shelter. I even heard that someone secretly opened a handicap. It depends on when our 9th team will be completely killed by the Night Demon. Hearing this, the fighters behind Yan Lai all laughed in anger. Even Yan Lai was so angry that he laughed. Yi Sha's reputation is really terrifying. We still have so many people in the 9th team. Do you think we are doomed in the hands of Yi Sha? But after getting angry, Yan Lai had to admit that Yi Sha's operation of swallowing up 3 teams in one go did make him feel stressed. Su Yu also frowned. And then his heart moved. And he thought of something. Su Yu nodded. His face was a little ugly. Generally speaking, even if the management office is biased, it will not be too biased or too extreme. But now, the situation is different. The Night Fury team acted vigorously and swallowed up 3 hunting teams in one go. This has never happened in shelter number 73. Just based on this situation, It is hard to say whether the top management of the management office will be intimidated by the Night Fury team or even take the initiative to join the Night Fury team, showing goodwill to Yesha, making things difficult for them. After all, there was already an Aizen supervisor before, and it is normal for a few more people to appear now. I'll go right away. Yang Lai did not dare to neglect it, and immediately turned around and took a few logistics personnel, and started the action with the harvest of this hunt. And Suyu also went to the exchange point of the management office, to receive the repair task issued by the management office. The number of parts he had now was not much. Whether you want to make a new design blueprint or improve the hunting falcon gun, it is better to exchange the radiation beast materials for contribution points, and then buy the required mechanical parts from the exchange office. The repair and manufacturing tasks issued by the management office have always given more materials as losses, which can be regarded as an extra benefit for the shelter repairman. In addition, Suyu has already reached the maximum level of mechanic. In this way, a lot of parts and materials can be saved. It was enough for Suyu to modify the hunting falcon gun in the next period of time. But before leaving, Suyu pondered for a while, and deliberately brought his own trophy backpack. The trophies in it were relatively precious radioactive beast materials, which were considered as Suyu's extra profit as the team sniper. He did not need to distribute them to the public, but could take them away. The trophies added together could also be exchanged for a lot of contribution points. This was Suyu. Just in case, if the Night Fury team really takes action, it will obviously not only make things difficult for the 9th team as a whole. Core members like him will definitely be targeted. He doesn't want to make a wasted trip. And it is just as Suyu expected. After arriving at the exchange point, Suyu saw Aizen's disgusting face as expected. After hearing Suyu's purpose, the Aizen supervisor suddenly showed a playful smile on his face. "Oh, Mr. Su. I'm so sorry, because the top management already knows that you have joined the 9th team. In the registration column of the shelter members, you are now a member of the hunting team. You cannot accept the repair and maintenance tasks for the time being. Of course, if you quit the 9th team now, I will report to the top management as soon as possible. Whatever task you want to accept, I will also help you complete all the procedures in the shortest possible time. I don't know. Mr. Su, what do you think?" Behind the counter of the exchange point, Aizen had a sincere smile, but behind that sincerity, no matter how you look at it, it was full of ridicule. Suyu frowned, stared at Aizen, after a moment, but smiled slightly. "Okay, then I'll go back and discuss it with my companions." Hearing Suyu's words, Aizen's expression was obviously relaxed, and a scornful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth subconsciously. But the next second he realized that Suyu did not really turn around and leave. Instead, he remained where he was, looking at him with a half-smile, which made Aizen sweat on his forehead and his voice stutter. "Su. Mr. Su. Is there anything else? If not, Mr. Su, why don't you go back first? I still have a lot of work to do here." "Just kidding. Aizen has heard about the situation of the 9th team. The 9th team returned from hunting this time, bringing back the spoils from the shelter, which were even more than the spoils they had obtained in the previous 7 days of hunting. Even more generous. The biggest change among them is the joining of Suyu. In addition, it is said that the reckless Quanglong suffered a loss at the hands of Suyu. In the minds of Aizen and even many ordinary residents of the shelter, Suyu has become a hidden master. That is, Aizen has the support of the Night Fury team. And this time, he really has the rules of the shelter to back him up. So he can have the confidence to say those words to Suyu. But being stared at by a fierce man like Suyu, no matter how confident Aizen was, he was still a little afraid even though he was not very courageous. Seeing Aizen's fearful look, Suyu sneered and did not talk too much with this person. He just raised his hand and brought his backpack over. "Don't worry. I just want to use the materials in this backpack to exchange for some spare parts and scrap machinery. This is not against the regulations of the shelter. Right? Exchange. Exchange this?" Aizen never thought that Suyu actually prepared these things. Looking at the backpack of materials that Suyu put on the counter, he wanted to refuse, but he could only smell the pungent smell of blood from the backpack. In addition, outside the counter, Suyu's indifferent eyes were watching. Aizen didn't have the courage to embarrass Suyu after all. He counted the radioactive beast materials in the backpack as quickly as possible, and then stuffed all the parts and scrap machinery that Suyu wanted into the backpack. Then he carefully pushed it to Suyu. Suyu took the backpack and glanced down. Although it was just a rough glance, with his professional bonus of level 10 mechanic and level 7 gunsmith, he could tell at a glance that the materials in this backpack were fair. He did not bother anymore, took the backpack away directly, and left the exchange point. Watching Suyu's figure go away, Aizen couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He thought fiercely in his heart, I want to see, how long can you be so proud? This time, Yi Sha has invested a lot of money. It is really difficult for the 9th team to survive. Thinking of what the captain of Yi Sha, Li He, said to the real supervisors in the management office. When Aizen looked at Suyu again, he couldn't help but feel a little more pity. Poor boy, you can't provoke anyone else, but you have to go against Yi Sha TSK. 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 Aizen shook his head, smacked his lips, and slowly withdrew his gaze, continuing to count the work on his side. Suyu was unaware of Aizen's words. However, Suyu was not surprised by the targeting of the Night Fury team. Before he came to the exchange office to receive the repair task, he had already guessed that the 9th team, including himself, might be targeted by the Night Fury team again. It was just that the targeting of the Night Fury team, this time really hit him right in the nick of time, without the free parts and scrap machinery provided by the shelter. If you want to improve the blueprint, you need to collect materials and parts yourself. Fortunately, my mechanic level has been fully upgraded, so the efficiency of the improvement will not be dragged down for too long. On the contrary, Uncle Yang Lai. Suyu was a little worried and quickened his pace to return to the base. When he returned to the base, he found that the base, which was originally spacious, was now a little crowded. All members of the 9th team, whether combatants or logistics personnel, and their families, gathered here, and were allocating rooms and beds. Even some of the 9th team, residents of the shelter who had previously withdrawn due to injuries, gathered here. Several combatants, as well as Li Mao and Zhang Wu, whose injuries had not yet healed, were at the training ground deepest in the base, surrounding Yang Lai, and their faces were filled with uncontrollable anger. Uncle Yang Lai. What happened? Suyu couldn't help but walk forward quickly. Seeing Suyu coming back, everyone's spirits were lifted up. But soon, thinking of the current predicament of the 9th squad, their expressions could not help but become lonely. Even Yang Lai was not much better. Hearing Suyu's question, he smiled bitterly and handed the list in his hand to Suyu. This is the shelter management office. Every month, it will issue a hunting list to each hunting team in the shelter. It clearly states the share of materials that the hunting team must hand over to the management office next month. Suyu took the list, glanced at it, and his eyes turned cold instantly. Hunting list of the 9th team. Number of 1-star radiation beasts hunted, at least 10. Number of 2-star radiation beasts, or 1-star radiation beast lords hunted, at least 3. Number of ordinary radiation beasts hunted, at least 100. It was just a few simple lines of words, but it was enough to give the 9th team the chance to survive next month. Sentenced to death. Not to mention the 2-star, 1-star radiation beasts. Just hunting more than 100 ordinary radiation beasts is not a task that the 9th squad, which only has 5 fighters including Suyu, can accomplish. Even if Wang Shan and Wu Yu are added, it won't work. Unless our 9th squad, which still has full combat power, and Lao Zhang and Lao Li are not injured, there is a 20% to 30% chance of completing this hunting goal. But now, next to him, a member of the 9th team clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. There was boundless hatred in his eyes, and a hint of panic. According to the rules of the shelter, hunting team members are already the lowest level among the residents of the shelter. If the hunting team to which the hunting team member belongs is disbanded, according to the rules of the shelter, unless the hunting team member can find another hunting team willing to accept him within 3 days, or can pay enough contribution points or materials. Otherwise, he would be expelled from the shelter and become a refugee. Refugees are not scary. But what is scary is that the Night Fury squad has set their sights on them. They are now playing dirty tricks and using these conspiracies and intrigues because they are nominally still residents of the shelter and members of the shelter hunting team. Once they lose the protection of this identity, the Night Fury squad will be able to attack them directly. At that time, let alone he, a 3-star extraordinary person, even if the 2-star and 1-star extraordinary deputy captains and combatants of the Night Fury squad join hands and besiege them openly, they can easily destroy the entire 9th squad. Chapter 28 Sacrifice. The shelter's top management. Don't you care about these things? Just let the Night Fury team force us into such a dead end? A member of the ninth team couldn't help but say indignantly. Yanlai smiled bitterly and said nothing. Zhang Wu, who was standing beside him, had already sneered. Why should you care? In the eyes of the top management, are we comparable to the Night Fury? Besides, the hunting list provided by the management office can be considered reasonable. Although some of our ninth team are injured and some are locked up, the list of members registered with the management office has not changed. The management office will be at best a harsh comment. What impact will this have on them? Hearing Zhang Wu's words, the members of the ninth team present were speechless for a moment. Yanlai also smiled bitterly, squeezed the list in his hand tightly, and let it go in vain after a moment. Sighing, forget it, don't think about it for now. I'll go and rescue Lao Wang and Lao Wu first. There's strength in numbers. We can always come up with a solution. Everyone nodded. And Suyu followed, and went to the detention center. In the detention center, when Wang Shan and Wu Yu came out again, they had lost a lot of weight, and their eyes were full of bloodshot. No need to ask, just one look can tell what they have experienced in the detention center in the past few days. Looking at their appearance, Yanlai's eyes suddenly turned red. Feeling the murderous aura rising from him, the staff of the detention center who escorted Wang Shan and Wu Yu out was frightened and took a few steps back, with a look of fear on his face. Huh? Yanlai exhaled heavily, without saying much, just stepped forward and shook the hands of the two people tightly. Wang Shan and Wu Yu, their eyes were also a little excited. But Suyu saw that the two of them clearly had some hesitation to speak, and his heart skipped a beat. As expected, after Wang Shan and Wu Yu took a short break, they spoke decisively. Captain, I heard that our hunting list for next month has not been reduced, but has reached the highest level. Is that true? Hearing Wang Shan's question, Yanlai was startled, and subconsciously wanted to conceal it first, but looking at Wang Shan and Wu Yu's bloodshot, serious eyes, Yanlai's Adam's apple rolled, and he finally didn't hide anything anymore, and nodded with a wry smile. Wang Shan and Wu Yu's expressions also changed. Then, they looked at each other, and a kind of determination emerged in their eyes. In this case, let's stay in this detention center first. Why is this? Yanlai and others were stunned when they heard this. Wang Shan and Wu Yu, however, had obviously figured it out long ago, and said softly, in our current situation, even if we go out, we can't help you. Instead, it will become a burden. In this case, there is no need to waste contribution points and bail us out. Although these contribution points are not too many, they are at least enough for 1/3 of the hunting targets next month. This way, the pressure on everyone in the next month will be less. Said Wang Shan and Wu Yu, both forced a smile on their faces. We are in this detention center. Although life is a bit hard, but the Night Fury team, they dare not really kill us in this shelter. Maybe we are safer here than you are outside. Listening to Wang Shan and Wu Yu's words, Yanlai and others were silent. Even a fool could tell that the last words were just a consolation from Wang Shan and Wu Yu. But even Yanlai had to admit at this moment that Wang Shan and Wu Yu's proposal was the best plan that the 9th squad could come up with now. But Yanlai couldn't help but want to say more, but was interrupted by Wang Shan and Wu Yu. He just shook his head silently, and nodded to the rest of the hunting team. Finally, he looked at Suyu with an apologetic look. Brother Su, I'm afraid you will have to work hard next. This is all our fault for being too impulsive. Wang Shan and Wu Yu were originally going to work with Suyu. The three of them would serve as snipers and scouts together to fill the vacancies of Li Mao and Zhang Wu. But now, Suyu has to shoulder all these two responsibilities. They both feel very sorry. Suyu shook his head slightly. You two brothers are too polite. This is not your fault. Okay. Are you going to release him on bail or not? If not, the visiting time is up. Let's go! A stern rebuke from a person in charge of the detention center interrupted their conversation. Wang Shan and Wu Yu did not say anything more. He just looked at Yanlai deeply. Captain, my family. Yanlai nodded, gritted his teeth, and squeezed out a word from his teeth after a while. Don't worry, I will take good care of them. Wang Shan and Wu Yu smiled immediately, and said no more, followed the person in charge of the detention center, and walked into the narrow and dark passage of the detention center. Looking at the two of them, who were so thin that they seemed to be about to fall down in the wind. Yanlai was also good. The rest of the 9th team members couldn't help but clench their fists. Even Suyu gritted his teeth slightly. with boundless anger in his eyes. Everyone go back and get ready. In 2 days, we will set off and go back into the wilderness. Yang Lai didn't look back, but just stared at the direction where Wang Shan and Wu Yu left, until they could no longer be seen. And then he spoke softly, and Su Yu and others didn't hesitate, and all responded in unison, yes. Captain. In the next half-month, Team 9 started hunting like crazy. With Su Yu's help, each time they went out, they got a lot of hunting results. Moreover, as the number of hunting increased, Su Yu's accumulated experience points also increased steadily, and his level and skill proficiency also increased rapidly. And this improvement, in turn, led to Team 9's hunting going more smoothly. With about a week left in this month, the 9th squad has already completed this month's hunting target. There are still 7 days left. We can at least go hunting once more, plus the whole month of next month. A total of 5 medium-distance hunts of about 7 days. Even if it is not enough to complete all the hunting targets imposed by the top leaders, it is more than enough to complete more than 2/3. As for the remaining 1/3 gap, then we can use the remaining contribution points of Wang Shan and Wu Yu to make up for it. Calculating the hunting gains of these days, the members of the 9th team all had joy in their eyes. And Su Yu was also in high spirits. His progress and gains were the biggest in the 9th team in the past few days, although he had not yet studied the improvement plan of the Falcon gun. But he also gained a lot of new design blueprints. The most surprising thing among them was, another one is the design drawing of the night vision lens, obtained from the excellent electric sniper rifle. By adding this part, I can guarantee the accuracy of my shooting even in the dark. And Su Yu looked at the design blueprint in front of him. His eyes slightly lit up. According to the instructions of this design blueprint, he can even use this night vision lens to create a simple night vision device. In this way, not only can I have the ability to fight at night, but the other members of the 9th team can also try hunting at night. Chapter 29 Night Hunting. The danger level in the wilderness under the cover of night will be multiplied compared to that during the day. At night, the powerful radiation beasts that sleep during the day will wake up and start wandering around the wilderness to hunt. Moreover, the pitch-black night will be their best helper in hiding their bodies. Even elite hunting teams like Night Furies, unless it is absolutely necessary, will rarely choose to go out hunting at night. But as the saying goes, risks and rewards go hand in hand. Hunting during the day. You may not encounter a 2-star radiation beast even after walking for several days. But at night, if you are lucky, an excellent sniper may be able to snipe 1 or more 2-star radiation beasts, or even a 2-star radiation beast lord. However, relying solely on night vision goggles and night vision lenses is not 100% safe. Let's wait and see. Su Yu looked at his career panel. Now, his gunsmith profession has been upgraded to level 8, and his killing intent perception range has also increased to within a kilometer. The other skills, basic gun mastery and basic sniping skills, have also reached this level. The improvement of the skill wilderness survival is even more rapid. Frequent wilderness hunting has allowed Su Yu to gain experience in wilderness survival skills at a frequency that is almost 2 or 3 times that of the other skills. Even more than the professional experience. Setting up camp, cooking a meal in the wilderness, can increase a lot of wilderness survival experience. So much so that Su Yu's current wilderness survival experience has reached level 9, and the experience progress bar is close to 90%. After these skills, and the gunsmith profession, are promoted to the maximum level, with my physical fitness at that time, plus the unlocked profession, the skill specialization blessing, lead the 9th squad to try hunting at night. The safety factor should be much higher. Hunting at night brings rich harvests and experience points. It can also greatly speed up your upgrade efficiency, so you can improve your strength to the point where you can compete with, or even kill the captain of the Night Fury squad. Li He. Just as Su Yu was pondering, squeak with the sound of a door being pushed open. Yang Lai, who went to submit the spoils for contribution points, he walked back from outside with a grim look on his face. Seeing Yang Lai's expression, the members of the 9th squad present all changed color slightly. Uncle Yang. What happened? Su Yu also stood up and asked. Yang Lai nodded and handed a card in his hand to Su Yu. This was the contribution point storage card for each hunting team. Su Yu took the card and glanced at the current contribution point balance of the 9th squad. He suddenly realized something and couldn't help but sneered. Night Evil Squad, he is really very resourceful. The spoils accumulated by the 9th squad during this period, the hunting gains converted into contribution points, are about 3,000 points. After paying the contribution points that should be paid this month, there will be at least 500 points left. But now, the contribution point balance on this card is empty, and even marked with a minus 500. Word. This means that the 9th squad, let alone starting to accumulate contribution points for next month in advance. If a new round of hunting is not organized as soon as possible, they may not be able to meet the contribution point target for this month. How could this be? The other members of the 9th team also gathered around and looked at the contribution point card brought back by Yang Lai, with astonishment in their eyes. The people from the management office said that our spoils have too many rotten parts, and many materials are either refused to be recycled by them, or the assessed value is deliberately lowered. Yang Lai also gritted his teeth, his eyes full of humiliation. It's not that he didn't try to fight for it, but the result of his fight was that he was directly ridiculed by the supervisors of the management office, and even said, "If you don't want to stay, get out of shelter number 73. It's all because of the grudge between Yi Fu and the 9th team. Now that they have left the shelter, what will happen to the members of the 9th team? You can imagine it without even thinking. Captain, no, let's fight them." A fighter from the 9th team couldn't help but say, his tone was filled with grief and indignation. Fighting. Listening to the words of the team members, Yang Lai's eyes now showed some more desire. He wanted to be fully prepared and fight to the death. But now it seems that the Night Fury team will never give them this opportunity. Since this is the case, fighting to the death now, at least it can bring some trouble to the Night Fury team. Otherwise, if they wait any longer, they might really be killed by the Night Fury squad in this wilderness without bloodshed. No! Just then, Su Yu's voice sounded quietly. There was a gleam in his eyes. He looked at Yang Lai and others, and said in a deep voice, "Uncle Yang, and everyone else, can you give me another half day to make some preparations? Perhaps we still have a chance to fight back." Looking at Su Yu's serious look, Yang Lai and others were all startled. I want to say, at this point, how can they have a chance to fight back? But thinking of the shock Su Yu brought to them in the past few days, Yang Lai couldn't help but chuckle, but nodded vigorously. Okay, anyway. Half a day more is not much. Half a day less is not much. Just listen to Brother Su. Everyone wait a moment. Notes and experiences from the exploration in the wilderness? The 9th team's base, Li Mao's current dormitory. After listening to Su Yu's purpose, Li Mao was confused. He had heard about the troubles that the 9th squad was facing, and he was extremely anxious and worried. But he couldn't think of any way he could help. After Su Yu came to him, Li Mao was actually quite surprised. He was ready to do his best to help his teammates, but he didn't expect that Su Yu's request was just to ask him to guide him on various survival experiences when exploring the wilderness. How can these things help solve the current predicament of the 9th squad? Li Mao had a million puzzles in his heart. But seeing Su Yu's serious and sincere look, he did not refuse after all. Instead, he carefully recalled his experience of hunting in the wilderness in the past few years, and told Su Yu everything. Su Yu was also concentrating and listening carefully. He listened and took notes. When Li Mao finished speaking, I just felt that I had finished talking about all my experiences. Ding! Congratulations, you have upgraded a professional skill, wilderness survival, to the maximum level. Based on your professional skill, a professional specialization is being extracted. Extraction completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining professional specialization, wilderness perception. Wilderness perception. Type, professional specialization passive. Effect, when in the wilderness, your ability to perceive danger is improved to a certain extent. You can detect the arrival of a crisis earlier, find a correct path for yourself or your team. Chapter 30 Attack. Looking at the emerging new professional expertise, Su Yu's eyes, there was a gleam of brilliance. It's done. He suddenly looked up, looking at the confused Li Mao, and thanked him solemnly. Brother Li, thank you very much, you really helped a lot this time. With the wilderness perception expertise, even if his other abilities are still insufficient, it is enough to lead the 9th team to hunt in the wilderness at night. And the harvest of night hunting. It is much more than during the day. However, after unlocking wilderness perception, Su Yu did not act immediately. Back in the repair shop, Su Yu carefully removed the sight of his treasured electric sniper rifle, studied it carefully, and compared it with the blueprint of night vision goggles that he had designed before and approved by the system. After thinking it through, he started to act. Soon, it was evening, and the sun was setting in the west. Su Yu brought a set of night vision goggles that he had just made and returned to the base. At this time, the atmosphere in the base was extremely solemn. Wang Shan and Wu Yu's family members all had red eyes. Obviously they had just cried. Seeing Suyu coming, they all cast their eyes on Suyu, with a hint of hope in their eyes. But this hope was extremely slim. Yang Lai frowned, staring at the hunting map near the shelter. He was thinking hard about what suitable hunting spots could help the 9th squad overcome the current predicament. However, he stood here for an afternoon without any results. It was not until Suyu arrived that he came to his senses. Brother Su, you are back? Have you come up with any good ideas? Yang Lai greeted him casually, and his tone was full of hope. But Suyu's answer made Yang Lai, and even the other members of the 9th squad in the room, they all looked up suddenly. I did think of a way, Suyu said in a deep voice, looking at Yang Lai. His eyes were burning. Uncle Yang, we can try hunting at night. Hunting at night? Hearing Suyu's words, the joy that had originally emerged in the eyes of Yang Lai and others all disappeared in an instant. Hunting at night is not a strange suggestion. Under normal circumstances, after the hunting team falls at night, the logistics team will use trailers to set up a similar scene in Suyu's memory. A defensive barrier like a car camp. Rests with the help of the car camp. With the protection of the car camp, even a 2-star radiation beast lord cannot easily break through the defense of the car camp, but will be severely injured or even shot by the hunting team members hiding behind the car camp. Until the sky is about to dawn, those powerful radiation beasts and their lords will return to their nests and fall asleep. Then the car camp will be closed and hunting will continue. But there are always strong ones who can ignore this rule. The Night Fury squad, and even the Wolf Pack squad above them, are all strong enough to hunt at night. But the 9th squad is obviously not one of them. Hunting at night. There are too many variables. It is easy to encounter 2-star radiation beasts, and even 2-star radiation beast lords with strength close to 3 stars. It is easy to encounter them. Not to mention our strength. We may not be their opponents. Even if we are, under the cover of night, our shooting accuracy is good. The alert range is far less than these radioactive beasts. Maybe we haven't caught much yet, but we were surrounded and ambushed by them. Yang Lai smiled bitterly, thinking that Suyu had just started to get involved in wilderness hunting recently, and was not familiar with this kind of common sense. So he explained it again. The rest of the 9th team's fighters had already retracted their gazes, and no longer thought that Suyu could come up with any good ideas. But after hearing Yang Lai's answer, Suyu did not show any disappointment, but smiled slightly, and took out a set of equipment that reflected a faint light under the light, like adventure goggles. The problem that Uncle Yang mentioned really needs to be taken seriously, so I specially prepared this. This is... Yang Lai was startled, and then he seemed to think of something. Subconsciously took the night vision goggles handed by Suyu, and put them on his head. Looking around, his eyes suddenly lit up. This thing has night vision function? Wait, can it also see far away? Yang Lai's tone was filled with deep surprise. Looking at the scene outside the window, his voice was a little stuttering because of excitement. What? Night vision goggles? It also has the function of long-distance reconnaissance? The members of the 9th team present all stood up suddenly after hearing this, and looked at the night vision goggles that Yang Lai was wearing. After Yang Lai tried them one by one, they all had surprise in their eyes. If we have this thing, if nothing else, at least the accuracy of our guns can be guaranteed. Moreover, as long as we arrange 2 or 3 logistics team members to wear this thing, we can get early warning, and greatly reduce the possibility of us being ambushed by those beasts at night. The eyes of the fighters of the 9th Squadron were all shining. Even Yang Lai was very excited. Of course, relying on a night vision goggles alone is not enough to eliminate all the disadvantages that the night brings to the 9th Squadron. When facing those powerful radiation beasts that only appear at night, the 9th Squad still has a lot of shortcomings. But Yang Lai and the other members of the 9th Squad ignored this point intentionally or unintentionally. It's not that they really don't know, but the current 9th Squad has no choice. With the blessing of the night vision goggles that Suyu took out, hunting at night, using the powerful radiation beasts they hunted, to shut up the mouths of those management office supervisors who deliberately manipulated the contribution point exchange. Let the 9th team complete the hunting goal and continue to stay in the shelter. In the eyes of Yang Lai and others, this is almost the only way for the 9th team to find a way out. So you could naturally feel what Yang Lai and others were thinking. But he didn't say much. Anyway, as long as the hunting starts, Uncle Yang and the others will know. This night vision goggles and hunting at night are not the 9th team's last resort to break the deadlock. It is the best solution to lead the 9th squad out of the current predicament. With the specialization of wilderness perception and the high lethality of the Falcon gun, Suyu is confident that he can lead the 9th squad to kill people in the night near the shelter. Bang! The shelter in the middle of the night seems particularly quiet. The exit of the shelter, where many members of the shelter hunting team gathered during the day, is now empty. It was much quieter. But soon, a hurried sound of footsteps shattered the silence. Are you all ready? Under the leadership of Yang Lai, Suyu and other members of the 9th team nodded in unison. Then, let's go! Let those Night Fury bastards know that our 9th team is not as easy to deal with as them. Yang Lai gritted his teeth and said in a low voice. Immediately, he led the members of the 9th team and plunged into the vast wilderness. Chapter 31 Crisis. So Team 9 was the one that set out to leave the shelter that night? The Night Fury team's base. The sentinels who were responsible for guarding the entrance and exit of the shelter sat in the base's meeting room in fear. Across from them, Li Yao's eyes were fierce, sitting side by side with Lei Wu, looking at the sentinels in front of him, with a scrutinizing look in his eyes. When they left, was there anything special? Until the sentinels were stared at with fear and sweat on their foreheads. Li Yao retracted his gaze and continued to ask slowly. Special? Hearing Li Yao's question, the sentinels didn't dare to neglect it. They frowned and started to think about it. But they couldn't think of anything special about Yang Lai and his men. If you have to say, although they are nervous, they are not too afraid. And even a little excited? An older sentry, after trying to recall for a moment, carefully expressed his feelings. This was the 3rd day since the 9th squad set out to hunt in the wilderness at night. Li He had already started his final retreat. Many matters of the Night Evil squad were handed over to his younger brother Li Yao, and several deputy captains such as Lei Wu. These days, Li Yao and others have been busy preparing various radioactive beast materials for Li He's retreat. It was not until today that things calmed down a bit. And then we received news that the 9th squad had left the shelter and entered the wilderness to start hunting again. It would be fine if they only rested for less than 3 days and went out hunting again. But they actually set out at night? Could they be preparing to try hunting at night? Li Yao's eyes were a little serious. Lei Wu, who was next to him, was much more calm. Hearing Li Yao's guess, he couldn't help but sneer. He shook his head and said, Mr. Li, you think too much. Yang Lai and the others, are they still capable of hunting at night? You overestimate them. Even if it is the Night Evil squad. Without the support of Captain Li He, if they want to start a night hunt, 3 deputy captains who have reached the 2-star level must be dispatched at the same time. And what about the 9th squad? At most, there is only one 2-star extraordinary person, Yang Lai. And he has achieved the 2-star level by relying on ant poison. Maybe he is strong enough, but if he really had to fight against a physical transcendent of the same level, Yang Lai, whose brain and spirit were affected by the ant poison, would not be able to hold on for long. With such a lineup, it would be pure suicide to start a night hunt in the wilderness. Don't underestimate that Yang Lai. And that repairman kid? Li Yao paused, but still gritted his teeth and mentioned Suyu, with deep resentment in his eyes. In his opinion, if Suyu had been sensible enough to be his dog, why should I spend so much time targeting the 9th squad? All this was caused by Suyu. When Lei Wu heard Li Yao mention Suyu, a hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. These days, the Night Evil squad is in the limelight. Before his retreat, Li He had specially instructed several hunting teams that ranked higher than the 9th squad to absorb them. Although there were some twists and turns in the process, the final result was, they are all satisfied. Of course, only the Night Fury team is satisfied. But as the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. The other members of the hunting team are becoming more and more servile in front of him. The more Lei Wu thinks about the scene of Suyu threatening him with a gun that day, the more he hates Suyu. He immediately said in a cold voice, Mr. Li is right. So I have a suggestion. What do you think of Mr. Li? Oh! Hearing Lei Wu's words, Li Yao was also refreshed, and immediately looked at Lei Wu, with expectation in his eyes. Please explain. Vice Captain Lei. Simple. Lei Wu smiled proudly, with murderous intent in his eyes. They chose to hunt at night, clearly wanting to hunt more high-star radiation beasts, to shut up the people in the management office, and quickly complete their hunting list. In that case, then we are happy to help and give them a hand. In this wilderness, at night, the high-star radiation beasts that can be attracted are more numerous and stronger than those during the day, Lei Wu said. And the smile on his face became even colder, without the protection of the car camp. I think Yan Lai, Suyu and others would be very happy to see so many high-star radiation beasts coming to find them. Listening to Lei Wu's words, imagining the many high-star radiation beasts attacking at night, the bloody scene of Yan Lai, Suyu and others being torn and eaten, Li Yao's eyes flashed with a morbid pleasure, and he shuddered. There was boundless expectation in his eyes. He nodded vigorously. Okay. Just follow the arrangement of Deputy Captain Lei. If you need my help, just ask. In the wilderness, just when Li Yao and Lei Wu were planning a conspiracy against the 9th Squad. At the same time, Suyu led the 9th Squad, wandering in the wilderness, selecting a suitable place to camp. There is one disadvantage of hunting at night, that is, their rest time must also be chosen during the day, and in the wilderness, it is also difficult to find a suitable place to camp in broad daylight. Of course, if you are not particular, it is not impossible to camp directly in the wilderness, but if there is no shade, even if there is a special camping tent, after a day's rest, it will also cause the team members to be dehydrated. At that time, let alone hunting at night. Maybe the whole team will have to return home early. However, although finding a camping site is also a busy task, but the members of the 9th Squad, from Yan Lai to the logistics team members, everyone's face is full of smiles. Just because, in the past 3 days, the 9th Squad has hunted 10 star-level radiation beasts. Among them, 2-star radiation beasts accounted for half, according to the contribution point exchange rules of the shelter. Even if the contributions of these radiation beasts were exchanged at a lower price by those in the management office, it would be enough for them to complete this month's hunting target. And there would be a considerable part left for next month's hunting target. And the supplies they carried were enough for them to hunt for at least 5 more days in the future. 5 days. Even if the luck is bad, at least we can hunt 10 more star-level radiation beasts. Right? By then, even if the Night Fury team tries to make things difficult for us, they will have to give up. Yan Lai clenched his fists, and his eyes were filled with joy. He subconsciously looked at Suyu, who was looking far away, looking for a suitable place to camp. The light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. At this moment, Yan Lai was extremely grateful that he had invited Suyu to join his team. Yan Lai and others, extremely excited. On Suyu's side, his mood was also extremely comfortable. For Suyu, the 3 days of hunting, what he gained was not only far more than the previous hunting. The efficiency of gaining experience points was also much faster than hunting during the day. At this rate, it might not take a month, at most half a month, for him to upgrade his gunsmith career level to the maximum level. But that night, in the 9th team, when he woke up from his sleep, when preparing to release the camp and start a new round of hunting, Suyu suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the southeast, with a cold light in his eyes. Uncle Yang, tell the big brothers of the logistics team not to release the camp. Continue to maintain a defensive state. Send out a distress signal. And light a bonfire. Hearing Suyu's words, Yan Lai was startled. And then, he instantly thought of the past when he led a team to hunt in the wilderness. But on the way back, he was attacked by many radioactive beasts. His eyes were instantly covered with coldness. Is it those bastards of Yifu again? Chapter 32 Attack, about to reach the maximum level. Suyu's eyes were cold, he nodded slightly, and then shook his head, and said in a deep voice, I don't know if it was done by the Night Fury, but there are many radiation beasts in the southeast, and they are heading towards our camp. It's true, Suyu said. The tone was also cold. Although there is no definite evidence, these radiation beasts were done by the Night Fury team. But it did not prevent Suyu from accounting for this. The Night Fury squad was put on their head. However, although it was a bit of a headache, Suyu was not worried. With the protection of the car camp, even if a 3-star radiation beast came, they could hold out for a while. According to the rules of the shelter, as long as they see the distress signal, all hunting teams will rush to support as soon as possible. The senior management of the shelter will also send a rescue team to rescue in the shortest time. The distress signals and campfire smoke signals of each hunting team are unified. No matter how powerful the Night Fury team is, it cannot affect other hunting teams, rescue teams, and support before the rescue team from the shelter arrives. This period of time is my perfect hunting opportunity. I'll take advantage of this period of time to improve my experience. A hint of coldness flashed across Suyu's eyes, and he took out the hunting falcon gun and loaded it. The other members of the 9th team also received the instructions from Yanlai at this time. After hearing the news that a large number of radioactive beasts were attacking the campsite, everyone inevitably panicked, even though they had sent out a distress signal and raised a bonfire to ask for help. They were still worried. But soon, they were no longer able to worry. Bang! Bang bang. In the camp, Suyu lay on the fortress built on the trailer, and after setting up the sniper position with the hunting falcon gun, he immediately fired at the radioactive beasts approaching the camp as soon as they entered the range. Just fired decisively. After 3 shots, in the darkness in the distance, there was no commotion, which made the members of the 9th squad change color slightly. Did it miss? Yanlai couldn't help but walk forward, wanting to pat Suyu on the shoulder, to comfort Suyu, and tell him not to be nervous. But the next second, Aho! In the night in the distance, there was an extremely shrill animal howl, and then, the dull sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Is that a radiation wolf king? Brother Su just shot and killed a radiation wolf king? And at such a long distance? Although the specific appearance of the radiation beast lying on the ground could not be seen clearly. But based on the roar of the beast, and the huge silhouette shadow in the night sky, the experienced members of the 9th squad all recognized the type of radiation beast lying on the ground, and their eyes were filled with shock and surprise. Even Yanlai could not help but open his eyes wide. His eyes were full of disbelief. Although after these days of hunting, Yanlai and his team had realized that Suyu's sniping skills were excellent. But being able to maintain such high accuracy at night, at a distance of nearly 1,000 meters, and to knock down a radiation wolf king with only 3 shots. Such a result is already exaggerated enough. Feeling the excitement of his teammates around him, Suyu couldn't help but smile. But, Suyu looked at his career panel. The prompt message just appeared. You successfully killed a brown-skinned hyena lord, 2 stars, you gain career experience, gunsmith, 600 points, you gain skill experience, basic sniper skills, 1,000 points, you gain skill experience, basic gun mastery, 1,000 points. The radiation beast he killed was not a 1-star radiation wolf king, as everyone thought. It was a genuine 2-star radiation beast lord. Although the brown-skinned hyena, in terms of defense, is much lower than the radiation wolf, it is also a 2-star radiation beast lord, and is close to the 3-star extraordinary standard. It's a pity that this strength can't threaten a strong man like he. Suyu exhaled heavily, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and aimed at the radiation beast group approaching in the distance again. As the hyena lord was shot dead by Suyu, many brown-skinned hyenas that followed the lord and intended to attack the car camp all fled from the radiation beast group with their tails between their legs. But there are still quite a few remaining radiation beasts. However, with Suyu's lead, and the amazing damage caused by Suyu's sniping, the morale of the 9th squad has risen, and Suyu's eyes are getting brighter and brighter. The average level of these radiation beasts that came to attack the car camp is not low. As the level increases, it has become increasingly difficult for Suyu to gain experience from ordinary radiation beasts. Only radiation beasts with star levels can. Only a certain amount of experience can be provided. And the experience provided by the radiation beasts above 2 stars is relatively considerable. Originally, Suyu thought that even if he hunted at night, it would take at least half a month for him to raise the level of the gunsmith to the maximum level, which means at least 1 more night hunt. But now it seems, tonight, I can at least raise the gunsmith to level 9 or above. Even, I can reach the maximum level tonight. Suyu took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. He aimed at the swarming radiation beasts. With the blessing of the 2 perception abilities of killing intent and wilderness, Suyu could easily capture the radiation beast lords, who were hiding in the ordinary radiation beasts, and intending to launch a surprise attack, and then shoot them to death. However, as time passed, the members of the 9th team gradually reached their physical limit. Even Suyu's spirit inevitably felt tired. But the number of radioactive beasts surrounding the camp was increasing. Damn it. Hasn't the rescue arrived yet? Yanlai couldn't help but curse. And he didn't forget to protect a logistics worker who had to temporarily serve as a combatant and was also on the front line, helping him to resist an attacking radioactive beast. And he didn't forget to look at Suyu's position with concern. Although Suyu had shown amazing combat effectiveness and psychological quality in the past few days, especially in the previous battles, But his age is there. And the current situation is almost equivalent to a desperate situation for the 9th team. Yanlai couldn't help but worry. Could Suyu still hold on? But when he saw it, Yanlai was stunned. Bang! Puff! In the sniper position in the distance, Suyu silently replaced the magazine of the hunting falcon gun, and then aimed, and shot accurately and ruthlessly pierced a 2-star radiation wolf king that rushed to the front, and directly opened its skull. After doing this, Suyu did not hesitate, and turned the muzzle again, aiming at another star-level radiation beast that rushed over, and accurately blew up its eyeball, and even the small half of its head behind it. From beginning to end, even his wrist did not tremble at all. Chapter 33 Promotion. Battlefield Mechanic. Gudong. Watching Suyu's silent hunting, Yanlai couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Looking at Suyu's eyes, there was shock, and even more fortunate. I was glad that my luck was really good. I actually found such a combat genius in this shelter number 73. You successfully killed a radiation wolf king, 2 stars, you gain professional experience, gunsmith, 800 points, you gain skill experience, basic sniper skills, 1, 200 points you gained. You successfully killed. Suyu was unaware of Yanlai's shock. At this moment, Suyu was immersed in the joy of gaining experience. Originally, in Suyu's estimation, he would only raise the level of the gunsmith to level 9 or above tonight. But now, Suyu found that he still underestimated the great gift brought to him by the Night Fury team. His experience value, as early as an hour ago, had already broken through the 9th level. And within this short hour, his experience value has soared by 50% again. Another hour, 2 hours at most. I will be able to successfully raise this gunsmith's level to the highest level. Suyu's eyes are all shining with brilliance. Fatigue? Exhaustion? The body that has just been upgraded is now full of energy. As for fear? With the protection of the car camp, it might not be possible to hold out for a whole night. But for Suyu, holding out for another 2 hours is definitely more than enough. In fact, just 1.5 hours later, Suyu's wilderness perception had already allowed him to perceive the movements of the rescue team in the distance. But Suyu had no time to catch his breath, and continued to focus on the battle in front of him. Bang! 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 It was not until Yanlai and others noticed the arrival of the rescue team. Suyu finally stopped firing. On his career panel, the gunsmith's experience bar, at this time, was finally pulled to the highest point. Ding! You have accumulated enough career experience, and your career level has been raised. Current career, Gunsmith, LV Max. Congratulations, you have upgraded a core ability, Killing Intent Perception, to the maximum level, and are extracting a core expertise based on your career core. Extraction completed. System prompts appeared at the bottom of the career panel. Congratulations, you have upgraded a core ability, Killing Intent Perception, to the maximum level. You have obtained the core expertise, Holographic Perception. Holographic Perception can perceive the enemy's killing intent and the specific terrain of the area where the enemy is located, with a maximum range of 3 kilometers. As this message appeared, Suyu only felt his brain tremble slightly, making him subconsciously close his eyes and focus on the wilderness ahead. Soon, Suyu was surprised to find that in his mind, the situation of the radioactive beasts that were fleeing in droves after noticing the arrival of the rescue team, 1 kilometer away, appeared clearly. This feeling was like turning on the perspective cheat in the game. As long as he closed his eyes, he could directly form a holographic map within a 3-kilometer range in his mind. All the targets who wanted to kill Suyu were like red spots of light. On this holographic map, nothing can be hidden. Even the underground area is included in it. This ability is really powerful. After getting familiar with this specialization, Suyu came out of this holographic perception state and continued to browse the remaining new specializations. His basic gun mastery and elementary sniper skills were successfully upgraded to the maximum level after the battle last night. The full level of basic gun mastery provided Suyu with the specialization of elite shooter. The effect is that when using firearms in combat, you can obtain psychic blessings, and the bullet firing rate will be blessed by psychic energy, increasing by 15%. After the primary sniper skill reaches the maximum level, it provides Suyu with the specialized ability of scope, which has the effect of concentrating on aiming at the target for 3 seconds, obtaining psychic blessings, and the accuracy of the bullet shot this time will increase by another 20%. In addition to these 2 items, Suyu's primary scout skills, it was also successfully upgraded to the maximum level. However, the upgrade of this skill was unlocked before the battle last night. In the past few days of night hunting, Suyu repeatedly warned of the arrival of powerful radiation beasts and led the 9th team to avoid many crises. The experience acquisition efficiency of primary scouting skills is naturally quite exaggerated, and the wave of warnings last night directly sent this skill to the maximum level. It's just that the professional specialization unlocked after this skill reaches the maximum level for Suyu. It is not very useful. At least in the battle last night. It is not very useful. Experience Disguiser. When you try to conceal, disguise, the success rate of disguise increases by 20%. However, compared with these 3 new specialized abilities, what really surprised Suyu was the prompt message that appeared later. Congratulations to the host. Because the gunsmith level has reached the maximum level, you can start a new job. It is detected that the host meets the conditions. New career options are now open. As these 2 prompt messages appeared in Suyu's career panel, in the career column, next to the fighter option that was originally left, there are 2 new career options. The difference is that, compared to the dull color of the fighter option, the icons of these 2 career options are both glowing with a faint fluorescence, looking much more refined. Employment options: First level career Wasteland Hunter, Gunsmith, main, plus Mechanic plus Primary Scouting Skills LV Max equals Wasteland Hunter. Introduction: An excellent hunter operating in the wasteland, you can accurately snipe the opponents you encounter. And you can use basic mechanical knowledge to recycle materials, maintain equipment, master basic psychic skills, and apply psychic energy to weapons to increase lethality. Looking at this career introduction, Suyu's eyes lit up. But he did not rush to choose, but looked at the next job direction. Immediately, Suyu's pupils shrank slightly. Possible job direction: First level career Battlefield Mechanic. Mechanic, main, plus Gunsmith plus Basic Mechanical Manufacturing plus Basic Mechanical Repair plus Mechanical Affinity LV Max plus Wilderness Survival LV Max equals Battlefield Mechanic. Introduction: An extraordinary mechanic who has been trained by iron and fire. They are one of the cornerstones of the glory of the Imperial Legion. They have experienced the battlefield, and know better what kind of auxiliary machinery the soldiers on the battlefield need. They can even go to the battlefield in person, provide mechanical support for the Legion on the spot during the large-scale army battle, master the basic, but complete spiritual energy cultivation system, and the spiritual energy cultivated has a unique mechanical affinity effect. Looking at the second first-level profession that emerged, in Suyu's eyes, there is an unprecedented brilliance flowing. Chapter 34 Iron Meditation. Extraordinary Mechanic. Suyu did not expect that, after reaching the maximum level of Gunsmith, he would trigger 2 new professions at once. And both of them were professions with ranks. And they really began to utilize and master psychic energy. Can this be called an extraordinary profession? Suyu murmured softly. His eyes fell back on the 2 professions he could choose. And after a little hesitation, he made a decision. I choose to work Battlefield Mechanic. Ding! Congratulations to the host, successfully employed. Current occupation: Battlefield Mechanic, LV1:0/10,000. Congratulations to the host, successfully awakened the core ability. Steel Meditation, LV1, preliminarily mastered the exclusive psychic power of the mechanic, the cornerstone of the extraordinary mechanic. Controls war machinery, can control machinery, strengthen, repair. Basic machinery repair is advanced to battlefield repair. Basic machinery manufacturing is advanced to primary machinery manufacturing, accompanied by the battlefield mechanic's employment. Suyu only felt that there seemed to be some kind of shackles in his mind, which quietly opened at this moment. For the first time, Suyu felt the existence of his own spiritual energy, as if it was a pair of invisible hands that he could control. The next moment, Suyu subconsciously sensed the sniper rifle in his hand. Under the effect of the iron meditation method, Suyu seemed to see the entire inside of the sniper rifle. The barrel, the gun body, the muzzle, every part of the sniper rifle in his hand was clearly seen by Suyu. Even the slightest wear on every part is clearly visible. Under the influence of psychic energy, Suyu found that he could control every part of the gun in his hand. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as Suyu wants, he can use psychic energy to disassemble the sniper rifle in his hand into parts within 10 seconds, and then reassemble it. Quick assembly, quick repair, and even use this psychic energy to strengthen the strength of the parts of the machine itself, so that the machine can burst out with stronger power. When I equip a large number of mechanical weapons, configure controllable robots, and under the effect of this steel meditation method, I can completely achieve the level of one person forming an army. Is this the extraordinary mechanic? Suyu was extremely surprised. And then he silently thought in his heart. Professional panel. Name, Suyu. Profession, Mechanic Max. Gunsmith Max. Battlefield Mechanic LV1. Skills, Battlefield Repair LV1. Primary Machinery Manufacturing LV1, Wilderness Survival Max. Core Ability, Mechanical Affinity Max, Killing Intent Perception Max, Iron Meditation LV1. Professional Level, First Level. Super Level, Mental Power 2-star Primary, Physical Power 1-star Top. Sure enough, after becoming a battlefield mechanic, my mental power also broke through 2 stars. The star rating on the panel is. After Suyu tested the physical level, according to Suyu's cognition, the new super level appeared. Fighter, Gunsmith, Mechanic. These 3 basic professions, as long as level 10 is the maximum level. But the first level profession needs to be level 20 to be the maximum level. Battlefield Mechanic, this is much more suitable for me than Wilderness Hunter. Suyu has not forgotten what Aizen said at the beginning. As long as you quit the hunting team, you can regain the identity of the shelter mechanic. I believe that, when I really go to Aizen and tell him that I want to be a mechanic again, the expressions of the manager Aizen and the senior management behind him, who were leaning towards the Night Fury team, were very exciting. However, before that, Suyu had one more thing to do. He looked at the corpses of radioactive beasts lying on the ground outside the camp. And with a thought, he came to Yan Lai. At this time, Yan Lai and the other members of the 9th team were exhausted. Seeing the rescue team coming, their faces showed an expression of surviving a disaster. Seeing Suyu coming, they all looked at Suyu, with deep gratitude in their eyes. If Suyu had not been here tonight, even if Yan Lai and his men fought to the death, they would probably have been attacked by these radioactive beasts, and become the food on the plates of these beasts. Brother Su, you worked hard tonight. A combat team member could not help but say with emotion. Suyu waved his hand. It's a small matter, we are all teammates, this is just my job. Suyu looked at Yan Lai and said in a deep voice, however, Uncle Yang and everyone, do you have any ideas about these spoils? Ideas? Yan Lai and others were stunned when they heard Suyu's words. Yan Lai shook his head. What ideas can we have? According to the regulations of the shelter, 20% will be given to the hunting teams that come to rescue us as a reward, and the rest will naturally be taken back to the shelter and handed over to the management office in exchange for contribution points. Listening to Yan Lai's words, Suyu smiled. If that's the case, Uncle Yang and the other brothers, you might as well listen to my advice first. Suyu quickly explained his arrangement. Listening to Suyu's advice, the eyes of Yan Lai and others gradually changed from confusion to brightness. And in the end, they were all extremely surprised. Okay, let's follow the method you said. Brother Su, we will listen to you. A few minutes later, under the heavy fire of the rescue team, the radiation beasts immediately tucked their tails between their legs and fled away in a panic. And the other hunting teams that came with the rescue team and were hunting in the nearby area, when they saw the battlefield where the 9th squad was, all opened their eyes wide, full of disbelief. Good fellow, Yang Lai, how many radiation beasts did you attract? A hunting team leader couldn't help but exclaimed. Just look at the corpses of radioactive beasts scattered around the camp. The number of radioactive beasts that participated in the siege of the camp of the 9th squad was probably more than one handful. With so many radioactive beasts, the 9th squad could still hold on until they came to rescue. This strength was really exaggerated. Listening to the sigh of the hunting captain Yang Lai, who was also exhausted and had sore muscles, also sneered and looked at several members of the Night Fury squad who were mixed in the rescue team. These members of the Night Fury squad, the leaders were Lei Wu and Li Yao. Feeling Yang Lai's cold gaze, their expressions were also somewhat unnatural. However, Yang Lai did not say much to Lei Wu and the others. After thanking the leader of the shelter rescue team, Yang Lai directly asked the logistics team to collect the bodies of the killed radioactive beasts. Looking at the various dozens of radioactive beasts captured, many of the hunting team members present had bright eyes. Even the captains of the hunting teams had envious expressions on their faces. Being besieged by a group of radioactive beasts is indeed extremely dangerous. But if they can survive this disaster, and rely on the car camp to resist the radioactive beasts, the number of radioactive beasts they hunt will be much more than those who actively hunt radioactive beasts in the wilderness. Just as they were India's. Yan Lai smiled and spoke. Everyone has come to help us all the way. Our 9th team is grateful. According to the rules of the refuge, we should take out 20% of the hunting proceeds and give them to the rescuers. However, I have another suggestion. I wonder if the captains are willing to listen to it. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Their eyes fell on Yan Lai, and there was curiosity in their eyes. Lei Wu and Li Yao looked at the calm expression on Yan Lai's face, but they felt a little uneasy. My suggestion is very simple. Yan Lai ignored them. Speak directly. According to the rules of the shelter, we should give 20% of our harvest this time as a reward for your assistance, but I plan to give 30% of the harvest as a reward for the captains. As a condition, we would like to ask the captains to buy the remaining materials obtained by our 9th team this time. Of course, the price we give will never be high. We will give it according to the standard price of the management office, and give it an 80% discount. What do you think, captains? After hearing Yan Lai's words, the eyes of the hunting team members present suddenly lit up, and Lei Wu and Li Yao's faces changed instantly. Chapter 35 Success. The management office bought the spoils of the 9th squad at a low price, forcing the 9th squad to fail to complete the hunting target. This was planned by Lei Wu and Li Yao, and the effect was quite good. But now, the proposal made by Su Yu and Yan Lai directly broke the dilemma. With so many spoils in the hands of the 9th squad, even if all of them were sold at a discount, the number of contribution points that could be obtained after the sale was also a quite astonishing number. Moreover, it is more profitable than selling it to the management office. The management office has already lowered the price to only 30% of the normal radiation beast materials. And what about, according to Su Yu's suggestion, the remaining 70% of the radiation beast materials, with another 20% discount, still have nearly 60% of the contribution points to be credited, compared with the contribution point return from selling it to the management office. It is nearly double. If Yan Lai and Su Yu were to accomplish this, let alone the long-term goal of hunting this month, and the hunting target of the 9th team next month, can definitely be easily accomplished. How could Lei Wu and Li Yao allow such a situation to happen? This is not allowed. The shelter has clear regulations. The harvest of each hunting team must and can only be handed over to the management office, which will be converted into contribution points by the management office, and cannot be handled by each team on their own. Yan Lai, you are openly violating the regulations of the shelter, Li Yao said loudly. And Lei Wu next to him, as he spoke. He looked at the leader of the rescue team, his tone threatening. Captain Bai, you are also a member of the management office. You must know this rule, right? You can't ask me to ask the supervisors of the management office to popularize this knowledge for Captain Bai? The captain of the rescue team is a top-level 3-star physical transcendent named Bai Hong. Hearing Lei Wu's threatening words, his brows furrowed. Although he is also a member of the shelter management office, but he is different from the managers of the hunting teams. Bai Hong usually takes orders directly from the managers of the shelter. He also heard about the struggles between the Night Fury and the 9th squad in the shelter, and he was too lazy to participate in these things. However, he also heard about the situation of the Night Fury squad, especially the strength of the Captain Li. If he really had to choose, he would not be willing to offend the Night Fury squad, which was in the limelight. But Bai Hong's eyes swept over the members of the rescue team behind him. After hearing that the 9th team was willing to sell the radioactive beast materials at a high discount, the members of the rescue team all had their eyes lit up. They could not think about such long-term things, and the current bargain was the most important to them. Yan Lai's words had already convinced them, and even Bai Hong did not want to offend the public at this time. Moreover, feeling the undisguised threat in Lei Wu's words, Bai Hong's eyes also revealed a bit of dissatisfaction. A mere 2-star transcendent also threatened me. Just when Bai Hong was a little entangled, Yan Lai smiled slightly, stepped aside, and let Su Yu walk out. Seeing Su Yu walk out, with a faint smile on his face, Li Yao and Lei Wu, their hearts skipped a beat, but they couldn't think of how to stop Su Yu from speaking. They could only look at Su Yu and said slowly, Deputy Captain Lei is right. Our 9th team really forgot this rule. I would also like to thank you too for your reminder, Su Yu said, and he looked at Lei Wu and Li Yao sincerely, with a look of gratitude. But after he finished speaking, he looked at everyone present again and smiled slightly. In this case, let's just take out all the spoils of our 9th team's hunting trip as a thank you gift to thank Captain Bai and the other hunting teams for their help. Of course. Su Yu paused, and continued with a smile. Our 9th team, after this battle, we suffered heavy losses. It is very difficult to prepare for the next hunt. However, with all the generous captains here, I think they will definitely give our 9th team some help and donate some contribution points to help our 9th team overcome the difficulties. Right? Hearing Suyu say this, the captains of the hunting teams present, and even Bai Hong, were slightly startled. Then, looking at Suyu's eyes again, there was a gleam of brilliance in them. Yes. 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 This Su. Brother Suyu. Right? Brother Su is right. Everyone can see the predicament of the 9th Squadron at the moment. We should help. Of course we should. A middle-aged man, with a rather strong stature, who was no less than Yang Lai, was the first to respond. This was the captain of the 11th Squadron, named Wang Jian. Although the team he led was ranked 11th, their strength was much stronger than that of the 9th Squadron. Although there was no 3-star extraordinary person in charge, but there were as many as 5 top-level 2-star transcendents. And the combat power of the core layer was no less than that of the 3 teams of Night Evil, Mountain Mist, and Wolf Pack, with Wang Jian taking the lead. The other hunting teams also spoke up. After all, the price offered by the 9th team was really favorable. And under the banner of fundraising, they circumvented the rules of the shelter. Even Lei Wu and Li Yao were reluctant to speak. Seeing that each hunting team responded, Lei Wu and Li Yao's faces became increasingly ugly. Finally, their eyes fell on Bai Hong. Their eyes were cold. The captains and members of other hunting teams, even Yan Lai and Suyu, all looked at Bai Hong with expectation. As a representative of the shelter senior management, if Bai Hong nodded, even if Lei Wu and Li Yao had a big fight, it would not have any impact. But if Bai Hong refused, after the Night Evil team returned, there is no guarantee that they will not hold on to this matter and make a fuss about it. Even if Wang Jian and his team gave contribution points to the 9th Squad under the banner of fundraising, there is no guarantee that the Night Demon Squad will not use this as an opportunity to target them. Captain Bai, you must be fair and just. Looking at Bai Hong, who was the focus of the whole audience, Li Yao could not help but remind him sinisterly. Hearing his words, a hint of determination finally flashed in Bai Hong's eyes. He glanced at Li Yao coldly, immediately, under the expectant gaze of the rescue team members behind him. He decisively said, Captain Yang, Brother Su, don't worry. The 9th Squad has suffered a heavy blow this time. As the captain of the rescue team, I, Bai Hong, will definitely help. Okay. Then we. Thank you, Captain Bai. Listening to Bai Hong's words, Yang Lai and Suyu clapped their hands and nodded, while Li Yao and Lei Wu's faces also turned completely pale, and they even stayed here to wait for the part of the reward allocated to them. They didn't even bother to wait, and turned around and walked away with several members of the Night Fury team. However, their backs looked quite dejected no matter how you looked at them. The next morning, the sun was shining. The 9th team followed by Hong and the other hunting teams that were preparing to return to the shelter. And they walked together and slowly drove towards the shelter. The members of the 9th team all had expectations in their eyes, and looked back at the tent on the trailer from time to time. The captain, who was calculating his own harvest, was a little excited and curious. Even Suyu was looking forward to it. Yang Lai was also aware of this. After counting the results, he checked twice to make sure there was no mistake. Then he opened the tent and walked out, under the expectant eyes of the team members. He spit out a number. 6,000, 6,500. 6,500 contribution points. Hearing this result, not to mention the rest of the members of the 9th team, even Suyu had a look of surprise in his eyes. However, after calming down, Suyu was not too surprised by this result. After all, he was the sniper last night. He personally killed more than 5 2-star radiation beast lords. Under normal circumstances, the materials of each of these 2-star radiation beast lords can be easily sold for more than 800 contribution points. Even at a 40% discount, 5 2-star radiation beast lords can provide the 9th team with more than 3,000 contribution points. Add to that the other 2-star and 1-star radiation beasts. The final result is not too exaggerated. Compared with this surprising number, Suyu is more concerned about this. With this contribution point, we can not only successfully achieve the hunting goals for this month, next month, and 2 months, we can even bail out Wang Shan and Wu Yu on this basis. Chapter 36, Breaking the Deadlock. Yan Lai and others were also quite surprised. If we can bail out Lao Wang and Lao Wu, we will be able to harvest more next time we go hunting. several fighters said. But Su Yu's expression was much calmer. Listening to their words, a hint of hesitation flashed across his eyes. Before he changed his job. For Su Yu, the best and only way to break the deadlock was, that is, to join forces with the 9th Squad, to continue to develop in the process of dealing with the Night Fury, and finally, to resolve the threat posed by the Night Fury. But now, with Su Yu's successful job transfer to become a battlefield mechanic, especially after seeing the special effects of the core ability of the battlefield mechanic, the steel meditation method, and the spiritual power cultivated with it, Su Yu had a different idea in his mind. Perhaps, you can try a different way of thinking, Su Yu whispered to himself, looking at the outline of the shelter gradually emerging on the horizon in the distance, with a little light flashing in his eyes. In his mind, he already had a rough plan and idea. However, whether it can be done or not, he still needs to return to the shelter first to verify it. There are other hunting teams acting together, and on the way back to the shelter, there are no more radioactive beasts coming to harass. As soon as he entered the shelter, Su Yu temporarily separated from the 9th team. He would go back to the repair shop first and make some personal attempts. Of course, before they separated, Su Yu did not forget to bring the equipment of the 9th Squad that needed urgent repair and maintenance. As for the parts needed for repair, Su Yu was not worried. In the past few days of hunting, the 9th Squad had also entered the ruins of the town and found a lot of usable scrap parts. In total, there were 2 boxes, although the grade was not very high. With Su Yu's current repair skills, the parts recovered from it were enough for Su Yu to repair and maintain the equipment of the 9th team, and also allowed Su Yu to complete his own experiments. As for Yang Lai and others, they took their contribution points and rushed to the management office as quickly as possible, preparing to bail out Wang Shan, Wu Yu and others. With a slight squeak, Su Yu pushed open the door of the repair shop and returned to the room he had not seen for a long time. As soon as he came in, Su Yu saw that the Nono display screen leaning against the corner of the wall lit up. "Master, welcome back." It was still an electronic synthesized voice without any emotional fluctuations, but it made Su Yu feel an inexplicable sense of concern. He smiled slightly and nodded, "Yes, I'm back." As he said that, Su Yu put down the parts and equipment boxes in his hand, unplugged Nono's charging cable, and gave Nono the order to clean up the workshop. Su Yu himself sat cross-legged and began to try to operate it. After taking up the job of battlefield mechanic, mastered the core ability of the battlefield mechanic easily. "Iron meditation method," Su Yu whispered softly, with expectation in his eyes. After taking office, he had tried to operate the mechanical spiritual power unique to battlefield mechanics, but he had not really mastered how to cultivate this spiritual power. After all, this iron meditation method was also his new trump card. Although the mechanical spiritual power cultivated could not be used in direct combat, but a volume of meditation that can be practiced systematically is already extremely valuable in a place like shelter number 73. Su Yu was not naive enough to expose his trump card rashly. He did not start to try it until he came back. Buzz. According to the description of the meditation method, Su Yu began to imagine a gear in his mind. In his mind, a gear-shaped phantom and a ball of light seemed to appear. As the gear gradually solidified, in the dark, Su Yu only felt that there was a little spiritual light in his mind. This spiritual light gradually expanded and solidified with the rotation of the gears. Finally, under Su Yu's guidance, it jumped out of his mind and appeared in front of him. This is the mechanical spiritual energy meditated by the iron meditation method. Su Yu slowly opened his eyes and looked at the spiritual light in front of him that looked like a candle. Although the spiritual light, it looked like a candle in the wind. But, swish, Su Yu's mind moved. Around this spiritual light, within a radius of 5 meters, the scattered mechanical parts are all reflected by this spiritual light, rising up and floating around Su Yu. As long as Su Yu has a thought, they will change, combine, and become different shapes. And if Su Yu is willing, he can also consume some of his spiritual energy to restore the defects and wear and tear on these mechanical parts. Of course, this kind of restoration has its limits. For mechanical creations that need major repairs, you must repair and maintain them yourself. But for general wear and tear and damage, you only need to consume a certain amount of spiritual energy to complete the repair in a short time. And this is just the mechanical spiritual energy condensed by the iron meditation method. LV1. Relying only on this layer of spiritual energy, it will make my daily repair and maintenance efficiency 3 times faster. Moreover, as the number of equipment I repair and maintain increases, my battlefield mechanic level, as well as the level of steel meditation, will rise rapidly. At that time, my repair efficiency will be able to be further improved. Su Yu's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. Su Yu had figured it out in the wilderness before. Go out hunting radiation beasts. Collect enough contribution points. Completing the hunting target and other things are just means for him and the 9th team to protect themselves. The ultimate goal is to become stronger and completely eliminate the threat of the Night Fury team. With the completion of the career change of the battlefield mechanic, coupled with today's verification, Su Yu finally confirmed that with the blessing of the extraordinary profession of battlefield mechanic, he has truly opened up a safer way to deal with the Night Fury team. That is, stay in the shelter and be a repairman. But not an ordinary repairman, but an extraordinary repairman. Let the 9th squad led by Uncle Yang be my spokesperson in the shelter, help me to purchase equipment, mechanical parts, etc. from other hunting teams, and be my bodyguard, help to guard my repair shop. There is only Su Yu. The Night Fury squad wants to make a move. Even if they are in the shelter, there will always be loopholes. But if the entire 9th squad is included, even if the Night Fury squad wants to attack secretly, it is impossible to do it secretly, and it will definitely be exposed. At that time, the Night Fury squad, which has already made many strong people in the shelter feel threatened, will definitely be attacked by everyone. Therefore, letting the 9th squad become his agent, bodyguard, is not only to repay Yang Lai and others for their previous help to Su Yu, but also to help Su Yu himself. Su Yu, on the other hand, can trade with other hunting teams, and also receive orders from the top management of the shelter. The contribution points he gains are enough to keep the entire 9th team running and avoid being driven out of the shelter. Moreover, staying in the shelter is much safer than hunting in the wilderness, where the Night Fury team may attack at any time. But before that, there is another problem, which is, Uncle Yang and the others must completely trust me. Chapter 37 Trust. No problem. Since you said so, Brother Su, then of course, you have your reasons. An hour later, in the repair shop, listening to the answers of Yang Lai and others, Su Yu was a little confused. This Uncle Yang, why don't you ask a few more questions? What's there to ask? If it weren't for you, Brother Su, who acted decisively and thought of a way to trade with other hunting teams, our 9th team, I'm afraid we would have been killed by the Night Fury team long ago. How could we have survived till now? That's right. If it weren't for you, Brother Su, we would have been locked up in the detention center, tortured to death. Not to mention Brother Yang and the others, Yang Lai said with a smile. Beside him, several fighters from the 9th team, who were supporting Wang Shan and Wu Yu, who had just come out of the detention center and were still quite weak, also echoed them. Listening to their words, Su Yu couldn't help but take a deep breath. According to Su Yu's plan, the first thing Su Yu had to do now was to quit the 9th team and regain the qualification of a shelter mechanic. As the core of the 9th team, he suddenly had to leave the team. If he were Yang Lai, Su Yu would find it difficult to accept. But Yang Lai and the other members of the 9th team all agreed to his proposal without hesitation. Su Yu was very moved. However, now was not the time to dwell on this. He said in a deep voice, in this case, I would like to thank you all for your trust. Then, let me tell you about my next arrangements. Team 9. The title of hunting team cannot be abandoned and must be kept in hand, because with this title, we can keep enough weapons and equipment. According to the regulations of the management office, each hunting team, if they do not go out hunting, needs to hand in the maximum amount of radioactive beast materials every month. If converted into contribution points, our 9th squad will need to pay about 4,200 contribution points every month in the future. Speaking of this number, Su Yu, Yang Lai and others all sneered. Under the collusion of the management office and the Night Evil squad, even if their 9th squad goes out hunting normally, every month, they still need to produce radiation beast materials equivalent to so many contribution points in order to continue to stay in the shelter. In this way, whether going out or not, what's the difference? Shaking his head, Su Yu put away his distracting thoughts and continued. In short, according to the rules of the shelter, we need to pay another 4,200 contribution points every month. And now, after bailing out Brother Wang and Brother Wu, and paying this month's contribution points, we still have about 4,500 contribution points left, enough for next month's payment. I need Uncle Yang and everyone else. Don't pay next month's contribution points for now instead. He kept the contribution points first, contacted other hunting teams, and purchased the mechanical parts they had. These 4,500 contribution points, except for 500 points used to buy necessary food and daily necessities. The remaining 4,000 points will be used to purchase these mechanical creations. Hearing Su Yu's words, the members of the 9th team present were slightly startled. Even Wang Shan and Wu Yu. Their eyes widened. For 1,000 contribution points to purchase mechanical creations, how much stuff should we buy? 10 boxes? 20 boxes? Everyone was a little dumbfounded. Even Yang Lai couldn't help but take a deep breath to calm down his inner shock, looking at Su Yu with burning eyes. What will happen after the acquisition? After the acquisition, give these parts to me. I will be responsible for turning them into the wealth of our 9th team. Next month's contribution points, I will also help everyone prepare them before the end of next month, please. Believe me. Listening to Su Yu's words, Yang Lai and others looked at each other and nodded. No problem. We will act now. Looking at the backs of Yang Lai and others who left with determination, Su Yu's heart was also filled with excitement. He really didn't expect that this persuasion would go so smoothly. Don't worry. I will never let you down. The most difficult stage in his plan, it was solved so smoothly. Su Yu's heart was relieved. Next, I should go to the management office and give my identity as a mechanic in the shelter back. Su Yu smiled slightly and whispered softly, I hope that when Director Eisen sees me again, his expression will not be too exciting. Management office, exchange point. You have already quit the 9th team. And the exchange point. In Eisen's eyes, there was an unconcealable surprise. He looked at the shelter ID card that Su Yu handed over and inserted it into the computer for verification. The information that appeared on it showed that the identity of the hunting team member had indeed been eliminated, which made Eisen's mouth drop open in shock. He had heard about it. This time, Su Yu had made Lei Wu and Li Yao suffer a loss. He solved the problem that the management office had given to the 9th team in one fell swoop. Originally, I thought that Su Yu would continue to travel with the 9th team with complacency, continue to fight against the Night Fury team. But now, Su Yu actually played the game of retreating at the height of his career, will take the initiative to withdraw from the 9th team, and prepare to return to being a mechanic? What is he trying to do? Eisen's eyes kept turning, looking carefully at Su Yu in front of him, trying to see what he really thought. But how could he see such a thing? Why, Director Eisen, does it mean that my ability is not enough to be a mechanic in the shelter? Su Yu spoke calmly. His words also pulled Eisen back to reality. Feeling the cold light in Su Yu's eyes, Eisen shuddered, and said with a smile, No problem. Of course no problem. As he spoke, Eisen helped Su Yu complete the formalities at the fastest speed. And at the same time, he did not forget to inform the Night Fury team of the news. Su Yu wants to quit the 9th team, stay in the shelter again, and be a mechanic again? Hearing this, the members of the Night Demon Squad all looked at each other in bewilderment. Especially Lei Wu and Li Yao. Both of them had surprise in their eyes. Originally, they had been defeated this time. The pressure on Su Yu and the 9th Squad was easily resolved by them. But now, Su Yu chose to withdraw from the 9th Squad. This back and forth operation really made Lei Wu and Li Yao confused. What on earth is Su Yu thinking? There was a puzzlement in Li Yao's eyes. Just then, in the base of the Night Demon Squad, there was a member who, as if he had thought of something, had a gleam in his eyes. Maybe Su Yu is scared? Scared? Li Yao was startled. Immediately, he and Lei Wu's eyes were both surprised. Yes, that's it. Although Su Yu had a blessing in disguise this time, he successfully helped the 9th Squad to accumulate enough contribution points to achieve the next hunting goal. But the hunt last night was extremely dangerous. If the rescue team had arrived a little later, no matter how strong Su Yu was, he and the 9th Squad would have been the food of the radioactive beasts. After this battle, considering Su Yu's age, he was frightened by the wilderness and dared not hunt in the wilderness again. It made sense to return to the shelter and become a safer mechanic. But, did he think that he had quit the 9th Squad, he went to be a mechanic again? Will we let him go? How ridiculous. Childish. Li Yao sneered. Lei Wu, who was standing next to him, also had a sinister look in his eyes. Su Yu and the 9th Squad this time made him and Li Yao lose face. And they did it in front of Bai Hong and many other strong people in the shelter. This grudge, Lei Wu was not going to get over it so easily. Just stay in the shelter and think everything will be fine? You wish. Lei Wu sneered. Just when I was thinking about how to deal with Suyu. The phone rang again. And then, a member of the Night Fury team, who was responsible for answering the phone, ran over with a confused look on his face after hearing the news on the other end of the phone. Deputy Captain Lei Masterly, Director Eisen just sent a message. That Suyu, after getting the identity of a mechanic, the first thing he did was to take over all the machinery orders in the shelter. 18 orders, now all on his head. If he can complete them, this month, he can earn at least 17,000 contribution points. Chapter 38 Cooperation. One person took 18 orders? Does he want to tire himself to death? Or is he sure? Listening to Eisen's words, the members of the Night Fury team present were all stunned. Lei Wu and Li Yao even suspected that there was something wrong with their ears. The shelter does not prohibit mechanics from taking multiple orders at the same time. But for each order, if it cannot be completed on time, the contribution points will be deducted in proportion. Moreover, the more orders you accept, the higher the penalty rate. For example, Suyu accepted 18 orders at once. If he successfully completed them, he could earn more than 17,000 contribution points. But if he failed to complete them, the fine he had to pay would be as high as 30,000 contribution points. This fine, Suyu alone, even with the help of other people from the 9th team, would never be able to pay. In other words, if Suyu failed to achieve his goal this month, he will be kicked out of the shelter directly. No. It's even more miserable than being kicked out of the shelter. For those who owe the shelter a huge amount of contribution points, the shelter's top management is not a good man or a good woman. If Suyu has no skills, then he will be traded directly to the slave traders wandering in the wilderness by the shelter. And if Suyu has a skill, he will be a slave for the shelter and work until he dies. Then, this is the real ending of a life worse than death. But the problem is, as a resident of the shelter, Suyu could not be unaware of this, but he still chose to accept so many orders from the shelter. What on earth is he thinking? Lei Wu and Li Yao both had confusion in their eyes. But soon, they both reacted. No matter what this kid wants to do, we can't let him get what he wants. Before Suyu led the 9th team, having escaped from the Night Demon's trap many times, Lei Wu and Li Yao had become extremely vigilant toward Suyu. The two of them immediately asked Eisen to send the order information that Suyu had received. It was impossible for the shelter to provide parts and equipment for Suyu for every one of the 18 orders. 1/3 of the orders required Suyu to prepare the parts himself and produce the equipment needed for the shelter. Of course, the reward for such orders would be higher. After completing one, you can generally earn more than 2,000 contribution points. Suyu or the 9th team, they may have some parts now, but definitely not much. And it is impossible for them to support Suyu to complete all these orders. He will definitely find a way to contact other hunting teams and purchase parts from them. After reading the order information sent by Eisen, Lei Wu and Li Yao looked at each other, and both of them had an idea in their hearts. Brother Suyu, I heard from Yan Lai that you want to buy the scrap machinery that our team has recycled? In front of the repair shop. Wang Jian, the captain of the 11th team, folded his arms and looked at Suyu with a look of scrutiny. Beside him, the other captains of the hunting teams who came to the repair shop at Yan Lai's invitation also looked at Suyu curiously. They all knew from Yan Lai that Suyu wanted to cooperate with them. The news of purchasing the extra mechanical parts they have. For the hunting team, the mechanical parts they recovered in the wilderness often feel a bit useless. Only the top teams, like Night Fury, have sufficiently skilled resident mechanics. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, the resident mechanics of each team simply cannot consume all the scrap machinery they collect every month. Moreover, not all of these scrap mechanical parts can be used. A big machine that looks like it can be recycled into a lot of useful things. After being transported to the shelter with great effort. After being checked by the mechanic, the parts that can actually be used by the team are less than 1/10 of the weight of the big machine. This is a common situation. However, if these mechanical parts are not recycled, when the team needs to repair equipment, they must exchange these scrap machines from the shelter management office at a high price. That price, but it would be much more than what they would pay to recycle machinery in the wilderness. So, after knowing that Suyu was willing to buy the mechanical parts stored by their teams, and was not picky, as long as it was a mechanical creation, Suyu was willing to buy it all, and the contribution points he gave, which was fair. Not to mention those medium-sized hunting teams. Even people like Wang Jian were attracted to come here. Looking at the curious eyes cast by Wang Jian and others, Suyu smiled slightly. nodded and said yes. I am going to buy the scrap machinery in the hands of each team. But I want to say it in advance, Suyu said, looking at the people present, with a gleam in his eyes. The price I give you is 20% higher than what Uncle Yang said before. But as a condition, I need you to sign a contract with me. In the next 3 months, the mechanical parts you recycle in the wilderness, sell them all to me. More, another 20% higher. After hearing Suyu's words, Wang Jian and the others hadn't spoken yet. Yan Lai and the others all opened their eyes wide. Under normal circumstances, the parts that each hunting team does not need temporarily is sold to the management office. The waste parts accumulated by a hunting team in a month can only be sold for 700 to 800 contribution points at best, or even less than 700 to 800. The price that Suyu asked Yan Lai and the others to offer has reached 1,000 contribution points for each hunting team. It is already quite profitable. Now Suyu is asking for another 20% increase. One team, 1,200 contribution points? They only have 4,000 contribution points left. And there are 7 hunting teams gathered here, which requires them to give at least 8,000 contribution points. Where can they give so many contributions? Even Wang Jian laughed after listening to Suyu's words. Brother Su, stop bragging. Don't forget that we just worked together not long ago, Wang Jian said, staring at Suyu with a gleam in his eyes. Team 9. Now all the assets are added together. At most, there are only a little over 4,000 contribution points left. You asked for another 20% increase, which sounds encouraging. But tell me, what are you going to pay us with? Hearing Wang Jian's words, behind him, the captains of the other hunting teams also became agitated. They all agreed and looked at Suyu with a bit of displeasure. Brother Su, you are not kidding us. Are you? Yes. We are all busy, and we don't have time to listen to your jokes. Listening to the words of the crowd, Yan Lai and others couldn't help but panic. However, Suyu's expression was still calm. Looking at the unhappy looks of the crowd, he smiled calmly and said slowly, how to pay. Captain Wang, haven't you said it? We have cooperated before. Chapter 39 Provocation. Suyu looked at Wang Jian and other hunting captains present, his eyes were burning, and spoke in a deep voice. My skills are the guarantee of my payment to you all. Everyone has seen the previous situation of the 9th Squadron, but even for such a team, after I became the mechanic of the 9th Squadron, how much the overall strength of the 9th Squadron has been greatly improved. You should have seen it in the rescue battle the night before last. Under the siege of so many radioactive beasts, we still held on until the rescue arrived. This alone, I think, should be enough to prove my personal technical level. Suyu said in a light tone, and the words he said made Wang Jian and others present nod slightly. Although Suyu's words were a bit self-boasting, it must be said that the growth of the 9th team's strength during this period did indeed shock Wang Jian and others. However, but what does this have to do with our cooperation with you, Brother Su? Wang Jian stared at Suyu and said in a deep voice. It's very simple. Hearing Wang Jian asking about the details of the cooperation, Suyu's smile grew wider. As the captain said, our 9th Squadron, with the contribution points in hand now, can not only acquire the mechanical creations collected by various hunting teams in the next 2 months. This month, the mechanical creations collected by various hunting teams, we don't have enough to recover all of them. But I need all the captains to sell me the extra mechanical creations that your team has harvested this month in advance. Suyu said, looking at Wang Jian and others, with a firm look in his eyes. I need the captain's maximum trust. Of course, I am not just talking nonsense. For every captain who is willing to cooperate, I will pay half, which is a deposit of 600 contribution points. The remaining half will be paid to the captains before the end of next month, after I complete the order for the shelter. In addition, if the captains are willing to nod, in the future, if there are any equipment upgrades, improvements, or major repairs or renovations in your team, you can come to me. I, Suyu, will do my best. Equipment upgrades and improvements? The hunting captains present did not care about major repairs or renovations. But when Suyu talked about equipment upgrades and improvements, the eyes of everyone present lit up. Even Wang Jian was obviously moved. However, he was the strongest among the many hunting teams present, and he quickly captured the key information in Suyu's words. What is the highest level that can be upgraded to? Simple equipment can be upgraded to elementary level. Elementary equipment can be upgraded to intermediate level. Of course, These improvements require the captains to provide parts. In addition, Suyu paused, and then said softly, if the captains can provide enough parts, or damaged machinery of high enough grade, I can get inspiration and new design ideas. Even if it is advanced equipment, I can design it. What? At this moment, let alone Wang Jian, even Yang Lai and others were stunned. Advanced equipment? What is that? The entire shelter? There may not be many of them. Equipment of this grade, although it cannot directly add spiritual energy, increase power. But the attributes and data of various aspects have reached the limit of conventional weapons. Use firearms as an example. A mid-level sniper rifle can only threaten a 2-star primary superhuman at most. For higher and stronger superhumans, this grade of sniper rifle, even if it can lock the target, when the bullet falls on the target may have reacted, avoided the trajectory. But a high-quality sniper rifle, if used well, even a 3-star level extraordinary person may suffer. And Suyu dare to say that he can transform such a weapon. Looking at the shocked eyes of the crowd, Suyu smiled slightly, didn't say much, just gently took out his hunting falcon rifle and placed it on the counter. My gun is here, everyone, you can check it with confidence. Looking at Suyu's openness, take out the hunting falcon rifle. The hunting captains present all looked at each other in bewilderment. Finally, Wang Jian stepped forward, took the hunting falcon rifle, looked at it carefully, and tried to load it and aim. Then, he exhaled heavily, looked at the several hunting captains around him with eager eyes, and nodded slightly. Yes, the performance of this sniper rifle is definitely advanced. Hearing Wang Jian's affirmative words, several hunting captains present, including Yang Lai, all of them couldn't help but widen their eyes, looking at Suyu, with boundless surprise in their eyes. Brother Su, according to your conditions, our 11th team is willing to cooperate with you. Wang Jian spoke first. Then, the other hunting captains also nodded. Just kidding. Even if they can't get, let Suyu modify the parts of high-quality weapons. But intermediate, primary weapons. If they can make the fighters in their team, each person has one. Which is quite amazing for the improvement of their hunting team's strength. Moreover, Suyu's hunting falcon gun is used as a guarantee. Together with the 9th team, the combat power has indeed increased significantly. The several hunting team leaders present no longer doubt Suyu's technical level. With such a technical level, he can take on more shelter orders. It is definitely more than enough to pay off the debts owed by each team. And watching Suyu successfully persuade the captains of these teams, Yang Lai and the others also showed joy on their faces. But, at this moment, from a distance, Li Yao and Lei Wu's playful voices were heard. Mr. Su's skills are indeed excellent. We didn't expect that Mr. Su actually had this trick up his sleeve. Captains, you really found a good deal. Hearing the words of Li Yao and Lei Wu, the hunting captains present all changed color slightly. Yang Lai's eyes were even colder. He looked at the two coldly. Li Yao, Lei Wu, what are you two doing here? Why? This is the public area of the shelter. Captain Yang is so overbearing that he won't even let us get close to here. Li Yao sneered and directly confronted Yang Lai. Lei Wu, who was standing next to him, looked at Wang Jian and others and said sinisterly, Captain Yang, don't worry about anything. We are not here to find your 9th team. But to Captain Wang, I have something to remind you all. Mr. Su's eloquence was as good as his skills. But you may not know this. Mr. Su, he received 18 orders for shelters in one go, Lei Wu said, shaking his head, looking shocked. But his expression was full of ridicule. 18 orders? If completed, Mr. Su will earn nearly 20,000 contribution points in one go, paying off the arrears of all the captains, plus the advance payment for the scrap machinery in the next 2 months. Is extremely easy. However, if it is not completed, the fine that Mr. Su will bear will be 50,000 yuan. TSK. Ah, I said something wrong. Looking at Wang Jian and others who changed color instantly, Lei Wu, who succeeded in his plan, smiled triumphantly and raised his eyebrows to Suyu. Since Mr. Su dares to accept so many orders, I think he must have made preparations. How could I end up being fined by the shelter? I said the wrong thing. After saying that, Lei Wu and Li Yao looked at each other, then turned around and left. After listening to Lei Wu and Li Yao's explanation, the excitement on the faces of several hunting team leaders, who were originally interested in the scene, also disappeared instantly. There were also 2 hunting team leaders who, after a little hesitation, both stood up decisively and did not say hello to Suyu and Yang Lai and left in a hurry. It seemed that they had completely lost their trust in Suyu and the 9th team. Chapter 40 Trump Card. Hey, Captain Lin, Captain Hu, why are you in such a hurry? Seeing that the 2 hunting captains were about to leave, Yang Lai hurriedly called them, wanting them to hold on a little longer. But the 2 men just shook their heads. Captain Lin was even more displeased, glanced coldly at Suyu, and then said to Yang Lai with disdain, Yang Lai, you are also an old man in the shelter. No matter how high the technical level of a mechanic is, how high can it be? 18 orders, can you really tell me with confidence that you believe this kid and your team can handle it? Yang Lai was choked when he heard the words of Captain Lin. Seeing Yang Lai speechless, Captain Lin became more and more certain of his decision. He sneered and called out to the others, what are you all still standing there for? Do you still think that this kid can really complete 18 orders by himself? After saying that, the 2 of them left without looking back. Seeing them leave, the rest of Wang Jian and others also changed color. They all looked at Suyu with suspicion in their eyes. Even Yang Lai was a little flustered. After all, he didn't expect that Suyu would take so many orders at once. That Li Yao and Lei Wu were just empty-handed. Maybe they are just talking nonsense. Yang Lai tried hard to defend Suyu, at least stabilize the current situation. But before he finished speaking, he was stopped by Suyu with a smile. Uncle Yang, there is no need to say these things, Suyu said, looking at Wang Jian and others present, and smiled slightly. Captains, the news brought by Lei Wu and Li Yao is true. I did accept the 18 orders posted by the shelter. If there are any captains who want to quit, you can leave now. I will never stop you. But let me say this in advance. Suyu's tone was calm. His eyes were indifferent, and his words were firm. For those who leave today, it will not be as easy to cooperate with our 9th team in the future. Suyu wanted not only the mechanical parts of these teams, but also to select suitable allies from the remaining hunting teams in the shelter, and unite them with his own technology. A single hunting team cannot withstand the pressure of Night Fury. But if these hunting teams unite, not to mention Night Fury, even the wolf packs in Shanlan, which are ranked higher than Night Fury, dare not attack them easily. Therefore, the selection of these allies also needs to be a little stricter. At least they cannot turn around and leave when they encounter a little pressure. Listening to Suyu's words, Wang Jian and others were stunned. In their opinion, Suyu should try to beg them to stay and cooperate with him. But now, why does Suyu seem to be so sure of winning? Where does his confidence come from? Just when Wang Jian and others were puzzled, Suyu continued to speak. In addition, before the captains decide to cooperate, I have to explain again. Before, I only wanted the mechanical parts collected by each team this month. That's because we have a total of 7 hunting teams and can provide mechanical parts. But now, because the 2 captains have withdrawn, I not only need the remaining mechanical parts that the teams have collected this month, but also the mechanical parts that the teams have stored in the past few months and have not used yet. Of course. Suyu paused and said slowly, since I have raised the conditions a bit, I will also take out the corresponding things to prove to the captains that I have the ability and will not cheat the investment of the teams. Do you have the ability? Boy, stop talking nonsense here. Listening to Suyu's words, Yang Lai and other members of the 9th team were dumbfounded. They believed in Suyu's ability, but it didn't mean that they would completely follow Suyu blindly. 18 orders were coming down. They racked their brains, but it was hard to think of a way out. Even if they were like this, the captains of the other hunting teams, naturally, let alone. There was a hot-tempered hunting captain, who didn't wait for Suyu to finish. He just shouted coldly and prepared to leave. But at this moment, Wang Jian, who had been silent, stretched out his hand and stopped him. Brother Wang, don't tell me that you were really scared by this kid. The hunting captain was startled, and his eyes widened when he saw that it was Wang Jian who stopped him. Whether he's scared or not is another matter. Anyway, we have wasted so much time here. Why not listen to what this kid has to say? Besides, Luo Wang, you go back now. Can we avoid the threat of Night Fury? When Wang Jian mentioned Night Fury's name, the hunting captain's face changed slightly. Before, the Night Fury team swallowed up 3 hunting teams in succession. Although later, under the warning of the manager, the Night Fury's actions in the wilderness were restrained a lot. But restraint does not mean not doing it. When each hunting team went out recently, it was clearly felt that the number of radioactive beasts that appeared in the hunting area around the shelter was. The strength has obviously increased. This increase cannot be considered normal. Huh? After a little hesitation, the hunting captain named Luo Wang couldn't help but take a deep breath, and finally stayed with an unhappy look on his face, but staring at Suyu, still showing distrust. Boy, I'll see what confidence you can bring out. Captains, you can rest assured. Listening to the conversation between Wang Jian and Luo Wang, Suyu's heart, it was also quite a surprise. He really didn't expect that. The Night Fury was still attacking other hunting teams. In this way, his plan would be more successful. This Night Fury team, to some extent, has become my lucky star. Suyu murmured in his heart, and then he gathered his mind, and opened the door next to the counter. Since all the captains are ready to listen to me continue, then please follow me into the store first. As he said that, Suyu took the lead and walked into the depths of the repair shop. Wang Jian and the others looked at each other, and followed him in. What trump card do you have? Why are you so mysterious? Luo Wang still had a lot of dissatisfaction on his face, and he kept muttering while following. But, the next second, his words stopped abruptly, and there was an expression of astonishment in his eyes that he could not hide. It was not just Luo Wang, Wang Jian, Yan Lai, the several hunting captains present, all of them couldn't help but widen their eyes as their gazes converged. Behind Suyu, the iron meditation method was activated. The spiritual energy stored in his mind quietly spread out, driving the parts placed around him to float and rise into the air, and then ka-ka-ka-ku-ku. Accompanied by the turning of the gears, the sound of the mechanism falling continued to sound. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the parts on the ground were assembled by Suyu into 2 brand new guns. Superhuman. Chapter 41 Conquer. Shocked, incredibly shocked. Wang Jian, other hunting captains, including Yan Lai, are all a little dumbfounded at this moment. They never dreamed that Suyu's trump card would be like this. A spiritual transcendent. And, looking at the 2 guns that Suyu assembled quickly, Wang Jian couldn't help swallowing. As the captain of the 11th team, the resident mechanic of the 11th team, although he cannot compare with the resident mechanics of the Night Fury teams, but his technical level can be called that of a veteran. But even for him, it would take at least 30 minutes to assemble 2 guns. And what about Suyu? It took less than 3 minutes. The speed of assembly alone is 10 times that of an ordinary mechanic. Not just assembly. Just when everyone was stunned, Suyu's voice rang again. The tasks I received from the management office, in addition to assembling a batch of firearms, also include repairing a batch of weapons and equipment, maintaining about 300 sets of armor, etc. And these tasks, my spiritual power, can assist me, said. Suyu snapped his fingers lightly. The 2 assembled firearms were sent to Wang Jian and others. Then, his spiritual power directly repaired several electric weapons that were damaged to the point of being almost inoperable. Drag it in front of him. And in front of everyone. Start repairing it on the spot. And this time, it was still beyond imagination. In just 1 hour, 5 pieces of equipment that theoretically a veteran mechanic would spend a whole day repairing were completely renovated in Suyu's hands. In addition, there is equipment maintenance, weapon maintenance, etc. Suyu did not miss any of them, and showed them one by one. But Yan Lai and others were dumbfounded, and Luo Wang, who was quite dissatisfied with Suyu before entering the store, now widened his eyes, and looked at Suyu with shock in his eyes. This is so damn. How many mechanics can Suyu fight against? 5? 10? After hearing Luo Wang sigh, Wang Jian and others present came back to their senses and looked at Suyu's eyes, which were extremely hot. Mechanic, he is not a necessary person for the formation of a hunting team. But if a hunting team wants to become stronger and live longer in this wasteland, it must cooperate with a skilled mechanic. No one doubts Suyu's technical level. And now Suyu's work efficiency has completely impressed Wang Jian and others. Moreover, putting aside the identity of a mechanic, Suyu himself is also a psychic. Although this psychic, it seems that he has no fighting ability yet. But with Li, the captain of the Night Fury team, there is a good example before him. Psychics, for Wang Jian and other residents of shelter number 73, represent mystery and power, which further increases their trust in Suyu. The cooperation conditions that Brother Su mentioned before, my 11th team has no problem, and is willing to accept. The same goes for our 13th team. There is no problem with Luo's 4th team. Luo Wang, Wang Jian, The remaining 5 hunting captains all spoke impatiently, fearing that if they were a step slower, Suyu would misunderstand them and kick them out. Seeing their impatient appearance, Yan Lai and other members of the 9th team were already dumbfounded. It was not until Luo Wang and his team said goodbye and left, and began to prepare for the delivery of mechanical parts. Yan Lai and others came back to their senses, looking at Suyu one by one, with shock and surprise in their eyes. Seeing the shocked look on Yan Lai and the others' faces, Suyu smiled slightly and waved his palm in front of Yan Lai jokingly. "Uncle Yang, what are you still standing there for? Come back to your senses." Hearing Suyu's teasing, Yan Lai and the others calmed down a little, but there was still a strong sense of shock and disbelief in their eyes. Yan Lai couldn't help but say, "Su, brother Su, how did you do this? How did you suddenly become a spiritual supernatural person?" Hearing Yan Lai's question, Suyu shrugged, with an innocent look on his face. "I don't know about this either. I just killed a lot of radioactive beasts that night, and when I recovered the next day, I found that I seemed to be able to sense the existence of the subspace." Suyu was not worried, as his reason was far-fetched. The awakening of spiritual transcendence is extremely random, at least on this ruined planet with a technological gap. Many spiritual transcendents achieve their success through various coincidences. My situation is normal. As expected, Yan Lai and others did not doubt Suyu's explanation at all, and were only surprised. However, it is not time for us to relax yet. There are still many things to do. First and foremost, I will move my repair shop to the base of our 9th team, Suyu said. Although the Night Fury team did not dare to fight in the shelter, no one could guarantee that. Will they be desperate? Especially with his own strength, within a month, he completed 18 orders. Such an exaggerated achievement, even the slowest person would definitely think of the direction of the extraordinary. This is also the reason why Suyu did not tell Wang Jian and others to conceal the news that he was a spiritual extraordinary. This kind of thing cannot be hidden. Moreover, exposing this identity is also a kind of protection for himself. Spiritual superhumans, without meditation, cannot cultivate to a higher level. Their status in the shelter is even lower than that of ordinary physical superhumans. Just like the 2 unlucky 1-star spiritual superhumans in the Night Fury team, they were marginalized in the Night Fury. But the reason for this situation, after all, it was the 2 1-star spiritual superhumans who did not show their value. And if Suyu could complete 18 orders in one go, the shelter's senior management, even if he leans towards Night Fury, he will still give himself some protection. Properly showing his own value is sometimes a necessary step. Of course, exposing his identity also means new risks. For example, as time goes by, someone will always guess that he may have a complete meditation method. But Suyu is not worried. As long as he receives more orders, his battlefield mechanic level will be promoted faster. Just like in the shelter, the information that he holds a volume of meditation method is not a secret, as long as his strength is enough. Even if someone can guess that he also has a volume of meditation method, no one will dare to set their sights on him. In the final analysis, it still depends on your own strength. Chapter 42 Storm. It's really incredible. Suyu arranged for Yan Lai and others to help move his repair shop to the base of the 9th squad. After leaving the repair shop, Wang Jian, Luo Wang and others were still a little dizzy. The extraordinary scene that Suyu showed in front of them in the repair shop had a huge impact on them. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they really couldn't have imagined that a spiritual supernatural being can actually use psychic energy to such an extent. Originally, Wang Jian and others cooperated with the 9th squad to some extent. Actually, they were thinking of making use of waste. In their view, the 9th squad, which had been repeatedly targeted by the Night Fury squad, even if it could escape this time, it would have no hope of surviving in the future. It was only a matter of time before they were forced to fall apart and completely annexed by the Night Fury squad. Cooperate with the 9th squad. I just want the 9th squad to hold out for a little longer, to help them attract firepower, to give them more time, to come up with a way to fight against the Night Fury squad. But now, Wang Jian, Luo Wang and others all think that the 9th squad with Suyu seems to have a little hope to resist the pressure of the Night Fury squad, or even to kill the Night Fury squad. It is not hopeless. In this way, the hunting teams that have placed bets on the 9th squad in advance will be able to, but they will really make a fortune. Let's take a step back. Even if the 9th team fails in the end, with the ability shown by Suyu, they can at least last for another 2 or 3 months or even longer. And with this time, it is enough for each team to put them in the 9th team, and the investment in Suyu to recover the cost. This is a real, guaranteed business. If the two guys who left early knew the real trump card of this Su Xiaoga, I'm afraid you will regret it. Suyu didn't know about Wang Lai, Luo Wang and others' feelings. Nor did he care. At this moment, he was moving with the help of Yan Lai and others. With the help of the members of the 9th squad. It didn't take long for Suyu to successfully move all his belongings to the 9th squad's base. Suyu's new repair shop was located in the original large storage room of the 9th squad. It was originally used to store various preparations and other teams. The residents of the shelter traded radioactive beast materials. But since the 9th squad was not going to go out hunting anymore, the storage room was naturally vacant, which was just right for Suyu to open a new repair shop. As for the remaining bloody smell inside, it was completely covered by the smell of engine oil. After completing the move, Suyu did not waste any time and directly started to produce the orders in hand. As for the missing parts, the inventory of the 9th squad was enough for the time being. Next, Wang Jian, Luo Wang and others will gradually deliver the mechanical parts that their hunting teams have accumulated over the past few months. These parts, together with the mechanical parts they recovered this month, are worth an average of about 4,000 contribution points per hunting team. There are 5 hunting teams that have finally reached a cooperation agreement with Suyu. In total, Suyu currently owes them 20,000 contribution points. Even if Suyu has not paid them this month, even if he successfully completed the 18 orders on hand, it would be impossible to achieve this goal. However, Suyu was not in a hurry. When he made the agreement with Wang Jian and others, he had already taken this into account. Therefore, the contract he made with Wang Jian and others was considered as an installment payment. First, he would use the remaining 4,000 contribution points of the 9th squad to pay a deposit of 800 to each hunting team. After that, every half a month, he would pay 800 contribution points to each hunting team. In this way, by the end of next month, Suyu only needs to earn 8,000 contribution points to cover this expenditure. Even if we take into account the 4,200 contribution points that the 9th team needs to pay to the management office to maintain its status as a hunting team. Together, it is only more than 12,000 contribution points. As long as Suyu completes the 18 orders on hand, it will be easy to cover this expenditure. Thinking of this, Suyu looked at his brand new workbench. After moving to the new place, Suyu also upgraded his workbench. The original repair shop was too cramped, but the storage room is large enough. Suyu even installed a robot transformation table specially prepared for Nono. Although it is still very simple at the moment, it does not prevent Suyu from imagining that in the future, on this transformation table, a set of power armor will come out, and the scene of the Iron Giant will appear. Shaking his head, concentrate your mind. Suyu mobilized his spiritual energy again, and began the work at hand. There were 18 orders, and the difficulty was high and low. Suyu chose to start with the easy ones, and then the difficult ones. He planned to improve his battlefield mechanic, professional level first, and then challenge the difficult orders. Not to mention that the efficiency would be higher. The first payment would be made in half a month. He would finish the simple orders first, and have some contribution points in hand, so he would not be too panicked. Steel meditation method. Run! As soon as he thought of this, Suyu did not waste any more time and directly activated the iron meditation method. As the iron gears constructed by spiritual energy began to turn in his mind, Suyu felt that a more magnificent and huge world was opening its door to him. Ancient, strange, mysterious, all kinds of special energies that cannot be described in words were entangled and condensed behind the door. Finally, under the traction of the gears created by his meditation, from the world behind the door, it descended into reality, and fell into his own body, causing Suyu's brain to vibrate suddenly. Buzz! A little spiritual candlelight burst out from Suyu's mind and jumped into the repair room in the present world. Suddenly, under the illumination of this little spiritual light, the void hummed and trembled, and a unique spiritual field quietly formed around Suyu. Iron Meditation Method LV1. At this stage, Suyu's spiritual energy can replace his hands to move, assemble, repair, and maintain all mechanical parts within a radius of 5 meters. Its efficiency is more than 3 times that of Suyu's daily work. Moreover, if Suyu is willing, he can also increase this efficiency by about 2 times by consuming spiritual energy at a high intensity. But now, Suyu is not in a hurry to do this. After all, according to Suyu's estimate, I am now meditating for a night to gain spiritual energy. This field can probably last for 12 hours. Every hour of operation, you can get about 50 points of professional experience. If you use the method of burning psychic energy, although the professional experience you can get per hour of operation is doubled, the duration of the field is only 3 hours. Calculated. Burning psychic energy, while improving efficiency, Suyu lost 300 points of professional experience. With plenty of time, Suyu would naturally prefer to take it slow and steadily improve his experience. In this way, 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. When the morning light of the third day fell into the repair room, inside, there were already hundreds of different firearms and protective gear of all sizes. Chapter 43. Surprise! You have completed the overhaul of an intermediate equipment. The difficulty of this work is rated as medium. You have gained 50 points of professional experience. Battlefield mechanic. You have gained 100 points of skill experience. Battlefield repair LV2. Your skill experience has been met. Your professional skill battlefield repair level has been improved. Current level, LV3. Your professional experience has been met. Your professional battlefield mechanic level has been improved. Current level, LV3. Your core ability, Iron Meditation, has been upgraded to LV3. On the workbench, Suyu raised his head, put away the last firearm that had been overhauled, looked at the prompt message that appeared on the occupation panel, and let out a heavy breath. It should be said that the upgrade of the first level occupation is much more difficult than the basic occupation. 3 days of working almost day and night, he relied on the characteristic that his energy would be greatly restored with each upgrade. But it was this kind of intense work. After 3 days, the professional experience Suyu gained was just enough for him to upgrade his battlefield mechanic level to level 3. Moreover, after this upgrade, the restored energy did not completely relieve Suyu's fatigue in his brain, and he was still drowsy. Obviously, his body had reached its limit. But this is also a matter of course. Although Suyu has selected relatively simple orders in the past 3 days, even simple orders require Suyu to concentrate highly to complete them. In this process, restoring spiritual energy through steel meditation is also a job that consumes a lot of mental and physical energy. However, although it is tiring, but the harvest is also rich. In addition to the improvement of professional level and professional skills, Suyu has done a lot. He also completed 7 orders in one go. After delivering these 7 orders, I can earn at least 5,000 contribution points. Although it's not much, but it's enough for Suyu to pay for the first delivery in half a month. And Suyu looked at his career panel, which had been promoted to LV3 of the Iron Meditation method, and a smile appeared on his lips. With the increase of the level, the spiritual energy that can be condensed by the Iron Meditation method is also becoming more and more powerful. At first, the spiritual candlelight generated by the Iron Meditation method could only form a field with a diameter of 5 meters at most. But now, the influence range of this spiritual candlelight has expanded to a diameter of 8 meters. And the efficiency has also been greatly improved. Even without burning spiritual energy, Suyu's current work efficiency is 5 times that of his previous work. Just as Suyu had expected. As my level increases, my work efficiency will only get faster and faster. The time required to complete the remaining orders it will also become shorter. And, Suyu thought, looking back, looking at the electric sniper rifle placed at the head of the bed, try to close your eyes, use your eyes to see, just use your psychic power to sense. This is the new ability he unlocked after he was promoted to level 3 in the Iron Meditation method. As the gears in his mind turned, Suyu felt the existence of the electric sniper rifle in his heart. In the whole room, the excellent electric sniper rifle, just like the torch, the other firearms and other mechanical creations, are like fireflies. There is a world of difference. However, Suyu is not only concerned about this. In this room, 99% of the firearms and equipment are mechanical creations. As long as Suyu is willing. In this state, as long as Suyu consumes enough spiritual energy, these weapons and equipment are mechanical creations. They can be transformed from firefly-like spiritual light to entity at any time, and then let Suyu instantly reproduce their internal structure in his mind. Read and understand the design ideas of each of their parts. But, Suyu looked back at the sniper rifle with some regret. No matter how hard he tried, the electric sniper rifle was always in the shape of a torch. All Suyu could do was to consume spiritual energy to make the torch-like shape more real and clearer, so that he could barely recognize that it was a sniper rifle. If you want to go further, you don't even have to think about it. However, Suyu was not frustrated or disappointed. After all, the new ability he unlocked helped Suyu find the direction to work hard. As long as my level continues to rise, and my strength continues to increase, one day, I will be able to completely understand this electric sniper rifle. Suyu clenched his fist slightly, and took a deep breath. In his eyes, there was fighting spirit. When he came to his senses, he retracted his gaze, and prepared to take the equipment to the management office to submit the completed order. But at this moment, Suyu suddenly found that there was a light spot in his field of vision. A torch that was also burning fiercely and brightly appeared in his repair shop, causing Suyu to freeze instantly. What is going on? Suyu was stunned, and he didn't have time to think about it. He decisively put away his spiritual energy and opened his eyes, after seeing the existence of this new torch clearly. Suyu was stunned. Master, there is Wang Jian outside. Captain Luo Wang has arrived with a batch of new parts. Do you want to welcome them? Master, there is. In front of Suyu, the source of the torch, the repair robot Nono left by the master, is repeating the emotionless mechanical electronic sound. But Suyu has no time to pay attention to the message it sent. In his mind, all he could think of was the burning torch that he had just seen. Although that torch was not as bright as the electric sniper rifle left by his master, it was also extremely bright, just slightly inferior. What's going on? Suyu couldn't help but look at Nuo again, and he opened his eyes wide to carefully identify it. Suyu, who had a professional panel, also obtained the identification function provided by the system. It's just that the level of the item is too high. Suyu can't identify it, and the Nono in front of him, no matter how he identified it, it was just a line of intelligent assistant robot Nono, intermediate. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't look like an existence close to the excellent level weapon. Is it possible that my meditation method is wrong? This meditation method. Is there any error? Suyu was a little confused. At this moment, a brilliant light suddenly flashed in his mind. With a thought, he directly mobilized the spiritual energy in his mind, and gathered it towards his eyes. Suddenly, an indescribable feeling of heat spread from Suyu's eyes, which made Suyu shudder. But he didn't care to experience this wonderful feeling. He resisted the burning feeling in his eyes, and opened his eyes to look at Nuo in front of him. After concentrating for a moment, a new line of information appeared in Suyu's eyes. Intelligent Assistant Robot Nuo. Grade, Intermediate. Hidden Parts Intelligent Core. Grade, Special. Special Core. Chapter 44 Hope. Superior Intelligent Core. This discovery definitely exceeded Suyu's expectations. He never thought that this little robot in his hand actually had such a big gift. Even the teacher who dug it out of the ruins that year probably didn't expect that Nono's core grade would be so high. And now think about it again. Nono's performance in all aspects of daily life is indeed far beyond the average intelligent machine. Although the voice is a rather rigid electronic sound, but it can understand Suyu's various commands very smoothly, and can even have a complete conversation with Suyu. Originally, Suyu thought that this is because the intelligent machines of this era are all derived from the technology of the glorious empire, so they are generally so high. Now it seems that I overestimated the level of the empire's legacy technology. It's not that the empire's technology level is high. It's that Nono's intelligent core is strong enough. And Suyu calmed down, and his eyes fell back on Nuo. Feeling the master's gaze, Nuo took a step back in a very humane way. The special intelligence core gave this little assistant a very humanized intelligent thinking, and he instinctively noticed that his master's eyes were not right. Master? Don't be afraid of Nuo. Suyu smiled in a self-proclaimed kind smile. I'll help you. Modify it. An excellent electric sniper rifle. Before he could completely dismantle it, understand the technical blueprint and design ideas, he could provide himself with many new ideas, and even design night vision goggles and falcon sniper rifles. As for Nono, because its overall level is only at the intermediate level, Suyu could directly dismantle and reassemble it, take out the special intelligent core in it, and conduct in-depth research. In this way, the technical blueprint obtained, what will it reach? Suyu just imagined it, and his heart was filled with excitement. Moreover, Suyu said that he would tie up Nono for a wave of upgrades. But he was not deceiving a simple assistant robot. As Suyu became a battlefield mechanic, Nono's technical level was indeed a bit behind Suyu's strength. Before, Suyu's technical level was insufficient. But now, as Suyu's strength grows, relying on the LV3 battlefield mechanic, coupled with the upgrade to LV3 battlefield repair and LV2 primary mechanical manufacturing, helping Nono upgrade and improve its components, for Suyu now, it is already a task he is capable of. Just when Suyu was dismantling and improving Nono outside the base of the 9th Squadron, in the past 3 days, the news that Suyu had received 18 orders in one go also spread throughout the shelter, causing quite a stir. Naturally, it also caused a storm of public opinion in the entire shelter. During this period of time, the 9th Squadron, he can be regarded as a prominent figure in Shelter 73. After all, the domineering style of the Night Fury Squad is well known in Shelter 73. In the past few years, the number of people who can fight against the Night Fury Squad and continue to be alive and kicking can be counted on one hand. The 9th Squad is obviously not in this group. At least at the beginning. No one thinks they are qualified to be listed in this group. But now, the 9th Squad not only survived tenaciously, but also rescued 2 members who were trapped in the detention center by Night Fury. Based on this alone, the 9th Squad has become famous. In addition, Suyu, who brought the 9th Squad to this point, has also become well known to many residents of the shelter. However, before they could marvel at Suyu's extraordinary ability and outstanding talent, Li Yao and Lei Wu released the news that Suyu had withdrawn from the 9th Squad and had received 18 shelter orders in one go. Suyu's image, overnight, changed from a sudden rising genius master to a nearly insane patient. But some people think that Suyu must have some grasp. After all, if Suyu is really insane, how could the 9th team last so long? And Wang Jian and others, although they tried their best to hide the news. But the cooperation contract they signed with Suyu was really a bit harsh. Although they were the captains of the hunting team, but except for the Night Fury Squad, even for hunting teams of the level of Shanlan and Wolf Pack, the captain cannot really have the final say. The opinions of his team members and vice-captains still have a considerable influence. In the process of persuading the team members to cooperate with Suyu, the news that Suyu is a spiritual transcendent was inevitably leaked. However, many residents of the shelter are skeptical about this news. Moreover, even if Suyu is really a spiritual superhuman, what does it matter? Before the shelter, there were spiritual superhumans. But except Li Yao, the other 2 superhumans eventually became ordinary people, and even had an unstable foothold in the Night Fury team. Even with the spiritual power of the spiritual system, the probability of Suyu completing 18 orders is quite slim. Administrative office, the residence of the administrator. Spiritual superhuman? Listening to Bai Hong's report, the manager's aging face suddenly glowed, which made Bai Hong stunned. As the rescue team leader directly under the manager, Bai Hong had more contact with the manager than the average person. The manager has become less concerned about many things in the shelter over the years. Perhaps because of his age. Many rules of the shelter have become meaningless because of this. Especially some time ago. Lang Yun and Hu Wan, the arrival of these 2 top team captains, who wanted to join forces with the manager to suppress the Night Fury team, was rejected by the manager. This made Bai Hong worried. However, he was different from others. Earlier, before many residents of this shelter joined shelter number 73, Bai Hong had already served as the rescue captain of shelter number 73 and had been with the manager. He had truly seen the manager, the scene of the fight. His trust in the manager, or his respect for him, is much greater than that of others. Even in this situation, he still believes that the manager has enough confidence to control the overall situation. This is also the fundamental reason why he dared to confront the Night Fury team in the wilderness before. And at this moment, looking at the brilliance on the manager's face, there is a strange color in Bai Hong's eyes. The last time, the manager was so excited, but it dates back to several years ago. Bai Hong, help me, check the information of this little guy named Suyu. Remember, be quick, get it? I didn't bother to think deeply about what my confidant was thinking at the moment. The manager spoke softly, although he tried to slow down his tone, but that hint of urgency was still inevitably revealed, making Bai Hong's expression solemn, and he nodded immediately, yes. Please rest assured, I will find out as soon as possible. As he said that, Bai Hong walked out of the residence decisively. He watched his confidant leave. The manager's eyes also revealed a hint of expectation. The general spiritual transcendence, once awakened. without the corresponding meditation method. A 1-star spiritual transcendent may not be as good as a 2-star physical transcendent in improving the shelter and his own strength. However, if Suyu was promoted to transcendent, and he took 18 orders at once, put it together, then the situation is different. Perhaps this child is not an ordinary spiritual supernatural being, but in the process of awakening, he also awakened his own meditation method. He may even become a super mechanic. If that's the case, the current predicament of shelter number 73, maybe, can really be reversed. Chapter 45 Rangers. The manager has seen Li He's situation over the years. His meditation method is too strange. Although Li He is trying his best to hide this, in the eyes of the manager, Li He has too many flaws. If he really becomes the new leader of the shelter, all the residents of shelter number 73, I am afraid they will become puppets of Li He alone, and become the seedbed for his spiritual energy supply. Such an ending is definitely not what the manager wants to see. But the manager bowed his head slightly. His pupils quietly slackened, revealing the mechanical core inside. The scarlet electronic eyeballs radiated light waves that ordinary people's eyes could not perceive, and completed the scan in an instant and fed back the results. Current power core consumption of each part. Left arm power core consumption, 85%. Right arm power core consumption, 79%. Left leg power core consumption, 69%. Chest power core consumption, 82%. Waist power core. Comprehensive consumption, 70%. Comprehensive ability level, 3-star intermediate physical transcendent. Looking at his smart chip, the data finally fed back. The corners of the manager's mouth could not help but curl up a bitter smile. This was the fundamental reason why he rejected Lang Yuan and Hu Wen's proposal before. He was not pedantic. He was powerless. Moreover, this point could not be made clear to Lang Yuan and Hu Wen directly. After all, if it was made clear, the manager was sure that the two people, who were not firm in character, might directly leave shelter number 73 in order to protect themselves, just to save himself. And by that time, Li He in shelter number 73 will be truly free. So, he chose to disguise himself as a pedantic old man. Fortunately, his disguise was quite successful. Although Lang Yuan and Hu Wen were dissatisfied, they had not given up hope, still felt that, as long as they nodded, the three of them joined forces, they would have the capital to suppress Li He. But in fact, the strongest fighting force in their eyes, the real strength now, maybe even the two top teams, Wolf Pack and Shanlan, can be defeated? I'm so ashamed. The manager smiled bitterly, looking out the door, with expectation in his eyes. After arranging by Hong to find out about Suyu, the manager also learned some other information about Suyu. For example, this resident of the shelter has suddenly shown a rapidly rising technical level in the past period of time. There was also news that he had received orders for 18 shelters at once. From these 2 points, the manager had a vague guess in his mind. This little guy, the awakened spiritual ability, probably, is related to machinery. This is the fundamental reason for the manager's excitement. Just a spiritual transcendent is not enough to surprise him, even if he awakened the meditation method. The situation of shelter number 73, Li He's strength growth rate, it is already difficult to give Suyu enough time to grow. To let him grow to the point where he can fight against Li He. But, if Suyu has the possibility of awakening the mental ability related to machinery, then the situation is another matter. Even if Suyu does not have time to grow up, as long as he can help his various mechanical parts repair and maintain them, there is no need for a complete overhaul. As long as the comprehensive consumption is reduced to less than 50%, so that he can exert a combat power of more than 4 stars, with Lang Yuan and Hu Wen, the captains of the two top teams, and the assistants of 4-star physical transcendence. The manager has the confidence to completely suppress Li He. I hope you won't let me down, the manager whispered to himself. In his voice, there was an eagerness that could not be concealed. The 9th team's base. At this time, Suyu did not know that he had been regarded as the last straw by the manager. His attention at this moment, everyone was focused on Nono, who was lying on the robot workbench. It was already the evening of the 3rd day since Suyu and Wang Jian and others reached a cooperation agreement. After a morning of sleep, Suyu's energy had recovered to a perfect state. Taking this opportunity, he spent another whole afternoon and finally completed the modification of Nono. However, after the modification, Nono, in terms of body size, was smaller than before, which was only at the height of an adult's calf. It is 3 times bigger. It is nearly 1.5 meters tall. Behind it, there are 8 more robotic arms. Under normal circumstances, if an intelligent assistant is equipped with so many robotic arms, it will definitely not be able to operate. Not only will it not improve work efficiency, it may even cause problems due to too many robotic arms, and the computing power cannot be allocated properly. But Nono, who has a super intelligent core, obviously does not have this problem. Each robotic arm is extremely flexible, able to handle more than 70% of mechanical assembly, repair, and maintenance work. Suyu even felt that if it weren't for his master's insufficient technical level, Nono's super intelligent core would be enough to support his assistant and add 8 more mechanical arms. Imagine waving different tools and 16 arms operating at the same time. The smile on Suyu's face couldn't help but become a little perverted. Master, I don't think this form can be called beautiful. At this moment, Nonyo, who had already started up, also saw his new skin through the dressing mirror on the wall. On the display screen, a lying emoticon suddenly appeared, and his tone revealed a kind of depression inexplicably. You don't understand this. For intelligent machines, weapons and equipment just need to be more height and body shape must be larger. The more equipment, the more beautiful, the larger the body shape, the more spectacular. Suyu persuaded, with an expression like an old father. He patted Nono's head and helped him complete the last step of the upgrade process, which was to install an additional battery pack. In this way, Nono gained a new ability, which was similar to Suyu. When necessary, he could activate the backup energy to double his work efficiency. With the installation of this battery pack, Nono's upgrade was completed. On Suyu's career panel, a new prompt message also appeared. Ding, you have successfully completed the modification of an intermediate intelligent robot. The difficulty of this work is evaluated as extremely difficult. The results of this work are evaluated as excellent. You have gained professional experience, 3,000 points. You have gained professional skill experience, primary mechanical manufacturing 5,000 points. You have accumulated enough skill experience, and your skill level has been improved. Current professional skill, primary mechanical manufacturing LV3. As the message emerged, Suyu couldn't help but stretch his body. Although his professional level didn't increase this time, Suyu, who had just rested in the morning, was still full of energy at this moment. It just so happens that my mechanical manufacturing skill has also been upgraded to level 3. I'll complete some equipment manufacturing orders tonight and gain some experience. Suyu was thinking. Suddenly, he noticed that his professional panel, in the system prompt bar, a new message appeared. After this work, you have gained additional inspiration. According to the modification experience of the Intelligent Core, Special Grade, Intelligent Assistant Robot, Advanced, you have obtained a new design blueprint. You have obtained the Design Blueprint Intelligent Machinery Ranger Type 1. Chapter 46 Confirmation. Intelligent Machinery? Ranger? Looking at the prompt message that appeared on the occupation panel, Suyu's spirits were lifted, and he quickly opened his Design Blueprint panel and carefully read the detailed introduction of the Ranger, and the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. Ranger, according to the instructions given by the system, it belongs to the Imperial Legion, and is a kind of general auxiliary combat machinery that battlefield mechanics will assemble. Its shape is similar to a smaller version of Nono. It is about the same size as a radiation hyena, but it is much more powerful than a radiation hyena. The lowest rank of a ranger is elementary, and the highest can reach the special level. The specific level depends on the skill of the mechanic and the quality of the parts used in assembly. According to the system description, even the lowest ranked elementary ranger, each one has enough combat power to compete with a 1-star elementary extraordinary person. As for radiation hyenas, it is often only possible to find a star-level radiation beast among more than 10 of them. Moreover, the rangers also have a feature called cluster. The computing power of each ranger smart chip will not be fully utilized. No matter how high the quality is, there will always be 1 or 2% of the computing power, which will become redundant and difficult to use. However, if the number of activated rangers reaches more than 10, and there is a battlefield mechanic commanding, the ranger's smart chip can resonate by consuming a certain amount of spiritual energy, forming the so-called battle swarm. Under the influence of the battle swarm, the computing power of each ranger can be shared, and the redundant computing power can also be fully mobilized. On the whole, once the battle swarm is turned on, the computing power of each ranger can be increased by 20%. reflected in the attributes, each ranger that obtains the cluster. Blessing, the attack speed, dodge, movement speed and other attributes, on the original basis, can be increased by another 20%. In this way, even if I am unlucky enough to make 10 rangers, each of which is only at the elementary level, the combat power of the battle swarm composed of 10 rangers is enough to threaten the top 1 star. No, even the 2-star level extraordinary people will suffer a great loss at my hands. What's more, Suyu's technical level is still quite good, in addition to the gains from the design blueprint. And after upgrading basic mechanical manufacturing to the maximum level, unlock specialization primary production, the success rate is increased. Suyu is confident. Even if I can't make a special grade ranger, making 10 rangers, producing 2 or 3 intermediate grade 1s, or 1 advanced grade 1, shouldn't be too extravagant a goal. Right? Suyu stroked his chin and whispered to himself. However, he did not start making the ranger right away, because the assembly of the ranger, in addition to the necessary mechanical parts, also requires the intelligent chipset. This thing can only be exchanged at the shelter management office. It may take 1 or 2 years to find one in the wilderness. Moreover, this kind of high-tech product is not cheap. The price of a primary intelligent chipset is around 200 contribution points. If the quality is high, the price of contribution points will also rise. So you must prepare such precious materials before using them. The next payment is due. There are still 10 days left, so there is no rush to pay the order. Suyu raised his hand, calling Nonuo to come and help. The current priority is, first, to continue to improve his professional level, improve his technical level. Second, to earn more contributions. The contribution required for the first payment is enough. But now that the design drawings of the ranger have been unlocked, the smart chipset is another expense plus Uncle Yang's injury, although we can delay for another month. It is better to get rid of ant poison as soon as possible. Yan Lai had been reluctant to get rid of the ant poison before. In addition to the fact that the 9th squad did not have the contribution points to buy antivenom serum at that time. Another important point is that ant poison is a double-edged sword for Yan Lai. Without the stimulation of ant poison, Yan Lai would not have been able to break through the shackles in such a short time and become a 2-star physical transcendent. But now, Suyu has changed his job to become a battlefield mechanic. With him leading the team, the 9th squad no longer needs to go hunting in the wilderness. Yan Lai no longer needs to keep the ant poison to torture himself. However, Suyu did not explain these words. After all, he did not dare to guarantee that he would be able to earn enough money to help Yan Lai exchange antivenom potions within half a month. If he said it in advance, it would be bad if he failed. However, soon Suyu found that he seemed to have underestimated his current skills. Or rather, he underestimated the work efficiency of Nono, who had been modified with 8 mechanical arms, and was like an octopus. The advantages of the Special Intelligent Corps were finally brought into play by Nono. The 8 mechanical arms danced wildly, allowing Nono to completely catch up. The reason for modifying Nono was, in large part, because Suyu felt that Nono, his assistant, would be better as his technical level improved. I can't keep up with my own pace. But now, Suyu was confused to find that, in the current repair room, Nono has 8 mechanical arms, and I have only 2 human hands. It seems that I, the owner, have become the one who is dragging my feet. The only thing to be thankful for is that those orders involving the production of high-quality equipment, which Nono cannot take over now. Otherwise, Suyu really thinks that his repair shop can be renamed Nono Repair Shop. Ding ding dang dang. Just as Suyu and Nua were busy, completing the orders on hand with high efficiency. On the other side, the manager also received the detailed information sent by Bai Hong. Let me see, Suyu joined shelter number 73 3 years ago, and has been learning repair technology from Bai Dashan since then. After Bai Dashan died of radiation sickness last year, Suyu's technical level progress has stagnated, and has maintained the level of a novice mechanic since then, until he was infected with radiation sickness. The manager looked at the information sent by Bai Hong, and his eyes were fixed on the end of Suyu's resume. After being infected with radiation sickness, Suyu's technical level improved by leaps and bounds, convinced the captain of the 9th squad. Yang Lai became the resident mechanic of the 9th squad, and completed important orders for many shelters, and then clashed with the Night Fury squad. The manager raised his head, and Bai Hong in front of him looked a little nervous, and couldn't help but whispered, "Sir, is there any problem with this information?" "Problem? No problem, Captain Bai. You did a great job, thank you for your hard work." The manager came back to his senses, showed a gentle smile to Bai Hong. You go and rest first. I want to calm down by myself first. Oh, okay, I obey your command. Bai Hong was stunned for a moment, then nodded and retreated. Until Bai Hong left, the manager finally breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Su Yu's resume information in his hand, especially the part about after being infected with radiation sickness. His technical level has improved by leaps and bounds. The manager's eyes were full of surprise. No mistake. This little guy probably got a blessing in disguise after being infected with radiation sickness. Awakened his psychic talent, and became a spiritual transcendent. And his psychic characteristics are definitely related to machinery. Chapter 47 Waiting. Excited, surprised. The light comes out of the darkness. This is the truest reflection of the manager's heart at this moment. But although extremely excited, the manager soon calmed down. Because he realized a serious problem, that is time. Although Su Yu's technical level seems to have made great progress in the past few days. But whether it is a spiritual transcendent or a physical transcendent, their spiritual power level has improved. It takes a considerable amount of time to achieve results. In the eyes of the managers, it has been less than a month since Su Yu awakened his spiritual power. In less than a month, he was able to stabilize his spiritual power level at the 1-star level, which is already quite rare. However, can the 1-star spiritual power, combined with Su Yu's technical level, really help him solve the current dilemma? The managers have a considerable question mark in their minds. Now, the deterrent power of the Night Fury team in the shelter has been growing. Although the 9th team has emerged as a new force, it has suppressed the Night Fury's arrogance. But it is not enough to completely check the momentum of the Night Fury's expansion. If I rashly go to find Su Yu is not strong enough to help me. So that's fine. Once I expose my current weak situation, let outsiders, especially Li He, know about it. The Night Fury team's radical style of action. I am afraid that there will be no one to check and balance it. Li He will be even more unscrupulous. They will really have no chance of turning the tables. Just wait and see. After hesitating for a long time, the manager finally chose a safe method. Wait for a while, no. Wait another half a month. As long as Su Yu can successfully complete the orders he received this month. That means Su Yu's technical level has reached a considerable height. Even if he can't help himself fully recover his strength, it should also restore his own strength to 70% or 80%. Not to mention completely suppressing Li He, making him cautious and restrained. Buying more time for the shelter. It is still more than enough. Thinking of this, the manager also temporarily suppressed his inner excitement. No one knows the struggle in the manager's heart. But in the following time, the news that Su Yu received 18 orders in one breath. The impact brought by it became more and more severe. Many residents of the shelter were waiting to see how Su Yu would pay the 18 orders in the end. There were even many mechanics who were gloating. As the saying goes, competitors are enemies. The higher Su Yu's technical level, the harder it would be for other mechanics to survive in this shelter. In addition, Li Yao, Lei Wu and others added fuel to the fire. Su Yu's image became a little ridiculous among the residents of the shelter. Even in the end, even the 11th squad, and other members of the hunting team who cooperated with Su Yu under the leadership of the captain, began to doubt Su Yu. Only Wang Jian, Luo Wang and other captains still had full confidence in Su Yu. After all, after seeing Su Yu mobilize his spiritual energy to repair and assemble machinery, anyone would be impressed and unforgettable. However, whether it was trust or doubt, Su Yu in the repair shop, they just don't care. In the 10 days after unlocking the Ranger design blueprint, Su Yu basically never left the team's base except for necessary trips. And the number of various firearms and equipment piled up in his repair shop is also increasing day by day. It was not until the evening of the 14th day that Su Yu finally stopped the work at hand, raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and looked at the shotgun in his hand that had been modified and had reached a high grade. There is a gleam of brilliance in their eyes. Ding! You have successfully completed the modification of an intermediate weapon. The current weapon grade is advanced. The difficulty of this work is assessed as difficult. The result of this work is assessed as excellent. You have gained professional experience, 1,000 points. You have gained skill experience, primary mechanical production 1,500 points. You have accumulated enough professional experience. Your professional level, battlefield mechanic, has been improved. The current professional level is LV9. You have accumulated enough skill experience. Your professional skill, primary mechanical manufacturing, has been improved. The current skill level is LV7. As the prompt messages appeared one by one, Suyu felt that a strange energy was quietly generated in his body, and it instantly flowed into his limbs and bones, allowing Suyu to quickly recover his energy. His physical fitness and mind were also further improved. The speed of brain operation, brain reaction, etc., all increased again with this upgrade. In addition, Suyu also felt that the steel gear in his mind, which symbolized his spiritual energy star level, had grown again, from the original index finger thickness to the size of a thumb. The spiritual energy that could be mobilized also changed from the initial candlelight to a brightness like a small bonfire. Suyu exhaled lightly, closed his eyes, and carefully experienced the transformation of his body. After a moment, he opened his eyes and looked at his career panel expectantly. As his mind was turning, rows of detailed attributes came into his sight. Name, Suyu. Occupation, Mechanic Max, Gunsmith Max, Battlefield Mechanic LV9, 1%. Occupational level, First level. Skills, Battlefield Repair LV7, 33%. Occupational specialization, Skilled Repairman. Primary Mechanical Manufacturing LV7, 2%. Occupational specialization, Primary Manufacturing. Wild Survival Max, Occupational specialization, Wilderness Perception. Basic Gun Mastery Max, Occupational specialization, Elite Shooter. Primary Sniper Skills Max, Occupational specialization, Scope. Primary Scout Skills Max, Occupational specialization, Skilled Disguiser. Core Abilities. Machine Affinity Max, Core specialization, Heart and Blood Manufacturing. Murderous Intent Perception Max, Core specialization, Holographic Perception. Steel Meditation LV9, 1%. Superb level. Spiritual Power Star Rating, 2-star Advanced. Physical Star Rating, 2-star Intermediate. It has to be said, first-level professions are different. Even the Battlefield Mechanic, in the system introduction, is still described as a profession similar to the auxiliary position. But every time the Battlefield Mechanic's level is upgraded, the increase in Suyu's physical fitness is quite considerable. Even as a combat profession, the Gunsmith, the increase brought by each upgrade, is a far cry from that of the Battlefield Mechanic. In addition to the increase in physical fitness, each upgrade of the Battlefield Mechanic's level brings an equally huge increase in Suyu's mental strength. Chapter 48 Shock. At the beginning of his employment as a Battlefield Mechanic, with the spiritual energy extracted from the iron meditation method, Suyu's repair and production efficiency was about 5 times the normal level. And now, this efficiency improvement has increased to more than 10 times. Although it is still a little behind Nono with 8 hands, the gap has been shortened again. Suyu stretched his waist, turned off the career panel, and stood up from the workbench. Master, aren't you going to work anymore? Seeing Suyu's actions, Noonyo, who was standing next to him, also stopped his octopus hand and asked with a mechanical electronic voice. No need. We've been busy for half a month. And it's time for us to take a break. Noonyo, go and recharge yourself, Suyu said with a smile. He went to the base, to the special bathroom, and prepared to take a good bath to eliminate his fatigue. In the shelter, and even on the entire ruins, for ordinary people, taking a bath is a luxury. But for Suyu, this experience is not only for enjoyment, but also for quick recovery. Compared with the little contribution of taking a bath, maintaining one's energy is much more important. After taking a bath, Suyu, who felt much more relaxed, did not delay and got up directly to the outside of the repair shop, called Noonyo, who was almost fully charged, and went to the repair shop with Noonyo. He sorted out and packed all the things he had made in the past half month. In the end, one person and one machine packed and sorted out 10 boxes as tall as a person. It looked magnificent. These 10 boxes, they were the result of Suyu's half-month work. They were also the materials that Suyu needed to deliver for his 18 orders. That's right. After half a month of hard work, Suyu successfully completed all the orders he had received from the shelter. However, with so many things, I can't transport them all by myself. Looking at the boxes lined up in front of him, Suyu had a strange expression on his face. If any of these 10 boxes fell, it would probably crush an ordinary person, or even a 1-star physical transcendent. They might all be crushed to death by this thing. This was not something that he could transport by himself, even if Noonyo was included. Fortunately, during this period, Yan Lai and the others were under Su Yu's instructions. Stayed in the base, did not go out. It was a good opportunity to come and help. Brother Su wants us to help with the sports supplies and submit the order to the management office. Hearing Su Yu's words, Yan Lai and others who were practicing on the base training ground were all stunned. Even Li Mao, Zhang Wu, Wang Shan and others who were doing rehabilitation training could not help but follow. When they arrived at the door of the repair room, the first thing they saw was the box being pushed out by Su Yu and Nuonyuo. Everyone's mouth opened into an O shape. Is this the result of Brother Su's work for half a month? My God! How many things should be in this box? Yan Lai and others were dumbfounded. Although they had witnessed Su Yu's extraordinary skills before, they still had no clear understanding of Su Yu's work efficiency. Until this moment, they watched Su Yu directly move out of a box as tall as a person. They finally realized what it meant to be an extraordinary mechanic. There are probably hundreds of firearms in this box. Even Zhang Wu opened his mouth wide, and his glasses almost fell off his nose. Just as they were sighing, Su Yu also worked with Nuonyuo to move the first box out of the repair room and sent it to the passage in front of the door. At this time, everyone noticed Nuonyuo's appearance. The mechanical arms of the 8 octopuses, under the dim light, reflected the cold light of metal. Although the body is nearly half a person's height, it is not huge. However, the various repair tools installed on the 8 mechanical arms are enough to arouse people's imagination. If you can add repair tools, you can also add various weapons and equipment. In other words, this seemingly harmless repair robot in front of you can be transformed into a powerful combat machine at any time after Su Yu's modification. Such mechanical creations, for Yan Lai and others, are absolutely beyond imagination. Shelter number 73 has excavated remnants of the old times in the past. But those combat machines are basically no longer operational. And at most, they can only recycle some parts from them. Su Yu has completed such a transformation by completely figuring it out on his own. Just this point alone, it is said that Su Yu is the current number 73 Shelter's top mechanic. It's no exaggeration. Brother Su, we're here to help. After calming down a little, Yan Lai and the others did not delay any longer, and stepped forward one after another, helping Su Yu push the box toward the trailer prepared outside the door. However, before they left, Su Yu called them again. Uncle Yang, don't be in a hurry to leave, there's something behind. There's something else? Yan Lai and the others were startled, and all turned around. Only then did they see that in the repair room, behind them were the remaining 9 large boxes lined up in a row. Every one of them almost had their eyes popping out of their sockets. 10 boxes? Brother Su, how many orders have you completed in the past half month? Even Yan Lai couldn't help but tremble in his voice. Su Yu smiled slightly, stretched out 5 fingers, and then clenched his fist. 18 orders have been completed. So next, everyone will have to work hard. Gudong. Listening to Su Yu's reply, Yan Lai and others, even though they had a certain estimate of Su Yu's work efficiency, were still shocked for a long time. However, they soon stopped being shocked by Su Yu's work efficiency, because in the following transportation process, the weight of a box would require Yan Lai to use all his strength to carry it. And what about Nuonyuo? He only needs 3 arms to easily lift a box. With one assistant, it can carry 2 boxes. And it can also separate 2 arms to help Yan Lai and others to check in another box. How strong is Nuonyuo now? Seeing Nuonyuo with ease, and Wang Shan, Wu Yu and others, carrying 3 boxes towards the trailer outside the base, Yan Lai couldn't help but look at Su Yu, with shock in his eyes, and curiosity that he couldn't hide. The other logistics personnel were the same. They were not unfamiliar with the assistant robot Nono. Even the 9th squad, during the first hunt after reaching cooperation with Su Yu, took Nono with them to the wilderness to hunt. But at that time, they all saw Nono's power. To put it bluntly, a radiation hyena without a star rating could knock Nono upside down. But now, let alone a radiation hyena, even if a 2-star radiation wolf king came, he might not be able to get the upper hand from Nono. Chapter 49 Nuonyuo. How strong is Nuonyuo? Looking at the curiosity in Yan Lai and others' eyes, Su Yu smiled slightly, made an estimate in his mind, and said with a smile, if fighting against a 2-star primary radiation beast, without adding weapons, Nuonyuo has more than 70% chance of winning. If weapons are added, even if it is a 2-star intermediate radiation beast, Nuonyuo will have the strength to fight. Listening to Su Yu's estimate, Yang Lai and others are all more shocked. Su Yu shook his head and smiled. In fact, the value he mentioned was not Nono's strongest state. When he modified Nono, he chose the best parts. Its actual strength, in Su Yu's test, was enough to compete with the extraordinary people whose physical strength had reached the top of the 2-star level. The reason why the additional weapons were only comparable to the 2-star intermediate radiation beast was because Nono had never experienced actual combat training. Its intelligent core, unlike the chipset of the Ranger, was designed for combat from the beginning of programming. Although the quality of the intelligent core is not bad and the intelligence is very high, so you cannot judge how much it can perform in actual combat without experiencing actual combat. But don't forget, in addition to the 8 additional mechanical arms, Nono now has an extra spare battery pack. Activate this spare battery during repairs. It can greatly improve Nono's repair efficiency. Correspondingly, if this backup battery is activated during the battle, Su Yu felt that even if the physical strength reached the top of the 2-star supernatural power, it might not be able to get much advantage from the fully armed Nono. However, this, even if it is Nono, is also one of his trump cards, so there is no need to show off to the world. Although Su Yu hid this point, but the combat power of the 2-star intermediate level still made Yang Lai and others, they were amazed. But they didn't get excited for too long, but rushed to the management office at the fastest speed, carrying the 10 boxes that Su Yu had sorted out. Along the way, many residents of the shelter were also frightened by the convoy of the 9th Squad. They were not unfamiliar with the hunting team going out with trailers to build camps and transport spoils. But after returning to the shelter, they would pull out the trailers, which was the first time they had seen it. Moreover, the 10 boxes on the trailer that were almost taller than a person, and the octopus-like Nono following beside them, also attracted countless eyes. What's the situation with that hunting team? Where did they get these 10 boxes? You don't know? They are the 9th team. They are against the Night Furies. And they are still alive and kicking. They are the ones who cleared out all the machinery orders for the management office this month. The residents of the shelter were whispering to each other. The people who were watching Su Yu and his group were all filled with astonishment. And soon, they connected the 18 shelter orders that Su Yu had received with the 10 large boxes on the trailer at the moment, and their hearts were filled with unbelievable emotions. Could these 10 boxes contain the materials that he was going to submit to the management office? Then, doesn't that mean that he completed all the 18 orders within half a month? How is this possible? For a moment, the entire shelter was in an uproar. Shelter management office. At this moment, Eisen, Li Yao, Lei Wu and others were gathered together to discuss the next matters. In the past half-month, Li Yao and others did not take Su Yu seriously. In their opinion, Su Yu was no longer worth fearing. After this month, he would be executed as a slave by the shelter, and the entire 9th team would be killed. Will be completely solved by the Night Fury. What they are discussing at this moment is not the 9th team, but the hunting teams of other shelters. In the past half-month, the Night Fury team has focused on continuing to swallow up other hunting teams. Although, there are warnings from the previous managers, Langwen, Hu Yun and others, which have made the Night Fury team restrain themselves and no longer do what they did before, deliberately arranging manpower, when other hunting teams go out hunting, attracting powerful radiation beasts, the operation of destroying the target hunting team and then annexing them. But in the past 2 months, the Night Fury team had already taken advantage of several hunting opportunities to attract several powerful radioactive beasts around the shelter, making the hunting grounds around the shelter, which were originally considered safe, exponentially more dangerous. In addition, the Night Fury team, just like the previous treatment of the 9th team, followed the same method and joined forces with the senior management of the management office. The hunting targets that the remaining hunting teams needed to complete were all within their authority, and were greatly increased. They were forced to take risks to hunt stronger and more dangerous radioactive beasts. As time went by, the casualty ratio of each hunting team was more than twice the previous level in just half a month. There was also a hunting team that was forced to join the expanding Night Fury team. Even the managers, there was nothing wrong with it, because they could not complete their hunting target for the month. According to the regulations, the entire hunting team had to be disbanded. The Night Fury team took over from them. In terms of procedures, there was really nothing wrong with it. With the addition of this hunting team, Li Yi's strength increased again, and the reputation of the Night Fury team also rose a lot. So much so that this time, when Li Yao and Lei Wu came to the management office, Eisen had just reported the news. Outside the supervisor's office, the real powerful supervisors of the management office rushed over without stopping. They were very respectful to Li Yao and Lei Wu, even to the point of being flattering. Supervisors, you don't have to be so polite. We are all allies. We should cooperate happily and achieve mutual benefit first. Right? Li Yao and Lei Wu looked at the respectful supervisors in front of them, and they were becoming more and more proud. Although they said that they didn't have to be so polite, but the smug look in his eyes, even Eisen next to him, can be seen. By the way, Deputy Captain Lei Master Li, are you going to give more bonuses to the 9th squad? A powerful manager rubbed his hands and asked carefully. What does Manager Lu mean by this? Does he sympathize with the 9th squad? Li Yao raised his eyebrows and looked at the powerful manager. The powerful manager smiled and said, No. No, young Master Li misunderstood. It's just that there are only a few people left in the 9th team now. And even Su Yu has withdrawn from the 9th team. It was reasonable to set such a high hunting target for them last month. But if it continues this month, I'm afraid it will be difficult to explain to the manager. Listening to the embarrassing words of the powerful supervisor, Li Yao and Lei Wu sneered in their hearts. Chapter 50 Integrity. Is it difficult to explain to the manager? You think the benefits you got are not enough. However, the two of them did not think that. The 9th squad had any chance of turning the tables now. And they were too lazy to waste their contribution points to bribe these supervisors. After looking at each other and exchanging ideas, Lei Wu waved his hand and said, In this case, there is no need to arrange anything for the 9th squad next month. Anyway, according to his captain, at the latest by the end of next month, he will be able to break through to the 4-star level. By then, even if the 9th team has not been abolished, with Li He's intervention, the 9th team and Su Yu will not be able to escape the clutches of the night demons. Hearing Lei Wu's words, the supervisor's face showed a bit of disappointment. Obviously, Lei Wu and Li Yao had guessed his thoughts. He was afraid that the manager would ask about it. But he was just trying to take the opportunity to raise the price. That was his real thought. However, he was not disappointed for too long. His thoughts were interrupted by a hasty knock on the door outside the reception room. What's going on? In the reception room, as the hasty knock on the door sounded, the people who were discussing various cooperation matters all frowned. What's going on? Don't you know that the supervisors are discussing important matters? Eisen quickly stood up and shouted at the door. AI Manager Eisen, please ask those adults to go outside and take a look. Something big has happened. The staff member of the management office, who came to report the news outside the door, his voice was almost stammering. Something big has happened? What big thing could it be? Eisen's brows were all furrowed. He pushed open the door and asked impatiently as he walked out. It's the 9th team. All the people from the 9th team are here. The 9th team? Yanlai's team? Eisen was stunned for a moment. Just then he realized which team this was. And there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. What else can they do? Scare you so much? Can you be more capable? No, Manager AI, you will know if you go and see. They brought 10 boxes of supplies. What did you say? 10 boxes of supplies? Eisen was stunned. Soon, finally realized that something was wrong. Without asking any more questions, he rushed into the office. A moment later, led by Eisen, Li Yao, Lei Wu, and the powerful managers of the management office, they all rushed to the outside of the management office, but they just saw Su Yu and Yan Lai, following Nua Nua, carrying a heavy trailer. From the distant street, they slowly drove over. The 10 boxes, which were more than one person tall, were extremely dazzling under the refraction of the sun, almost blinding their eyes. This is that Su Yu, the result of half a month's work? Impossible, absolutely impossible. In half a month, even if all the mechanics in the shelter were gathered together, it would be impossible to complete all the 18 orders. Li Yao and Lei Wu were completely dumbfounded. 10 boxes as tall as a person were lined up in a row. The visual impact it brought was unimaginable. Especially when all the 10 boxes were opened, the firearms and equipment inside were taken out. After taking them out one by one, the entire management office, the platform for paying orders normally, was filled with them. And this was only half a box of equipment and firearms. Impossible to complete? Listening to Li Yao's almost crazy words, Su Yu smiled slightly, looked at Li Yao coldly. That's because your own skills are not good enough. Do you think everyone is as stupid as you? You? Li Yao was mercilessly mocked by Su Yu. His face turned pale, and he subconsciously wanted to refute. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Su Yu again. I am here to pay the order to the shelter, not to argue with you. If you want to argue with me, you should wait until you quit the Night Fury team and become an employee of the management office. After saying that, Su Yu looked at the management office manager standing next to Li Yao and Lei Wu, and smiled slightly. Managers, now, can you arrange personnel, check the equipment, and confirm whether the order has been completed? After hearing Su Yu's voice, the supervisors finally reacted. Looking at the boxes of supplies sent by Su Yu, they were all shocked, especially the supervisor named Lu Tianchong, who wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to step on the 9th team and get some benefits from Yi Sha. At this moment, looking at the boxes in front of him, he was shocked. But suddenly, there was a strange change. It seems, this Su Yu is not as insignificant as Li Yao and Lei Wu said. Let's not talk about anything else. He was able to complete the 18 orders issued by the management office within half a month. Such a talent, not to mention being placed in shelter number 73, even if placed in those larger settlements, is first class and excellent. Such a person, is it really necessary for me to offend him to death for the little benefit given by Yi Sha? Just when Lu Tianchong was wavering, Li Yao, who was beside him, suddenly coughed. Lu Tianchong was startled, and subconsciously turned his head, but saw that Li Yao had put his hands behind his back and quietly made a fist. In their transaction, this meant that Li Yao was willing to pay a full 1,000 contribution points to buy Lu Tianchong. And when Su Yu handed in the order next, it would embarrass Su Yu and others. 1,000 contribution points. This number, it is definitely a lot. Under normal circumstances, a hunting team with dozens of members, maintaining the hunting team's quota every month, including the cost of food and supplies for the team members, may only cost 3,000 to 4,000 contribution points. If it were in the past, seeing Li Yao's offer, Lu Tianchong would have agreed eagerly. But this time, Lu Tianchong just pretended not to see Li Yao's gesture. His expression was extremely serious, as if he was doing business. He said, "Please wait for a moment. Mr. Su, you have brought too many materials this time. We need to mobilize more manpower." As he said that, Lu Tianchong turned around and looked at AI-san, Manager AI. "What are you still standing there for? Go and call people. Call all the staff who are free. Be sure to complete the inspection today and calculate the contribution points that should be given to Mr. Su. Do you understand?" Hearing Lu Tianchong's words, Li Yao and Lei Wu both changed color immediately. Li Yao, in particular, was as if he saw the dog he had raised for many years suddenly turn around and bite him. Yang Lai and the others were also stunned. Originally, they were prepared to be harassed by the people in the management office. They had done this kind of thing before, especially when Yang Lai came to the management office last time to receive the hunting target for next month. The impression was extremely vivid. The supervisor who arranged the highest standard hunting list for the 9th team was the upright Lu Tianchong in front of him. When did this man become so upright? Chapter 51. Thank God. Yang Lai and the others were all very confused. But Su Yu looked quite calm. The powerful supervisors of the management office were all civilian staff. It was just that their abilities varied. But without enough self-protection ability, they were destined to be fence-sitters in this ruin. When their own strength was not equal to that of Yi Sha, they were naturally willing to help Yi Sha deal with them. But now, as they have shown enough strength and background, it is normal for these powerful executives to become sensible. Looking at Lu Tianchong with a serious face, Su Yu's heart moved, and he thought of a way to help Yang Lai get rid of the ant poison. The price of antiviral serum is extremely high. At least 3,000 contribution points are required to get it. And you need to queue up. Of course, how to queue up and how long to queue up are very particular. At least, if Yang Lai is just asked to come and apply, even if he could come up with 3,000 contribution points, he would still be ranked at the end, and wait for half a year, or even 1 or 2 years. By then, the grass on Yang Lai's grave would probably be 5 feet high. So even though he would have a large amount of contribution points after submitting the order this time, Su Yu still had a headache. How could he get the antiviral serum? But now, watching the wonderful acting of Lu Tianchong and other powerful figures in the management office, Su Yu felt that his previous worries were gone. It's all a bit redundant. As long as I show enough strength this time, getting the antiviral serum is definitely not a difficult task. On Su Yu's side, he pondered in his heart. And over there, after hearing Lu Tianchong's righteous words, And looking at the fair attitude of the powerful figures in the management office behind Lu Tiancheng, Li Yao and Lei Wu almost lost their composure on the spot. Especially Lei Wu. If Li Yao hadn't stopped him, he wanted to rush up and question Lu Tiancheng by the collar. "You can't go. At least not now." Li Yao hugged Lei Wu tightly and said in a low voice, "Why not? Idiot. Go and see how many people are following Su Yu," Li Yao said in a low voice. Lei Wu turned his head subconsciously when he heard this. And then he realized it. This time, Su Yu was not fighting alone. Behind him, there were nearly 100 residents of the shelter. These spectators, maybe they are just here to join in the fun. But if they quarrel with Lu Tiancheng and others openly now, the residents, I am afraid that before tonight, they will be able to spread the news of the collusion between Yisha and the top management of the management office throughout the shelter. At that time, the powerful managers of the management office will not have a good ending. But the two of them will probably be used as scapegoats by Yisha and will be pushed out to resist the public anger for the time being. Even if they don't lose their lives, but the ending, it will probably be quite miserable. Listening to Li Yao's reminder, Lei Wu also came back to his senses. But looking at Lu Tiancheng and others, who were righteously directing the staff of the management office to count the materials and equipment sent by Su Yu, he still felt a sense of rage that was hard to suppress. What should we do about this? Are we just going to watch these people perform here? That's not the case. Li Yao also looked angry and indignant. But after all, he was a little better than Lei Wu. He lowered his voice and said coldly, "Don't forget, Lu Tiancheng and others are all fence-sitters. Fence-sitters are the best at watching the wind. And today's drama, in Li Yao's opinion, is not over yet. Lu Tiancheng and others are fair now. Which is good. I don't believe that he, Su Yu, can really complete all 18 orders in such a short time, with guaranteed quality and quantity." Hearing Li Yao's words, Lei Wu was stunned. And then, a fierce light appeared in his eyes. "You are right. Lu Tiancheng and his team, at this time, did not dare to embarrass Su Yu anymore, and even stood on the side of Su Yu and his team, showing an upright attitude. In the end, they were still stunned by the performance of Su Yu and his team. In half a month, they completed 18 orders and delivered more than 1,000 pieces of materials and equipment. Such an achievement. Even if Li Yao and Lei Wu, everyone will be shocked when they hear it. Let alone these civilian staff, who are not even extraordinary people. But what if this result is exaggerated? It doesn't need to be too much. As long as there is 20% or 30% of it, it will be enough to make these people shaken. By then, we will have time to deal with them. Don't forget, if the defective rate of the equipment and materials submitted is too high, the management office also has corresponding punishment regulations." As Li Yao spoke, his eyes were filled with a hint of unconcealed satisfaction. It was as if he had seen the miserable appearance of Su Yu when the defective materials he mixed into the materials and equipment were discovered. Others did not know about Li Yao and Lei Wu's discussion, but Lu Tiancheng and others did have similar speculations as Li Yao and others, worrying that Su Yu would send so many materials and equipment, and there would be too many defective materials in them. However, they were also prepared. To adopt an extremely fair and non-helpful attitude is their choice. In this way, if Su Yu is really unreliable, they can also return to Yifu. The reasons are very sufficient. Su Yu brought so many residents of the shelter, and under the watchful eyes of the public, he still has to do what he should do. Of course, if Su Yu really does it, and the defective rate is less than 3%, then it is not impossible for them to suspend cooperation with Yifu. After all, the importance of such technical talents to a settlement is no less than that of Li He. With such a mentality, Lu Tiancheng and others were extremely serious when arranging the inspection. However, 1 hour passed. 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed. The supplies and equipment in the boxes were counted one by one. And Li Yao, Lei Wu, Lu Tiancheng, and even those shelter residents who originally came here just to watch the show, they are all a bit unsustainable. These shelter residents, although they are not professional mechanics combatants, but they also know that it is normal for normal mechanics orders to have wear and tear and defective products. Although the official orders of the shelter management office have the same stringent requirements, they also allow a 3% defective rate. But now, Su Yu has checked at least 500 or 600 sets of various firearms and equipment that he brought over, but there is not a single defective product. All the supplies, all the equipment, Their quality can be described as perfect. So much so that half a day later, as the last piece of equipment was counted, even Li Yao and Lei Wu were speechless. 0. Defective rate. Li Yao's lips moved, looking at the neatly arranged shipping boxes in front of Su Yu, looking at the neatly arranged equipment and guns inside. His voice was trembling. Unlike others, although Li Yao is uneducated and a bit arrogant, he is still a mechanic after all, and his technical level is also quite good. It is for this reason that he can better understand how exaggerated the so-called 0 defective rate is among Su Yu's thousands of supplies and equipment. To be frank, even if Li Yao's current skills are doubled, tripled, he can never achieve Su Yu's achievements. How did he do it? With that, the repair robot with 8 arms. Li Yao stared at Su Yu and Nuonyo beside him and roared in his heart. Lu Tianchong and others looked at each other in bewilderment, and as the last piece of equipment was counted, they all took a deep breath involuntarily. In their hearts, except for being thankful, there was nothing else. Chapter 52 Success. They were celebrating. Luckily, they were decisive enough. After seeing Su Yu come to submit the order with such a great momentum, they chose not to help either side. Otherwise, based on the technical level shown by Su Yu, to put it bluntly, the Night Fury squad, maybe they can continue to fight with Su Yu. But if these powerful supervisors anger Su Yu, and the managers know about it, even if they have the protection of other high-level people in other shelters, the managers will also forcibly remove their authority and positions under the pretext of appeasing Su Yu. And the other senior executives in those shelters can't find any fault with the managers. This is the importance of high-tech talents. Incredible. We are really enlightened today. The residents of the shelters were also shocked. They don't care about the grievances between Night Fury and the Ninth Squad. But in this shelter with few entertainment activities, this kind of excitement is a rare program for them. Although it took half a day. But at this moment, they did not feel any pain in their hearts. They just felt that this half-day effort was worth it. In the past, they could never imagine that there would be a mechanic who could do this. Mr. Su, this is the contribution point you will be rewarded for completing the order. Please keep it. The crowd of spectators were shocked to the extreme. As for Lu Tianchong, after the last piece of equipment was counted and accepted, he did not delay. He directly handed Su Yu's shelter resident card back to Su Yu at the fastest speed. Su Yu took the ID card and swiped it on the terminal next to him. Ding. Contribution point balance. 17,000 points. Looking at the number that appeared on the terminal, Su Yu also smiled. And the crowd of onlookers gathered behind him, although they didn't see the specific number. But looking at the ID card in Su Yu's hand, the envy in their eyes was still extremely strong. 18 orders. Even if the contribution points of each of these 18 orders were the lowest, the total reward was nearly 10,000. What's more, they had heard that Su Yu's final reward for this was nearly 20,000 contribution points. Such wealth, their hearts trembled when they thought about it. But they were excited. Looking at Yang Lai and other members of the 9th squad behind Su Yu, who were guarding him like bodyguards, the residents of the shelter all suppressed their greed and excitement. As for any crooked operations, they dared not even think about it. Mr. Su, thank you for your hard work. If the management office has any more orders for machinery next time, I will contact you as soon as possible. Lu Tianchong smiled and said to Su Yu enthusiastically. Then I'll have to trouble you. Manager Lu. Feeling Lu Tianchong's deliberate attempt to make friends and flatter him, Su Yu did not play any pretentious tricks, and nodded with a smile on his face, and then suddenly took a few steps forward, and came to Lu Tianchong's side. Manager Lu, are you willing to make a deal with me? Deal? Lu Tianchong was stunned for a moment, and then, his eyes lit up. I don't know what deal Mr. Su wants to make, I'll say it in advance. Suppressing the night demon, I'm fine too, others would never dare to do it. Of course, I won't make it difficult for Manager Lu and the others. I just want to exchange for a bottle of antiviral serum, of course. I understand the rules. Several managers. Each of you has a gift of 200 contribution points. I wonder when I can get that bottle of serum at the earliest. Su Yu said softly. What he said, but it made Lu Tianchong startled. Antiviral serum? What does Su Yu want that thing for? Moreover, only 200 per person. Under normal circumstances, if you want to get the antiviral serum quickly, one person should get at least 500. Right. Just when Lu Tianchong secretly complained in his heart, thinking that Su Yu didn't understand the market, he suddenly noticed that Su Yu's eyes did not know when to fall on Yang Lai, and his body tensed up immediately. Yes, this serum is not for me, it's for my Uncle Yang. And my Uncle Yang, how was he forced to be poisoned by ants, Manager Lu? You should know this. Right? This is Yisha's business. It has nothing to do with me. Mr. Su. Lu Tiancheng's expression became stiff. But Su Yu just smiled coldly. Maybe Yisha is the mastermind behind this. But Manager Lu and a few others have done so many things for Yisha before. And now you want to get even with me in a fair and impartial manner. Don't you think you have taken too much advantage? After listening to Su Yu's last words, with a chill, Lu Tiancheng also shuddered, but he dared not talk nonsense anymore, nodding his head repeatedly. This, Mr. Su misunderstood. I hesitated just now. I was just thinking about the Q list for antiviral serum. I didn't mean anything else. A bottle of antiviral serum. Right? No problem. Just do as Mr. Su said. 3,000 contribution points. No need for any gifts. With Mr. Su's ability, he has the priority to receive antiviral serum. Absolutely no problem. Lu Tiancheng called a confidant and winked at her. The confidant hurried down. Not long after, she brought a bottle of silver gray medicine and handed it to Su Yu. Is this the antiviral medicine? Su Yu glanced at the medicine and looked at the identification information that appeared on the occupation panel. Antiviral medicine. Type: medicine technology creation. Grade: primary, can cure toxins of extraordinary animals and plants below 3 stars at the same time. It has a certain effect on various diseases such as radiation sickness. After confirming that there was no problem with the medicine, Su Yu did not delay and put the medicine away directly. After swiping the card to pay, he patted Lu Tiancheng's shoulder with a smile. I received the kindness of Manager Lu. Please tell the other managers that our previous grievances are now written off. After saying that, Su Yu did not delay any more and turned around directly. Under the complicated gaze of Lu Tiancheng and others, with Yang Lai and others, he left in style. Really? It's like a dream. Beside Lu Tiancheng, the other several managers of the management office, who also knew Su Yu's transaction conditions, and tacitly agreed to the transaction between Lu Tiancheng and Su Yu, looked at Su Yu's back and felt mixed emotions. Before today, if someone told them that a resident who was almost unable to survive in the shelter could, it will grow to the point where it can compete with the hunting team led by the top experts in the shelter, they must think that the person who said this has lost his mind. But now, after seeing Su Yu's living example, they all deeply felt that the unpredictable circumstances of life are always difficult to understand. Chapter 53 Breakthrough. For 1,000 contribution points, just for a bottle of this? This is not worth it. Brother Su. The 9th team's base. Looking at the bottle of antiviral serum that Su Yu took out, Yang Lai's lips moved, and he couldn't speak for a long time. Su Yu and Manager Lu, the final transaction, not to mention Li Yao and Lei Wu. Even Yang Lai and others didn't see it clearly. We only know that in the end, Su Yu went to the office with Manager Lu again. When he came back, Su Yu's face was full of mysterious smiles. The members of the 9th team were very curious, thinking that Su Yu had reached some cooperation with Manager Lu and received some high return orders. They never thought that the last thing Su Yu traded would be this bottle of antiviral serum. Not worth it? Why not? Su Yu waved his hand, looking serious. Uncle Yang, don't belittle yourself. If you fall down at this time, our hearts will be scattered. How can we be scattered? Don't we still have you? Brother Su? Yang Lai couldn't help but say. But Su Yu laughed. I don't have the charm of Uncle Yang. Without you leading us, everyone will be unsure. Brother Su is right, Brother Yang. Don't be so modest. That's right. Contribution points can be earned again, but if you are gone. Brother Yang, where can we find a new captain? Beside them, Li Mao, Zhang Wu, Wang Shan, Wu Yu and other members of the 9th team all echoed. The exchange of antiviral serum for Yang Lai was not a whim of Su Yu, but he had planned it long ago. And what Su Yu said, that the 9th team would be difficult to maintain without Yang Lai, was not an exaggeration. He only helped the 9th team a few times. But Yang Lai, in the past years, helped almost every member of the 9th team. It is precisely because of this that the 9th squad has been able to survive until today despite the repeated attacks by Night Demon. If it were Su Yu himself, no matter how capable Su Yu is, it would be impossible for him to keep the 9th squad united even if they were repeatedly suppressed. Moreover, although Su Yu's current strength is growing very fast, in the end, it is still only at the intermediate level of the 2-star physical body. Although his mental strength is high, however, due to the professional characteristics of the battlefield mechanic. The spiritual energy condensed by the iron meditation method cannot be used directly in actual combat. In this case, Yan Lai, who has made rapid progress with the influence of ant poison and is now about to enter the top level of 2 stars, is definitely an indispensable and important combat force. Listening to Su Yu and the sincere words of the team members, Yan Lai's heart was filled with emotion. He took a deep breath and said nothing more. He just solemnly took the bottle of antiviral serum, picked up the syringe, and with the help of Su Yu, completed the serum injection. As the serum injection was completed, it didn't take long. As the drug took effect, Yan Lai felt that his brain, which had become hot under the influence of the ant poison, had calmed down. But in contrast, his whole body had a serious rejection reaction because the heat subsided and the serum took effect. He felt hot and cold all over, and every inch of his skin seemed to be eaten by countless radioactive ants, as if they were going to eat all his flesh and bones. But with his tenacious willpower and his strong physique that had reached the advanced level of 2 stars, he gritted his teeth and endured. An hour later, Yan Lai, who was already sweating profusely, finally held on until the effect of the ant poison was completely eliminated. The strange feeling of pain all over his body was swept away at this moment. Besides that, Yan Lai exhaled heavily. Under the expectant gaze of Su Yu and others, he stood up from the bed, clenched his fists slightly, and there was an unprecedented light in his eyes. Brother Su, and all the brothers Old Yang, have fulfilled my mission, he said. He brought Su Yu and others to the training ground, aimed at the training target that was specially used for testing the strength of the physical body extraordinary people, and exhaled and shouted. Bang! Under the shocked gaze of Su Yu and others, this punch directly hit the training target, hitting 3 in a row. 3 stars. 3-star strength of the physical body. Looking at the third one, although it was still very tenacious and was not completely hit, it was still a training target that was knocked off its course. Even Su Yu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Looking at Yan Lai, who nodded, there was also surprise in his eyes. The strength of the physical body 3 stars, although it is not enough to deal with Li He, but it is definitely more than enough to deal with the vice captains under Li He. It seems so. The radiation queen ant that poisoned Uncle Yang is not Uncle Yang's disaster star, but your lucky star. Su Yu couldn't help but joked, and Yan Lai couldn't help but smile, feeling his own surge of power. His eyes were filled with unconcealed joy. More than a month ago, he was only a less than 2-star, the hunting captain ranked at the bottom. But now, with his strength, looking at the remaining 9 hunting teams in the shelter, with the strength of a 3-star physical system, he can definitely be among the top. But the Night Fury team can't be underestimated either. Take a deep breath, calm down the surprise in your heart. Yan Lai's expression also turned serious, and said solemnly. Su Yu also nodded slightly. This time, I went to the management office to submit the order, in addition to earning a contribution point. They also took the opportunity to learn about the outside world, while Su Yu was repairing and making various equipment at the base. The expansion of the Night Fury team did not stop, and was also progressing steadily. In just a few days, another team was annexed by them. I don't know why the Night Fury team wants to annex so many teams. Do they have a lot of contribution points that they don't have anywhere to spend? Feeling the pressure brought by the Night Fury team, the members of the 9th squad were all worried. Zhang Wu couldn't help but complain in frustration. The Night Fury squad has absorbed so many hunting teams, and absorbed their members to join them. But these members, let's put it bluntly, the contribution points they can create for the Night Fury squad, but not necessarily the Night Fury squad, in order to keep them in the shelter, the contribution points they need to pay are more. It can't be that Li He, who is kind-hearted, wants to select the right ones from these new members of the Night Fury, teach his meditation method, and train students, right? Zhang Wu complained over there, and Li Mao couldn't help but echoed him, saying half-jokingly, teach meditation method? Train students? How could Li He's personality be possible? Yan Lai was amused by Li Mao's words, and waved his hands repeatedly. However, Su Yu, who had been silent beside him, suddenly burst into a gleam in his eyes after Li Mao finished speaking. No, brother Li Mao. This time, you may have guessed something similar. Chapter 54 Flaws. Did Li Mao guess it right? Brother Su, what do you mean by that? Could it be that Li He really intends to select the right people to train students? After hearing Su Yu's words, let alone Yan Lai, Even Li He, who first proposed this guess, was a little restless. He said that, really just joking. But what does Suyu mean by that? Did he really take it seriously? Suyu waved his hand, but a gleam of light appeared in his eyes. During this period of time, in addition to repairing those supplies and equipment, I also learned about the past of the Night Fury Squad. The Night Fury Squad's large-scale expansion began in the past few months. But before that, the Night Fury Squad had actually been constantly recruiting people. The reason why the Night Fury Squad was able to rank among the top 3 in the shelter was not only because Li He was the only 3-star spiritual transcendent in the shelter. It was also because the number of people in the Night Fury Squad was the largest among the 13 hunting teams in the entire shelter. The one with the most. Their overall strength may not be strong, and several deputy captains are only 2-star level extraordinary people. But their number is large enough, and when hunting in the wilderness, they can even wipe out ordinary radiation beasts. This is also the reason why many residents of the shelter did not think much about the Night Fury Squad except that they thought the Night Fury Squad was overbearing when they began to absorb other hunting teams in the past few months. They just thought that the Night Fury Squad, because they had tasted the sweetness of relying on the advantage of numbers before, want to further expand this advantage. Even Suyu thought so. But now, when he heard Li Mao mention Li He's meditation method, Suyu reacted. Just to expand the number advantage of the Night Evil team, so we have to swallow up other hunting teams, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. Relying on the number advantage, it is possible to gain an advantage in hunting in the wilderness, but this number advantage has a limit. Once the size of the hunting team going out to hunt reaches a certain level, those radiation beasts led by the lords will not attack again. And those who dare to attack will not be weak. After a fierce battle, no matter how much advantage there is in numbers, casualties are inevitable. In the end, it is better to maintain the previous number scale and cultivate more outstanding members on this basis. Li He has been the hunting captain for so many years, and obviously he will understand this truth. But he still let Yi Fu merge with other teams. This means that he will definitely be able to get benefits from other aspects. As Yang Lai said, people like Li He are not good men and women. If he wants to get benefits, either the strength of the Night Fury team he controls will increase, and he can get more prey as the captain. Or, he, the captain, can get benefits from the increase in the number of members of the Night Fury team. In this way, the fundamental reason why Li He continues to expand the Night Fury team is, it's easy to guess. His meditation method should require his team to have enough people. The more members in his team, the stronger his strength will be. Or the more outstanding the effect of his meditation method will be. Or both. Listening to Suyu's analysis, Yang Lai and others were also stunned. At first, they all thought that Suyu's guess was a little too whimsical. But after calming down and thinking carefully, they had to admit that Suyu's guess is the most likely scenario. But the question is, what's the use of knowing this? Why is it useless? Suyu smiled slightly, and there was a gleam of brilliance in his eyes. I have roughly guessed why the Night Fury team has been targeting us again and again. The existence of the Ninth team is always a blow to the prestige of the Night Fury, and it will make it more difficult for the Night Fury to annex other teams. And accordingly, if we are conspicuous enough, the expansion of the Night Fury squad will inevitably be slowed down. Li He's strength growth rate will also be reduced, Suyu said, suddenly looking up, looking at Yang Lai. His eyes were burning. And now, we have a few conspicuous things to show. This day, the whole shelter was in an uproar. Just this morning, the one who was with the Night Fury squad, the 9th squad, which had been in frequent conflict, delivered a trailer of supplies under the leadership of their resident mechanic, Suyu. In half a month, they completed the delivery of supplies for 18 orders. And that's not all. That afternoon, the residents of the shelter and other members of the hunting team were surprised to find that Yang Lai, who had been poisoned by ants and was doomed to die, was alive and kicking, full of energy. He appeared in a very healthy mood in front of people. That's not all. Yang Lai also pulled a trailer by himself, and personally went to the hunting team's bases to deliver the first batch of payments that Suyu had cooperated with, as well as the supplies and equipment that Suyu had prepared for them, to offset the next 2 batches of payments. For a while, the entire shelter was in an uproar, not only because Yang Lai had removed the ant poison, but also because the strength that Yang Lai showed in the process of delivering goods to the door has reached the level of a 3-star extraordinary person. 3 stars. Even if it is only a physical extraordinary person, This strength is enough to rank among the best in the shelter. Not to mention the quality and grade of the firearms and equipment that Yan Lai delivered to the door are enough to make the strength of each hunting team leap up a lot. How did Suyu do it? The captain of the 8th team, Hui Weishan, had regret in his eyes. Before, when Suyu expressed his willingness to cooperate with them, he and the captain of another team, after hearing that Suyu had received 18 orders, were too lazy to listen to Suyu's nonsense and turned around and left on the spot. At that time, he felt that it was quite refreshing, but now thinking back, he just wanted to slap himself a few times. Judging from the current situation, he gave Suyu the cold shoulder at that time. Is that a relief? That's because he missed a precious opportunity to upgrade his team's weapons. He has already received the news. After replacing the equipment sent by Suyu, the other hunting teams, although they have not yet gone to the wilderness for actual combat verification, have already improved their performance in the training ground by a large margin compared to the past. You know, during this period, I don't know whether the Night Fury team is secretly playing tricks, or whether the environment near the shelter has really changed. The radioactive beasts that appeared near the shelter were becoming stronger and stronger. Even Hui Weishan did not dare to guarantee that his team would be able to return safely every time in the next hunt. And Captain Lin, who had been with him and turned his face to Suyu, was even more miserable and disabled. He could only rely on the contribution points he had accumulated before to barely maintain his status as a resident of the shelter. And his team members were also forced to do so. Joined the Night Fury team and became the cannon fodder of the Night Fury. With this group of people, the best example, how could Hui Weishan not panic? How could he not regret? Just at this moment, outside Hui Weishan's room, there was a sudden and urgent knock on the door. Captain, someone is looking for you. Who is it? You're here at this time? Can't you ask him to come tomorrow? Hui Weishan was angry, and his tone was extremely indignant when he was disturbed. But the next second, his expression changed. It's Captain Yan Lai of the 9th team. Tell him to wait. I'll be there soon. I'll be there soon. Chapter 55 late. A bunch of idiots. Idiots. What did I tell you? What you should do now is try not to pay attention to the 9th squad. Don't give them a chance. What you should do is continue to follow my previous arrangements and force other squads to join our Night Fury. As for the 9th squad, just leave them alone for now. What about you? Still giving them a chance. Night Fury Squad Station. He was really a little furious. He was originally practicing meditation, and he felt that he was only a few steps away from breaking through the bottleneck of spiritual energy. But suddenly, his spiritual energy was unstable. When he came to his senses, his realm had directly fallen from the top 3 stars to the advanced 3 stars. Fortunately, the spiritual energy that had fallen had recovered a little during this period of time, which barely allowed him to maintain the top 3 stars. But this back and forth almost gave Li a heart attack. I no longer cared about meditation and practice, and came out to understand the situation. Then, I learned about the series of operations Suyu had done today. You really can't blame us, brother. Listening to Li's complaints, Li Yao and Lei Wu both felt a little wronged. During this period of time, they really didn't target Suyu or the 9th squad. Today's incident was completely reversed by Suyu alone. Who would have thought that he could really do it in a month? No. To be more precise, it took only half a month to complete all the 18 orders. With such an achievement, people in the shelter were in turmoil. Lu Tianchong and his men would not help each other, and would no longer cooperate with the night demons. This was normal. Listening to Li Yao and Lei Wu's explanation, Li also calmed down. Although he was a little depressed, he had to admit that his brother was right this time. Today's turmoil, in the final analysis, is caused by their underestimation of Suyu's strength. This is also the disadvantage of his meditation method. The meditation method he mastered can secretly erode and control a person's spirit. In the end, this person will completely become his spiritual puppet, and become a slave who can continuously provide spiritual energy for him. But before the other party's spirit, emotions, are completely controlled by him. The prestige he left in the other party's heart, once it is shaken, Li's spiritual foundation will be shaken and affected. And what Suyu did today? Submit the order. Yan Lai broke into 3 stars. And this afternoon, Suyu directly sent a batch of improved equipment to each hunting team. These 3 consecutive attacks added up, the subordinates, who were newly absorbed into the Night Evil team, their minds became active, which is also normal. Now that the matter is done, he is angry. It would be useless. If I continue to vent my anger on Li Yao and Lei Wu, and it spreads outside, it will make the newly recruited subordinates more restless. The most urgent thing is to find a way to rebuild the prestige I lost today. Fortunately, I now have such a backup. Li He thought. His eyes fell on Li Yao and Lei Wu in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "You two, don't worry about Su Yu's situation now. Let's go now, find the captain of the 8th team, Hui Weishan, and tell him. If he joins our Night Evil team now, I can give him a position of deputy captain, and his team members and confidants can also listen to his arrangements. But if he doesn't know the current situation again, when I recruit the 8th team again, not to mention the position of deputy captain, he himself may follow the footsteps of that idiot named Lin." Hearing Li He's words, Li Yao and Lei Wu were both excited. They had long been dissatisfied with their captain's style of doing things. Under the influence of Li He's meditation method, Li Yao, Lei Wu and other old members of the Night Evil team were loyal to Li He instinctively. But correspondingly, their emotions became impulsive and extreme, and irritable because of the erosion of spiritual energy. Li Yao and Lei Wu were already considered to be the ones with some brains in Li He's team. He was able to control his emotions at critical moments. The other veterans of the Night Fury team were basically powder kegs that could explode at any time. This was also the fundamental reason why he did not blame Li Yao and Lei Wu too much. He was a general among the short men. Besides Li Yao and Lei Wu, there were really no more loyal and useful people under him. But Li Yao and Lei Wu were still inevitably affected by Li He's spiritual imprint. In their opinion, with Li He, the captain who is about to enter the 4-star level, in charge, the pace of Night Demon expansion and annexation should be accelerated. If anyone is dissatisfied, they can just be dealt with. As for how to face the shelter's top leaders after the deal, they don't care. The main thing is to have fun first. Li Yao and Lei Wu also hold the same opinion about the 8th team led by Hui Weishan. Now seeing that Li He finally nodded, they are going to put pressure on Hui Weishan. And they are naturally impatient. "Brother, don't worry. We will definitely do this beautifully." However, half an hour later, when Li Yao and Lei Wu arrived at the 8th squad's base, they saw that Hui Weishan, who had been defeated by them, and the Night Evil squad, was smiling and sending Yang Lai out with a grateful look on his face. "Captain Yang, please tell Mr. Su about his kindness. Hui Weishan, and our 8th team. Everyone has kept it in mind. Captain Hu, you are too polite. There is no need to say this. It will be awkward. From now on, we are allies." Yang Lai smiled slightly and reminded, however, "Captain Hu, please don't forget the agreement we reached today. Brother Su is still in short supply of various mechanical parts. The sooner Captain Hu sends them over, the sooner Brother Su can start work. And the sooner Brother Su starts working, Captain Hu, won't we be able to get the new weapons prepared for the brothers of the 8th squad sooner?" Listening to Yang Lai's words, Hui Weishan nodded repeatedly. "Yes. Captain Yang is right. Please rest assured, Captain Yang, I will deliver all the agreed mechanical parts to Mr. Su tomorrow morning at the latest." Yang Lai smiled slightly, and didn't say anything more. He just waved to Hui Weishan, and turned around to see Li Yao and Lei Wu rushing over. Their eyes were full of amusement. "Mr. Li, Vice Captain Lei, how come you have time to come here? Are you here to recruit Captain Hu?" Listening to Yang Lai's amusement, Li Yao and Lei Wu's hearts skipped a beat. They looked at Hui Weishan in front of them, whose face turned cold from his cheerful face to ice cold when he saw them coming. Their originally excited hearts suddenly cooled to the bottom. Chapter 56 Visit. Should he choose to submit to the Night Fury squad, or choose to cooperate with Su Yu? After Su Yu completed the 18 orders received by the management office within half a month, for Hui Weishan, there was basically nothing to hesitate about. Li Yao and Lei Wu, the great opportunity to show off their power in their imagination, naturally vanished, and they could only return to the Night Fury squad in disgrace. Li He was helpless about this result. Moreover, since it was impossible to annex the 4th team led by Hui Weishan, all he could do now was to quickly make the members who had been absorbed into the team maintain their awe of him and not be affected by Su Yu's deeds. For this reason, on the second day after Su Yu handed in the order to the management office, Li He led the team in person for the first time in a long time, led his team members, and went out in full force. entering the wilderness to start a round of hunting. Although Li He incorporated these hunting teams, the means used were quite insidious. But for the people on the ruined star, it is natural to rely on the strong. As long as he can show enough strength, it is not difficult to win the hearts of these new members of the Night Fury team. And just as Li, he led the team to the shelter immediately. The manager also received the news at the first time. Li He, have you left the shelter? The manager slowly stood up, looking at Bai Hong, who came to present the news, spoke softly, with a hint of excitement in his tone. Bai Hong was a little confused, why the manager was so happy that Li He left. But he didn't ask much, just did his duty faithfully, bowing and said, "My lord, the news has been confirmed. Just an hour ago, the Night Fury squad has already come out in full force." "Okay," the manager said softly. In their eyes, there was a bright light. "Captain Bai. Next, please stand guard at the door of my room. No matter who comes to see me, tell them that I have rested and ask them to come back tomorrow. Next, I am going to do something." Bai Hong was stunned and couldn't help but whispered, "Excuse me. Sir, what are you going to do?" The manager smiled slightly. "This? You will know it naturally in the future. But now, let me keep it a secret," the manager said. In his heart, he could not hide his surprise. After learning that Su Yu had submitted 18 orders of equipment and supplies to the shelter, and that they had all passed the inspection of Lu Tianshang and others, the manager could not help but want to find Su Yu. Being able to complete so many orders in such a short time, Su Yu's technical level had far exceeded the manager's expectations, which also meant that his previous assessment of Su Yu was something went wrong. Either this little guy named Su Yu has awakened a meditation method, which is of a very high grade. Either his talent is extremely excellent. The speed of cultivation, even Li He, cannot compare with him. No matter which case, there is one thing that the manager can be sure of. That is, Su Yu's technical level, even if it is not enough to help himself, completely solve his own troubles. Relieve, repair some mechanical parts, it is enough to let him recover a certain strength to compete with Li He. However, he is excited. When Li He was still in the shelter, the manager was still a little worried. He was worried that when he visited Su Yu, Li He would find out his flaws. But now, Li He was forced out of the shelter by Su Yu. If he didn't seize this opportunity, he would regret it in the future. Listening to the words of the manager, Bai Hong, he did not ask any more questions. He could also feel the excitement and impatience in the manager's tone, which made his mind active. Since Li He's rise, his own manager rarely had similar emotional fluctuations. Could it be that the Lord has found a way to break the deadlock? He suppressed his inner surprise. Bai Hong immediately replied in a deep voice, "Please rest assured, the Lord. I will do my best and will never let anyone see the flaws." "Thank you." The manager nodded and did not delay any longer. He jumped out of the window directly, and the mechanical parts in his body started to work quietly. An invisible spiritual energy emerged, like a huge night curtain, covering his figure. At this time, it was nightfall. Under the cover of spiritual energy, the manager was like a fish jumping into the ocean of night. Even Bai Hong, looking down from a high place, could hardly distinguish the position of the manager. The 9th Squad's base. At this time, the base was also quiet. However, Su Yu's repair room was still brightly lit, although Hu Yueshan was recruited by him. But the 4th Squad refused to cooperate with Su Yu before. There must be some punishment. It's not just that Su Yu was greedy for these parts, more importantly, it was for the sake of showing it to other hunting teams that chose to join forces with the 9th Squad. Fairness, not just for the 9th Squad. Treat other allies equally. If you do something wrong, you should be punished. As for Hu Yueshan's punishment of Su Yu, he naturally dared not say anything more. After all, compared to the Night Fury, who wanted to swallow up the entire 4th Squad, Su Yu's punishment, it is not an exaggeration to describe it as gentle. He just asked Hu Yueshan to sell the parts accumulated by the 4th Squad in the past to the 9th Squad at a discount. Of course, the payment for the goods is the same as for other teams. All the installment settlements will be postponed. After accepting this punishment, Hu Yueshan immediately dispatched his team members to deliver these parts to Su Yu before it got dark. In addition, Wang Jian, Luo Wang and others were also very surprised after receiving the upgraded equipment that Su Yu sent to their teams. After testing the power of those equipment, the team members who had originally doubted Su Yu no longer doubted his ability. In this context, Wang Jian and his team also sent all the mechanical parts they had collected in the past half-month to Suyu overnight, minus the part reserved for the resident mechanics. These parts all added up, at least enough for me to assemble 10 sets of Rangers. Moreover, during the assembly process, I can further improve my level of battlefield mechanics. The higher the level, the more sophisticated the technology, and the less parts loss required for assembly. In the end, these parts may be able to assemble 11 or even 12 Rangers. Thinking of the scene of a battle swarm of 12 Rangers firing together, Suyu's eyes were filled with anticipation. However, soon, Suyu calmed down. Although the parts have been assembled, but the shortage of smart chips is also a big problem. Although I have applied to the shelter management office for purchase, I have not received a reply. Apparently, smart chips are also very precious in the eyes of the management office. Just as Suyu was pondering, a voice suddenly sounded outside the repair room. I heard that Mr. Su is short of smart chips. Why don't we cooperate? Mr. Su, what do you think? Chapter 57. I can't do it. Thank you. Manager? Hearing this voice, Suyu raised his eyebrows and slowly stood up. He was not unfamiliar with this voice. Every year, the residents of the shelter would gather in the hall of the management office and listen to the manager's speech. At the same time, the manager would also show his strength in that speech. It was also a means of uniting the residents of the shelter. Outside the door, the manager dispersed his spiritual energy and smiled slightly. He replied in a deep voice, "It's me. I wonder if Mr. Su is willing to talk to me." "Of course I am willing." Suyu's eyes also showed a gleam of brilliance. He stood up and opened the door, letting the manager in. As early as Suyu, he received 18 orders from the shelter management office in one go. Suyu had already expected that when he completed these orders, it would inevitably attract the attention of the shelter's top management. However, what Suyu didn't expect was that the senior executive of the shelter, who came for the first time, was actually the strongest person in the shelter. It is said that his strength has reached the top 4-star manager. Looking at Suyu's surprised look, the manager smiled slightly and didn't say much. He just stared at Suyu and said in a deep voice, "The reason for my sudden visit this time is Mr. Su. If it weren't for Mr. Su's actions today, Lee would not have left the shelter. And I just want to visit Mr. Su. I guess I need to prepare for a few more days before I can find an opportunity." Lee left the shelter? Hearing the information revealed by the manager, Suyu raised his eyebrows, and his heart moved slightly. Not only did Lee leave, but even his Night Fury team members. Almost all of them left, especially those who had just joined the Night Fury team. All of them were taken to the wilderness by him. The manager stared at Suyu and saw Suyu's eyebrows change. The light in his eyes became brighter and brighter, and he added word by word, "Do you understand, Mr. Su, what this means?" Lee's meditation method, his spiritual energy, really comes from his subordinates. Or to be more precise, the loyalty of his subordinates to him. Feeling the scrutiny and expectation in the eyes of the manager, Suyu also smiled, without any intention of hiding his shortcomings, and spoke directly about his previous predictions. Why did he want to stand out in the shelter, and even not mind showing that he was a spiritual supernatural being? Isn't it just to let the shelter's top leader see his strength, and then cooperate with him to fight against the Night Fury? Now the manager has arrived, and based on the characteristics of Lee's meditation that he analyzed, Suyu was sure that these shelter's top leaders would never, and would not be willing to sit idly by and watch Lee really turn the entire shelter into a. All of them are controlled by him, and become his puppets. In this case, Suyu will not hide his incompetence. On the contrary, what he has to do is to show his edge in front of this old man. And listening to Suyu's answer, feeling the strong confidence in Suyu's tone, just as Suyu expected, the joy in the eyes of this manager is getting stronger and stronger, no longer concealed. Mr. Su's talent is indeed beyond my imagination. I have to admit, I underestimated Mr. Su before, the manager said. He stood up slowly, stared at Suyu, and said in a deep voice, "Since Mr. Su has also seen Lee's situation, I don't need to hide anything anymore. I heard from Mr. Su that you need a smart chipset. I can provide it for Mr. Su. But in return, I need Mr. Su to do something for me." Work for the manager? Suyu looked at the old man in front of him, and his heart moved slightly. The manager in front of him, he was tall and strong, and nearly 2 meters tall. Even though he looked old and had white hair, he was still able to give people a strong visual impact when he stood there. And his eyes were extremely bright, like a torch, burning and compelling, without any turbidity due to his age. Also, although the manager did not show his strength, but as a 4-star extraordinary person, he just stood there, giving Suyu the feeling that it was as if there was a small mountain standing in front of him. The sense of oppression was indescribable. Such a strong man. Would he need his help? I don't know. What kind of help can I provide? Suyu said. At the same time, he subconsciously separated the spiritual energy in his mind, wanting it to bless his vision, so that he could see more details. But with the spiritual energy from the iron meditation method, the manager in front of Suyu was like a man. Suddenly, there was a flash. Then, one after another, the light balls like torches appeared in front of Suyu, making Suyu's eyes suddenly freeze. After a moment, he came back to his senses and took a deep breath involuntarily. Master Administrator, you hit it really, very deeply. Under the blessing of the iron meditation method, all mechanical creations, in Suyu's eyes, can be transformed into torch-like existences. This ability, in Suyu's opinion, can be developed into 2 main uses. One of them is that when he goes hunting in the wilderness, he can use this ability to find mechanical creations buried in the dust of ruins. Another use is to analyze the mechanical creations he has already obtained. As shown in front of him, it only takes a certain amount of spiritual energy. Suyu can directly analyze the mechanical creations he sees and understand their internal structure. Technical principles, you can directly restore their design blueprints without even disassembling them. As his level of iron meditation increases, the spiritual energy he condenses becomes stronger. The level of mechanical artifacts that Suyu can analyze becomes higher. And at the moment, although Suyu cannot analyze the internal structure of the mechanical parts on the manager, technical principles, etc. But when Suyu activates this ability, seeing the manager standing in front of him, after it instantly turned into a huge monster composed of 7 or 8 balls of light. Even if Suyu's reaction was slow, he should have understood. The administrator in front of him, except for the brain, was a human. The rest of his body was really far from the concept of human. Listening to Suyu's words, there was also surprise in the eyes of the administrator. He was not surprised that Suyu had just used his spiritual power, after all. He had expected it. But what he didn't expect was that Suyu's spiritual power would have such a unique characteristic. He could see through his true nature with just one glance. However, the manager was not panicked. On the contrary, the characteristics shown by Suyu made him feel even more surprised. After all, the stronger Suyu's talent was, the more it meant that he had the possibility to repair all parts of his body. However, when the manager really told him his intention, Suyu's reply made the manager's heart sink to the bottom of the valley instantly. I can't do it. Thank you. Chapter 58 Joining Forces. Can't do it. What does that mean? The manager was stunned by Suyu's straightforward answer. It took him a while to react, and he looked at Suyu with astonishment and confusion. In his opinion, after Suyu knew his situation, even if he really couldn't do it, he should at least explain it to him in a tactful way. This was like a doctor giving a death sentence to a patient. Isn't it too, a little cruel? Looking at the old manager, there was even a little aggrieved look in his eyes. Suyu also realized that his answer just now was really hurtful. But he had no choice. He also wanted to be more tactful. But unfortunately, after Suyu realized the real condition of the manager's body, he also tried to use psychic energy to distinguish the status of the mechanical parts on the manager's body. But the answer he got was, these mechanical parts, maybe the grade is not so exaggerated, it is comparable to the electric sniper rifle in his hand. But the quality is high, at least it can be compared with the special intelligent core in Nono. Both are mechanical creations of special quality. Even the technical content is a little higher than that of the special intelligent core. Such mechanical creations, at least with Suyu's current strength, it is impossible to analyze anything. Naturally, it is impossible to help the manager repair the parts and components he has now. But Suyu looked at the manager in front of him, and thought of the conditions for cooperation that the manager had said before, and his eyes were full of brilliance. Although I can't help you now, but if there is enough time and part supply for me to practice, as long as my meditation method is further improved, I can help you, old man, to repair some parts initially, at least so that they will not harm your body when they are running. This is still possible. Suyu could see that the wear and tear of the parts on the manager's body was quite alarming. Although the manager's prosthetics were quite advanced, there was still some flesh and blood. Moreover, the muscle strength contained in this part of flesh and blood was also at the 4-star level. It was precisely with the support of this part of tough flesh and blood that the manager was able to survive the past few years. Even though the mechanical parts were worn out at such a high rate, he was still able to fight in several key battles. The fundamental reason for the top 4-star combat power. However, as time goes by, the wear and tear of these mechanical parts becomes more and more serious. As a result, when they are running, they can no longer protect the flesh and blood of the administrator. Every time they use their power, they may even hurt the administrator's body in turn. Although the administrator did not say it clearly, Suyu could also predict it. The old man in front of him, his strength, can now play a level comparable to that of a 3-star physical transcendent. I am lucky. If I can provide you with some opportunities to practice mechanical parts, you can help me relieve the damage caused by them? Hearing Suyu's words, the manager's eyes, which were originally disappointed, are all lit up again. The reason why his current strength has declined seriously. First, it is because of the wear and tear of these mechanical parts, which makes the output they provide decrease synchronously. Second, it is because of the huge wear and tear caused to his body during the operation of these mechanical parts. In the past few years, he could still hold on. But now, his body can only withstand the output of 3-star intermediate level at most. If it is higher, even if he can endure the pain, his remaining flesh and blood can't bear the pressure brought by the mechanical output. By then, the enemy has not been dealt with yet, and his body will collapse first, and the possibility of self-destruction on the spot will be greater. Although according to Suyu, he can't repair these mechanical parts yet. But if we can alleviate the wear and tear of these mechanical parts, and reduce their load a little, it can also have a considerable recovery effect on the manager's strength. But although excited, the manager, after all, is not a naive boy, and quickly grasped the key to the problem. I wonder how long Mr. Su's enough time means. The manager stared at Suyu, his eyes were burning. Li He's threat is right in front of us. I think Mr. Su also knows that if Li He gains power, what will happen to you, me, and the entire shelter number 73. Mr. Su, you won't write me a blank check for 1 or 2 years, right? Suyu heard this, smiled slightly, and didn't keep it a secret. He lowered his head and pondered for a while, then raised his hand slightly, stretched out his 5 fingers, and clenched them into a fist. Let me put it this way. If you, old man, can give me a batch of intelligent chipsets for combat, in 10 days at the latest, I will be able to show you the results. Hearing Suyu's confident words, the managers all took a deep breath. After a brief hesitation, he gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay. Since you, a young man, are so confident, then I, an old man, will take a gamble. Tomorrow, Bai Hong will send a batch of intelligent chipsets for combat. If you need any materials, you can also tell him. Within a reasonable range, he will also help you with it. But after 10 days, I need you, Mr. Su, to also produce results that satisfy me, the manager said. His eyes were fixed on Suyu in front of him, trying to see through his inner thoughts. When Suyu heard that the manager was willing to take out the intelligent chipset for combat, his eyes were filled with endless surprise. Feeling the scrutiny in the manager's eyes, he smiled slightly and said nothing more. Just whispered, "It's a deal." The next morning, Yang Lai and others just opened the gate of the camp and saw Bai Hong standing outside the door, waiting in the shadows without being noticed. From her appearance, it was obvious that she had been waiting for a while. "Captain Bai, why are you here? Please come in quickly." Yang Lai and others have a very good impression of Bai Hong. When they were in the wilderness before, if it weren't for Bai Hong's final decision, the 9th Squadron, if they want to trade spoils with other hunting teams, it won't be that smooth. Seeing Bai Hong coming, Yang Lai and others all greeted him warmly. Feeling the enthusiasm of Yang Lai and others, Bai Hong also smiled. But he was told by the manager, and he didn't dare to attract attention. He immediately waved his hand and said, "Captain Yang, you don't have to be so polite. I'm here this time to deliver something to Mr. Su on behalf of the manager." "Manager?" Hearing Bai Hong's words, Yang Lai and others were all shocked. Bai Hong quickly made a silent gesture, and they calmed down and lowered their voices. "I wonder what the administrator is going to send." Bai Hong didn't waste time, and directly took out a metal box from her arms, unfastened the small lock on it skillfully, and handed the metal safety box to Yang Lai. In this box, there are a total of 15 combat smart chipsets, which are the rewards that the administrator and Mr. Su need to pay for reaching a cooperation. "Thank you," Captain Yang, for handing this over to Mr. Su. Chapter 59 Apply for Intelligent Chipset? Yan Lai and others were all shocked by Bai Hong's words. On the Ruins planet, if there is something, you can tell it is precious just by the name. The first thing to bear the brunt is the many technological heritages left by the Empire, high-intelligence chips, cores. Even a basic intelligent chipset, placed in any settlement, can be exchanged for considerable wealth. And in these intelligent chips, among the intelligent cores, the combat and production types are the most precious. For example, the 15 combat intelligent chipsets sent by Bai Hong, when added together, may be more expensive than the bottle of antiviral serum that Su Yu bought for Yan Lai. What kind of cooperation did Su Yu and the manager reach that made the manager so generous to directly send Su Yu so many combat intelligent chips? Yan Lai and others were full of doubts. But they could also see that Bai Hong didn't want anyone to notice her contact with the 9th team. So they didn't ask any more questions. She took the fuse box from Bai Hong and nodded, saying, "Don't worry, Captain Bai. We will definitely deliver it. Then I'll have to trouble you. In addition, if Mr. Su needs any parts, you can also ask him to tell you. You can find a suitable time to find me. Within my authority, I will try my best to help Mr. Su and provide some part support," Bai Hong added. Listening to his words, Yan Lai and the others were all more shocked. "Understood, we will definitely convey the message. Okay, then I won't bother you anymore." After Bai Hong finished speaking, she left in a hurry. Although the Night Fury team is now out in full force. But among the residents of the shelter, there are spies arranged by the Night Fury to help Li He monitor the situation in the shelter. It is still uncertain. Since the manager clearly asked me to be careful, Bai Hong naturally didn't want to cause trouble. Watched Bai Hong leave, Yan Lai and others didn't dare to delay, and immediately sent the fuse box to Su Yu's repair room. 15 combat smart chipsets? The old manager is generous. After taking the fuse box, Su Yu glanced inside, and there was surprise in his eyes. He knew that the manager was rich and generous. But he didn't expect that he could get so many smart chipsets in one go. Su Yu felt quite pleasantly surprised. Yan Lai repeated what Bai Hong had added. And Su Yu nodded, "I understand." Since Captain Bai said so. Su Yu pondered for a moment. The materials he had originally had no problem making rangers. However, the quality of these materials was only average. After all, the strongest of the several hunting teams that Su Yu was working with was Wang Jian. The two teams led by Luo Wang. Not to mention the Wolf Pack, the first and second teams of Shanlan. Even compared with the overall strength of Yifu, there is a considerable gap. As it should be. The mechanical parts they can recycle in the wilderness, the quality will not be too high. There was no chance before. But now, since the old manager has spoken, so you will naturally not miss this opportunity. Please ask Uncle Yang to help me, go and talk to Captain Bai. I still need about 10 kilograms of tungsten blood steel in addition. If there are still raw stones of aquamarine in the shelter, I will also need about. Su Yu calculated in his mind and gave a number. 5 kilograms. Not too much. 10 kilograms of tungsten blood steel? And 5 kilograms of aquamarine? Isn't that too much? Yan Lai and others are not professional mechanics. They don't know the meaning behind these two materials. But Bai Hong is not only the captain of the rescue team, but also responsible for the warehouse security of the management office. The preciousness of these materials is very clear. For example, the safest of the several ownerless mines of tungsten blood steel is only 2 or 3 kilometers away from the steel jungle. The radiation level there is quite high. Even if a supernatural being who has mastered psychic power mines there for a long time, he will be infected with radiation sickness. Moreover, the radiation sickness contracted by the radiation of the steel jungle is not as mild as the radiation sickness Su Yu was infected with before. Even if it can be cured, it is estimated that it will become a vegetable. A life worse than death. In such a situation, the value of tungsten blood steel is precious. Needless to say, in many small settlements near the light-forbidden zone of the steel jungle, if a merchant sells a kilogram of tungsten blood steel, the materials exchanged are worth at least 500 to 600 contribution points. As for the raw stone of the aquamarine ore, although the value is a little lower, but the mine caves near the shelter that produce this mineral raw stone, there are only 2. And the output is extremely low. 5 kilograms, which is almost 30% of the annual output of shelter number 73. These two numbers add up to nearly 10,000 contribution points in terms of value. Is this not a small amount? After hearing the material Suyu applied for, Bai Hong's face turned green, and she subconsciously wanted to reject Suyu's request. But before Yang Lai came to Bai Hong, he had already received Suyu's instructions. Seeing Bai Hong want to refuse, Yang Lai said quickly, "Captain Bai, I am a rough man. I don't know how precious these two materials are. But Brother Su is a person who cooperates with the administrator. And the administrator also said that he hopes Captain Bai can also cooperate with Brother Su's work. Before I came, Brother Su also specifically told me that these two materials, if placed in the shelter, there should be no other mechanics who can use them. Throwing them in the warehouse is just a matter of luck, waiting for those wasteland merchants to come and buy them. Although they are valuable, they are mostly left there to collect dust, and they cannot be used at all. But if these two materials are given to him, the situation will be different. At least they can be put to use, and it can also give Brother Su some experience in using them. After all, these two materials will be useful to the administrator in the future," Yan Lai said, looking at Bai Hong, and said in a deep voice, "If Captain Bai still feels that Brother Su's request is too much, you can ask the administrator for his opinion first. If the administrator refuses, we can leave." Listening to Yan Lai's words, Bai Hong hesitated for a moment, but finally did not refuse directly. "Okay, then I will ask the administrator for his opinion." More than 10 minutes later, Bai Hong walked out of the administrator's room with a strange expression. He originally thought that the administrator would refuse mercilessly, or at least give them a discount on the amount of materials Suyu proposed. But he never expected that after listening to Suyu's reasons, especially the sentence the administrator will also be able to use it in the future. The administrator hesitated for a moment and directly agreed to Suyu's request. Chapter 60. Building Rangers. "I hope your Mr. Su will not waste this material." Bai Hong shook her head, suppressed her doubts, took out the two materials from the warehouse, and handed them to Yang Lai. Yang Lai took them quickly, without saying anything else, but said softly, "I believe Brother Su is definitely not the kind of person who brags. Since he opened his mouth, he must have his confidence." Feeling Yan Lai's words, strong trust in Suyu, Bai Hong's expression also changed slightly. No more words, just nodded, and watched Yan Lai leave. "Brother Su, I have fulfilled my mission." Half an hour later, at the base of the 9th team, in the repair room, Yan Lai pushed two heavy boxes into the pile of raw materials in the repair room, and said with a smile, "Oh, did you bring it back? Thank you, Uncle Yang." Suyu heard Yan Lai's voice, and raised his head from the workbench, seeing the two big boxes that Yan Lai brought back. He was also happy. However, he was not surprised by the result. Just as Suyu told Yan Lai, approving these materials for Suyu is not only to help Suyu. The more skilled Suyu is in using these two materials, the higher the success rate will be when he helps the manager maintain mechanical parts and repair parts in the future. After all, just based on the technical content of the mechanical parts on the manager, if you want to maintain and repair it. Looking at the inventory of the shelter, only rare materials such as tungsten blood steel can be used. Concentrating on distracting thoughts, Suyu brought the two boxes in front of him, stopped thinking about these things, and began to concentrate on processing the tungsten blood steel and aquamarine ore. The reason why tungsten blood steel and aquamarine ore are not used in shelter number 73 is largely because of the equipment conditions of the mechanics in the shelter. It is not enough to melt these materials. Even Suyu's current equipment is the same. However, he is different from other mechanics in that he has spiritual power. The steel meditation method, practiced by battlefield mechanics, although the steel spiritual power extracted has no combat capability, it has a considerable impact on various mechanical creations, and even their components and raw materials. For example, now, when Suyu ignited the furnace and began to melt the raw aquamarine stone, under normal circumstances, the aquamarine ore, which would have required twice the temperature to melt, showed signs of melting directly as Suyu's spiritual energy was running and blessing it. Although it was slow, after 3 hours of waiting, the 5 kilograms of aquamarine ore that Suyu had obtained were finally completely melted, and the impurities were extracted by Suyu with the help of spiritual energy. Looking at the 1 kilogram or so in hand, it turned into a solid state after cooling down. The aquamarine metal crystals that looked like gemstones, Suyu couldn't help but be intoxicated. This was the crystal of the aquamarine ore. Aquamarine source crystal. Suyu also learned about this crystal from the notes left by his master. In reality, this was the first time it was extracted. According to the teacher's description, This type of crystal has excellent psychic resonance and absorption effect. Suyu recalled the contents of the notes with a thought. He mobilized a ray of spiritual energy to fall on the sea blue source crystal in front of him. Swish! Almost in an instant, that ray of spiritual energy penetrated into the source crystal. With the blessing of this ray of spiritual energy, Suyu also felt that he had established a strange and unique connection with this crystal. With a thought, he pulled the source crystal directly into the air. And he changed his mind again. After taking back the spiritual energy that was integrated into this source crystal. Buzz! In midair, the source crystal trembled slightly and continued to fall, but the speed of its fall was extremely slow, like a feather, and even in the process of falling, it would rise a little from time to time. In the induction of the iron meditation method, Suyu saw it clearly. The reason for this situation was that this source crystal, which was activated by his own spiritual energy, could still rely on its characteristics after there was no source energy left. It communicates with the subspace by itself, and draws spiritual energy from it, to maintain its own suspension. Until the aquamarine crystal fell lightly to the ground. Suyu retracted his gaze, slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, and there was a gleam of brilliance in his eyes. The characteristics of this aquamarine crystal are really beyond imagination. Suyu whispered softly, and he was also extremely surprised. Originally, he just wanted to try his luck, to smelt this aquamarine ore. But I didn't expect that the effect of this aquamarine crystal is so magical. With this batch of aquamarine crystals in hand, when I build my own rangers, I only need to melt some aquamarine crystals in the main frame of each ranger. This will allow the rangers to absorb psychic energy from the subspace and replenish their own energy consumption. Not only can it greatly improve the operating speed of the rangers, when the battle swarm feature of the ranger is activated, it can also reduce the spiritual energy consumed by the combat bee colony by at least 30%, and the duration can be increased by about 20%. As for the other tungsten blood steel, Suyu's eyes turned to the box next to him. If the sea blue source crystal is used to improve the endurance of the ranger, then the tungsten blood steel is really used to improve the combat effectiveness of the sea blue source crystal. According to Suyu's estimation, if all the 10 kilograms of tungsten blood steel in his hand are used in the production of the next 15 rangers, at least the overall strength of the rangers he created can be increased by 30% on the basis of the original grade. Imagine that at that time. With a single order from him, a battle swarm of 15 rangers will use their weapons to cut through all obstacles and cover all enemies with artillery fire. Suyu couldn't help but be excited. Without wasting any more time, after stretching his wrist muscles, Suyu activated his spiritual energy and activated Nono next to him. He started a new round of production. The clanging sound of machinery reverberated in the repair room again. In a blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. In the repair room, in front of the workbench, with the last part of Suyu, the assembly was completed. Beside his ears, the familiar system prompt sound rang again, but this time, it was accompanied by a pleasant upgrade prompt sound. Ding! You have successfully completed the production of a ranger. The difficulty of this work is evaluated as extremely difficult. The result of this work is evaluated as excellent. You have obtained an Intelligent Combat Machine Ranger 1 grade, Advanced. You have gained professional experience, 2,000 points. You have gained professional skill experience, Primary Machinery Manufacturing 3,000 points. You have accumulated enough professional experience, your professional level has been improved. Current professional level Battlefield Mechanic, LV13. Your professional core ability Iron Meditation level has been improved synchronously. You have accumulated enough skill experience, your skill level has been improved. Current professional skill Primary Machinery Manufacturing, LV10. Chapter 61 Nono, Don't Panic. As the prompt messages appeared one by one, Suyu also raised his head from the workbench. Although he had not rested for about a day and a night, but with the energy restored by the upgrade, Suyu did not feel tired. Looking at the completed high-level ranger in front of him, he felt a great sense of accomplishment. When he looked back, in Suyu's repair room, lined up, including this one in his hand, already made, there are 10 rangers in total. Among these 10 rangers, except for the first one, because it was just started and not very skilled, the final product was only at the elementary level. The other rangers all reached the intermediate level. The last 2 rangers both reached the advanced level. Moreover, with the blessing of tungsten blood steel, even if it is only an elementary ranger, its strength is enough to fight against the 1-star advanced extraordinary person, the radiation beast. The strength of the Intermediate Ranger can even defeat the general 1-star top extraordinary creatures. As for the Advanced Ranger, Tsuyu looked at the workbench. His just completed work. His eyes were focused, and a row of detailed attributes came into his eyes. Intelligent Combat Machine Ranger Type 1. Producer, Tsuyu. Grade, Advanced. Features, Cluster, when the number of combat machines of the same type reaches more than 10. It can form a combat swarm. The main brain's computing power is increased by 20%. Equipment. Melee weapons. Chainsaw blade tungsten blood steel enhancement, toughness, destructive power improvement, X2. Mid-range weapons. Flamethrower tungsten blood steel enhancement, carrying capacity increase, X2. Long-range weapons. Heavy machine gun tungsten blood steel enhancement, fire rate increase, magazine expansion, X2. Skills. Psionic shield type 1 aquamarine crystal enhancement, shield toughness improvement, reduce psionic energy consumption, duration increase consume spiritual energy, condition shield, continue for a certain period of time, within the shield's duration range, can resist damage of a 2nd-star intermediate energy level at most. Comprehensive strength evaluation. 2nd-star primary tungsten blood steel, aquamarine source crystal upgrade. It must be said that asking the manager for tungsten blood steel and aquamarine source crystal was definitely a correct decision. So you can remember that in the design blueprint he first got the description of the Ranger's combat effectiveness, but it is quite clear. Under normal circumstances, only the Rangers who have reached the special level can be as strong as the 2-star extraordinary creatures. But now, the 2 high-level Rangers that I built have the combat power of the primary 2-star. The unlocked Psychic Shield skill can even resist the damage of the intermediate 2-star. Moreover, the 10 Rangers have reached the standard of activating the characteristic cluster and can form a combat swarm. With the effect of the combat swarm, the combat power of these 10 Rangers can at least deal with 2-star top-level extraordinary beings. Even when necessary, the Rangers can self-destruct. Even 3-star extraordinary beings, if caught off guard, will be seriously injured. These are just 10 Rangers. If there are more smart chips, the number of Rangers can be even greater, and the power will be even higher by then. In addition to this, Tsuyu looked at his attribute panel. As his battlefield mechanic level was promoted, his physical and mental strength also ushered in a new transformation. After reaching level 13, Tsuyu's iron meditation method, the maximum radiation range, has expanded to a diameter of 65 meters. Mental and physical strength have also been improved successively. Now, Tsuyu's mental star level has reached the top of the 2 stars, and the physical strength has been improved to the advanced 2 stars. However, with this improvement, Tsuyu also felt that his mental power and physical strength had reached a bottleneck, especially mental power. If he wanted to go further and enter the 3-star level, the level he needed to improve would not be achieved by just 1 or 2 levels. However, although his strength had reached the threshold, his top-level mental power of 2 stars, coupled with his advanced physical strength of 2 stars, Tsuyu's combat power should not be underestimated. With his current sniping skills, with a battle swarm of 10 Rangers, even without resorting to extreme means such as self-destruction, Tsuyu is confident that he can easily deal with ordinary 3-star extraordinary creatures. He waved his hand to close the career panel. Tsuyu's eyes fell on the fuse box next to his workbench, where the smart chipset was stored, and he did not continue to assemble. As the number of assembled Rangers increased, the experience points that Tsuyu gained from assembling a Ranger were also decreasing. At the beginning, a primary Ranger, all of them can bring Tsuyu 3,000 professional experience points. But in the end, a high-level Ranger can only increase Tsuyu's professional experience by 2,000. Fortunately, battlefield mechanics have more ways to gain professional experience than just making machines. Operating combat machines, killing enemies, can also gain experience points. Just as his own Ranger Combat Bee colony has begun to take shape, Tsuyu is ready to go to the wilderness first. First, to gain experience points, quickly improve your professional level. Secondly, it is also to test how strong your Ranger Combat Bee colony is. After the level is further improved, then come back to assemble new Rangers. The intelligent chipset for combat is too precious. With Tsuyu's current technical level, even if he is lucky and the assembly is successful, it is difficult to assemble a special level Ranger. But if the level is further improved, it is hard to say. However, although the plan was set, Tsuyu did not rush to set off immediately. Instead, he raised his hand and summoned Nono to his side. In the past 3 days of assembling the Rangers, Suyu not only improved his professional level, in the process of making the Rangers, Suyu also got to know Nono's structure better. After all, the prototype of these Rangers was Nono in front of Suyu. Feeling Suyu's gaze, Nono instinctively stepped back. However, although Noonyo retreated quickly, Suyu attacked even faster. He grabbed Noonyo's mechanical arm in a flash, and smiled kindly. "Noonyo, don't panic. Let me help you modify it. Don't be afraid. Believe in my skills. This modification will definitely benefit you a lot." "Noonyo?" Without waiting for Noonyo to speak, Suyu was merciless. The power of the 2-star advanced physical transcendence suddenly burst out, and he pushed Noonyo directly to the robot modification rack next to the workbench. With his psychic energy running and the steel meditation method urging him, the electric drill, hammer, and mechanical pliers all flew to Suyu's hands. Under Suyu's control, the clanging sound resounded in the repair room again. Chapter 62 Item Characteristics. Battlefield Vanguard. "Brother Su, I heard you called us together. What do you want?" At noon the next day, Yanlai pushed open the door of the repair room and curiously spoke while turning his head to look around, and the next second, his eyes froze. At the end of Yanlai's sight, Nono, who had completed the second stage of modification, was slowly driving out of the robot modification rack. Compared to the original first stage octopus form, Nono in the second stage, the size has increased. Originally only half a person's height, it has now grown to the height of an ordinary person. The 8 mechanical arms that have been enlarged have also been equipped with various new and powerful equipment. From electric drills to mechanical claws to impact hammers, there are a wide variety of equipment. Although these equipment, if you insist on saying that they are repair tools, it is reasonable. However, considering that Nono has been transformed twice, the size of these repair tools has increased dramatically. The size and weight of these repair tools have naturally increased year by year. Moreover, during the casting process, Suyu thoughtfully added some tungsten blood steel to these repair tools. Although they have not been officially activated yet, the flashing cold light makes Yanlai feel particularly intimidating just by looking at it. This damn thing. Is it really a repair-assisted robot for mechanics? It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a killing machine for combat. Looking at Yanlai's face, which showed that his outlook on life was shocked, Nono, who was somewhat reluctant to do so, had her mentality completely broken. The characters on the entire display screen were instantly filled with various emoticons expressing sadness. "Master," I said, "this modified shape is not what a repair robot should look like." Nono's voice system was still the mechanical electronic sound, but the words he said were full of sadness. It made people feel full of sympathy. Suyu, who was standing next to him, turned his head silently, not daring to look at Noonyo. This little assistant of his own, oh no, now he should be called a big assistant. Since he started following his teacher, his goal as a robot student is to become the best repair robot. Suyu naturally supports Noonyo's goal with all his strength. But unfortunately, a robot's ideal as a robot student also needs to take into account the actual process. At present, the Ninth Squad and Night Fury are highly hostile to each other. Compared to repairing robots, what Suyu needs more is, of course, an assistant who can help him in battle. Ahem. That? Noonyo, don't be too sad. Uncle Yang just misunderstood. Look at those in your hand. Aren't they the tools we usually use to repair machines? Suyu coughed and tried to explain. But on Noonyo's display screen, those sad characters just turned into a series of ellipsis dots. Obviously, Suyu's words were useless. Well, the situation is special now. No. You know that we need more manpower that can be used in battle. Besides, Suyu patted Nono's shoulder with a serious expression. Put your core on yourself and ask yourself, after this modification, the new feature you unlocked, isn't it the biggest sign of you being a top repair robot? Hearing Suyu mention his newly awakened ability, on Nono's display screen, the ellipsis that was still flashing all disappeared. The whole machine indeed became active, which made Yanlai, who was beside him, both relieved and surprised. Before, when Suyu's master was still there, although Nono also showed considerable intelligence, but it was far from the intelligence shown now. It no longer looked like a robot. It is a life that can really think. But its wisdom is still a little immature. That's fine. The new features that Suyu just mentioned made Yanlai curious and surprised. Whether it is conventional equipment or mechanical creations, if the features can be unlocked, It means that they have already reached the extraordinary level. The blessing for the extraordinary is much more powerful than ordinary mechanical creations. Moreover, compared with conventional equipment, as a robot assistant, no. If it can unlock special skills, the help it can provide to Suyu will be even greater than that of ordinary extraordinary equipment. However, Yang Lai has seen so many extraordinary equipment in the shelter over the years, and Nuonyo has actually reached this level? Yang Lai was a little excited when he thought about it. However, he has seen many assistant robots in the shelter over the years, but he has never seen an intelligent machine with special skills, and he is still a little skeptical. I couldn't help but ask carefully, Brother Su, the characteristics of Nono you mentioned before, are they true, or are they exaggerated? Looking at Yang Lai's surprise and expectation, Suyu did not hide it, smiled slightly, and said, it's not an exaggeration, Nono is now also called an extraordinary machine. Speaking, Suyu's eyes also fell on Nono. His eyes were fixed, and lines of information came into his eyes. Battlefield Repair Robot Nono. Type, Intelligent Machine. Grade, Special Grade. Entry Characteristics, Battlefield Vanguard. In battle, repair speed increased by 100%. Skills. Psionic Shield 1. Battlefield Repair. Consumes a certain amount of psychic energy, can perform emergency repairs on deployed combat machinery during combat. Repair efficiency is 80% of the normal efficiency, can consume spare energy to start overload mode. In overload mode, repair efficiency will be doubled. Special Grade Battlefield Repair Robot. This is the result of Suyu's hard work yesterday. After being promoted to Special Grade, not only did Nono unlock 2 new abilities, Psychic Shield and Field Repair. After the modification was completed, Suyu's blood manufacturing also cooled down. As Nono, which Suyu modified to the Special Grade, it can also be regarded as a mechanical creation created by Suyu, and can obtain the blessing of blood manufacturing. Suyu naturally did not hesitate and directly used the cooled blood manufacturing times on Nono, which resulted in the Battlefield Vanguard feature entry. With this feature, plus the skill of Battlefield Repair, Nono's appearance on the battlefield, whether as an auxiliary or as the main combat robot, will bring a huge increase to my strength. However, compared to fighting, Suyu is more looking forward to Nono's performance as an auxiliary. According to Suyu's estimation, Nono's current maintenance efficiency, with sufficient parts and spiritual energy supply, can guarantee the maintenance of up to 15 rangers at the same time. Even if the efficiency of battlefield repair will be reduced to 80% during the battle, it can still maintain the repair of 12 rangers at the same time. Chapter 63 Fight Again. This means that, as long as the core of the ranger is not damaged during combat, Suyu's ranger, with Nono in charge of maintenance, will basically not be injured and fall down. And this is without considering the result of the feature blessing of Battlefield Vanguard. If Battlefield Vanguard is taken into account, the repair efficiency will be increased by 100% in combat. This means that Nono's Battlefield Repair Robot can undertake the maintenance work of 24 rangers. There are only 10 rangers now, and Nono's importance is not reflected too much. But as the number of rangers increases, as an auxiliary, Nono's advantages in combat will also increase. At that time, Suyu will be responsible for supplying psychic energy and maintaining the ranger's combat swarm, while Nono will be responsible for repairs. The 9th team will follow behind, responsible for guarding the rear and transporting spare parts. As long as the spare parts are not exhausted, they are equivalent to own an immortal mechanical army. Moreover, this mechanical army, when Nono turns on the backup energy and enters the overload mode, the scale can be doubled again. No wonder the battlefield mechanics are praised as the cornerstone of the Empire Army. Originally Suyu thought the iron meditation method equipped by the battlefield mechanics is a bit too weak. It is really unworthy of such a resounding name as the cornerstone of the Empire. But now it seems it's not that the battlefield mechanic can't fight. It's that before, I hadn't discovered the battlefield mechanic's true combat strategy. However, although the idea is good, it still needs to be tested in actual combat. Suyu whispered to himself, retracted his gaze and looked at Yang Lai. Uncle Yang, I'm going to set off tonight, and take everyone in the 9th team into the wilderness, to test my results these days. Set off tonight? Use night hunting to test the results? Yang Lai was stunned for a moment, a little worried whether Suyu would act too hastily. After all, although the Nuonyo in front of him looked very impressive, its predecessor was only a repair assistant after all. After the modification, Yanlai did not dare to estimate how much combat capability it had now. Yanlai was not worried about Suyu's safety, but was worried that Nuonyo would be injured in actual combat, which would be a pity. Seeing Yanlai's worried look, Suyu smiled slightly. He waved his hand and said, "Uncle Yang, don't worry. The test results I mentioned are not for Nono, but for these little guys." As he spoke, Suyu's mind moved. The spiritual energy of the iron meditation method radiated. Suddenly, accompanied by the sound of mechanical startup and gears running. Under Yanlai's shocked gaze, the rangers who had been lying in the depths of the repair room all slowly raised their heads, and the display screens lit up, forming a spearhead formation and gathered in front of Suyu. The chainsaw blades flashed coldly, and the heavy machine guns equipped by the 9 intermediate-level rangers made Yanlai swallow his saliva involuntarily. Although these 10 rangers had not yet made a move, Yanlai, whose strength had already transformed to the 3-star level, relied on his intuition and instinctively sensed it. The strength of these 10 rangers was probably not weaker than that of ordinary extraordinary life. Even if they joined forces to launch a charge, even if you may not be able to get any advantage from them. These are all made by Brother Su in the past few days? Yanlai's tone was full of disbelief. Seeing Suyu smiling and nodding, Yanlai couldn't help but take a deep breath. And there was no doubt in his heart. He nodded directly and said, "Then I have nothing to worry about. I will arrange it now. In 1 hour, we can gather and set off." 1 hour later, outside the number 73 shelter, as night fell, the moonlight was obscured by the thick radiation cloud, and only a little bit of it fell, which could not bring much light to the wilderness. Instead, it made the wilderness even more lonely and gloomy. In the silent night, there was only the creaking sound of the trailer of the 9th team moving forward. The logistics team members sat together, looking a little nervous, although it was not the first time to hunt at night. For the logistics personnel, who did not have much combat power, hunting at night was always a dangerous activity. Fortunately, their nervousness did not last long, and was relieved by Yanlai and other fighters, who surrounded the trailer and kept alert all around. Compared with the tension of the logistics personnel, Yanlai and other fighters were much more excited. After all, for the hunting team fighters who were used to fighting, the fighting in the wilderness was dangerous, but it was also a kind of tempering for them. Many physical transcendents were able to sense spiritual energy in the bloody battle, and then achieve extraordinary. Moreover, in the past half-month, as a team directly under Suyu, the quality of the equipment of the 9th team is much better than that of other hunting teams cooperating with Suyu. Suyu wants to use actual combat to test the strength of the rangers. They also want to use actual combat to test their current combat effectiveness. Among these fighters, Zhang Wu and Li Mao are the most anticipated. They were targeted by the Night Fury team earlier, severely injured, especially Zhang Wu, who almost lost his ability to fight and became a cripple. But, with the rise of Suyu, not only was Yanlai's ant poison cured, after completing the order issued by the management office and earning a large amount of contribution points, Suyu also exchanged special potions for them, curing their injuries. However, when Zhang Wu and Li Mao recovered, Suyu had successfully transferred to a battlefield mechanic. Team 9 naturally. They no longer had to risk their lives to hunt frequently as before. Even if Zhang Wu and Li Mao wanted to repay Suyu's kindness, they could not find a good opportunity for a while. Until today, Suyu led the 9th team into the wilderness again and started the most dangerous night hunting. Zhang Wu and Li Mao were naturally eager to go, even though Suyu explained that it was to test the actual combat capabilities of the rangers. The two of them still put in their best efforts, prepared to show their strength. Moreover, they don't think that they have no chance to exert their strength, after all. Zhang Wu and Li Mao thought while looking at the front of the team, forming a spearhead formation, acting as the vanguard of the team. These little robots, which are not much different in size from the radiation hyenas, how much combat power can they have? They are equipped with a lot of equipment, but can they play their role at the critical moment? Zhang Wu and Li Mao both had a question mark in their hearts. To put it bluntly, in their eyes, and even in the eyes of other members of the 9th team, except for Yanlai, whose strength has reached 3 stars. In everyone's opinion, the combat effectiveness that these 10 rangers can exert together may not be as useful as Nonyo, who is following Suyu and ready to repair at any time. Just when everyone was nervous, expectant, or doubtful, Suyu, who was in front of the team, suddenly raised his eyebrows slightly, and suddenly raised his hand to signal the team to stop moving forward. Everyone be alert. A group of radiation beasts appeared about 1,300 meters ahead. Chapter 64 Firepower Coverage. Radiation beasts are approaching. As Su Yu's voice sounded, Yang Lai and others all cheered up. Zhang Wu immediately moved the sniper rifle in front of him, raised the scope, looked at 1,300 meters away, and reported the number in a deep voice. The target beasts have been found. The estimated species is radiation wolf. There are about 37 of them. No, and they are still growing. The estimated number is about 50. Preliminary judgment of the strength of its leader, around the top 2 stars. Li Mao beside him also stepped forward quickly, raised the telescope and looked at the wilderness in the distance. In just a few seconds, he estimated the situation of the radiation beast group, which shocked Su Yu a little. It must be said that Li Mao and Zhang Wu, although they are only 1-star extraordinary people, but their rich wilderness hunting experience is enough to make up for the difference in star rating. A radiation wolf pack of about 50 heads. After receiving the intelligence feedback, Yang Lai also stepped forward quickly, looking at Su Yu. Brother Su, what should we do? Should we make a detour and engage in mobile warfare with these wolf cubs? Or engage in positional warfare? Although the distance between the two sides is only about 1 kilometer. But for the logistics members of the 9th Squad, the rest in the shelter during this period of time has brought their physical fitness to a new level. The buffer distance of 1 kilometer is enough for them to build a simple car camp position. Hearing Yang Lai's question, Su Yu looked forward. Killing sense and wilderness sense were activated simultaneously. In his field of vision, radiation wolves turned into scarlet light spots. The stronger the radiation wolf, the more intense and dazzling the color of the light spot, and it was approaching him rapidly. In 5 minutes at most, the two sides would be in battle. The strength of this group of wolf cubs may be even stronger than Brother Li Mao predicted. Their wolf king leader may have reached 3 stars. There are also many radiation wolves among the wolf cubs who have reached 2 stars. Su Yu said in a deep voice. They move too fast. Mobile warfare won't work. Position warfare. Uncle Yang, I'll leave it to you. After that, Su Yu waved his hand directly. No, let's go. In less than 5 minutes, even with the current logistics capabilities of the 9th Squadron, it is unrealistic to build a defensive position. But it doesn't matter. As long as I can hold off the wolves for a while, it will be enough. Don't worry about me, you guys quickly build the position. If the position is built 1 minute earlier, I can retreat to the position 1 minute earlier to defend. When Su Yu finished speaking, he was already walking side by side with Nua Nua. And under the protection of the Cross Rangers, they formed a spearhead formation and headed towards the direction where the radiation wolf pack was attacking. Brother Su? Seeing Su Yu's actions, Zhang Wu and Li Mao spoke out instinctively, wanting to stop Su Yu. But as soon as they said it, they were stunned by the speed shown by Su Yu. Although Yang Lai had told them before departure that Su Yu's current strength was no longer what it used to be. But Zhang Wu and Li Mao had not expected that Su Yu's strength would grow to this extent. Seeing Zhang Wu and Li Mao's surprised expressions, Yang Lai couldn't help but shook his head and smiled. Don't worry about Brother Su. Since he has spoken, he must be sure. Although, Yang Lai was also curious in his heart whether Su Yu's ranger team could resist this radiation wolf pack. But it doesn't matter even if you can't bear it. Just like Su Yu is confident in his own strength, Yang Lai also has considerable confidence in his own strength. Even if Su Yu can't bear it, Yang Lai, who has already entered the 3-star level, also has the confidence to join forces with Nuonyo to rescue Su Yu from the radiation wolf pack. Set up the position first. Don't worry about Brother Su. Yes. The members of the 9th team felt the strong confidence in Su Yu and Yang Lai's tone. The people who were originally a little nervous because of the strength of this radiation wolf pack, which was beyond their expectations, calmed down a lot. When they heard Yang Lai shout, they all responded and started to build the camp in full swing. Zhang Wu and Li Mao were both infected by the atmosphere and also devoted themselves to the construction of the camp. However, they didn't wait long before they built it. In the distance, there were already short and dense bullet firing sounds, which echoed throughout the wilderness. The Cross Rangers, including the Junior Ranger, after following Su Yu and advancing 300 meters, at Su Yu's command, they instantly dispersed, arranged in battle formation, and quickly put heavy machine guns in place. Immediately, at Su Yu's command, they aimed at the radiation wolf pack whose outlines were already visible in front of him, and pulled the trigger. Duh. Flames gushed out. Bullet shells fell to the ground. They caught the radiation wolf pack off guard. This radiation wolf pack, just as Suyu sensed. They have a 3-star radiation wolf king as their leader. Under the command of this radiation wolf king, in the area around the shelter, the hunting of this group of radiation wolves is often successful. Moreover, under the command of the radiation wolf king, their tracks are extremely hidden. They often sneak into the hunting team, or other radiation beasts, and will only be discovered after 100 meters nearby. And such a short distance, for more than half of this group, for the radiation wolves, who all possess extraordinary star-level strength. It only takes a few seconds to complete the sprint. Then, it is the bloody and wonderful hunting and dining. Today, their hunting, led by the Wolf King, should still be extremely smooth. After all, the ambush site they chose is perfect. In this area, within a radius of several kilometers, there are gray-brown dry grass. This gray-brown grassland, when midsummer arrives, they can even grow to more than 1 person tall. And now, although they have turned yellow, they are still lush and dense. The hair of these radiation wolves is also gray-brown. On this dry grassland, it is the best camouflage, with this dry grassland providing them with geographical advantages. In the eyes of these radiation wolves, today's hunting will be the same as before, and there will be no problem. However, as the rangers began to shoot, the sudden heavy firepower coverage made these radiation wolves stunned. Even the 3-star radiation wolf king was temporarily stunned. And it was during this moment of daze. Bang! Bang! Next to it, 2 2-star radiation wolf confidants were directly shot into sieves by the heavy firepower coverage of the rangers. Groups of blood mist exploded from them, so that these 2 2-star radiation wolves did not even have time to howl. It had already turned into a lifeless corpse, with a plop, and fell to the ground. Aho! Seeing his 2 trusted followers being killed, the eyes of this radiation wolf king, who had already begun to gain wisdom, were instantly filled with blood red, but it finally had considerable hunting wisdom, and no longer relied purely on its own beast instincts. At this juncture, it still remained calm enough, and roared to the sky. Swish! 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 Chapter 65 3-star Wolf King. The Wolf King's roar resounded throughout the wilderness. Behind it, the more than 30 radiation wolves that had survived the first wave of heavy fire from the Ranger Squadron, or had only been slightly injured, replied with low roars one after another. Then, one by one, they turned sideways, and rushed into the gray-brown grass that was more than a person's height to the side. After a few leaps, it was difficult to find them anymore. Escape, escaped. Seeing this scene, in the distance, Yang Lai and others who were setting up camp were all amazed by the heavy firepower caused by the Ranger Squad, the group attack. One by one, they couldn't help but exclaimed, "No, they haven't escaped yet." Hearing the voices of Yang Lai and others, Suyu smiled and spoke softly, with a cold light in his eyes, with the blessing of his killing intent perception. At this moment, in the gray-brown dry grass around the Ranger Squad, those scarlet and ferocious lights, symbolizing hostility, were still extremely bright at this moment, and were moving at a rapid speed. In just a few breaths, they surrounded Suyu and his ranger team. In the center, then, crack, accompanied by a sound of breaking wind. Under the astonished gaze of Yang Lai and others, in the gray-brown dry grassland, there was an extremely huge radioactive wolf king, almost as big as a small van. Leaping into the air, toward Suyu, he rushed directly to kill him. What a fast speed! In Suyu's eyes, a sharp light flashed, but in his eyes, there was no fear at all, only boundless fighting spirit. Unfortunately, your movements are still a little too obvious in my eyes. The moment the voice fell, boom, in the center of Suyu's eyebrows, the iron meditation method was also strongly activated by Suyu. When the gears turned, Suyu's spiritual energy also spread out in an instant, landed around him. On every ranger, feature cluster activate, battle swarm activate. With the blessing of psychic energy, the rangers, who were originally using heavy machine guns to guard the surroundings, completed the equipment switching in almost an instant. Swish, 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 under the almost horrified gaze of Yang Lai and others. Just within half a second, when the radiation wolf king jumped out of the dry grass and attacked Suyu, 10 rangers turned around at the same time and locked onto the target. They aimed their flamethrowers, which were specially used for mid-range attacks, at the radiation wolf king in midair. In an instant, the red flames were sprayed out in clusters. Awooh! Even the Radiation Wolf King was shocked by this scene. However, it must be said that this Radiation Wolf King was indeed a 3-star extraordinary being, and his strength was terrifying enough. After realizing the damage this time, after it was inevitable, in the eyes of this radioactive Wolf King, a rather human-like determination flashed, and then, its huge body, under the blessing of some strange energy. In midair, it made a rotation movement that was almost impossible under normal circumstances, and directly moved the attack direction away from Suyu to the weakest of the 10 rangers. It was also the only one, the position of the primary ranger, facing the flames it sprayed, jumped down brazenly. Crack! Almost at the same time as the ranger, the flames erupted. The attack of the Radiation Wolf King also fell down at the same time, accompanied by a bursting sound. The ranger's half-body was directly shattered by the Radiation Wolf King's claw. However, the Radiation Wolf King was not doing too well either. Although he dodged most of the flames, there were still 3 flames. The inevitable bombardment on its body caused this 3-star Radiation Wolf King to burst into an unbearable shrill wail. However, it did not lose its combat effectiveness after all. After crushing the primary ranger, its fur and skin were still burning, which completely aroused its ferocity. With a ferocious roar, this Radiation Wolf King jumped high again, like a gray-brown stream of light, and pounced on another intermediate ranger. As usual, the claws swung down, but this time, there was even a strange dark light lingering on its claws. Under the blessing of this light, theoretically, the intermediate ranger, which was more than twice as tough as the primary ranger, did not perform very well with its shell armor. The Radiation Wolf King directly broke a small part of its shell, and even the heavy machine gun was thrown into the air. Before it landed, it broke into 2 pieces. Gudong. Looking at the Radiation Wolf King, such a terrifying strength, Yan Lai and others in the distance can't help but swallow their saliva. Yan Lai couldn't help but want to step forward to help. But before he could act, Suyu had already taken a step ahead. The amazing destructive power displayed by the Radiation Wolf King did not scare Suyu. On the contrary, when Suyu saw the 2 rangers being destroyed, there was even a strange gleam in his eyes. No. It's your turn. Use battlefield repair. As he spoke, Suyu had already activated a spiritual energy and blessed Nono, who had been eager to get started, also waved his mechanical arms. The 8 mechanical arms almost turned into afterimages. With the blessing of Battlefield Vanguard, they were repairing the 2 retreating rangers at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. The clanging sounds continued. Yan Lai and the others had a look on their faces. In less than 3 minutes, the 2 rangers had completed emergency repairs, except for the broken heavy machine gun, which had no time to be restored. The entire armor was repaired, and directly under Suyu's command, they were thrown into the battle again. Are you kidding me? Mechanic, in shelter number 73, and even in every settlement, is the most common profession. But in the eyes of the world, mechanics are a supporting profession, a logistical profession. Even if there are mechanics who can go to the battlefield occasionally, they still rely more on their own combat effectiveness honed in their repair careers, rather than their own mechanical creations. But now, looking at the 2 rangers that completed the repairs in just a few minutes and rejoined the battlefield, looking at Suyu, who strictly speaking did not take any action from beginning to end, but had already forced the 3-star Radiation Wolf King into danger, and was in a state of embarrassment. Whether it was Yan Lai or the other members of the 9th team, they all had only one thought in their minds. Is it really something a mechanic can do? Chapter 66 Kill. Suyu was unaware of the shock of Yan Lai and the others. At this time, Suyu had already devoted himself to the command and operation of the Ranger Squad. The Ranger Squad formed a battle swarm, and the computing power of the intelligent chips installed on it was fully activated. Suyu felt extremely smooth when operating it. It was as if he suddenly had 10 clones, 10 arms. In addition, no one assisted him. Even if there are damaged rangers, they can be repaired quickly. The Radiation Wolf King, who was surrounded by the rangers, rushed left and right for several minutes, and finally ran out of energy. He was killed by the 2 strongest high-level rangers. Blood was spilled in the wasteland. The Radiation Wolves under the Radiation Wolf King did not stand by and watch the show during this process. Instead, they kept trying to attack Suyu's ranger formation. However, compared with the strength of the Radiation Wolf King, their strength is much weaker. The Radiation Wolf King was able to directly cross the Ranger squad's defense line and almost completed the attack on Tsuyu. But the remaining Radiation Wolves, the strongest, only rushed to the side of Nono. But their strength, compared with Nono, is quite a bit worse. Although Nono plays the role of a support, a repairman. But the repair tools equipped with the 8 mechanical arms can not only be used to knock on the Ranger's armor, it can also be used to smash the heads of Radiation Wolves. So, after Nono smashed the heads of several star Radiation Wolves, even the most loyal Radiation Wolves, looking at their own Beast King who rushed left and right, but could not break out of the encirclement, and then looking at the Rangers who were occasionally damaged, but were repaired by Nono in just a few minutes, and put back into the battlefield. The simple brain quickly made a judgment. The Radiation Wolves, one by one, tucked their tails between their legs, it made a humming sound and rushed into the dry grass. This result was unexpected by Tsuyu. He originally thought that after getting rid of this Radiation Wolf King, he would have to fight with the loyal and brave subordinates of this Wolf King again. Unexpectedly, he overestimated the loyalty of these wolves. However, it was also thanks to the escape of these wolves. The Radiation Wolf King, whose physical strength was almost exhausted, seemed to have exhausted his spirit after being stimulated by this scene. The resistance was much weaker, and Tsuyu seized the opportunity directly. The 2 high-level Rangers activated the backup energy at the same time. Under the overload blessing for a moment, the chainsaw blades came with a huge roar, and chopped down in an interlaced manner. Puff! Blood splattered. This Radiation Wolf King, which was notorious in the wasteland, had a good reputation. The wolf head and body were separated and fell to the ground one after another. Congratulations on successfully killing a radiation beast, a 3-star primary Radiation Wolf King. You have gained professional experience, 5,000 points. A line of prompts appeared, making Tsuyu's eyes show surprise. Sure enough, killing is also a good way for battlefield mechanics to gain experience. A 3-star Radiation Wolf King can bring me so much experience. If I kill a few more, or even dozens of 2-star radiation beasts, not to mention directly maxing out the level of the battlefield mechanic, reaching level 15 or 16 shouldn't be a problem. Right? Unfortunately, it's not easy to encounter a radiation beast lord at this level. Tsuyu shook his head, a little regretful. This time, it was the first time for him to dispatch Rangers to fight. There were still many areas where he lacked experience. For example, he underestimated the combat effectiveness of the Ranger squad after forming a battle swarm, and the speed of Nono's rapid repairs under the blessing of Battlefield Vanguard. If he knew that he could only rely on the Ranger squad, if this Radiation Wolf King can be trapped to death, Tsuyu will not let Yan Lai and his men set up positions, but let them find a way to delay the Radiation Wolves commanded by the Radiation Wolf King. In this way, after killing this Radiation Wolf King, he can also harvest experience points from a group of ordinary Radiation Wolves. In addition, Tsuyu looked at the corpse of the Radiation Wolf King in front of him, and shook his head slightly. A 3-star radiation beast. Its fighting power burst out in an emergency. It also needs to be taken seriously. This Radiation Wolf King almost rushed in front of him, and completed the decapitation attack. If the Ranger team also had the ability of Battle Swarm, which was almost explosive, to increase the computing power by 20% at the critical moment, and to switch equipment instantly, they would have forced the Radiation Wolf King to retreat. Otherwise, even if Tsuyu's own strength was not bad, being hit by a claw from this Radiation Beast King whose size was almost as big as a small van, it will be quite overwhelming. Your own strength needs to be improved. Not only the ability of the spiritual system, but also the improvement of the physical system. In addition, it is the number of Rangers. After this actual battle, Tsuyu was most impressed by the strength of his own Ranger team in group combat. Although this Radiation Wolf King is only 3-star primary, but in the final desperate fight, the combat effectiveness shown, it is not much worse than the average 3-star intermediate radiation beast. But the Ranger squad still suppressed the Radiation Wolf King. Even if this was due to the amplification of Tsuyu's spiritual energy, it also reflects the excellent combat effectiveness of the Ranger squad in group combat, which may be stronger than Tsuyu's previous estimate. Under this premise, if a group of Rangers can be added, Tsuyu thinks, even if it is a 3-star intermediate, or even a 3-star advanced, top-level extraordinary existence, I may not be unable to fight against it. Of course, we cannot just pursue the number of Rangers. The grade of Rangers must also be controlled. After all, Suyu's spiritual power is not infinite. If there are too many rangers to command, the command efficiency will also decrease, and the gains will outweigh the losses. This is Suyu's feeling. With the blessing of LV13 Iron Meditation Method, my best command number, about 12 to 15 rangers. If the level of meditation can be further improved, this number can be increased. The improvement of own strength, spiritual system, physical system, and the increase of the number of rangers. These are the two directions that Suyu will strengthen next. Among them, the increase of the number of spiritual system and rangers, the solution is the same. That is to improve the level of battlefield mechanic. Every time the level of the battlefield mechanic is improved, Suyu's spiritual power, brain expansion, and development are quite good. But correspondingly, in terms of the growth of physical fitness, the gains brought by the promotion of battlefield mechanics are somewhat weak. And Suyu now can't think of any faster way to improve his physical fitness. All that can be thought of requires a long time of hard work to achieve results. Maybe. Can I use external objects? Chapter 67 Strengthening Direction. Relying on external objects. This is the solution Suyu thought of. The inspiration for this method came from the old manager. The manager of shelter number 73, as far as Suyu knows, is probably close to 100 years old. But the old man's strength gave Suyu the feeling that, even if Yang Lai, who has already entered the 3-star level, confronted him head-on, he might not be able to survive 10 rounds in the hands of the old man. Such combat power, naturally, it would not come only from the old man's own physical strength. The prosthetic transformation he carried out and the prosthetic parts he installed were the biggest contributors. Of course, Suyu was not so arrogant as to think that his current technical level would allow him to directly perform prosthetic transformation on his body. His idea was to make new mechanical equipment to arm himself, such as external armor, to improve his own safety. If necessary, you can even ignore the side effect of reduced mobility. At most, once you encounter an enemy, you can enter the armor protection mode and fight a small-scale positional battle. Anyway, there is the combination of Noto plus Ranger Squad. Your own sustained combat ability is definitely comparable to the Radiation Beast group. Or even better, after thinking clearly about the next direction of strengthening, Suyu's mood is also much more relaxed. Of course, to complete these enhancements, the number of parts required is not small. Moreover, we want to ensure that the newly produced rangers, the mechanical equipment, can bring Suyu's strength to meet Suyu's expectations. The quality of the parts also needs to be controlled. If the quality of the parts is too poor, even if Suyu's skills are good, it is difficult for a good cook to cook without rice. Although the psychic energy from the subspace has all kinds of incredible powers. But Suyu's current level obviously is not strong enough. You can use psychic energy to create things in the void, turn stones into gold, and synthesize a large number of parts that are not even simple in quality into intermediate and advanced weapons and equipment. However, Suyu had previously sent a batch of improved weapons and equipment to the hunting teams he had worked with, including the 4th team led by Hu Yueshan. With the improvement brought by this batch of weapons and equipment, the harvests of these hunting teams in the wilderness should be more or less improved on the original basis. Add to that the harvest from the hunting trip with the 9th squad. Add it all together. Even if the recovered materials are not enough to fill all the gaps, filling 50% to 60% will not be a problem. Suyu thought so. He teamed up with Yang Lai and others to divide and pack the materials of the radioactive Wolf King, and led the 9th squad to continue wandering and hunting in the wilderness. Time passed like water, and in the blink of an eye, it was 3 days later. Bang! The sound of heavy firepower mixed with the occasional dull explosion of sniper rifles echoed in the wilderness, accompanied by a shrill roar of the beast. A radiation beast king whose strength has reached 3 stars, whose body is more than 1 person tall, fell to the ground with a bang. In the huge hole between the eyebrows, blood and brain matter flowed out. After the limbs twitched weakly for a few times, then it died completely. Aoho, looking at his lord, being ruthlessly sniped and killed by the young man guarded by the unknown machine. The radiation beasts led by the radiation beast king all let out shrill and angry howls, resonating throughout the wasteland. And then they turned around one by one and fled in all directions, without the slightest hesitation. Although they are also considered extraordinary life forms, these radiation beasts that cannot even reach the intermediate level obviously have not yet reached the point where each of them can have complete emotions such as loyalty and revenge. Suyu looked at the radiation beasts that were fleeing in panic, he whispered to himself. But his eyes showed no surprise. After 3 days of hunting, he was already accustomed to the cold-bloodedness of these radioactive beasts, and was ready. He raised his hand and put the sniper rifle behind his back, between Suyu's eyebrows. The iron meditation method quietly activated, and the spiritual energy spread into a field, blessing every ranger around him. Buzz! The rangers suddenly raised their heads, and the tracks that were originally moving at a constant speed suddenly accelerated, and the moving speed instantly increased by more than double. Their weapons were also switched to flamethrowers that could attack in groups, and they caught up with the radiation beasts that were at the back at the fastest speed. Fire! As Suyu's voice fell, the flames swallowed up more than 20 radiation beasts in an instant. Some of the radiation beasts that did not have a star rating were directly burned by the fierce high-temperature flames, and their internal organs were cooked on the spot. An unpleasant and pungent smell spread out. At the same time, when this group of radiation beasts fought with Suyu's ranger squadron, the members of the 9th Squadron, who had been lurking around the battlefield, acted synchronously. They also moved out almost at the same time. In the shortest time, they intercepted the radiation beasts that were the fastest, the strongest, and, of course, the most experienced. Yan Lai and others remembered Suyu's instructions. As long as they could keep these radiation beasts, they didn't have to kill them. The rest, let the rangers finish the job. With such instructions, Yan Lai and the others were naturally relieved. Seeing those radioactive beasts escaping, when they entered the range, they first used guns to fire around, and then Yan Lai and other melee fighters rushed forward. No need to fight desperately, they went up and aimed at those beasts whose limbs were not injured in the first round of shooting. They stared at their legs and cut 1 or 2 knives, and then retreated decisively, and then the gun team led by Zhang Wu and Li Mao fired. This went on for 2 rounds. 70% of these radioactive beasts were left on the battlefield, becoming the ranger team that arrived later, which was Suyu's experience bar. More than 10 minutes later, this battle was declared over. Yan Lai and the others all breathed a sigh of relief, looked around, looking at the radioactive beast corpses lying all over the place. They all felt quite emotional. If it was more than a month ago, who would have thought that we would have this scene today? Yan Lai sighed. The radiation beasts led by the 3-star Beast King. In the past, even if he had the extraordinary strength of the 3-star physical body, he would not dare to confront it head-on. Even if he had to, the two sides really fought. The best result in the end could only be a miserable victory for the 9th Squad. But now, from the beginning to the end, the 9th Squad was actually no different from the auxiliary. The most difficult Beast Kings were all solved by the Ranger Squad. Even when intercepting those fleeing radiation beasts in the end, if it weren't for the Rangers chasing them all the way, forcing those radiation beasts to flee for their lives and not dare to fight. Even if Yan Lai and his team had ambushed here early, it would not have been possible to complete the killing so easily. Chapter 68 Internal Strife Among Beasts. Listening to Yan Lai's sigh, Zhang Wu, Li Mao and others all showed sympathetic expressions. Looking at Suyu approaching, their eyes were filled with deep admiration. Many of the 9th Squadron fighters with eccentric personalities even couldn't help but take the initiative to challenge Suyu. Brother Su, where should we go hunting next? However, Suyu's answer made them all calm down. The supplies we brought this time, almost all of it has been used up. Next, it's time to return, Suyu said with a smile. Ah? So soon? After hearing Suyu's arrangement, Zhang Wu and Li Mao were both a little reluctant to leave. Yan Lai was also a little surprised. After all, if they return now, it means that they won't even have a week to go out hunting this time. Isn't it a bit too early? Feeling Yan Lai's puzzled look, Suyu waved his hand and said softly, Uncle Yang, don't forget. The current situation in the wilderness is completely different from before. Hearing Suyu's words, Yan Lai's expression also became serious. Zhang Wu and Li Mao, who originally wanted to persuade Suyu to continue hunting for 1 or 2 days, also reacted and understood the intention of Suyu's move. In the past 3 days of hunting, the harvest of the 9th team, and Suyu was not small. Especially Suyu. The experience points gained from the 3 days of fighting, although his skills were not improved much. It allowed him to successfully upgrade his battlefield mechanic career level from LV13 to LV15. And the LV15 experience bar has been refreshed to 71%. If he hunts for another day or 2. No. Even if he hunts for another day, Suyu is confident that he can upgrade his level to LV16. But Suyu still resolutely decided to return home and not be greedy for this knife. Because the 3 days of hunting yielded a rich harvest. But Suyu also clearly realized that the wilderness, or more precisely, the wilderness area around the shelter, was much more dangerous than it was more than a month ago. In the past, even when hunting late at night, it would normally take 2 or 3 days, or even longer to encounter a group of radiation beasts led by a 3-star radiation beast king around the shelter. In the past 3 days, the 9th squad alone encountered no less than 5. Not to mention, there are also 2-star top-level, 2-star advanced radiation beast kings leading beasts. And the number is even greater. In the past, when the hunting team returned to the shelter, they only needed to leave enough supplies and ammunition for 2 or 3 small-scale encounters, which was enough to deal with emergencies. But now, so many powerful radiation beasts are entrenched around the shelter. The supplies that need to be kept on the way back can no longer be as scarce as before. At least enough ammunition for 2 or 3 fierce battles must be left. After all, a large part of the combat effectiveness of Suyu's Ranger Squadron depends on heavy machine guns and flamethrowers. The chainsaw blades equipped for close combat have good lethality. But once it enters hand-to-hand combat, even with Nonyo, the battlefield pioneer, the speed of repair is difficult to keep up with the speed of the Ranger's consumption. And Yanlai and others had not thought of this before. But with Suyu's reminder, they all reacted, and stopped persuading Suyu to continue hunting. Instead, they helped Suyu and began to prepare for the return trip. 3 days of hunting not only brought Suyu a great improvement. Fighting with so many 3-star beasts was also quite a test for the members of the 9th squad. Even if they were just auxiliary, they still gained a lot of combat experience. Even the logistics personnel were the same. After receiving the order to return, everyone started to act quickly. It wasn't long before they finished cleaning up the battlefield. Compared to before departure, the trailer, which was already much heavier, drove through the wasteland. The wheels squeaked, and the various radioactive beast materials on it exuded a strong bloody smell, which made many radioactive beast groups with weaker strength retreat after smelling it. This was an arrangement that Suyu had specially instructed. Under normal circumstances, on the way back to the hunting team, these radioactive beast materials, especially those radiation beast materials that may bring strong bloody smell, will be specially preserved by the hunting team members, sealed up, so that their smell will not spread too far, so as not to attract more radiation beasts' attention. But considering that they left enough supplies and ammunition for this return trip, Suyu made special arrangements not to deal with those radiation beast materials with strong bloody smell. First, it is to deter those radiation beast groups with weaker strength. Secondly, it is also for screening. After smelling the bloody smell of this radiation beast group, the radiation beast group that dares to approach, if nothing else, must be strong. After killing them, it can also increase the spoils of Suyu and his team. As for whether it will attract radiation beast groups that Suyu and his team will find difficult to deal with, Suyu is not worried. From 1 star to 3 stars, the radiation beasts are still at the primary level. Although their intelligence is low, the instinct of the beast is still there. As their strength grows, their sensitivity to psychic energy will become more acute. Basically, after the 3-star advanced level, the radiation beast kings will instinctively stay away from the shelter area. It's not that they are afraid of the shelter. They are afraid of the life-forbidden area near the shelter, the Iron Jungle. With the Iron Jungle's protection, Suyu would be so confident and bold to return home. However, what disappointed Suyu was that he didn't know whether the materials of the few radiation beast kings that he deliberately left behind were. The strength is too strong. He has killed almost all of the 3-star radiation beast kings. It seems that they will be able to return to the shelter in half a day. The radiation beasts, but no one, will approach the 9th team again. Forget it. It's good to be safe and sound. Suyu shook his head, and could only comfort himself with these words. Just as the 9th team gradually approached the shelter. At the same time, in a patch of dry grass not far from the 9th team. Such a strong smell of blood. What's going on? A member of the hunting team raised his head, looking in the direction of the 9th squadron, squinting his eyes slightly, and there was a strange color in his eyes. On his hunting team uniform, there was also a winged bat emblem, which looked particularly eerie under the setting sun. This emblem was the symbol of the Night Fury Squadron. What's wrong? I asked you to search for the radiation beasts. What are you looking at? Another scout from the Night Fury Squadron said unhappily, but halfway through his words, his voice froze, and he couldn't help but look in the direction of the 9th Squadron, and there was also a strange color in his eyes. Really, Such a strong smell of blood. Could it be that there are two radiation beasts fighting? Chapter 69. Destroying with overwhelming force. These two scouts of the Night Fury Squad are both new members of the Night Fury Squad. This time, in order to establish his prestige among the new members, Lee personally led the team and brought the entire Night Fury Squad out to hunt in the wilderness. However, Lee soon realized that his move was a bit too hasty. After several expansions, the number of members of the Night Fury Squad has reached 3 digits. Such a large scale, the hunting team, which could almost be called a small army, entered the wilderness to hunt. Even the radiation beasts led by 3-star beast kings were unwilling to approach and attack. Moreover, the excessive number of people also made the mobility of the Night Fury team much worse. Even if Lee was strong enough, he could suppress the radiation beasts led by 3-star high-level beast kings. But the hunting team of hundreds of people, compared with the radiation beasts, had poor mobility. It was really not close. After several failed attempts to hunt down the radiation beasts, Lee finally had to make the decision to split up his forces. He only kept more than 10 elite confidants of the old Night Fury team. The rest of the old Night Fury members were divided into 2 teams, led by Lei Wu and Mo Yun respectively, with only a small number of new members of average strength, scattered in the area near the shelter, patrolling and guarding. Lee himself led the remaining members, go deeper into the wilderness. Hunt and establish your own prestige. At this moment, the team that discovered the traces of the 9th team was led by Lei Wu. Although the number of people in this team is not large, it is mainly composed of members of the old Night Demon team. There are more than 10 members, and they are basically all star-level extraordinary people. Only 2 scouts are newcomers, and their strength is a little weak. Lei Wu, who led the team, broke through from the 2-star primary to the 2-star intermediate level a few days ago. The whole person was in high spirits. But unexpectedly, he was left behind by Li He this time, and was only patrolling around the shelter, waiting for Li He and his men to come back to help, which made Lei Wu feel quite suffocated. Hearing the discussion of the 2 scouts, Lei Wu immediately came over, his eyes lit up. Are there signs of a fight between the radiation beasts? Are you sure? Hearing Lei Wu's words, the 2 new members of the Night Fury team both hesitated. This kind of news, without seeing it with your own eyes, how can you confirm it directly? Hearing Lei Wu's words, the 2 scouts of the old Night Demon team were a little hesitant. This kind of news, without seeing it with your own eyes, how can you confirm it directly? In this case, then let's go and take a look. Lei Wu's final words scared the 2 scouts. This, Deputy Captain Lei, isn't it too hasty? The captain has ordered that. We only need to patrol around the shelter. The 2 scouts couldn't help but persuade them. But Lei Wu became even more angry when he heard their words. Are you teaching me how to do things? He didn't say much, but stared coldly at the 2 newcomers. The coldness in his eyes made the 2 new scouts swallow their saliva involuntarily, their voices trembling. No, we all listen to you. Since you are obedient, then act quickly, said. Lei Wu waved his hand directly, urging the other members of the old Night Fury team behind him to move together. His eyes flashed with ferocity. If there really is a fight between radiation beasts, that would be a great opportunity. When the 2 radiation beasts were fighting fiercely, he led the team to kill them, and wiped out both radiation beasts in one go. At that time, he would have faced in front of the captain. And if there was a similar situation in the future, he would not be left near the shelter, wandering around with a bunch of trash. Lei Wu thought, his eyes flashed with excitement. His steps were all quickened a bit. The team led by Lei Wu did not slow down due to the trailer. They moved very quickly. In just half an hour, under the guidance of the 2 scouts, they successfully arrived near the 9th team. After arriving here, even Lei Wu and his team sensed the bloody smell in the air. The 2 new scouts were still quite nervous. But Lei Wu and other members of the old Night Fury team, after smelling the bloody smell, all showed a bit of morbid fanaticism and ferocity on their faces. In addition to the war spirit, especially Lei Wu, the bloodthirstiness in his eyes even overwhelmed the excitement of meritorious service. And his lips were unconsciously licking, just like a beast, which made the 2 new scouts feel creepy. But what puzzled them was that as they gradually approached the area, the bloody smell in the air became stronger and stronger. Even their hearts could not help but feel an indescribable heat, which made them want to kill something to relieve this inexplicable heat. What's going on? The 2 new scouts were stunned. Suddenly, Deputy Captain Lei, come and see, The source of the bloody smell, it's not a group of radioactive beasts. An old member of the Night Fury team shouted excitedly. His voice was very low, but his tone was full of surprise. It's not a group of radioactive beasts, then what do you say? Lei Wu couldn't help but curse in a low voice, while still looking in the direction pointed by the team member, after pushing aside the dry grass. His eyes were also instantly filled with excitement. This is really an unexpected surprise. Lei Wu's eyes were at the end. The trailer of the 9th team was slowly driving along the road. On the trailer, the corpses of radioactive beasts were emitting a strong bloody smell. The source of the bloody smell in the air that they had noticed along the way was the spoils of the team in front of them. But this was not the point. The point was that although they were nearly 1,000 meters apart, Lei Wu, who had already entered the intermediate level of 2 stars, saw the trailer in the first place after clearing the dry grass. The figure of Yang Lai, who was on high alert, made his eyes instantly bloodshot. I say, do you want us to do something here? Lei Wu did not turn around, but just lowered his voice and spoke slowly. The words he said made the old members of the Night Fury team behind him, and their breathing suddenly became heavy. Lei, Deputy Captain Lei? The 2 new scouts, feeling the changes in their companions around them, were almost scared silly. Originally, after they saw that the person who came was a member of the 9th squad, and that the bloody smell was not from a group of radioactive beasts, but from the spoils of the 9th squad, they were a little depressed that they could not relieve the heat in their hearts. However, this depression was still within their tolerance. But they never thought that Lei Wu would be so bold that he would kill the members of the hunting team who were also in the shelter. What surprised and frightened them even more was that the other members of the old Night Fury squad, for some unknown reason, actually showed signs of agreeing with Lei Wu. What is going on with this Night Fury squad? Chapter 70 Massacre. The 2 new members of the Night Fury team were frightened by the decision of Lei Wu and others, although they knew that the Night Fury team had always acted recklessly. But the fact that they openly attacked other hunting teams in the shelter was still a bit beyond their imagination. A new scout couldn't help but said cautiously, Deputy Captain, should we wait and see? After all, it's another hunting team, not a radiation beast. Even if they really want to attack, I should get the captain's permission first. Puff! Before he finished speaking, his throat was pierced directly by a sword, blood splattered, stained the hand holding the sword red. Giggle, giggle. The new scout's eyes suddenly widened, looking at the expressionless Lei Wu in front of him in disbelief. His hands reached towards his neck in vain, trying to pull out the sword stuck in his throat. But he failed in the end, blood splattered, the artery was completely cut off, causing his pupils to rapidly dilate. In just a few seconds, his body staggered backwards, fell down, and died on the spot. Dead, dead. Another new scout was completely frightened by the scene and collapsed. It was not until Lei Wu looked at him expressionlessly that he came to his senses. His voice trembling, Deputy Captain. I have no opinion. No opinion. I will listen to you. Puff. He desperately begged for mercy, his body constantly retreating, fearing that Lei Wu would also stab him in the throat. Fortunately, after killing the scout, the fanatical bloodthirstiness in Lei Wu's eyes also subsided a little, and he did not move forward, but just looked at him coldly. No objection. Then roll over. Choose a suitable ambush point. Be quick. Understand? Yes. Yes. The scout hurriedly shivered and crawled into the dry grass, under great fear. He squeezed out all his potential. Soon, he helped Lei Wu and his team find an excellent commanding height. It was a small mound. Although it was not high, it was enough for Lei Wu and his team to hide. As long as the 9th team passed by here, they could turn around from the back of the mound and launch an attack from a high position, which would definitely catch the 9th team off guard. After the ambush was completed, Lei Wu held his breath. He looked past the dry grass, listened attentively, and waited for the 9th squad to approach. As time passed, the bloodthirstiness in his eyes became stronger again. Don't panic. Once the 9th squad enters the range, aim at Yang Lai immediately and kill him first. The rest will be easy to deal with. Do you understand? Lei Wu whispered. Behind him, the members of the old Night Demon squad nodded silently, imagining the situation after the assault. The members of the 9th squad were easily slaughtered by them. In their eyes, the morbid excitement became stronger and stronger. Even the new scout, in such an atmosphere, lost his original fear, tightened his gun, and gradually, his eyes had the same morbid and weird bloodthirsty luster as other old Night Fury members. Just then, On the other side of the dry grass. Rustle. Rustle. A strange noise suddenly sounded through the grass. Lei Wu and the others, who were already tense, were all stunned. Radiated hyena? Why are there suddenly hyenas around here? A member of the old Night Fury team couldn't help but look in the direction of the noise while talking, with confusion in his eyes. He had been in the hunting team for a long time. Although he was not a professional scout, he could still distinguish the sound of the radiated beast passing through the dense forest of dry grass. This kind of rustling noise, even the radiation wolf can't make such a noise. Only small radiation beasts like the radiation hyena can make such a noise. Send a few people to check the situation. Don't let those beasts scare the people of the 9th team. Lei Wu's face also darkened, and he ordered in a cold voice. Yes. Immediately, several members of the old Night Fury team stood up excitedly. For them at this moment, whether it is killing radiation hyenas or killing other people, as long as they can kill, it's all a good thing. Watching them get up, Lei Wu's heart was also a little relaxed, and he couldn't help but look at the place where the noise came from, with a hint of restlessness in his eyes. He also wanted to deal with those annoying radioactive hyenas, to relieve the fanatical bloodthirstiness that had arisen in his heart for some reason. But his hatred for Su Yu, and for the 9th squad, at this moment, became a tranquilizer to help him stay calm, allowing him to suppress his bloodthirstiness and stay on the back of the hill. Compared to killing radioactive hyenas, the greatest pleasure is to see Su Yu and Yan Lai fall in his ambush, and to kill them with his own hands. Lei Wu thought, while withdrawing his gaze from the dry grass, but just as he was about to turn his head, with the blessing of the extraordinary second-star intermediate physical body, his vision far exceeded that of ordinary people, allowing him to catch the abnormal reflection of the sunlight. Reflection? Even the strongest radioactive hyena lord, there would be no scales growing on his body. Lei Wu's brain turned, the next second. He finally reacted, and no longer cared about whether he would expose the position of his squad, and roared loudly, "Get back here! That's not a radioactive hyena!" Duh. The next second, on the back of the hill, in the dry grass where Lei Wu and others were ambushing, one after another rangers, who had already reached within 100 meters behind them, opened fire at the same time. Under the heavy firepower, they immediately killed the few people who received Lei Wu's order. The old Night Fury members, who went to investigate the source of the noise, were shot to pieces on the spot. Puff, puff, puff. Blood mists burst out from them continuously, and the remaining members of the Night Fury team were stunned for a moment. It was not until Lei Wu's roar came that they came to their senses. They looked at the ranger who rose from the dry grass, with fear and bloodthirstiness in their eyes. In the end, under Lei Wu's roar, they followed Lei Wu one by one, charged towards the rangers. However, the battle swarm composed of 10 rangers, even a 3-star radiation beast king, can be surrounded and killed, and solved. Not to mention, now it is a deliberate plan. Even if Lei Wu and others, under the influence of that strange bloodthirstiness, each of them has improved their strength by 1 level compared to normal situations, it still cannot change the outcome of this battle. In the distance, the trailer of the 9th team, as the gunshots rang out, also accelerated suddenly. Yan Lai, Zhang Wu, Li Mao, the 3 extraordinary people, jumped off the trailer directly, and hurried on their own, rushed to the front of the team, and saw the almost one-sided, like a massacre scene, and they were all a little speechless. Chapter 71, Total Destruction. At the same time, deep in the wilderness, puff, accompanied by the dull sound of flesh breaking, a 3-star primary radiation beast lord was stabbed through by Li He's expressionless knife. And this radiation beast lord, from beginning to end, did not even resist a little. And this scene fell into the eyes of the new members of the Night Fury team behind Li He, and they felt like a miracle. A 3-star primary radiation beast lord, its strength is so strong that ordinary 3-star physical transcendents are no match for it. Even if it is a wolf pack, Shanlin's 3-star deputy captains need the support of their teammates to have a hope of defeating it. And they may not be able to hunt it successfully. But what about their new captain? After encountering this radiation beast lord, with just one move, he controlled the spirit of this radiation beast lord. Then, in the eyes of these newcomers in the Night Fury team, this radiation beast lord, just like a lamb waiting to be killed, it stood there blankly, allowing Li He to come forward and stab it through the heart with a knife. Ah-ho! It was not until Li He drew his knife and retreated to a safe distance of more than 10 meters away from the radiation beast lord that Li He's hypnosis was declared lifted. At this time, the strength of the radiation beast lord had dissipated along with a large amount of blood flowing from its heart. It could only make a futile and incomprehensible wail. After a moment, he died. Is this the true strength of our Night Fury team, Captain? Looking at the 3-star radiation beast lord that was easily killed by Li He, it was no harder than killing a chicken. The new members of the Night Fury team, whose awe of Li He had been reduced due to Su Yu's rise, at this moment, all rose sharply. So, in Li He's spiritual world, the blood puppet meditation method that he practiced evolved, the blood pool, which was about 10 meters in diameter, was also boiling at this moment. Originally, the outer area of the blood pool, about 2 or 3 meters in size, had already shown signs of becoming hollow and dim when Li He led the Night Evil team out hunting. But now, with these new members, they were in awe of Li He again. In their minds, the spiritual imprint that Li He had quietly planted was also re-effective, allowing Li He's spiritual power to rise again. In addition, he had gained prestige in the past few days. The blood pool that was originally dim and about to dissipate at any time was solidified again, and even showed signs of expanding outward. This discovery made Li He ecstatic. The blood pool with a diameter of 10 meters was the limit that Li He could reach now. Once it was broken through, even if it only increased by 1 or 2 centimeters, it would mean that Li He had crossed that boundary and truly entered the level of a 4-star spiritualist. By then, even if all the servants under his control now die, his psychic level will not fall below 4 stars, and he will only be weak for a period of time at most. Of course, when that time comes, in Li's opinion, in the entire shelter number 73, no one can threaten him, and all the subordinates he has accumulated over the years will die. Of course, behind such a huge harvest, there is also a considerable sacrifice. What Li He paid for was the lives of the members of the 2 teams he had divided. To be precise, it was the lives of the newcomers he had deliberately selected from the 2 teams. Just as Li He was pondering, puff, in his spiritual world, the blood pool that was materialized by spiritual energy suddenly boiled and surged, and a bloody, thumb-sized humanoid puppet was washed up. And then it suddenly exploded. As the humanoid puppet exploded, the blood pool, which had already shown signs of a breakthrough, also calmed down a lot. This means that just now, when Li He killed the 3-star radiation beast lord, one of his subordinates, who had been marked with a spiritual mark, died. But Li He was not surprised by this. These days, in order to maintain and enhance his prestige in the minds of these new members, Li He overdrew his spiritual energy almost every time he made a move, and took spiritual energy from the bodies of the old Night Fury team members he controlled. Extracting psychic energy, this is what happened today, where, with just a glance, he hypnotized and controlled a 3-star radiation beast lord, a scene like a miracle. But this overdraft is not without cost. Without their own psychic constraints, the bloodthirsty desires of the old Night Fury team members will continue to grow, and the whole person will become more crazy and bloodthirsty. Under the influence of this emotion, the old Night Fury members who followed him, they can also relieve this bloodthirsty feeling by hunting down the radiation beasts with themselves. But the teams led by Lei Wu and Mo Yun did not have such good treatment. Therefore, before Li He divided the troops, he specially selected a group of new members of the Night Evil team and kept them in Lei Wu and Mo Yun's team. Once the bloodthirsty thoughts cannot be restrained, these newcomers are their best pressure relief valve. Now, it's just that the pressure relief valve finally came in handy. In fact, Lei Wu and his team were able to hold on until now before using the pressure relief valve, which surprised Li He, the captain. It seems that Lei Wu's ability to control his emotions is still very good. Li He sighed. He was about to get up and lead the remaining members to continue to choose other areas to start hunting. But, at this moment, gulp gurgle gurgle Li He's spiritual world. The blood pool manifested by his spiritual energy, suddenly, it began to boil and surge violently, causing Li He's body to freeze suddenly. What is going on? Li He felt panic for no reason in his heart. He stood there in a daze, concentrating on observing his spiritual world. The spiritual energy blood pool, under his almost horrified gaze, was immediately watched. In his blood pool, one humanoid puppet after another kept surging up from the bottom of the blood pool. Then one after another, they exploded and broke apart. 1 puppet, 2 puppets, 3 puppets. In the end, there were 17 puppets, all destroyed under Li He's angry gaze. And with the destruction of these 17 puppets, Li He had already fully recovered and could try to attack the blood pool constructed by the 4-star spiritual energy again. At this moment, It collapsed. At this time, even if Li He's reaction was slow, he understood what happened. Lei Wu's team was completely wiped out. Chapter 72, Panic. Li He was shocked and angry. When he divided his troops, he had made a lot of mental preparations. But this definitely did not include the situation where Lei Wu's team or Mo Yun's team were completely wiped out. But now, the ironclad facts are in front of us. The diameter collapsed from 10 meters to less than 8 meters. Not to mention the 3-star perfection, even the threshold of the top 3-star spiritual power cultivation may not be reached. Li He had no room to deceive himself. Who did it? He took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. Li He thought desperately, trying to find the culprit. But this kind of thinking, obviously, would not yield any results. In Li He's opinion, whether it was the wolf pack, Shan Lan, or even the manager, it was possible that they would take this opportunity to attack. After all, the current situations of the two teams, Lei Wu and Mo Yun, were very special. If the managers found out about the existence of these two teams, they could just arrange some people and deliberately provoke them. Li He had no doubt that Lei Wu and Mo Yun would take their members and attack the managers. In this way, the managers would just launch a fair and open counterattack. And Li He would have to swallow his anger. Of course, it was not all bad news. Lei Wu and Mo Yun would definitely attack them. Whether it's Mo Yun or not, they are all members of the old Night Demon team. The mental imprint in their minds is also deeply rooted. And there is also the comprehensive mental suggestion left by Li He. After confirming that they cannot escape, they will not reveal any information about themselves, and will fight to the death. Therefore, even if Lei Wu and his men are really overwhelmed by bloodthirsty murderous intent and take the initiative to attack the managers, Li He is not worried that he will be used as an excuse by the managers. It's nothing but a quibble. Anyway, there's no evidence. But we have to be prepared for everything. Although Li He felt that, given the manager's earlier weakness and concession, unless the Lei Wu team directly attacked the manager and attacked the shelter, otherwise, the manager would probably choose to smooth things over as usual. But there's always a chance of something happening. So, after a little hesitation, Li He decisively called his confidants. He Xiang is also the strongest among the 3 vice-captains under his command. He Xiang's strength has already reached the advanced level of 2 stars. During this period, with the expansion of the Night Fury team, Li He has recovered a lot of his spiritual energy. He specially divided a part of it and blessed He Xiang, allowing He Xiang to successfully break through to the top level of 2 stars. This strength not only makes He Xiang's mental state more stable than before, but also allows him to be arranged to return to the shelter. Get information for me. After getting the information, with the top 2-star strength, I can also let He Xiangping pass the information to me who is left in the wilderness. That's right. After Lei Wu's team was destroyed, Li He, who originally planned to hunt for 2 or 3 more days, and then return to the shelter, changed his mind. After you return to the shelter, contact Li Yao first to see if there is any news in the shelter, especially to find out who killed Lei Wu and his team. Tell me when you find out. If you can't find out, you must inform me of the situation in the shelter as soon as possible. Understand? He Xiang nodded and left. Li He also made up his mind. Before receiving a reply, he would never rashly return to the shelter. Just as Li, he decided to postpone his return to the shelter. On the other side, the 9th team, after completely destroying the Lei Wu team, was eager to speed up and rush back to the shelter now. Report the news of Lei Wu's team attacking them to the shelter's top management. These members of the Night Fury team are really crazy. They actually attacked us, who are also members of the shelter's hunting team. If this news is reported, the managers and other top management of the shelter will definitely make up their minds to deal with the Night Fury team. That's right. With what happened today, the Night Fury team will never be able to gain a foothold in the shelter. The members of the 9th team, they were all very excited. Even Yang Lai was quite excited. But as the captain, he was calmer than the other members. He soon noticed that Su Yu's expression was quite calm. Brother Su, is there something wrong? Yang Lai couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Hearing Yang Lai's words, the members of the 9th team around him couldn't help but look over. And then they noticed Su Yu's serious expression. They were all stunned. Don't tell anyone about the fact that we destroyed the Lei Wu team. Feeling everyone's gaze, Su Yu turned around, with a serious expression, and spoke in a deep voice. Yang Lai and others' predictions were correct. The Lei Wu team dared to violate the big taboo of the shelter, and took the initiative to attack themselves, and the 9th team. Once this matter is publicized, the Night Evil team will definitely have no place to stand in the shelter. Even if Lee can stick his neck out and refuse to admit this, the residents of the shelter and other members of the hunting team probably would find it difficult to accept the Night Fury staying in the shelter. At that time, even if there were managers to suppress them, the public would be very excited, and it would be difficult to offend the public anger. But the problem is, if the manager is strong enough, then he can take this opportunity to completely destroy the Night Fury team and Lee. That would be great. But unfortunately, the manager is in the current situation. Once the public is really excited, when the war between the manager and the Night Demon team started, the winner can only be the Night Demon side. No one knows better than Su Yu how bad the manager's current situation is. Therefore, the fact that Lei Wu's team was completely wiped out cannot be publicized, at least, not now. But the real reason, Su Yu could not say it directly, he could only say, Uncle Yang. You know Lei's temper. He nodded at Lei Wu and others who died with their eyes open. These members of the Night Fury squad refused to surrender until their death. There are no survivors. No witnesses. Even if we spread the news, Lee can still deny it. He can even turn the tables and say that we attacked the Lei Wu squad. Then he can cry thief. Anyway, they can't testify against us. Isn't it just a matter of words? And you know the character of the manager. The old man has always been very pedantic. Without evidence, he is also unwilling to act rashly against the Night Fury squad. Listening to Su Yu's analysis, Yang Lai and others calmed down. Especially Su Yu's last sentence. The manager's character completely convinced them. Su Yu was secretly glad that the old man had been using rules as excuses for the past few years due to health reasons. Otherwise, he might not be able to persuade Yang Lai and others so easily. Chapter 73 Return. It's a pity that we caught the Night Fury team. But we couldn't deal with them once. A member of the 9th team couldn't help but sigh. Yang Lai and others beside him also nodded, looking like they felt the same way. Listening to their words, Su Yu couldn't help but smile, waving his hand and said, Why is it a pity? The loss of the Night Fury team, this time, may be more serious than everyone imagined. Su Yu had analyzed earlier that Li He's meditation method was probably related to the number of members of the Night Evil team, and Li He's division of troops this time, and his intention to bring those newcomers with him and personally lead the hunting team also made Su Yu further confirm this guess. Of course, what finally made Su Yu make a definite decision was the performance of Lei Wu and others in the final fight to the death. In this wilderness, loyalty is a rare quality. Su Yu was not so naive as to think that everyone could possess this quality, but he was not so narrow-minded as to think that there were no such loyal people on this planet. But the problem was, one person being loyal, two people being loyal, or three people being loyal. All were possible. But Lei Wu's squad, a group of more than 10 people, including the new scout who had just joined the Night Fury squad not long ago, all fought loyally and bravely until the last second of their lives. Their loyalty needs to be questioned. For this reason, after dealing with Lei Wu and others, Su Yu also deliberately separated a part of his spiritual energy and put it into the bodies of Lei Wu and others to conduct an investigation. Although the spiritual imprints left by Li He and their bodies quickly dissipated after Lei Wu and others died, the remaining aura was extremely obvious to Su Yu, whose spiritual energy level had reached the top 2 stars. Just like a candlelight in the dark night, Su Yu instantly realized that Lei Wu and others had already become puppets secretly controlled by Li He. I don't know how many puppets Li He has controlled who can fight for him to the end of his life. But based on the fact that Li He has not yet broken into the 4-star level, it can be judged that there will definitely not be too many members of this level of Night Fury team. 30 or 40 is already the maximum. For a 2-star transcendent like Lei Wu, there are even fewer. Don't think that they only destroyed more than 10 members of the Night Demon team this time. But this batch of casualties is definitely enough to make Li He feel so heartbroken that he can't breathe. However, this kind of analysis involves Li He's secrets. If it is said now, it will inevitably make Yang Lai and others feel uneasy. So Su Yu just briefly explained that Li He's strength comes from the number and loyalty of his subordinates. As for Li He's ability to control people's hearts, Su Yu did not mention the method of transforming ordinary people into puppets. Anyway, he was in charge of the 9th team. Even if Li He could really do something secretly and leave some tricks on them, Su Yu would be able to detect it immediately. Although the spiritual energy condensed by the iron meditation method did not have much combat power, it was also an extraordinary power on the spiritual level. It could still be used to offset Li He's spiritual imprint. After listening to Su Yu's analysis, Yanlai and others were also very surprised. Next, the 9th squad did not delay any longer. They quickly burned the bodies of Lei Wu and others, so as to prevent Li He from tracing back from this battlefield that it was the Lei Wu squad that was destroyed by the 9th squad. Then, Su Yu arranged for the logistics members to repack the radiation beast materials that were originally used to attract other radiation beast groups. Although the battle with the Lei Wu squad was a crushing defeat, it was a nearly one-sided massacre, but it also consumed a lot of ammunition. Moreover, after knowing that Lei Wu and others were killed, it is hard to say whether Li He would chase after them for revenge. Once caught up, after knowing that his strength has grown to the point where he can easily destroy Lei Wu's team, the possibility that Li He would turn against him and forcefully kill him to eliminate this future hidden danger is also quite high. Just in case, Su Yu naturally did not want to stay in the wilderness any longer. Moreover, although Lei Wu and others were few in number, but they are generally strong. In the area near the shelter, I have been patrolling for the past few days, and I have harvested a lot of radioactive beast materials, which can be regarded as an extra income. After returning to the shelter, I will collect a batch of parts first, and try to build a batch of mechanical equipment, which will improve my physical combat strength and safety factor, and also improve my technical level. After that, I can try to make new rangers. Su Yu thought in his heart, looking at the silhouette of shelter number 73 gradually emerging on the distant horizon. His eyes became more and more expectant. After returning to the shelter, Yanlai and others followed Su Yu's instructions, and did not publicize their killing of Lei Wu's team. Even their return was very quiet. Only when Yanlai brought the various radioactive beast materials they killed on this trip to the management office and traded them for contribution points, it caused a small sensation. Apart from that, there was nothing else. As for the fact that the 9th squad brought back so many harvests this time, it did not cause any uproar in the entire shelter. This was all thanks to Su Yu's previous achievement of completing 18 shelter orders in half a month. Su Yu's achievements were a shining example in the eyes of the residents of the shelter. The 9th squad, with Su Yu as the resident mechanic, ranked among the top 5 hunting teams in the shelter, even if it could not be compared with the Night Fury. It won't be a problem. It's a bit rare for such a hunting team to have such a harvest, but it's not shocking. Su Yu was naturally happy to see this happen. But soon, he was no longer happy. After exchanging the contribution points, Yanlai paid the next payment for the hunting teams according to Su Yu's instructions, and then purchased the mechanical parts they had recovered during this period. Even the management office, Yanlai also went to ask specifically and exchanged for a batch of mechanical parts. But the mechanical parts he finally brought back, the quantity and quality, were not satisfactory. Especially the quality. Originally, in Su Yu's plan, the mechanical equipment he wanted to build, even if he did not use high-grade, special-grade mechanical parts to manufacture. At least the grade should be the intermediate materials recycled from the waste machinery above the intermediate level. But the harsh reality told Su Yu that he was already very beautiful. Don't think too much. All the mechanical parts added up, there are only these 5 boxes, and the intermediate and above scrap machinery that can be recycled, there are only these 7 scrap machines. Looking at the 7 big guys lined up in front of him, which were about to fall, Su Yu, who has always been optimistic, could not help but sigh at this moment. Chapter 74, Unexpected Gains. These 7 scrap machines seem to be quite large, but unfortunately, they are too rotten inside. Even if they are all dismantled, the recovered parts may not fill up half a container. These things cannot be used to build the external mechanical equipment that Su Yu envisioned. Even the rangers, there are only enough to build 2. Brother Su, I'm sorry, I'm incompetent. Yanlai saw Su Yu's depression. I felt quite sorry. But Su Yu just waved his hand. It has nothing to do with Uncle Yang. Nor is it the problem of Captain Wang Jian and his team. Wang Jian, Luo Wang, Hu Yuishan and other hunting captains. The mechanical parts they had in their hands had been taken away by Su Yu when he purchased mechanical parts last time. The situation at the management office was similar. I took 18 orders at once, and many of the parts one used were also provided free of charge by the management office. These 18 orders almost consumed most of the mechanical parts in the management office's stockpile. And during this period, I don't know if it was due to changes in the environment in the wasteland, or the Night Fury team's secret trickery. The radiation beasts that appeared near the shelter are also growing steadily in strength. As time goes by, the number of mechanical parts that each hunting team can recover is also further reduced. Or, I'll go to the management office again and use a higher price to see if I can buy some additional inventory. Yan Lai suggested. There must be some mechanical parts in the management office. But those parts are kept by the management office and given to the directly affiliated shelters, including the rescue team led by Bai Hong, for the maintenance and improvement of their equipment. They will not be sold to the outside easily. But if the price is high, that's another matter. Listening to Yang Lai's suggestion, Suyu hesitated for a while and nodded. Although he felt sorry for the contribution points, I don't want to be ripped off. But the current situation is right in front of me. Even if I don't want to, there is no way. However, Suyu did not immediately ask Yan Lai to do it. Anyway, those parts in stock are left there, and it is impossible to reduce them too much if they are exchanged 1 or 2 days later. Suyu plans to recycle the machines in his hands first. Moreover, Suyu has another idea in his mind. Instead of spending a high amount of contribution points to exchange, it is better to contact the old manager directly. If the manager nodded, wouldn't he worry about not being able to get the parts? Let me think of a way first. If it doesn't work, Uncle Yan will do it. Yan Lai nodded. He saw that Suyu was ready to start working. And he didn't say anything more. He closed the door and left the repair room. After Yan Lai left, Suyu and Nua Nua started repairing again. In addition to recycling useful parts from scrap machinery, the Cross Rangers had been hunting outside for so long. Although Nono, the battlefield pioneer, was there, they were not irreparably damaged. But many armors and weapons needed to be maintained or even overhauled before they could be restored to their peak. In short, there was still a lot of work to do. Fortunately, Nono was there to assist. Suyu's efficiency was as high as ever. The maintenance and overhaul of the Rangers had been handed over to Nono by Suyu. His energy was concentrated on the recycling of the 7 scrap machines in his hands. 2 hours later, the 7 scrap machines were almost dismantled by Suyu. Unfortunately, the recycling results were the same as Suyu expected. The useful high-quality parts could not fill up half of the parts box. It seems that I should go find the old man. What is this? Suyu shook his head and prepared to get up and look for the manager. But just as he got up, he caught a glimpse of a small electric furnace that he had thrown into the scrap machine pile. The moment it came into view, Suyu's mind was suddenly shaken by the mechanical gears condensed by the iron meditation method. This electric furnace was only a primary grade. Moreover, its internal structure was quite ancient, and it would take much longer to dismantle it than ordinary intermediate mechanical creations. So Suyu simply threw it into the scrap heap, and planned to dismantle it when he had time in the future. But he did not expect that this would happen. Inside this electric furnace, is there something good inside? Suyu's eyes showed a strange color. This was the first time he had encountered a situation that could make his spiritual energy respond. However, no matter how Suyu looked at it, it was just a shabby and elementary machine. Suyu walked forward curiously, took the electric furnace out of the pile of parts, and then closed his eyes. The gears turned, and the spiritual energy spread. In the darkness, Suyu opened his eyes again. Boom! In front of him, the light of the electric furnace was as faint as a firefly. But when Suyu held his breath and looked carefully, he saw that among the fireflies, there was an extremely tenacious and bright light, which was dazzling and magical, like a star. At this point, Suyu no longer hesitated. He did not bother to look for the manager, and sat back at the workbench, and began a new round of disassembly. After more than an hour of careful disassembly, this electric furnace was finally disassembled by Suyu. Suyu carefully placed each tiny component in the parts box on the table. In the end, only a chip about 2 or 3 centimeters square was kept by Suyu. This chip was covered with dust. But in Suyu's spiritual perception, it was this chip that was flashing, bright and tenacious. This is... Suyu took a deep breath and looked at the chip intently. After a moment, a series of prompt messages came into his eyes. Intelligent chipset universal. Type, intelligent chip. Grade, advanced. Description, universal intelligent chipset, which has a wide range of applications and can be used for production, repair, combat and other intelligent machinery production and improvement and upgrade. Looking at the detailed description of the chipset in his hand, Suyu's eyes were full of surprise. This is really unexpected harvest. An advanced chipset. Moreover, it is a universal chip. With this thing, whether it is used to build a higher level ranger, or to build new external equipment for yourself, It is more than enough. Take a deep breath and suppress the excitement in your heart. Suyu put away the chips solemnly and then stood up without hesitation, prepared to find the old manager and apply for part support. Suyu wants to see me? The manager's residence. Hearing Bai Hong's report, the manager was startled, and then surprise appeared in his eyes. Could it be that kid who is ready? Chapter 75. From the Electronic Furnace, Excellent Creation Reward. After receiving the news of Suyu's arrival, the manager's first reaction was that Suyu had already prepared everything and could start the repair work for him. He immediately agreed to Suyu's request. This straightforwardness surprised Bai Hong. But thinking of the care the manager had given Suyu before, Bai Hong was not surprised for too long and adjusted his mentality and brought Suyu to the manager's residence. Unlike the gorgeous and exquisite residences of the high-level people in other shelters, the residence of the manager is much simpler, compared with various decorations. The more common things in the residence of the manager are all kinds of weapons. From firearms to close combat equipment. Everything is available. And the quality is not low. At least they are medium-quality weapons. Which makes Suyu envious. If you can help me repair my current body, I will give you all these equipment without any problem. Seeing eagerness in Suyu's eyes, the manager waved his hand to indicate that Bai Hong could leave first. After Bai Hong left, he looked at Suyu and said in a deep voice, "But it seems that you are not ready yet?" Although the manager is old, his mechanical parts have decayed. But he is a transcendent who has entered the 4-star level. It can be seen at a glance that Suyu's current strength has improved compared to their first formal meeting. But it was not a big leap forward. And this little progress was obviously not enough for Suyu to be competent in repairing and maintaining the mechanical parts on his body. Suyu was a little surprised that the manager saw his situation at a glance. But he had no intention of hiding this. So he nodded frankly. The old man is right. I can't complete the repair of the old man's physical condition now. But if the old man can provide me with another batch of parts, if you let me practice, I will definitely be able to bring you a satisfactory return. Mr. Su, when we met last time, you also told me to wait for you for at most 10 days. And you would show me the results. But now, I have not seen your results. But I only see you come to my door again, asking for help from me. You are like this. It is difficult for me to trust you again. The manager stared at Suyu. His eyes, which were vicissitudes but not turbid, were like a sharp long knife, making people dare not look directly at him. You can rest assured about this, old man. Suyu smiled slightly, without any fear or guilt in his eyes. He looked at the manager and said in a deep voice, "Since I came here, I will not come empty-handed. I am just not used to bragging. I can't repair the prosthetic parts that the old man is equipped with now. But I won't be unable to show any effect." As he said that, Suyu pointed at the chest of the manager. The power core of the manager's chest armor, the depletion rate has reached 82%. But in this area, in addition to this power core, there is another small component, similar to the electric furnace that Suyu had used to recover the advanced general-purpose intelligent chipset. That is Suyu's goal. This electric furnace-like thing is like the heart of the administrator's prosthesis. But its current depletion rate is the highest among the administrator's many prosthesis components, and the depletion rate has reached 96%. It is precisely because this electronic furnace is almost scrapped that it can no longer provide strength support for the manager. The wear and tear of the manager's other prosthetic components will accelerate, and the physical burden on the manager will also increase day by day. Suyu now has no way to completely repair this electronic furnace. However, he only makes some adjustments and repairs on the details, controlling the wear and tear to less than 60% so that it can provide about 20% of the output is very important. It can still be done. And if this goal can be achieved, the side effects currently suffered by the manager can be reduced by at least 30%, not to mention how much strength can be restored. At least, it won't be so weak that even fighting with a 3-star extraordinary life, you have to be prepared to fight to the death with your life. Can you repair this ionizer? Looking at Suyu's eyes, falling on his own ionizer. Ionizer. This thing, in terms of preciousness and technical content, it is no exaggeration to say that, perhaps in the entire shelter number 73, only the 2 production lines that produce antiviral drugs and anti-radiation drugs can be compared with this thing. My own prosthetic armor has been maintained to this day entirely by relying on this electron furnace. This is truly inherited technology from the Empire. Looking at the ruins of the planet today, there are only a few mechanics who can repair this kind of technological creation, even in those large settlements. They are all extremely important talents. And now, Suyu actually said that he could repair this ion electron furnace? The eyes of the manager were full of surprise. It's not a repair, just some simple maintenance and adjustments. If it's a real repair, Suyu estimated, at least his battlefield mechanics must be upgraded to the maximum level. Only his own technical level and spiritual power strength can support him to complete the repair work of this ion electron furnace. And it is not a complete repair. At most it can reduce its wear and tear to about 30%. To completely repair it, Suyu estimated that he would have to awaken a mechanical profession at least at level 2 to do this. That's enough. The manager didn't care about Suyu's entanglement. In his opinion, even if Suyu only did some brief maintenance and adjustment on the electronic furnace, as long as his maintenance and adjustment were truly effective, it would be enough to dispel his doubts. Just as we said before, as long as you can produce results, I can agree to your request. The manager spoke in a deep voice, staring at Suyu with burning eyes. Feeling the eagerness in the manager's eyes, Suyu couldn't help but smile. The reason why he chose the electron furnace as the initiator was because, with the blessing of the steel meditation method, he saw at a glance the importance of the electronic furnace. Then it's a deal? It's a deal, the manager said, and stood up, took off the electronic furnace on his chest, and handed it to Suyu. The wear rate of this electronic furnace has exceeded 95%. It doesn't matter whether it is there or not. It has more decorative significance than practical significance. But when handing it over, the manager hesitated for a moment, and still couldn't help but remind him, Mr. Su, when you repair it, but be careful. If it doesn't work, it's better not to repair it than to hurt it again. Suyu also understood the manager's caution. He nodded solemnly, don't worry. I won't take it back. I can just repair it here. Huh? Repair it here? The manager was stunned. He looked around subconsciously, but the conditions here are too simple, aren't they? In the manager's residence, although there is a workbench for repairing equipment, but the tools and parts on the workbench are just the most basic. In the eyes of the manager, it is not too much to repair his own electric furnace even if he mobilizes the mechanics of the entire shelter to repair it. Suyu is only going to use this most basic workbench to get started? Looking at the manager's surprised expression, Suyu just smiled slightly. This is the effect he wants. Although he has reached a cooperative relationship with the old man. But as the manager said before, the basis for cooperation between the manager and Suyu is still very weak. The slightest disturbance will shake it. Mainly because of the manager's confidence in Suyu. So, since there is an opportunity, Suyu naturally doesn't mind making the scene bigger and exaggerating the actions to build confidence for his ally. The old man. Anyway, it's just some adjustments and maintenance on the details. No precious materials will be used. And the tools are also the most basic. It's enough, Suyu said, taking the electron furnace, and walked directly to the workbench in the corner of the living room, carefully placing the electron furnace in the center of the fixing frame, and then closed his eyes. This, Brother Su, do you want to think about it again? Or we can just change another part to repair. Seeing that Suyu was about to start the action, the manager's heart was finally shaken, and he couldn't help but open his mouth to persuade Suyu. But he hadn't finished his words. Boom! In Suyu's spiritual world, the steel gears turned quietly, the door from the subspace slowly opened, the psychic energy was released, and in an instant it filled the entire workbench and even the entire reception room, making the manager's voice all stop abruptly, and his eyes suddenly widened. This is 3-star spiritual energy? No, it's a little weaker than the 3-star fluctuation, but such a condensed and pure spiritual power is really only 2-star. The managers couldn't help holding their breath, looking at Suyu at the workbench not far away. In their eyes, there was an unconcealable shock. As a former 4-star top extraordinary person, the manager's vision is much broader and higher than all the members of shelter number 73 combined. Otherwise, he would not be able to get a set of prosthetic devices for his body that can be matched with high-end products such as electronic furnace. But even from the perspective of the manager, the spiritual power displayed by Suyu at this moment, its degree of purity and concentration, is also a bit beyond imagination, let alone 3 stars. The manager feels that even the 4-star spiritual transcendent he once worked for is different from Suyu in spiritual power. The difference between them and Suyu is only a difference in quantity. In terms of quality, they are on par with Suyu. And there is almost no difference. This little guy named Suyu. The awakened meditation method What is the origin? The manager's heart was filled with shock. Just as he was shocked, over there, Suyu, who was standing in front of the workbench, was already moving his hammer like flying with the help of his spiritual energy. In just a few minutes, he had completed the initial maintenance work on the electron furnace in his hand. But then, Suyu slowed down and began to carefully adjust and replace the tiny parts inside the electron furnace. Although Suyu was quite confident in front of the manager, he also attached great importance to this ionized electron furnace. After all, this ionized electron furnace was definitely the highest grade mechanical creation he could currently access. It was the same grade as the electric sniper rifle left by Master Suyu, both of which were excellent. However, compared to the electric sniper rifle whose internal parts were still rotten, it could only provide Suyu with some inspiration from some components, such as the scope. This electron furnace, although severely worn, but at least the internal structure, is still intact. Such a mechanical creation can bring Suyu more good things, perhaps even more than the electric sniper rifle. Such good things, if it weren't for helping the old manager to establish confidence in his ally. Suyu also wanted to take it back to his repair room and study it carefully. Shaking his head, he dispelled all the distracting thoughts in his mind. Suyu focused his attention on the internal structure of the ion electron furnace in front of him. At the moment when he was concentrating, ding! The prompt sound of the occupation panel sounded again. And then, a line of prompt messages appeared, which made Suyu's eyes suddenly widen. Detected that the host has obtained the excellent mechanical creation ion electron prosthetic suit ion electron furnace, which is intact. By disassembling it, simple maintenance, simple care, simple repair, regular repair, overhaul, and other methods can gain a lot of professional experience, battlefield mechanic, skill experience, battlefield repair, random equipment blueprint, random professional skills. As this prompt message appears in Suyu's field of vision, there is also a temporary progress bar marked with excellent creation reward. Emerges. As long as Suyu performs effective maintenance on the ion furnace in front of him, you can fill this progress bar. When the progress bar is full, you can provide Suyu with a random reward. Excellent mechanical creation. There is such a surprise? Looking at the progress bar in front of him, Suyu's eyes, there is a joy that cannot be concealed. Take a deep breath, calm down the excitement a little. Suyu is concentrating on and investing in the maintenance of the electronic furnace in front of him. As time goes by, the progress bar is also constantly filling up. 20 minutes later, Suyu successfully filled the first round of progress bar and successfully drew a reward of 5,000 professional experience points. In the next half an hour, Suyu filled the progress bar again. This time, he gained 12,000 skill experience points, which successfully raised Suyu's battlefield repair skill level by 1 level, from the original LV7 to LV9 in one go, which made up for the past period of time. There is no regret for upgrading skills. But Suyu's heart is not too happy. After all, compared with skill experience, professional experience, what Suyu wants more is naturally good things that cannot be obtained from daily life, such as technical blueprints. However, Suyu's eyes, looking at the progress bar whose filling speed has been infinitely reduced, are a little worried. As time goes by, his existing technology can be used for the electron furnace in front of him. The repair effect is also gradually decreasing. The speed of the progress bar filling is naturally getting slower and slower. At this speed, fill it up one more round at most. Get a wave of rewards, and it will be the end. Although this electron furnace is not something that will never be seen again, when my level is raised, I will repair it again, and I should be able to get another wave of rare creation rewards. But I didn't get the skill blueprint after 3 consecutive attempts. It's always a frustrating thing to have professional skills. Seeing that the progress bar is about to fill up again, Suyu couldn't help but take a deep breath and stared at the progress bar in front of him. Ding! Progress has been met. Congratulations to the host for winning the excellent creation reward X1. Do you want to open it? Open! Chapter 76 External Prosthesis 1000 Hands. Suyu had a thought in his mind. The next second, there was a light of surprise that could not be concealed in his eyes, emerging. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the design blueprint. External Prosthesis 1000 Hands. First order, do you accept it? Accept. Without hesitation, Suyu chose to accept it directly. Instantly. In his mind, there was a huge amount of information. The general production principle of external prosthesis, technical ideas, optional material casting techniques, etc., flooded into his brain. In addition, the design ideas and complete blueprint of the external prosthesis named Thousand Hands were also imprinted deep in Suyu's mind. With Suyu's current brain expansion, it took several minutes to receive all this information. When he came back to his senses, the degree of surprise in his eyes became more and more intense. This blueprint is really timely. Since returning from the last hunt, Suyu has been thinking about his own mechanical equipment. This Thousand Hands prosthetic device is a perfect match for Suyu's needs. Thousand Hands prosthetic. Its appearance is somewhat similar to the form of Dr. Octopus in Suyu's memory in the film of his previous life. However, it can be equipped with many more mechanical arms than Dr. Octopus. If Suyu has a high-level intelligent chipset, even if he can't do the Thousand Hands in the name, the degree of exaggeration installing double-digit mechanical arms is not a problem. Moreover, not to mention the weapons and equipment that go with each mechanical arm, the impact of each mechanical arm alone is considerable. In addition, when necessary, Thousand Hands, the prosthesis can surround the mechanical arms, forming a perfect barrier, protecting Suyu himself. This is particularly important to Suyu. He wants to build new mechanical equipment. A big part of the reason it is to improve its own defensibility. However, the gap in materials needed to build the Thousand Hands prosthesis is also quite large. Just as Suyu was pondering, next to him, the voice of the manager came. "Mr. Su, how is the repair going?" Hearing the words of the manager, Suyu also came back to his senses, calmed down his inner excitement, and quickly stood up, and handed the initial maintenance of the electron furnace to the manager next to him, who was already impatient. "Fortunately, I have done my job," Suyu said with a smile. The manager quickly took the ion furnace, and a light wave that was difficult to see with the naked eye flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, the relevant information of the ion furnace came into his eyes. Ion furnace armor core ion furnace. Current degree of consumption, 81%. From 96% of the degree of consumption, it has increased to 81%. Although it has only increased by 15%. But don't forget, the technical level of this ion furnace, it is not comparable to other mechanical creations. It can repair the wear and tear of this electronic furnace by 15%. It means that Suyu's current technical level can definitely help the manager to repair the mechanical parts of his other parts to 70% or even 60%. At that time, the strength of the manager, even if it cannot be restored to the 4-star level, recovering to the top 3-star combat power, it will always be no problem. "How is it, the old man now, are you convinced of my ability?" Looking at the excited manager, Suyu couldn't help but smile and speak. The manager came back to his senses and nodded repeatedly. "Convinced. Of course I am convinced." He looked at Suyu with undisguised admiration in his eyes. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he really couldn't believe that a mechanic of Suyu's level would emerge from the small number 73 shelter he controlled. He calmed down his excitement a little. The manager looked at Suyu and said in a deep voice, "Although I know that this request is a bit unreasonable, if Mr. Su is free, can you help me to do some preliminary repairs and consolidation on the prosthetic devices and other parts? Of course, if Mr. Su has something important to do next, I can wait for a while. In short, everything is based on Mr. Su." The manager is now convinced of Suyu's ability. But he couldn't help but say one more sentence. But Mr. Su had better not delay too long. After all, Mr. Su should be able to see my physical condition. The manager is now like a vehicle that is about to be scrapped. But it is still driving on a highway. His condition is not much better than Yan Lai, who was poisoned by ants before. At most, he can live a few more years than Yan Lai. But if it is not properly handled during this period, even if he could survive for a few years. But it really came to the last moment. There was no need for Li He and others to fight with the manager. The prosthetic devices carried by the manager himself were enough to crush his body. Suyu was naturally aware of this, so he gave the manager a direct answer. "Don't worry, old man, at least 1 month, at most no more than 2 months, I will definitely give you a perfect answer. As for what you said, help maintain other prosthetic parts first." Suyu scratched his head, showing an embarrassed expression. "Although I really want to agree, I really don't have the right parts in my hand now." Hearing Suyu's hint, the manager smiled knowingly. "Mr. Su, there is no need to beat around the bush. As I said, after today, Mr. Su, if you need any materials, just ask. As long as I can provide it, I will do my best to prepare it for you. Oh, then I'm welcome. Suyu was waiting for the manager to say this, and immediately reported all the materials and parts he needed, and finally asked the manager if he had any combat smart chipsets in stock. The manager did what he said, and directly opened his private safe, and handed over all the 25 combat smart chipsets stored in it to Suyu, letting him use them. Before Suyu left, he took the arm that the manager had disassembled back to the repair room. If Suyu had not unlocked the design blueprint of external prosthesis Thousand Hands, he might not have had the time to start repairing the administrator's prosthesis right now. After all, although the prostheses installed by the administrator are not as good as the Precious Creation Ion Furnace, they are also genuine special-grade mechanical creations. Even if it is just a simple repair, it takes a lot of time. Although the reward of professional experience and skill experience is also generous. But at the same time, Suyu could use it as his own ranger, or help the 9th Squadron maintain equipment, and he could also gain similar experience. But now, he has the design blueprint of external prosthesis Thousand Hands. Before he starts to build Thousand Hands, Suyu also wants to accumulate more experience in prosthesis design. And looking at shelter number 73, the source of this experience is only the prosthesis equipment on the old manager. Moreover, it can also increase the old man's favorability, strengthen the alliance relationship. This is a good thing that kills two birds with one stone. Suyu is naturally happy to go with the flow. Then, I will trouble you a lot, Mr. Su. The manager thanked Suyu solemnly. Suyu also bowed slightly in return. No need to bother, this is what I should do, but... Suyu said, looking at the prosthetic machine in his hand. There was curiosity in his eyes. He couldn't help looking at the manager, and said a doubt that had been hidden in his heart for a long time. I have a question for you, old man. Of course, if you feel it is inconvenient, you don't have to answer. It's just, where did you get all this prosthetic equipment from? Suyu has been curious about this question for a long time. He has an electronic furnace, rated as a rare, by the professional panel, and various prosthetic devices of the lowest and highest grades. It is no exaggeration to say that the prosthetic equipment on the old man is, not to mention brand new. Even if it was only 70% or 80% secondhand, its price was high enough to buy the entire shelter number 73. This kind of thing, let alone these small settlements barely surviving near the steel jungle. Even a medium-sized settlement like the Ghost Tribe, it is unlikely to have such a good thing. Looking at Suyu's puzzled eyes, the manager smiled, and did not keep him in suspense, pointing to the electronic furnace that had been put back on his chest, said, "Don't be too nervous, this is not a secret issue. The origin of this thing, I guess no one knows it. This set of prosthesis of mine is the equipment produced by the official workshop of the former Dawn City. Don't look at its power, but in the former Dawn City, it was just the captain-level standard equipment of the Dawn Guard." Listening to the words of the manager, Suyu opened his eyes wide. Standard equipment, equipped with a rare-level power reactor? What is the origin of this Dawn City? And from the tone of the manager, it seems that Dawn City has been destroyed? Large settlement? To be precise, it is a super large settlement. But, the manager said, and a trace of nostalgia and memories appeared in his eyes. But soon this trace of memories turned into fear, and he suppressed it in an instant, waving his hand and saying, "Let's not talk about the past. Let's solve the troubles in front of us first. Next, I will have to ask Mr. Su to help me with the initial repairs. These old friends, who have been with me for so many years." Suyu nodded. "Don't worry, old man." Although he was still a little curious about how the old manager, from a super settlement, ended up in this remote and desolate number 73 shelter. But this story, for the old man, was not the kind of past that could be easily told. So he tactfully did not prepare any more. After waiting for a while, he followed Bai Hong, who had been specially instructed by the manager. Under Bai Hong's guidance, he quickly came to the warehouse of the rescue team and took out 5 large boxes of parts that he might need next. With Bai Hong's help, he returned to the base as quickly as possible. Yan Lai and others had been waiting at the base for a long time. Seeing Suyu return, they all hurried over to greet him, with some relief in their eyes. Although Suyu left before, it has been said that he went to meet the manager to discuss obtaining another batch of part support. But the 9th Squad had just experienced the attack of the Night Fury Squad. Although they returned to the shelter, they were still a little nervous. Seeing that Suyu had not returned yet, they could not help but have wild thoughts. Seeing Suyu coming back at this moment, he brought back 5 large boxes of parts. Everyone was surprised and happy. After thanking Bai Hong for escorting them, everyone took Suyu back to the repair room. Looking at the parts Suyu brought back, there was shock and curiosity in their eyes. Brother Su, how did you do it? The manager was willing to give you so many parts? Li Mao and Zhang Wu were both shocked. As the captain, Yan Lai thought more and looked at Suyu with some concern. Brother Su, did you receive another difficult task from the manager? Feeling the concern of everyone, Suyu also felt warm in his heart. Hearing Yan Lai's worried question, Suyu couldn't help but laugh. He waved his hand and said, Uncle Yang, you are overthinking. I am just cooperating with the old manager. Suyu thought about it and explained it in a concise way. In short, the old man has a difficult order, and no one has been able to handle it. I said I could help him solve it, and he believed me. This batch of parts, part of it is used to complete that order. The rest is my reward. Hearing Suyu say this, Yan Lai and others all breathed a sigh of relief. Suyu's technical level is there. He was able to complete 18 orders for the shelter within half a month. With such technology and efficiency, even the manager would ask Suyu for help, which is normal. Then, Brother Su will complete the order from the manager first? We will continue to train and contact other hunting teams as usual? Well, let's do it this way first, but... Suyu pondered for a moment, then looked up at Yan Lai, his eyes burning. Before that, I have something else to trouble you. Uncle Yang. Uncle Yang. You are also one of the captains of the hunting team in the shelter. I wonder if you know the situation of the wolf pack in Shannon, especially the personalities of their two captains? I want to discuss cooperation with them. Just as Suyu said before. Although the manager provided him with a large number of mechanical parts, after deducting the loss of parts used to help the manager repair his various parts, the remaining parts added up, at most, were only enough for Suyu to make 10 more rangers. But now Suyu had 30 combat smart chips alone, and an additional advanced general chipset. It was rare to have so many smart chips. Suyu naturally wanted to put them to use as soon as possible into combat power. After thinking about it, it seems that only by seeking cooperation with the two teams of Wolfpack and Shannon can we obtain a large number of parts in a short period of time. Cooperate with the two teams of Wolfpack and Shannon. Yan Lai's expression, but a little pessimistic. I can talk to the captains of these two teams, but it's just a few words. Brother Su, I have to say it first, the captains of these two teams are the top 3 in the current strength of the shelter. He had already entered the 4-star level several years ago, and he always looked down on others. Even if you have the current technical ability, it would be very difficult to impress them. Yan Lai reminded him tactfully. Suyu nodded, but his expression was quite relaxed. Don't worry, Uncle Yang. I know what I am doing. Besides, since I want to cooperate with them, I have naturally made preparations to persuade them. Suyu said. In his eyes, there is a glow of confidence. Feeling the strong confidence in Suyu's tone, Yan Lai's eyes can't help but be curious, but now is not the time to ask more questions. Since you are ready, I will contact them now, Yan Lai said, and hurriedly left the base. About an hour later, he came back with an excited expression. Brother Su, the time has been set. They are waiting for you at the base of the Wolf Pack team to discuss the cooperation. Chapter 77. Straight to the point. Cooperation reached. Wolf Pack team's base, in the conference room. Lang Yuan and Huan, standing with their arms around each other, looking at Suyu in front of them, both with scrutiny in their eyes. Mr. Su, nice to meet you. We have heard Captain Yang's thoughts about you. You said you wanted to cooperate with us. I don't know, what exactly does this cooperation refer to? Lang Yuan spoke first, straight to the point. Seeing Lang Yuan being so direct, Yan Lai, who came with Suyu, his expression was a little flustered. But Suyu was calm. Seeing Lang Yuan talk about the terms directly, he was not in a hurry. He directly and frankly stated his cooperation method. It's very simple. I need 2 captains, the wolf packs under their control, the inventory of mechanical parts recovered by the Shanlan team in the past few months of hunting. In addition, I also need 2 captains. In the next few months, the mechanical parts recovered, minus the 2 captains, need to be distributed to the 2 teams, the part of the resident mechanic. The rest, leave it to me. In return, I will also provide the Wolf Pack and Shanlan team with corresponding equipment support, including equipment improvement, upgrade, and even create new advanced equipment for the 2 captains from scratch. Of course, the materials need to be provided by the 2 captains. Suyu spoke in a deep voice. The words he said startled Lang Yuan and Hu Wen present. And Yang Lai next to him? He was a little dumbfounded. Although he had known about Su Yu's plan to cooperate with the two teams before he came. But now, Lang Yuan and Hu Wen asked Su Yu about the cooperation matter so directly, without even being polite and roundabout. And it was clear that they were not prepared to seriously negotiate with Su Yu about the cooperation matters. In this case, Su Yu should not lower his cooperation conditions a little, or at least be more tactful. He was so direct at the beginning. Wasn't he afraid of angering Lang Yuan and Hu Wen? Sure enough, hearing Su Yu's answer, after Lang Yuan and Hu Wen came back to their senses, Lang Yun's expression suddenly became a little more annoyed, and although Hu Wen next to him was not angry, he couldn't help but sneered. Mr. Su, we respect your skills, so we came here to chat with you, to see if we can be friends, but you are a little too arrogant. Equipment improvement, upgrade, even creating new advanced equipment from scratch. This kind of thing, our team's permanent mechanic can also do it. It's not enough to impress us with such conditions. Lang Yun was too lazy to talk nonsense with Su Yu. But Hu Wen, after sneering, couldn't help but say a few more words. After all, Su Yu's technical level, even if it is not high, the terrifying efficiency of completing 18 orders for the shelter in half a month is there. Being able to cooperate with such a mechanic, even if the deal fails, it won't really tear the relationship apart. Seeing Hu Wen take the initiative to smooth things over, Yang Lai also breathed a sigh of relief, and was about to say a few words to Hu Wen to ease the atmosphere. Su Yu, however, smiled. Captain Hu is right. Such conditions are naturally unable to impress the two captains. What I said above is just for the two captains to deal with the members of the two captains' teams, and let them accept this fact. Because if we reach a cooperation, in the next period of time, I may not have time to help the two captains improve and build equipment. All my time should be spent on improving and upgrading my own equipment. Hearing Su Yu say this, even Lang Yuan, who was originally angry, had a lot less anger on his face. In his eyes, there was a little more curiosity. Su Yu's technical level is here. To have such mechanical technology, Su Yu is obviously not a madman. Then at this time, he even mentioned this cooperation condition. And he seemed to be sure that they would not object. The reason behind this is worth discussing. Hu Wen, who was standing next to him, obviously realized this and immediately said, Mr. Su, what cards do you have, or what trading conditions do you have? Why not tell us directly? Why delay and keep us in suspense? Hearing Hu Wen's somewhat urgent words, Su Yu smiled slightly. Finally, without further delay, he stretched out a finger and said softly, Okay, then I'll make it clear. I'm here to seek the cooperation of the two captains. I need the two captains to provide me with enough mechanical parts, and even all the combat smart chipsets in your hands. I need them. In return, I can join your camp, assist you, and even serve as the captain of the Night Fury Squad. To be precise, I will be the captain of the Night Fury Squad. Mr. Li He's main force. Deal with Li He's main force. Hearing this, Lang Yuan and Hu Wen both held their breath, staring at Su Yu. Both had sharp gleams in their eyes. Mr. Su, I heard it right. Although the Wolf Pack and Shanlan and the Night Demons have some friction, it's just a friendly competition. It's you, Mr. Su, who is fighting to the death with the Night Demon team. Why do you sound like you're going to take action against the Night Demons? Instead, it helped us. Lang Yun spoke softly, while staring at Su Yu, trying to catch Su Yu's true thoughts from the micro-expressions on his face. He had no choice but to be cautious. The Night Fury team, especially Li He, has a 3-star top-level spiritual transcendent, has strange methods that are unmatched in the entire shelter. The current manager's attitude is ambiguous, relying on only Lang Yun and Hu Wen. Even with the addition of the fighters under their command, Lang Yun and Hu Wen had no confidence that they would be able to deal with the Night Demon squad. Once they fell out with the Night Demons, Lang Yun and Hu Wen were afraid that they would become the next target of the Night Demons. Therefore, even if the opponent was Su Yu, who had completely fallen out with the Night Demons and was almost fighting to the death, they could not trust him 100%. However, when Su Yu heard Lang Yun's question, he was not surprised but happy. After all, the more cautious Lang Yun and Hu Wen were, the more likely they were to be defeated. The more he feared Night Demon and Li He, the greater his chance of success in persuading him. Seeing Lang Yun's undisguised scrutiny, Su Yu smiled slightly, looked at Lang Yun fearlessly, and said word by word, Captain Lang can test him as long as he wants. But there is no need to ask childish questions like the ones just now. Everyone knows Li Yi's temperament and the expansion of the Night Demon team in recent times. If the Night Fury continues to grow, can the Wolf Pack or the Mountain Storm really resist the expansion of the Night Fury team? Captains, are you really willing to become the new vice-captain of the Night Fury? Su Yu asked back. Lang Yun and Hu Wen. Their expressions became a little embarrassed. Lang Yun coughed, adjusted his mood, and said in a deep voice, since Mr. Su is so frank, let's open the window and speak frankly. Lang Yun said, staring at Su Yu with burning eyes. Mr. Su came here, saying he was looking for cooperation, and said he was capable of dealing with Li Yi's main force. Excuse me. I really can't see what confidence Mr. Su has to say such words. My answer to this question is very simple. As long as the two captains follow me, go to the base of our 9th team, everything will be clear. Su Yu smiled slightly, slowly stood up, looked at Lang Yun and Hu Wen. He made an inviting gesture. Watching Su Yu's movements, Lang Yun and Hu Wen hesitated for a moment, but finally, they stood up together. Okay, then let's see what kind of trump card Mr. Su has prepared. Half an hour later, the 9th team's base, in the repair room. Captain Lang, Captain Hu, I don't know, are you satisfied with my trump card? Su Yu raised his hand slightly. The 10 rangers gathered in front of him. The battle formation was like an arrow, and its sharp edge firmly locked onto Lang Yun and Hu Wen standing in front of them. The dark muzzle locked onto the two. Lang Yun and Hu Wen's breathing became a little heavy, and they were shocked and amazed by the light of the 10 rangers in their eyes. In the past 10 minutes, Su Yu not only showed them the tacit cooperation of the ranger team, but also directly used 10 rangers to fight against them. Although Lang Yun and Hu Wen finally won. But you have to know, Su Yu now only controls 10 rangers. According to Su Yu, the maximum number of rangers he can control now is already as high as 30. If 30 rangers are deployed in battle formation at the same time, they will be able to win against the amazing combat capability that Su Yu had demonstrated before. Neither Lang Yun nor Hu Wen thinks that they can still win in front of the battle group composed of these rangers. Being able to escape unscathed is already the limit. Not to mention, Su Yu also directly stated that his strength will increase rapidly in the future, and the number of rangers he controls will only increase with time. When the real battle with Li Yi begins, the number of rangers he can control at the same time will only be more than 30. Su Yu's words are a guarantee. Lang Yun and Hu Wen both believed in Su Yu's previous statement that he could be the main force against Li Yi. However, according to Su Yu's cooperation conditions, the number of parts they have to pay Su Yu now is really too much. This time, Su Yu really asked for too much. Not only did he want the Wolf Pack and Shanlan team, but also the mechanical parts that they had recovered in the past, and the smart chipset. Many precious materials, such as tungsten blood steel, sea blue ore, and similar rare minerals, were also within the scope of Su Yu's request. So much investment. Even Lang Yun and Hu Wen were a little hesitant. It's not that we don't trust Mr. Su, but this deal involves too many resources. I don't know if we can pay a part of it first, and then pay the rest to Mr. Su in installments. During this period, Mr. Su can also provide us with a batch of improved equipment. No matter how much. At least let us give an explanation to the team members. Right? Lang Yun couldn't help but speak. Hu Wen beside him also followed suit. But Su Yu's answer was also very firm. No. All materials and parts must be handed over to me now. And the sooner the better, Su Yu said in a deep voice. And, as I said before, in the next period of time, it may be difficult for me to spare time to help each hunting team improve and maintain their equipment. Even the team of the two captains. He thought about it, and simply explained Li Yi's situation directly. Lang Yun and Hu Wen had long speculated about Li Yi's meditation method, which could manipulate people's minds and affect their spirits. But speculation is not as good as the real evidence in front of us. Now, the original speculation was confirmed by Su Yu, who is also a spiritual supernatural person. In addition, Su Yu directly stated that Lei Wu and his group had been killed by him. Whether what he said was true or false, it would be proven as long as the Night Fury team returned. There is this information. Lang Yun and Hu Wen believe Su Yu's words. Naturally. Now, Li Yi is leading the new members of the Night Demon squad to hunt and wander in the wilderness. I killed the members of the Lei Wu squad, causing the Night Demon squad to suffer heavy losses. Li Yi's strength will probably be affected to a considerable extent. But this is not enough. Su Yu said in a deep voice. With the new members who joined the Night Demon Squad, as long as he can gain enough awe and respect from them, his strength will definitely recover. And further progress is very likely to happen. And this time will definitely not be too late. At most 1 or 2 months, he may be able to complete it. So, we don't have much time to delay. We must seize every minute and every second. Listening to Su Yu's encouraging words, Lang Yuan and Hu Wen couldn't help but look at each other, and then nodded silently. But there was no more hesitation. More than 10 minutes later, after seeing off Lang Yuan and Hu Wen, Yan Lai followed Su Yu back to the base, and there was still shock in his eyes. Although he had learned a lot about the Night Evil team from Su Yu. But at most 1 or 2 months, He would break through to 4 stars. They would no longer have a chance to turn the tables. This was the first time Yan Lai knew about this, and he couldn't help but feel anxious and worried. Feeling Yan Lai's emotions, Su Yu couldn't help but smile slightly, patting his old captain on the shoulder and said, "Uncle Yang, don't worry too much. In fact, even if he really breaks through to 4 stars, he wants to use this to directly control the entire shelter. But it won't be that smooth. 4-star spiritual transcendence, especially transcendence like he with strange meditation characteristics, are naturally strong, far beyond the reach of ordinary physical 4-star transcendence. But don't they still have a transcendent mechanic like me? With me in charge, not to mention that he was just tricked by us, it is very likely that when we are fully prepared, he has not yet broken through to the 4-star level. Even if he breaks through, we still have a considerable chance of winning." Listening to Su Yu's comforting words, feeling the strong confidence in Su Yu's tone, Yan Lai can't help but be infected, can't help but nod heavily, but the next second, he thought of something, in his eyes, can't help but have new worries. However, there is one more thing, should you pay attention to it. Brother Su? Chapter 78, Building Momentum, 50 Chips. As for Su Yu's strength, Yan Lai, who has watched Su Yu grow up, naturally has full confidence in him. But Lang Yuan and Hu Wen are not aware of this, even though they have seen the combat capability of Su Yu's Ranger Squad. But with only 1 or 2 months left to prepare, even Yan Lai is not sure whether they can maintain enough confidence in Su Yu. The two of them, they are all 4-star transcendents. Although they are only 4-star primary physical transcendents, their strength is enough to allow them to quickly gain a place in other settlements even if they leave shelter number 73. Under Li's threat, some people will choose to resist. But for powerful people like Lang Yuan and Hu Wen, for their own safety, they choose to escape from shelter number 73 in advance and stay away from the center of the vortex. It is not impossible. Hearing Yan Lai's analysis, Su Yu smiled slightly and said softly, "Uncle Yang's concerns are indeed reasonable. But did Uncle Yang forget something?" Yan Lai was stunned. Su Yu reminded softly, "Uncle Yang, in the shelter, I am not the only one who can fight against Li's main force." Hearing Su Yu's words to this point, after a brief daze, Yan Lai's eyes also lit up. "Brother Su means the manager?" "That's right." Su Yu nodded slightly. "The manager's current physical condition is already extremely bad. If they want to deal with Li, no, let alone Li, even Lang Yuan, Hu Wen, and the other 2 4-star primary physical transcendents can defeat the current manager in a one-on-one situation. But this point, let alone Lang Yuan, Hu Wen, and even Yan Lai are not clear. In their view, and even the residents of the entire shelter, including Li, although the manager is old, his strength can still burst out amazing fighting power when necessary. Therefore, when the 2 sides really tore their faces and fought, the ally that Lang Yuan and Hu Wen can rely on is not only Su Yu, but also the old manager. If Su Yu is the only helper, they may not have the confidence. But considering that there is also an old manager, when he wants to try to annex the entire shelter, when they become his slaves, they will definitely stand up and fight side by side with Su Yu and others. Lang Yuan and Hu Wen, naturally, will not give up so early. After listening to Su Yu's analysis, Yan Lai's eyes, there was also a sense of understanding, and his heart was getting more and more excited. "I will ask everyone to prepare and unite with the Wolf Pack, Shan Lan and others, and promote it." The cooperation that Su Yu finally reached with the Wolf Pack and Shan Lan team was not just about mechanical parts, supply of materials. After learning about Li's spiritual power foundation from Su Yu, it came from the prestige of his subordinates. Lang Yuan and Hu Wen also made another decisive decision, which was to merge the Wolf Pack squad and the Shan Lan squad directly, to form a super large hunting team in order to increase their sense of oppression against the Night Fury squad. And Su Yu will also cooperate with them, will publicize in the shelter, build momentum, and make himself a spiritual supernatural person. Moreover, the news that he had become a 3-star spiritual transcendent spread throughout the shelter. Li Yi's strength should not be underestimated. But after such publicity, Su Yu was sure that it would be difficult for him to break through to the 4-star level, or even to maintain the top 3-star level. Anyway, he would not go to the wilderness before the final battle. With Li Yi's strength, even if he was desperate, he would attack him. In the shelter, he could call on Lang Yuan and Hu Wan, 2 powerful reinforcements, at any time, even if all 10 rangers self-destructed. Su Yu was still very confident that he would definitely defeat Li Yi and fight to a draw, with both sides suffering losses. Not to mention, there was also the threat of the manager who was hiding in the dark, and whose strength had not yet been exposed. The possibility of Li Yi jumping off the wall in desperation was still quite low. Under such a premise, Su Yu was naturally no longer afraid, exposing his strength and talent. However, as Su Yu said before, next, he will focus on the work at hand, the maintenance of the manager's prosthesis, and the production of new rangers. The publicity work, as well as the tasks of receiving the wolf pack and the part said by the Shanlan team, will all be handed over to Yan Lai and others. Yan Lai and others will naturally not refuse this. They are eager to have the opportunity to help Su Yu. So, in the next few days, the entire shelter can be said to have set off a great uproar again. The merger of the wolf pack and the Shanlan squad is of course very powerful. On the day when the news was announced, the only member of the Night Fury squad left in the shelter, mechanically Yao, was so frightened that he couldn't even sleep well that night. He was afraid that after the wolf pack and Shanlan announced their merger, they would directly declare war on the Night Fury. After finally calming down, Li Yao met another person who had returned from the wilderness. He Xiang returned to the shelter to get information. From He Xiang, he learned that the Lei Wu squad had been completely wiped out, which made Li Yao's heart shaken again for a long time before he calmed down. And He Xiang also learned from Li Yao that the wolf pack and Shanlan had merged. Needless to say, he was shocked. He was even more troubled. How to find out who was the one who destroyed the Lei Wu squad? Another piece of news came, however. He Xiang and Li Yao were completely unable to remain calm. Have you heard that the mechanic Su from the 9th team has become a spiritual superhuman? And like the captain of the Night Fury, he is also a 3-star spiritual superhuman. What? How old is that young man Su? And he has become a 3-star spiritual superhuman? Doesn't that mean that the 9th team will soon grow to be comparable to the Night Fury? Who said no? Besides, with Brother Su's talent for cultivation, in time, his future achievements may be even more amazing than that of the captain of Night Demon. Such remarks soon spread throughout the shelter, and also reached the ears of He Xiang and Li Yao, making He Xiang and Li Yao completely dumbfounded. When they came to their senses, before He Xiang spoke, Li Yao, who was beside him, had shouted in a low voice, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It's not that easy to become a 3-star spiritual transcendent. Even my brother had to work hard for several years to achieve this. This is a rumor. This is definitely a rumor that Su Yu deliberately spread to disrupt our position," Li Yao said, with anger in his eyes. But under this anger, there was also a trace of jealousy that could not be concealed. And He Xiang next to him, in comparison, he was calmer than Li Yao. At least, he was not so angry about the news that he could not even maintain his basic rationality. Whether it is a rumor or not, Su Yu dared to show his strength at this time. He must have a considerable trump card. This Su Yu cannot be underestimated. Moreover, the situation of the wolf pack and Shanlan must be reported to the captain as soon as possible, He Xiang said, and wanted to get up and send the news to Li Yi. But before leaving, he was stopped by Li Yao. Wait a minute. Li Yao stared at He Xiang. The news has not been confirmed yet. The information about the wolf pack and Shanlan can be sent over, but if Su Yu's situation is sent to my brother, there will be trouble. Then can we not send it? Besides, even if I don't bring this news, the captain will definitely take the others back to the shelter. If I don't tell them, the team members will still hear the news when they come back. Will there be trouble? He Xiang couldn't help but retort. His tone was also irritable. Su Yu's propaganda offensive. The effect was indeed amazing. Even Li Yao and He Xiang, Li Yi's diehard fans, showed fear at this moment. Their loyalty was not shaken, but the fear and panic in their hearts were enough to affect Li Yi's spiritual foundation. And this influence, in turn, was fed back to Yixiang and Li Yao. It made their emotions. They all became more and more excited and intense. I don't care about these. Anyway, I don't believe that Suyu has broken through to the 3-star level now. Absolutely impossible. Li Yao's tone already showed some signs of rational collapse. Just then, there was a sudden commotion outside, making Li Yao and Yixiang, both, can't help but turn their heads to look, with confusion in their eyes. What's going on? Why is there such a big commotion outside? Soon, the two of them, then he understood the source of the commotion. It's that young man Suyu. He wants to demonstrate his spiritual power on the spot. What? Are you kidding? Hearing this, Li Yao and Yixiang looked at each other. They both couldn't sit still anymore. They rushed out of the Night Fury team's base and headed for the open space in front of the 9th team's base. When they arrived in front of the open space, their breathing, they both paused slightly. In the open space in front of them, at this moment, almost half of the residents of the shelter had gathered. Li Yao and Yixiang squeezed into the crowd and looked at the center of the open space. They happened to see Suyu activating his spiritual energy, suspending hundreds of mechanical parts around him, like planets orbiting a star. The scene made their eyes freeze, using spiritual energy to move physical objects. This is indeed one of the signs of a 3-star spiritual transcendent. Only when the spiritual energy of the spiritual system is condensed and powerful to this level can it be able to move real objects. The rumor is not false. This information must be notified to the captain as soon as possible. Yixiang took a deep breath. In his eyes, there was unconcealed horror and panic. Li Yao, who was next to him, was completely petrified after witnessing this scene. It was only with the help of Yixiang that he was brought back to the base. It seems that my plan is going well. Just as Yixiang dragged Li Yao with great effort, turning back to the base of the Night Fury squad, Suyu, who was performing, watched the two of them leaving, and couldn't help but smile playfully. This performance was specially prepared by Suyu. The purpose was to scare the members of the Night Fury squad. Although now, the main force of the Night Fury squad is still in the wilderness, and has not turned back. But just for the wonderful reactions of Li Yao and Yixiang, who came out of nowhere, Suyu knew that his performance was definitely a success. This is all thanks to the effect of steel meditation. Suyu looked at his career panel, and a smile appeared in his eyes. On Suyu's career panel, in the column of spiritual power level, Suyu's spiritual power level at this moment is still 2-star top. The experience bar has only increased to 91%, and it is still a long way from breaking through to 3 stars. But there is still a considerable gap. However, with the blessing of the iron meditation method, Suyu's psychic power, not to mention that it has now reached the top level of 2 stars. Even when it was only 1 star, he could still use it to move various mechanical parts, and quickly assemble and construct them. And such performance, in the eyes of these shelter residents, and even the members of the Night Fury team, is comparable to the performance of a 3-star spiritual transcendent. It's the same as before. In this way, my propaganda campaign is a success. Just as Yixiang had said before, refuting what Li Yao said. Although the members of the Night Fury team are not in the shelter now, it doesn't matter. They will return to the shelter one day, and as long as they return, they will receive these 2 messages. Even at that time, the impact they will receive will be even greater. After all, they have just returned from fighting hard in the wilderness. I thought I would be safe back in the shelter. But as soon as I entered the shelter, I received 2 pieces of news that couldn't be worse. Even the most loyal and determined members, to Li, he would be surrounded by a huge sense of frustration and even collapse. In short, no matter what measures the Night Fury team takes next, the damage caused by the propaganda campaign planned by Suyu will be borne by the Night Fury team. However, these methods are only auxiliary effects. If you want to truly compete with the Night Fury squad, relying on these means is far from enough. After completing the final publicity campaign, Suyu did not waste time and went directly back to the repair room to start maintaining and repairing the prosthetic device sent by the manager. During this period, the mechanical parts from the Wolf Pack and Shanlan teams were also continuously sent to the 9th Squad's base. In addition, what surprised Suyu even more was that, among the parts in the stock of the Wolf Pack and Shanlan team, there are actually 20 smart chipsets for combat. Although these 20 chips are only of primary level. But with this batch of chipsets, plus the 30 chipsets Suyu originally had, it means that he can now assemble a battle swarm of up to 60 rangers. A battle swarm of 10 rangers is enough to kill a 3-star primary radiation beast lord. How powerful would a battle swarm of 60 rangers be? Suyu was just thinking about it in his heart, and he was extremely excited and looking forward to it. Chapter 79 Psionic Potion, Gray Fog appears. However, he did not immediately start to work on the production of rangers, but put the maintenance of the manager's prosthesis first. He planned to brush up on the level of battlefield mechanics and the relevant knowledge of prosthesis technology. After that, first work on building his own mechanical equipment. Thousand Hands prosthesis. After doing these, the level has been raised to a certain level, then start to work on this batch of new rangers. Just as Suyu started to repair the prosthesis, while making final preparations for the final battle with Li He in the wilderness finally received the news said by Xiang. Although his emotions had become extreme and irritable, but relying on his strength close to 3 stars, Xiang still forcibly suppressed his inner restlessness and told the news to Li He alone, and did not spread it. But after passing on the information, Xiang's inner worries could not be restrained. Captain, what should we do next? Let's not talk about the guy named Su from the 9th Squad. The threat posed by the Wolf Pack and Shanlan alone cannot be underestimated. I know. Don't worry. After listening to Xiang's report, Li He was silent for a long time before speaking faintly. Don't go to rest yet. Go first and call Moyuan and the others to gather. As for the information you got, don't tell the team members yet. Let me sort out my thoughts. After Moyuan and the others gather, tell them in person. Yes. I'll do it right away. Xiang had no doubts and nodded immediately. Watched Xiang leave. Li He did not return to the temporary camp of the team, but stood outside the camp, with a struggling look in his eyes, and even a little anger. Damn, Suyu. Li He chewed on Suyu's name, gritting his teeth. If it weren't for the variable Suyu, shelter number 73 should have been in his hands long ago, and he would have broken through to the 4-star level long ago. How could there be such a dilemma now? The Wolf Pack and Shanlan joined forces, although they could also bring threats to him. But Li He knew it well. The reason why he was able to establish supreme prestige in the hearts of the residents of the shelter was not only because of his strength to defeat Lang Yuan and Huan, 2 4-star physical transcendents, but more importantly, he was the only spiritual transcendent in shelter number 73 who could truly practice and show amazing strength. Because it is unique, it is mysterious and unpredictable. Because it is mysterious and unpredictable, it becomes more powerful. And this powerful impression created by mystery makes it easier for Li He to condense the mental imprint and cast a psychological shadow in the minds of his subordinates, especially those who have just joined the Night Fury team. But now, with Suyu showing the ability comparable to that of a 3-star spiritual transcendent, this impression no longer exists. Li He took a deep breath. Try to calm down the anger and regret in your heart. The last trace of hesitation in your eyes was also wiped away, replaced by a strong determination and murderous intent. Fortunately, this Suyu is 1 step short. At this moment, Li He was very fortunate that, in order to establish a higher prestige among the new members of the team, he led the Night Fury team out of the shelter a few days ago. Otherwise, if they stayed in the shelter, even if Li He wanted to conceal this information, there is no way to hide it. Li He thought. He gently took out a bottle of light brown medicine from the combat backpack on his waist. The test tube containing the medicine was not long, but the size of a palm. When the test tube was tilted, the medicine would emit tiny bubbles, which looked particularly creepy. But the look in Li He's eyes when he looked at the bottle of medicine was only eager. This was the most precious trump card in Li's hand, and its name was Phantom Potion. This was a good thing that Li He got from the Ghost Tribe. If Suyu were here, he would be able to tell at a glance that the contents of this bottle of psionic potion were not medicine or materials, but spiritual energy, which was highly condensed and transformed into substantial spiritual energy, and condensed into this bottle of liquid potion. However, the liquid spiritual energy in this bottle of potion was extremely chaotic and violent, whether it was a spiritual transcendent or a physical transcendent. In daily meditation and cultivation, the psychic energy received from the subspace is relatively orderly and peaceful. But the psychic energy contained in this bottle of psychic potion is completely different. One such turbid and violent liquid psychic energy is taken and absorbed. Even a powerful spiritual transcendent will probably be polluted by this psychic energy, lose his mind, and become a beast that only knows how to kill. This is also the reason why Li He has never used it. With Li He's current strength, swallowing this bottle of psychic potion, the possibility of withstanding the side effects is only 70%. But if he breaks through to the 4-star and becomes a mid-level spiritual transcendent, The side effects of this bottle of psychic potion can be directly ignored by him. But now, Li can't care so much. Wait patiently. When Li's psychic energy senses the breath of Yixiang, Mo Yun and others approaching the car camp in the distance, Li no longer hesitates. Raises his hand directly. Pulls out the cork. He drank the bottle of psionic potion in one gulp. Suddenly, boom! Li's aura began to rise rapidly. Originally, Li's aura, because of the death of Lei Wu and others, had already fallen to the edge of the top 3 stars, and it was possible to fall to the high 3 stars at any time. But now, as the psionic potion was taken, under the influence of the psychic energy contained in the psionic potion, which was turbid, violent, and extremely chaotic, but also condensed and extremely pure, in Li's mind, the blood pool that was originally shaky began to hum and vibrate at this moment. The part that was originally fuzzy solidified instantly. Then, it began to expand with difficulty, but with great determination. It only took a quarter of an hour. Under Li's expectant gaze, his blood pool finally expanded to a diameter of more than 10 meters, which meant that I finally stepped into the 4-star level. In Li's eyes, they were all filled with boundless surprise, and cheered subconsciously. But at the moment when he cheered, boom, Li only felt that above the blood pool in his mind, there was a huge roar, like thunder, and like countless whispers. The intertwined torrent sounded in his mind at the same time. At the moment he heard the sound, Li felt that his brain was about to explode, and he couldn't help but wail. Ah! What's that sound? What's going on? What happened outside the camp? Inside the camp, the remaining members of the Night Evil team were still wondering, because their captain had not returned since he was called out by Vice Captain Yixiang, and they were hesitating whether to go out and look for Li He. When they suddenly heard that extremely shrill and inexplicably crazy wailing and screaming, they all changed color and looked outside the camp one by one. Not far away, Yixiang, Mo Yun and others also heard the shrill wailing, and subconsciously quickened their pace, wanting to see the source of the wailing. But, just as they approached the area where Li He was, hua la la, suddenly, a large group of gray-brown, turbid and swamp-like strange fog jumped out from the depths of the dry grass. In an instant, it expanded to a radius of more than 10 meters around. It directly swallowed up the few members of the Night Fury team standing in the front. What's going on? What the hell is this? Even Yixiang couldn't help but exclaim. He was only stunned for a fraction of a second. When he came to his senses, Mo Yun, who had come with him to investigate the situation and had also reached the 2-star level, was directly swallowed up by the gray fog. Not only Mo Yun, even the other members of the Night Fury, who came from the direction of the car camp to investigate the situation, they were also swallowed by the gray fog. Captain? Did you do it? Yixiang asked subconsciously. But the gray fog that answered him became more violent, and violent only after swallowing Mo Yun and the others. In just a moment, he was enveloped in endless darkness. The shelter, the base of the 9th team. 3 days have passed since Su Yu and the Wolf Pack and Shan Lan reached a cooperation. During these 3 days, Su Yu helped the manager. All of his prosthetic parts were replaced and maintained. Although the repair was not completed, the manager's condition was much better, and his spirit was much healthier. With such a recovery, the manager had more trust in Su Yu's ability and became more generous. He directly opened his private warehouse and let Su Yu choose the materials he needed. Su Yu was naturally not polite. After completing the initial maintenance of the prosthetic parts, Su Yu then, he was ready to build his own 1,000 hands prosthesis. It was precisely when he lacked advanced materials and advanced equipment that he had the opportunity to get higher equipment to equip himself. Su Yu would naturally not miss this good opportunity. However, compared to advanced materials, such as tungsten blood steel sea blue or etc., Su Yu was more concerned about the equipment in the manager's private warehouse. This situation occurred, firstly, because the Wolf Pack and Shanlan provided material support. Su Yu now had, or materials such as tungsten blood steel and sea blue, or are no longer in short supply. Secondly, because the mechanical arms included in the 1,000 hands prosthesis can also be equipped with additional weapons and equipment to improve the combat capability of each mechanical arm. Although the Wolf Pack and Shanlan also provided some worn-out mechanical weapons, most of them were only of intermediate quality. Occasionally there were high-quality mechanical weapons, but the resources consumed for maintenance were too high. After repair, the compatibility with the 1,000 hands Prosthesis was not very strong. Although the 1,000 hands prosthesis is a heavy prosthesis, the maximum load of each mechanical arm is quite exaggerated. But Suyu did not intend to equip the mechanical arm with exaggerated heavy weapons such as howitzers, not to mention whether it can be loaded. Although Suyu does not mind sacrificing some mobility in exchange for firepower and defense, he does not really want to turn himself into a fixed turret that cannot move. Therefore, the manager opening the private warehouse at this time is of great help to Suyu. With expectation, Suyu carefully selected in the private warehouse of the old manager. The harvest was also quite huge, which surprised Suyu. I didn't expect that you, old man, actually collected such things. Suyu struggled to carry out a chainsaw that looked quite heavy, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and teased the manager. Although this chainsaw was also left in the warehouse by the manager, but it was carefully placed on the weapon rack. Unlike other worn-out equipment that was mostly covered in dust, this chainsaw was still quite new. It was obvious that it was carefully wiped by the manager every once in a while. Hearing Suyu's words, the manager also looked over. With a look of nostalgia, I didn't expect that you would find this chainsaw. Yes, this little guy was a good helper when I was young. Thinking about the first time I met him. It was 30 years ago. Time flies so fast. 30 years ago? Suyu listened to the manager sigh. At first, he felt the same way. He wanted to sigh about the passing of time with him. But as he listened, Suyu felt something was wrong. 30 years ago? Excuse me, old man. How old are you this year? I'm 167 this year. What's wrong? Suyu, no, nothing, just asking. A young man of 137 years old, okay. After all, he is a prosthetic enhanced person, and a long lifespan is not unacceptable. Suyu shook his head, suppressed his strong desire to complain, and couldn't help saying, then old man, how about I put this chainsaw back for you? Suyu originally took it out, thinking that this chainsaw was just a collection of the old man. But unexpectedly, this chainsaw sounded like some heroic past events of the old man, and he was embarrassed to take it away and transform it into his own weapon. But I didn't expect the manager to be so generous. Put it back? How can that be? You've already taken it out. It's also the fate of this little guy. Besides, rather than being left in the warehouse to collect dust, this kid probably wants to be taken to the battlefield. But you only like this one, and you don't like other things? Hearing what the manager said, Suyu also laughed twice. To be honest, I really like two things, but those two, it's not in the warehouse. Suyu said, looking at the wall in the manager's living room where various weapons were hung, his eyes wandering over the two ray guns. These two thermal ray guns, Suyu had already noticed when he first came to the manager's place. These two ray guns are not only of high quality, but also of high quality. Moreover, the degree of damage is not too high. One is still 70% intact, and the other is only about 50% damaged, so it is not too troublesome to repair. Moreover, the weight of these two ray guns is not too heavy. Installing them on his 1,000 hands prosthesis can not only maintain combat effectiveness, but also ensure sufficient attack speed. It is a perfect match. Chapter 80 Special External Prosthesis. 1,000-handed armored. Noticed Suyu's gaze, and fell on his collection wall. The manager also laughed dumbly, and saw that Suyu's target was the two thermal ray guns, hesitated for a moment, and then waved his hand and said, okay, these two guns are yours, but, if you take them away, then forget about the other materials. If you want to get benefits from me again, you have to wait until you have repaired these parts of my body almost completely. No problem. Don't worry. I will help you solve these problems in a month at most. Suyu heard the manager nod, and surprise appeared in his eyes. He nodded immediately, took the two ray guns, and the chainsaw he pulled out from the manager's warehouse, and returned to the repair room of the base at the fastest speed, and started to make the 1,000 hands prosthesis. At this time, Suyu's professional level has been upgraded to level 17. The level of the iron meditation method also increased synchronously, and the range of influence was able to cover the entire repair room. This was without consuming spiritual energy. If spiritual energy was consumed, the entire 9 squadron's base would be covered by Suyu's spiritual energy before Suyu's spiritual energy was exhausted. In this area, Suyu's rangers, Nono and other mechanical creations could all obtain computing power improvements, not to mention the increase in combat power. Suyu could also manipulate every mechanical part and mechanical creation by himself. launching surprise attacks on enemies within the range. With Suyu's current spiritual energy accumulation, the time he can maintain this combat mode is also quite exaggerated. Although it won't last for half a day or a whole day at a time, it is more than enough to maintain a battery life of 2 to 3 hours. Moreover, after building the 1,000 Hands prosthesis in his hand, Suyu estimates that his professional level can be further improved. And then, there are still 50 rangers waiting for him to build. In short, while there are many tasks, the source of experience is also rich. No, you are responsible for repairing these 2 thermal ray guns. I will try to adjust the weight of this chainsaw, and by the way, make a design drawing for the 1,000 Hands prosthesis. Suyu started Nono. At the same time, he also started to pick up tools, and started writing and drawing. The 1,000 Hands prosthesis can expand multiple mechanical arms, but the maximum bending angle of each mechanical arm is limited. The main purpose, etc., can be set by Suyu himself, with considerable freedom. However, Suyu did not really let his imagination run wild. Not to mention that the drawings designed by letting imagination run wild may not be recognized by the system, even if the system recognizes it. If the materials in his hands are not enough to make it, the result will be in vain. In the end, just as Suyu had imagined when he just got the 1,000 Hands prosthesis, the drawings he finally designed, I referred to the Dr. Octopus in the previous Life movie. But, compared to Dr. Octopus, it has twice as many mechanical arms. 8 mechanical arms. 4 of them act as quadrupeds to support the body to move quickly, while maintaining high mobility. The 4 mechanical arms can be raised to a height of about 3 meters, which is enough to cross many complex terrains. The terrain applicability is more exaggerated than that of ordinary off-road vehicles. The other 4 mechanical arms, for combat purposes, among them 2 mechanical arms, were modified by Suyu to be weapon ports that can emit heat rays, and the other 2 mechanical arms were equipped with 2 steel chainsaws. One of these chainsaws was a reward from the old manager for taking advantage of the situation. The other one was the chainsaw that Yan Lai originally used. After Yan Lai entered the 3-star level, the chainsaw could no longer withstand Yan Lai's strength. Compared with the chainsaw, Yan Lai prefers to fight with heavy weapons such as the giant hammer. The 3-star giant force, combined with the giant hammer infused with tungsten blood steel, has a certain degree of lethality that is more exaggerated than the chainsaw. After the chainsaw was retired, Suyu did not waste it. He directly recast it and installed 2 simple level smart chipsets. This was recovered from the wilderness when the 9th team went hunting outside last time. It is not qualified to be the material for making rangers, but it can double the speed of the chainsaw, and the cutting power is also greatly improved. In addition, after recasting, the chainsaw blade also incorporates tungsten blood steel and a small piece of seed blue source crystal debris. Suyu also successfully upgraded the old chainsaw to a high-end quality, and the one generously provided by the old man, one on the left and one on the right, became the melee weapons of his 1,000 Hands prosthesis. As for materials for making these 8 mechanical arms, Suyu was not stingy. All the rare metals that could be used and would not conflict with the nature were thrown into the furnace by Suyu. Under the blessing of the spiritual energy that was infinitely close to 3 stars, they were melted and cast, and became the cornerstone of Suyu's 8,000-handed mechanical arms. In this way, weapons were maintained, repaired, and materials were melted and cast. Soon, another 3 days passed. On the morning of the next day, it was also Suyu and the wolf pack. On the morning of the 7th day after the Shanlan team reached cooperation, Suyu opened the curtains and looked at the sunlight shining into the repair room. Although his eyes were red from staying up late, they were extremely bright, and his spirit was extremely excited. He stretched his waist and moved his aching body. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief, gently picked up a smart chip from the workbench, and inserted it into his waist. At his waist, where the belt was originally, there was now a light silver belt. The belt is made of metal, with a width of 5 fingers together. In the middle of the belt, there is a square iron buckle, carved with a spider pattern, which has a faint blood-colored pattern due to the incorporation of tungsten blood steel, and a perfect connection port. As Suyu gently pressed the smart chip, buzz! Behind the belt, the light silver metal shell instantly opened to the left and right sides, revealing 2 rows of 8 connection ports, and at this moment, a scorching airflow burst out, pulling the 8 mechanical arms hanging high on the connecting frame not far behind Suyu. In an instant, click! The mechanism made a sound, and the gears turned. The moment the 8 mechanical arms were connected, the intelligent chipset was also completely activated, under the blessing of the advanced general-purpose intelligent chipset. At this moment, Suyu felt that his brain had become extremely active. The 1,000 hands prosthesis with 8 mechanical arms, although in the form of a belt, together with Suyu's equipment. But at this moment, they seemed to be Suyu's flesh and blood. With Suyu's thought, they could be freely mobilized and operated. And with Suyu, his eyes were focused. In front of him, rows of information about this 1,000 hands prosthesis also appeared in his eyes. External prosthesis armament 1,000 hands. Producer, Suyu. Type, external prosthesis. Grade, special grade. Features, bionic prosthesis psychic connection. Can build a circuit through psychic energy and smart chips. The mental connection between the external prosthesis and the user is highly synchronized, and the synchronization rate can reach more than 90%, achieving the effect of being able to control it as if it were an arm. Features, bionic prosthesis morphology switching. Can build a circuit through psychic energy and intelligent chips. The user can give orders through mental thoughts. Switch the form of the prosthesis. Different forms will have different characteristics. The switchable forms can be increased by adding mechanical arms, modifying weapons, incorporating rare materials, etc. Enter a specific form, you can get a certain increase. Currently unlocked forms: combat form, defense form. Equipment: melee weapons, chainsaw, tungsten, blood, steel, simple chip enhancement, advanced, toughness, destruction power increase, speed increase, x2. Medium and long-range weapons: thermal ray gun, aquamarine source crystal, tungsten, blood, steel enhancement, fire rate increase, magazine durability expansion, x2. Skills: combat form, firepower overload. Consume psychic energy, entering firepower overload mode, during which the speed of melee weapons is increased. The shooting speed of medium and long-range weapons is increased. The shooting power is moderately increased. After the duration exceeds 10 minutes, the carried weapons have a chance of component damage. Combat/defense form, psychic shield type 2, aquamarine crystal enhancement, shield toughness increased, psychic energy consumption reduced, duration increased. Consume psychic energy, condition shield, continue for a certain period of time. Within the shield duration range, it can resist up to 4-star damage at one time. Release psychic shield in defense mode. It can resist up to 4-star top damage at one time. Cooling time is 10 minutes. Defense form, indestructible, tungsten, blood, steel enhancement, mechanical arm, defense is improved, toughness is improved, penetration resistance is improved. Consume psychic energy, attach psychic blessing of subspace to the constructed defense barrier. In the next 10 minutes, the damage received is reduced by 20%. Looking at the attribute information that came into view, Suyu's eyes, there was also an unconcealable surprise. After working hard, preparing for almost a week, he invested most of the rare materials in his hands. But the rewards he got were also quite amazing. The 1,000 hands prosthesis of top quality. It directly reached the highest grade that the 1,000 hands prosthesis, a first-level prosthetic weapon, could achieve. It even unlocked 2 different forms. Compared to the completion of the production, I gained a lot of experience and successfully upgraded my career level from level 17 to level 18. Suyu was more curious about the changes brought by the 2 different forms of the 1,000 hands prosthetics. Just looking at the description of the career panel, you can't feel it. You still have to try it yourself. Combat form. Suyu's mind moved. Suddenly, the 4 mechanical arms behind him made a click, and they fell heavily to the ground. Then it suddenly rose up. A surge of force supported the weight of Suyu and the other 4-armed mechanical arms, and sent them steadily into the air. And then, under the 4 mobile mechanical arms, a metal plate fell down, creating a small standing platform for Suyu to stand on and have a general view of the battlefield situation. Because it was indoors, Suyu was only 1 meter above the ground and could not feel anything yet. But as the designer of the 1,000 hands prosthesis, Suyu knew that these 4 mobile mechanical arms could send him to a maximum distance of more than 3 meters. At that height, it was more than enough to have a bird's-eye view of the whole situation. As these 4 mobile mechanical arms landed, the same mechanical movement sound was heard. The other 4-armed mechanical arms, like blooming flowers, were scattered on the left and right sides of Suyu. Each side had a ray gun, a chainsaw combination. At the end of each armed mechanical arm, there is a metal movable plate, ready to go at any time. These 4 metal movable plates can be activated individually or simultaneously, forming a simple but complete shield that can cover Suyu's entire body. helping Suyu resist long-range sniping and reacting extremely quickly. Under the characteristics of the Thousand Hands prosthesis, bionic prosthesis psychic connection, it may even happen that Suyu has not yet realized the crisis is coming. Before he could give an order with his mind, the psychic energy scattered around him would issue an early warning when he detected the trajectory of the sniper bullet. Before Suyu gave an order, the shield would be activated in advance to help Suyu resist the assassination. However, if we really want to talk about defense, the various defensive measures in the combat form are more of a stopgap measure. The real defensive effect of the Thousand Hands prosthetics depends on the defense form. Defense form. Suyu changed his mind again. Suddenly, the 4 mechanical arms that originally supported his body suddenly dropped a certain height, and the weapons of the other 4-armed mechanical arms all entered a dormant state, like tired birds returning to their nests. Almost within a few breaths, the 4 mechanical arms gathered together, forming a huge metal cocoon, which enveloped Suyu. However, Suyu's spiritual energy could still penetrate the metal cocoon, covering the outside, and with the help of the 4 moving mechanical arms under him, perceive the surrounding environment. Whether it is used to break through the enemy's firepower coverage, or to escape from the enemy's pursuit, this mode is quite useful. Moreover, in extreme cases, Suyu can even choose to give up maneuvering, and directly raise the remaining 4 mechanical arms for movement, and add them to the metal cocoon to protect himself. However, to activate this mode, Suyu needs to have enough helpers around him, for example, a large corps of rangers, only when surrounded by the enemy. Can this mode be used? He waved his hand to unlock the protection of the 8 mechanical arms. Suyu took off the Thousand Hands prosthesis, and there was a surprise in his eyes. It must be said that the improvement in strength brought by the special Thousand Hands prosthesis far exceeded his expectations. With the blessing of the special Thousand Hands prosthesis, Suyu was confident that, now, he, with his individual combat power alone, could already compete with the top 3-star or even the primary 4-star physical transcendence. Fight to a draw. Generally, 3-star top radiation beast lords would flee when they meet him. Based on such strength, Suyu turned around and looked at his workbench. There were still 50 combat smart chips left. In his eyes, there was a gleam of brilliance. When these 50 smart chips are all transformed into a ranger army, how strong will I be?